Chapter 132. How is everything prepared at the scene? Lucius Rein sat in the leather-upholstered vehicle, script in hand, rehearsing his lines as he readied himself for the upcoming speech. Next year was the election year in Night City, and he planned to deliver his official candidacy speech today. The location he chose for his speech was the plaza of the company, on the 5th level of the hub, the same place where Carey had his concert last night. At the co-pilot's seat, the mayor's secretary promptly reported, "Mr. Mayor, the stage is set up, the crowd, security, and the banners are all in place." Following last night's riot at the company's plaza, city sanitation workers were promptly arranged for cleanup, and the damaged public facilities were all replaced. Upon hearing the word riot, Lucius Rein frowned deeply, his voice betraying a hint of displeasure as he reminded, "Remember, last night's events at the company plaza were not a riot but a movement, libertarian movement. Today's speech was about freedom, aiming to leverage the unrest as a springboard to rally votes." Back in the day, Night City was on the brink of being ravaged by the metal wars, with imminent threats of destruction. As a council member, Lucius Rein managed to contact the Arasaka family to counter the overwhelming Militech, resulting in a stalemate between two corporations that spared Night City the flames of war and preserved its independent, free system. Thanks to this achievement, Lucius Rein was elected the new mayor of Night City, earning the title of Free Mayor. Over time, as the benefits of his past achievements waned, the people of Night City had newer demands, and his approval ratings began to plummet. Worse still, scandals within the city government, the council, and office workers were continuously exposed, tarnishing Night City's reputation. Especially troubling was the recent leak of the NCPD's military tech procurement agreement. The ensuing scandal significantly affected the NCPD's stock prices. Everyone in Night City knew about the gaping holes in the city budget and profit transfers to military tech. With the upcoming elections, Lucius Rein faced an increasingly difficult challenge to secure another term as mayor. Moreover, he had a strong contender, Jefferson Perales, whose campaign momentum was unexpected. Jefferson, once a lawyer and district attorney in Night City, was now a member of the Night City Council. With broad support, he was preparing to run for mayor. Born into poverty with a high level of competence, charismatic looks, and slogans that considered the welfare of the poor, Jefferson quickly carved out a space for himself in the political realm. For many in Night City, Jefferson seemed like a knight in shining armor, vowing to change the city's unfair practices. Hence, Lucius Rein decided to play his trump card freedom to confront this strong opponent. He firmly believed that by consistently promoting freedom, he could win the majority's support because, for most people in Night City, freedom was more desirable than fairness. After all, fairness was practically a joke in Night City. Checking the time, Lucius Rein noted there were only 10 minutes left until the press conference. He instructed the staff to direct the convoy into the company plaza's hub. A fleet of black limousines was slowly making its way into the hub of the company plaza. Wherever the convoy passed, there was heavy security law enforcers at every 10 steps and guards every 100, as NCPD deployed considerable forces to escort Lucius Rein. When the convoy reached its destination, black-suited bodyguards promptly opened the car door for him, staying alert to their surroundings. Stepping out of the vehicle, Lucius Rein waved at the crowd gathering around the stage, which erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Surrounded by the crowd, Lucius Rein, with his bulk, made his way onto the stage. The deputy mayor, Hot, followed behind Lucius Rein, stood to the side, and clapped softly. Looking over the crowd below, Lucius Rein's mood darkened. The number and quality of the audience were far from what he expected, pale in comparison to the concert held by Carey the night before. During Carey's concert, the crowd filled the 5th level disc. But now, only the 5th level was packed, the 4th had a sparse audience, and the 1st to 3rd levels were left with mere onlookers who lost interest and left. To his dismay, he knew that a good portion of the crowd consisted of paid stand-ins, not genuine supporters. To better leverage the situation, he even had the stand-ins dress up as veterans or wanderers, hoping to attract votes from these demographics. Yet, despite the pretense, he had to continue the act. Every major media outlet had arrived, and the cameras pointed at the stage, broadcasting Lucius Rein's image across every electronic screen in Night City. Lucius Rein addressed the crowd, "I apologize for the wait." As his words fell, the crowd responded with deafening shouts and applause, with many hailing the free mayor. On the 33rd floor of the Arasaka Tower, Anti-Intelligence Department's full-screen panoramic display in the director's office showed Lucius Rein's speech at the company plaza. That was a decent speech. Tang Yu sipped his tea, approving of Lucius Rein's oration. Having wrapped up his work, he took the opportunity to gauge Lucius Rein's stance. After all, the riot he had orchestrated in the company plaza last night could impact his plans. If Lucius Rein wished to delve into the matter, Tang Yu would need to forewarn Carey, Lizzie, and the rest to prepare. Additionally, preventive measures for Gloria's and Main's teams were necessary to avoid involving them in the incident. But so far, it seemed Lucius Rhine was not interested in pursuing the matter. Instead, he was aiming to capitalize on the unrest to piggyback off Kerry's concert, gathering support for his re-election. The police response last night already indicated Lucius Rhine's preparedness for the situation. Lucius Rhine, pudgy and unassuming, proved to be nimble-minded, concocting a clever strategy for his campaign. If we continue to pursue the matter of the riot in Corporate Plaza, there will be no winners. It's a deadlock. It appears that although the riot at Corporate Plaza seemed uncontrollable, it specifically targeted the Biotech Corporation. Due to the limited duration of the riot, once the fervent atmosphere dissipated, it became difficult for the crowd to maintain unity, and only half of the Biotech building's floors were looted and torched. However, the upper echelons and core facilities of Biotech were not severely affected. The massive electronics shortout only managed to burn some electronics and office equipment. Most important facilities had already installed surge protectors. Even with significant voltage fluctuations, it was unlikely they would get burned down. Overall, it's true that the Biotech Corporation suffered significant loss in various aspects such as security, fire services, finances, real estate, and office systems. But the foundation of the Biotech Corporation remained unshaken. If the security forces were insufficient, they could simply purchase more from Kong Tao. If the office systems were damaged, company hackers could rebuild them. If servers were lost to fire, they could procure replacements from other companies. As for the burnt and deteriorated building, throwing money into renovations would have it up and running in no more than a few months. These problems are solvable with money, and to a top conglomerate like Biotech, they are hardly an issue. What really causes headaches for the biotech company are the stock market plunge, the damaged market reputation, along with scandals such as the painkiller and new antibiotic trials, which have sparked a wave of backlash worldwide. The Biotech Corporation, despite knowing the riot was aimed at them, was helpless and could only try to settle the situation. If they continued to aggressively pursue the matter of the riot, it would likely provoke more opposition. For the biotech company, the best outcome would be to quell the incident as if it never happened. The Biotech Corporation wants to smooth things over, the municipal government seeks electoral support, and other major companies are indifferent. Naturally, the riot would not lead to a public investigation, at most there would be covert investigations by various forces agents. Even if some leads were discovered, they would only reveal the involvement of two titan corporations, Arasaka and Militech. Tang Yu indeed used Arasaka's resources to help Kerry resolve the concert issue. Meredith definitely arranged for N54 News to expose some secrets of the painkiller project. Unless a high-level executive of those two titan corporations takes an interest, outsiders reaching this clue is essentially a dead end. Having analyzed thus far, Tang Yu felt he had a thorough grasp of the situation and lost interest in Lucius Rhine's upcoming speech. The rotund Lucius Rhine, during his speech, was all empty talk, a typical smooth talker. Tang Yu also knew Lucius Rhine quite well. He had deep ties with corporations and would indulge in pleasures at night. At the Red Queen's Race Secret Club, he enjoyed those brutal cold dreams. However, this guy's life wasn't very long. By next year, he would suddenly die under mysterious circumstances. Lucius Rhine's death had an undeniable connection to his right-hand man, Hawk. As for the election fortunes of the Freedom Mayor, Tang Yu didn't care to know. He withdrew his gaze, returned to his desk to review his work to ensure nothing was missed, then planned to clock out. Suddenly, the arrival prompt lit up outside the office door. Sasha looked and saw Kate had come to visit, standing in the passage for a blue light scan. Sasha then looked back at Tang Yu, waiting for his instruction on whether to allow Kate in. Tang Yu, seated on the leather chair, gestured with his hand, signaling to let Kate enter. Quickly, the stainless steel gates slowly pulled apart. Kate walked straight into the department head's office with its usual spacious and luxurious dark layout. As she passed Sasha's desk, she glanced over but said nothing further, continuing to Tang Yu's desk. Tang Yu looked at the arriving Kate with a hint of displeasure but kept his composure, seeing through her intentions at a glance. Kate, standing across the desk, coldly asked, "Deputy Director Tang, isn't it inappropriate for you to act as the head of counterintelligence like this? Why are you neglecting so much work and not responding or dealing with it?" Tang Yu didn't take offense to Kate's challenge, emphasizing "deputy" to imply that he was only acting temporarily, not the true director. He gestured for Sasha to bring over the results of the work items, speaking calmly. "I'm not sure which task you're referring to as unhandled, although your position doesn't qualify you to review these contents. Since you just joined counterintelligence, you'll understand some rules later." Sasha placed the electronic tablet on the desk, displaying the director's task outcomes. Tang Yu made a gesture inviting Kate to take a look if she wanted. "If you have any good suggestions, feel free to report to me, though I might not always have time." Kate glanced at the tablet and noticed all work items had been addressed except for her inquiry had been deleted. Feeling a surge of indignant annoyance, her expressionless face involuntarily twitched. Kate understood that the acting director before her was intentionally targeting her. Previously, he excused his absence with fieldwork and didn't respond to messages, which was one thing. Today, with Tang Yu in his office, deliberately deleting the work item concerning her, was an overt disrespect. Kate's cybernetic red eyes flickered, revealing no change in emotions but spoke coldly, regarding the investigation results of the military-grade Sandevistan, you were personally responsible, right? Tang Yu signaled her to go on without confirming or denying. There are obvious problems with this investigation result. I've looked into the Voodoo Boys, and they don't have the capacity to attack 3 Arasaka Special Task Forces. Instead, the Voodoo Boys have lost dozens of members, which contradicts your report. Shouldn't you clarify this? Tang Yu had foreseen her taking issue with this, clinging to the problem of that night, because it was Militech who had taken out the 3 Arasaka Special Task Forces. If she discovered evidence, pinning an unreported, private collusion with Militech on Tang Yu would be an easy feat to topple him. Tang Yu ignored Kate and countered with a calm inquiry. Do you want to restart the investigation? Kate certainly wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. The best outcome would be Tang Yu failing to clarify, and then she could formally request an inquiry with the board. She could then legitimately target Tang Yu. Digging up anything substantial would undoubtedly doom him. Kate had no previous beef with Tang Yu, but she aligned with the Arasaka Raisan faction, and her promotion to deputy head of counterintelligence was orchestrated by Executive Director Tanaka and Director Susan Abernathy. As a thorn in their side, she was set to be removed to prove her worth. Kate took up the challenge, speaking icily, of course, if you can't explain this, I will request that the board conduct a new investigation, and you will have no choice but to cooperate. Tang Yu nodded slightly, encouragingly said, good, you have a strong investigative spirit to get to the bottom of things. Well, let me tell you. My report stands as written in the investigative report, there's no need to reiterate to you. You can write the application for the new investigation now, in the name of counterintelligence, and submit it here for approval. While still speaking, Tang Yu received a new visitor prompt. Immediately checking, he found it was Michiko's bodyguards, inviting him for tea upstairs. Tang Yu stood up, straightened his jacket, and prepared to leave. You can go down first. I have things to do. Send your report to my email. Sasha, make sure to keep an eye on it, lest I forget. Sasha promptly stood, nodding in acknowledgement, and watched Tang Yu head towards the door. The gate automatically parted. Subsequently, Tang Yu, at the invitation of Michiko's bodyguards, walked towards the communal elevator area. Seeing Tang Yu had left, Sasha glanced back at Kate, who remained stationary, and politely urged her, if you finish the report about reopening the investigation, you can send it to Mr. Tang's work email. I will confirm it promptly and pass it on to Mr. Tang. Kate stood in place with an emotionless face, and after a snort, she turned and left the director's office. As Sasha watched Kate's angered departure, she stuck out her tongue at her retreating figure. Crazy old witch, making a fuss. Chapter 133. Kate returned to her office and sat down on the sofa, her expression somber. I underestimated you. She had just visited Minister Tang Yu's office, intending to pressure him about the military-grade Sandevistan. She had expected Tang Yu to be anxious and worried that the truth would come out. To her surprise, he seemed perfectly comfortable and unafraid of her digging deeper. His words were even laced with irony, leaving her with a figurative slammed door in her face. Kate quickly calmed down and thought about the abnormality of the situation. Being frustrated wasn't new to her. After many years at Arasaka, she had learned to remain unflappable. With Tang Yu's current prominence at Arasaka Tower, he naturally looked down on everyone. However, she was determined to understand why Tang Yu was so confident and unworried about the death of 3 Arasaka Special Task Force units being exposed. Clearly, he had an ace up his sleeve. Kate had seen the operation report. It mainly stated that the Voodoo Boys had premeditated a trade to acquire the military-grade Sandevistan cyberware. They took advantage of when the 3 special ops teams were in an abandoned factory on a mission and struck unexpectedly. Anyone with a slight knowledge of Arasaka's special ops would find this story ridiculous. The Voodoo Boys might be strong in the Watson district, but compared to the Arasaka Special Task Force, they were significantly weaker. And even with the support of military-grade cybernetics, the Voodoo Boys wouldn't dare take on 3 Arasaka Special Ops teams. The report mentioned by Tang Yu suggested that the Voodoo Boys were bold because of the backing of military tech. But Kate didn't see it that way. She believed the real assailants of the 3 Arasaka Special Task Force units were military tech itself. Apart from them, no other force would dare challenge Arasaka in Night City. The problem was the lack of evidence. Kate had people inquire with the Voodoo Boys, and their leader, Brick, claimed to have no knowledge of the incident. The whole military-grade Sandevistan trade was solely managed by their own Royce. As for Royce's whereabouts, no one in the gang knew, and the military-grade cyberware was likely in his hands. Kate was sure Royce was dead, perhaps killed by the military tech as well. The case was riddled with too many doubts, obvious to any discerning eye. But on the board meeting, Michiko Arasaka suppressed any opposing or skeptical voices with absolute authority. Furthermore, not many members of the Night City Arasaka board dared to declare war on military tech. Even if the truth were pried open, it couldn't be publicly acknowledged. Kate understood this. So from the start, her goal was one. To find out the truth and get the evidence to topple Tang Yu, then relay the truth to Saburo Arasaka himself. Only then could she gain more consideration and favor. Reopening the investigation now was impossible. She would need to draft a report and get Tang Yu's approval before bringing it up to the board on behalf of the Counterintelligence Division. This was in line with Arasaka Tower's work procedures, and Kate couldn't fault it. The situation had reached a stalemate. Kate estimated that the fundamental reason for Tang Yu's confidence was the support of Michiko Arasaka and control over the lifeblood of the board members. Because no one dared dig deeper into the truth behind the incident, to avoid becoming casualties before the giants started firing at each other. If the truth about the casualties of the 3 Arasaka Special Task Force led to renewed war with military tech, Arasaka's position would be troublesome if they lost to military tech. The most vocal board members in support of the war would likely pay with their lives. Board members knew that the highest Arasaka ruler wouldn't agree to war with military tech. In the end, anyone who knew the truth of the matter could face the risk of a major cleanup. Kate felt she had grasped the crux of the issue. It was indeed a checkmate situation. How the 3 Arasaka Special Task Force units died was inconsequential to Arasaka. But to Saburo Arasaka, it mattered greatly. Kate wanted to obtain evidence and investigate the truth, not to confront military tech head-on. Instead, she wanted to present this truth to Saburo Arasaka in Kyoto. With his recognition for her efforts, she hoped to create momentum for him in Night City. Saburo Arasaka was somewhat trapped in Kyoto, waiting for his opportunity. To break the deadlock and secure genuine intelligence, Kate had to start with military tech. If she could get her informant to find crucial evidence, like contacting the military tech agents involved in that night's operation for intelligence, it would make her job much easier. Kate sorted out her thoughts and called Tanaka from the RD department, a former superior who still maintained some contact with her. Tanaka was in his office, having just ended a call with Arasaka's chief biotechnician, Anders Hellman. They'd had a disagreement and parted on sour terms. Tanaka knew that Arasaka's boss was getting impatient and he needed to deliver convincing results. Otherwise, Tanaka's many years of service in the Night City Arasaka RD department would be meaningless. Hellman's research progress was stalled, and the experiment required more sample data. But Tanaka couldn't find a suitable target, someone with a strong will, someone whose brain can withstand intense testing. Using average people as samples for experiments was pointless, they simply couldn't survive. As Tanaka was about to lose his patience, seeing Kate's request for communication, he toggled his glasses code scrolling and answered the call. What is it? Kate didn't beat around the bush. I confronted Tang Yu today, he's confident about the Sandevistan affair. He must have some private deal with military tech, but I still lack the evidence. Tanaka replied gravely, without evidence, better not bring it up. He got his hands on the operational data. As for the methods used, the top brass won't care. Aware that she could only continue the investigation privately, Kate recognized that even though Tanaka was her former superior, they were from different factions. I get it, but with the operational data in hand, how's the cyberware development progressing? Tanaka was irritable. This wasn't the first time today that he was vexed about the development progress. It's still in the works. Some development procedures require searching through the old net, even missing one part could render it unsuccessful. Kate stated firmly, then it's best to speed up progress. Atom Smasher is prepared, he's just waiting for this implant. Atom Smasher is planning to visit Night City soon, and we hope to have the development trial successful before his arrival. Tanaka frowned. Development progress was also a matter of luck and couldn't be rushed systematically. The new combat implant they were developing for Atom Smasher demanded extreme durability and precision. Apart from him, they couldn't find anyone else suitable for implantation. Perhaps Atom Smasher would be better suited for Hellman's bioneural experiments, as his brain was robust and different from ordinary people. What frustrated him even more was that the projects on his hands were numerous, making it impossible to guarantee a deadline for success. Tanaka gave a terse and cold response and hung up the call immediately. Feeling swamped by problems, he wished to visit Jinguji for an exhilarating black lace dream. Only there could he forget all these troubles. There was talk about a cyberpsycho version at Jinguji, said to be of outstanding quality. even surpassing the cyber psycho James from the company plaza. It was said to be recorded from a military tech lieutenant, Moeller. Due to work, he had to delay for a while, but today he finally had the chance to enjoy himself. Tang Yu arrived at Michiko Arasaka's exclusive executive office floor, going through the usual security check at the entrance. After confirmation of his identity, he was escorted by a female guide to the office doors. Familiar with the layout, Tang Yu was scanned by a blue light before the heavy steel door slowly opened. Stepping inside, the mist in front of him dispersed, revealing the half-football field-sized office space in full view. Michiko Arasaka was sitting on a plush sofa in the reception area, holding a glass of wine in her left hand and a cigar in her right, as if waiting. Upon seeing Tang Yu, she casually said, "Sit." Tang Yu stood up, unbuttoned his suit, and seated himself on the sofa across from Michiko. He poured himself a small glass of whiskey from the crystal decanter on the table, and holding the glass, he said, "Director Michiko, if you want to have a drink and chat in the future, just send a message." "What's the matter, am I bothering you? Or are you afraid of being labeled with my tag? Is there even a need to place a label? It's probably already been attached to my forehead by them." He visited Michiko alone, without bringing Sasha along. Firstly, as his special assistant, Sasha was no longer under Michiko's authority, there was no need to bring her along. Secondly, the upcoming discussion probably had much to do with Sasha. The less Sasha had to do with the Arasaka family, especially Michiko, the better. Since Michiko had initially placed Sasha by his side with not so good intentions. Michiko gave a light smile and raised her glass towards Tang Yu across the air. Tang Yu raised his glass in response. They each took a sip. After finishing her drink, Michiko put her empty glass on the table and leaned back on the sofa in a more comfortable position. "So, how's Sasha been for you lately? Is everything functioning transparently?" Tang Yu, realizing Michiko was in a hurry to bring up Sasha, probably having detected something, replied solemnly, "Sasha has been excelling in every aspect." "Excellent." Michiko suddenly burst into laughter with a meaningful look at Tang Yu. "I heard you haven't been coming to the office for quite a while, have you fallen into a soft trap so quickly? I thought you could hold out longer." She then gave Tang Yu a once-over and concluded, "Well, even your complexion looks more nourished, indeed excellent performance." Tang Yu knew Michiko's thoughts. Her knowledge of Sasha's connection with the biotech company was undeniable. Originally, Sasha was not a so-called replicant, but a living cyberpunk girl with deep ties to the biotech company. Naturally, she connected the Plaza riots to Tang Yu. He used resources from Arasaka to support Kerry, which couldn't possibly go unnoticed by those in the Arasaka tower. Without a word, Tang Yu just gave a perfunctory smile, not wanting to delve into Sasha's affairs. Michiko continued the conversation, saying, "Kerry's concert last night and the Plaza riot that set the biotech building on fire must involve you to some extent." Hearing Michiko shift the topic, Tang Yu felt more at ease. He wasn't worried that Michiko would unearth something significant in the grand scheme of the Arasaka family. A company riot is a trivial matter. Knowing this, Tang Yu confirmed Michiko's main concern was the internal struggles within the Arasaka family. Michiko utilized him primarily to strengthen her position in Night City's Arasaka tower for the upcoming power struggle. Whether it involved Sasha or the Plaza riot, the goal was to better control Tang Yu. He candidly admitted, stirring the waters further to blend truth with fiction. "Director Michiko has accurate intelligence, whether it was the concert or the riot, I did have a part to play." Michiko's gaze flashed with surprise, not expecting such a forthright confession from Tang Yu. She had intended to use the situation to admonish him, hoping he would understand the rules and be more loyal to her in the future. But Tang Yu appeared to be confessing without any deceit. Michiko sensed something was off. She hadn't planned to inquire too deeply but now was intrigued, asking, "May I know the reason behind these actions?" With a composed face, Tang Yu answered, "I have a personal relationship with Kerry. When he wanted to hold the concert and his record company opposed, I helped him sort out the trouble. As for the riot, it was just to add fuel to Kerry's show, boosting his popularity with significant traffic. After all, Night City has few rock stars who can hold a concert with such flair, igniting the audience's enthusiasm with just a rock weapon, even setting a company ablaze. This event will likely make it into the annals of Night City, enough to keep Kerry in the spotlight for a while. If Director Michiko wishes to punish me for misusing company resources, I will acknowledge the penalty." Listening to this explanation, Michiko still harbored doubts, analyzing how much truth was in his words. A young man of his caliber, part of Arasaka's high ranks, associated with a rocker like Kerry. Either Kerry was influential as rumored, and they maintained a relationship in secret, or Tang Yu had an ulterior motive. What could he possibly want from a fading rock star? A figure came to mind, her uncle, Saburo Arasaka. Not many knew that Saburo had a private relationship with Kerry. Saburo would usually stay at the Azure Tower when in Night City, looking for some diversions like summoning girls from clouds for an exclusive meetup or visiting old friends to chat, including rock star Carrie. Saburo once played rock before altering his demeanor upon returning to Arasaka. Now suspicious, Michiko looked at Tang Yu, her estimation firmer. This lone wolf wasn't straightforward, sought pleasure here while eyeing fun elsewhere. If Tang Yu intended to use Carrie to connect with Saburo, facilitating a transfer to the Hawk faction upon Saburo's arrival in Night City, it wasn't impossible. Rumors of Saburo coming to rule Night City persisted. Michiko was aware that every transition in power prompted corporate tremors as many executives felt vulnerable. When a new king ascends, a purge was inevitable. Without revealing her thoughts, Michiko nodded, considering a punishment. Since that's the case, I should really penalize you. Let me think of what to make you do. Look at you, so handsome, it's a waste being involved with Carrie, why don't you become my special assistant? That way, it wouldn't be so easy for you to play both sides. Tang Yu thought to himself, if she dared to make him her assistant, he would let her learn what regret meant. If Arasaka ever falls, Michiko would claim a major role in it. Unfazed, and since Michiko knew of Carrie and Saburo's relationship, she must think he sought Saburo's favor, so Tang Yu confidently responded with a smile. If Director Michiko is sincere in her offer, I am willing to give it a try. Cutting ties with Carrie is inconsequential. Michiko, her face blooming with satisfaction, replied, you do have courage, but for a turncoat like you, I can't be too sure. She didn't mind if Tang Yu truly sought to connect with Saburo as long as Tang Yu continued to perform for her, that was all that mattered. In the corporate world, there are no everlasting friends or enemies, only perpetual interests. Michiko stood atop the Arasaka Tower and Tang Yu naturally served her. Should Saburo take her place, not just Tang Yu, even she would have to bow. Michiko's cybernetic eye flickered as she had her secretary bring in a microchip and handed it to Tang Yu. There's a matter for you to handle, concerning the tiger claws. I'm not too fond of this cane. Help me remove some thorns. Resolve this, and you'll be spared the punishment. Deal. Chapter 134. A black Delamain business taxi was slowly driving down the empty road. In the leather-upholstered cabin, the bald Delamain on the electronic screen asked mechanically, Mr. Tang, are you planning to head to Night City's Dock No. 4? Tang Yu leaned back in the rear seat and said in a deep voice, let's head out directly. As the Delamain set the navigation for the destination and started the vehicle, it offered considerately. Mr. Tang, it's a light rain today with low temperatures outside, and there's a cool breeze at the dock. Delamain can provide you with a raincoat jacket. Tang Yu declined Delamain's kindness and reminded it instead, Del, just focus on driving. The Delamain prudently silenced itself. Sitting in the warm and comfortable cabin, Tang Yu gazed through the window. Fine rain began to fall, with droplets on the window blurring into a layer of mist. He was heading to Night City's Dock No. 4 today at the insistent invitation of Carrie, who said there were some things he wanted to discuss in person. For this, Carrie had even chartered a yacht and was waiting for him at the bay. Tang Yu and Carrie used to hang out quite often. He knew Carrie was very open-minded and couldn't stop thinking about his big brother Johnny. With this in mind, he did wonder about the nature of Carrie's relationship with Michiko Arasaka. Perhaps it was similarly open. After all, they both enjoyed eating late-night snacks, shared a love for rock music, and probably spent a lot of time discussing Silverhand. They definitely had similar tastes. However, these were all conjectures and couldn't be taken as facts. Tang Yu had no intention of using Carrie to connect with Michiko Arasaka. He held enough aces up his sleeve to convince Michiko without the need to involve Carrie in the inner struggles of the Arasaka family. He was just a rocker kid, and there was no benefit for him to be involved in power plays. Perhaps this was also why Johnny chose not to take Carrie with him when he detonated the bomb at the Arasaka Tower. Johnny had always been sensible about which friends to involve in what kind of business. Additionally, the riot at the Corporation Plaza would not have reached the effect he wanted without Carrie's agreement to hold the Nostalgia Rock concert. Despite convincing Carrie to help by impersonating Johnny, thereby successfully reviving his popularity, Tang Yu still deceived Carrie. His big brother Johnny Silverhand had not truly returned. Facing Carrie's invitation, Tang Yu had to attend, and there were some things that needed to be clarified. At Carrie's request, Tang Yu went alone, not bringing Sasha with him. He leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes to rest, and his mind started to calculate recent events. The riot at the Corporation Plaza particularly gave Tang Yu a lot to think about. Even though the riot succeeded in torching half of a biotech building, the corporation's foundation remained unshaken. The deep roots of a megacorporation were not something a riot could easily destroy. Moreover, there were many who benefited from the chaos. Globally, the impact of the riot was quite limited. But as far as Tang Yu was concerned, the entire event and plan were successful because it achieved its underlying purpose. It not only unraveled Sasha's past mystery and fulfilled her past wish but also torched half of the biotech building, giving everyone a taste of vengeance. Most importantly, the people involved in this event, unknowingly, started to align themselves together, gradually uniting as one. From the beginning, Tang Yu's goal was not to destroy the biotech company but to rally people through this event. And to send a signal to more people that the corporation was not invincible, at least united, there was still a possibility to resist them. Still, such power was too weak. Even if Tang Yu had amassed various forces and instigated the riot, it remained a small fish in a big pond. To hold a concert, stir up a frenzy riot, and burn down a corporate building were perhaps enough to be remembered for a lifetime for Carrie, Gloria, Sasha, and Maine. But for Tang Yu, they hardly counted as achievements. In the past, he had joined forces with Michiko Arasaka to launch the Fifth Corporate War, pulling half the world into the chaos. But the might of the corporation was beyond imagination, and the backlash was unprecedented. When the cold-blooded eyes of capital opened, revealing their sharp claws, the suffocating oppression was inescapable. Time was running out, and the journey had to be taken step by step. Everyone still needed time to grow. Tang Yu exhaled slowly, trying to bring his thoughts back on track. Michiko Arasaka had entrusted him with a task to clean up the Tiger Claw gang so they would truly serve her. Tang Yu was all too familiar with the Tiger Claw gang. They often did Arasaka's dirty work as the corporation's claws. The Tiger Claw gang did indeed back Arasaka, but within the leadership controlling the gang, there were factions. According to Michiko, most of the gang's recruits came from Kyoto and had close ties to the Arasaka family. She could command the Tiger Claw gang to do her bidding, but she didn't fully trust the people inside. She didn't state her intentions clearly but tasked Tang Yu with giving the gang a cleansing. Tang Yu surmised that the gang members probably didn't respect Michiko much, or they might even be inclined to oppose her. Most members hailed from Kyoto, upholding the traditional hierarchical spirit, and they would only obey the legitimate Arasaka line. Although Michiko presided over the Night City Arasaka Tower, she wasn't sincerely recognized by the high echelons of the Tiger Claw gang. But she knew well that all she wanted was a compliant Night City Tiger Claw gang, not the entire gang's fealty. The Night City Tiger Claw gang, after all, was just one of many branches. However, this branch was a significant force to reckon with in Night City, with a reach that spanned multiple areas and brashly dominant behavior. Typically associated with the street racing gangs of Kyoto, they were bitter enemies of the Mox's gang. Most Tiger Claw proceeds came from the black industry, eyeing the street girls eagerly. There was a time when Tang Yu and Judy stormed the Tiger Claw base to handle those tattoo-faced thugs. But it wasn't long before new Tiger Claw leaders rose to prominence, leaving the gang's activities unchanged. So, to make the Tiger Claw gang obedient wasn't as simple as a massacre. They needed chains around their necks to bite on command. He could almost foresee that Michiko's rush to consolidate power was probably in preparation for the arrival of Michiko Arasaka, whose coming to Night City was a done deal. After all, a caged fierce tiger, once free, is likely to hunt. Given Michiko's temperament, once she found the chance to escape Kyoto and come to Night City, she would come fully prepared, ready to openly defy Saburo Arasaka in a showdown. Although just the North American branch, the Night City Arasaka Tower's position and power were strong enough to rival the Kyoto Arasaka headquarters. The tower hid many secrets. And the city harbored the power to resist Arasaka. The Delamain finally arrived at Dock No. 4, coming to a stop at the curb, announcing, "Mr. Tang, we have reached your specified destination." Tang Yu then opened his eyes, instructed Delamain to wait there for his return, and stepped out of the vehicle. He stood on the dock, met with the salty and cool breeze mingled with rain. Looking out over the vast sea, its surface unsettled under a sky heavy with dark clouds. Multiple luxurious yachts were docked along the expansive pier. Possibly due to the weather, and the absence of the sun, far fewer people were going out to sea on their yachts. Tang Yu headed toward Dock No. 4 and soon spotted a private yacht waiting by the shore. Carrie stood on the yacht's deck with one foot on the railing, and upon seeing Tang Yu approaching, waved and smiled. "Tang, over here." Tang Yu saw that Carrie had his signature silver short hair, wearing a black denim jacket with several gold chains around his neck, and clutching his favorite battle-axe guitar on the deck of a white private yacht, waving at him. He walked over to the edge of the pier, stepped up the ladder onto the yacht's deck. Once aboard, Carrie invited Tang Yu to the bow of the yacht, chatting as they walked. "Tang, I appreciate you coming, let's take a spin out on the bay today." While saying this, Carrie sat back against a leather couch on the deck and then cradled his battle-axe guitar. Tang Yu took a seat on the opposite end of the couch and said, "There's no need for formalities, you seem in a good mood today." He remembered this luxurious yacht likely belonged to Carrie's manager, and those guys had made quite a bit of money by exploiting Carrie. At the time, Johnny insisted on messing with the little brother Carrie, and on a whim, they burned the yacht. It was surprising that they were again on board the yacht, but it was just him and Carrie, with no sign of Johnny or V. Carrie, with both legs on the couch and leaning back against it, said with a smile, "Indeed, I'm in a great mood. Ever since you schooled those bloodsuckers, my days have been much more relaxed." Tang Yu knew that MSM Records wouldn't let go of their cash cow easily, but at least they behaved better for the time being. Once a fallen rock star, Carrie had signed with MSM Records, and everything from production, promotion, to sales was in the record company's hands. As an artist, he could only comply unconditionally, even though he knew Michiko Arasaka their relationship was only personal. Located far in Kyoto, Michiko wouldn't be able to look after Carrie. Tang Yu casually remarked, "It's better if they're honest. Even MSM Records bosses made the journey to my former boss to seek intervention." Now, with Arasaka Entertainment advancing aggressively, their star-making capability is no less than those established record companies. Carrie played a gentle chord on his guitar, a departure from his usual flamboyant and aggressive style, showing a more gentle and mellow side. Before, such talk would have probably agitated Carrie again, but today he seemed quite indifferent, saying teasingly, "I'm really relaxed now, especially since you showed those vampires where to stand. Since then, my days have been much easier." "Yeah, the hottest group right now, some super idol girl group that came from Kyoto, their songs are simply unheard of to me. Then someone told me, those 3 kids even covered my songs. It almost made me sick. My cowardly agent didn't even dare to fart, knowing they were entertainers under Arasaka Corporation. But speaking of which, this concert hasn't affected your work, has it?" Tang Yu thought of the fiery trio of sisters when Carrie mentioned the idol group. These 3 Sakura girls were once hardcore fans of Carrie. Later, Tang Yu helped resolve the trouble between Carrie and them. It seemed there was some agreement between 2 record companies, which, without informing their respective artists, planned a joint concert. Upon learning that he would collaborate with them, Carrie nearly exploded, considering the fiery trio musical thieves who became famous by covering his songs and being promoted by Capital without any real musical literacy. However, after meeting the fiery trio, Carrie was utterly charmed by their respectful address of Carrie-san. The joint concert ended up being a success, and Tang Yu got to meet the 3 sisters, even having a brief encounter with the singer called Blue Moon. Of course, V knew about this, but back then, they were still brothers, goofing around together, never expecting the turns their lives would later take. Regarding the events at Arasaka Tower, Tang Yu had no intention of hiding anything from Carrie, an outsider, and he spoke directly. To some extent, there is an impact. That building is full of shrewd people. Any little disturbance gets blown way out of proportion. After hearing this, Carrie laughed heartily. "I bet after that concert and the riot ended, who knows how many people thought we had something going on. News, entertainment, gossip headlines. I dominated them for days. Before, I thought making a comeback would bring happiness or give me more security. Now I realize I got everything wrong. Honestly, those so-called headlines and traffic have no meaning for me anymore." The concert and subsequent riot at the company plaza had indeed elevated Carrie to the pantheon of music. Many entertainment media praised the once young rock star who awakened people's long-dormant passion and cries with his music. With the current mayor Lucius Rhine's endorsement, Carrie had become a symbol of Night City's resistance against corporations and authority. Wherever he went, he was warmly welcomed, and countless spotlights refocused on him. Tang Yu knew that what healed Carrie's heart wasn't fame and fortune but his beloved rock and the samurai band he missed. "Don't say it like that after the comeback. At least you don't have to pretend to be depressed for publicity anymore. However, I still advise you to consider collaborating with the fiery trio. After all, what star wouldn't want to be more famous? Don't regret it if you cool off later." Carrie, unable to help himself, laughed again. "Haha, the more famous you are, the more trouble you get. If it cools, let it cool. Enough of these annoying matters. Tang, don't wreck my vibe. I wanted to invite you over for a chat today. Let's head out, off to the bay." With that said, Carrie's cyber eye rotated, controlling the yacht to leave the harbor, heading towards the bay. Just let me find the ignition switch there." "Ah, found it. Wizard, let's set off." As soon as he finished speaking, the luxurious yacht slowly left shore, heading out to sea. The 2 rode on the luxurious yacht, cruising on the gently undulating waves. Carrie lightly played his priceless battle-axe guitar, humming a tune. "I've never had such a burst of inspiration like today. My head is full of endless melodies. Hum anything and it could be turned into a song. Honestly, Tang, I really have to thank you for that concert. At least it helped me find myself again. After nearly 50 years, I've come to understand the cycle of life and have returned to today." As he observed Carrie's carefree demeanor, Tang Yu realized he had come to terms with a lot. That concert had deep significance for Carrie, helping him rediscover the young man who loved rock 5 decades ago, returning to the days of performing concerts with Johnny. The over 50-year-old Carey could rightfully say, youth has returned. Carey, with a profound look in his eyes, gazing into the horizon, said a bit wistfully, I used to live with Johnny for a long time, I watched him become more dazzling every day and can responsibly say, no one embodied rock and roll like Johnny. Johnny saved rock and roll and also saved me, without him, I might not have survived a day. We were close to the point, and don't laugh, I even tried on Johnny's jacket once. So, when Johnny left, he was permanently etched in my mind, I wanted to pull him out, but I couldn't. What I really fear isn't losing fame or being misunderstood or needing to rely on an idol group for popularity. You might not understand, but what I really fear is living in Johnny's shadow, where everything I sing or do has his mark. Tang Yu felt that Johnny's personality certainly was too irresponsible for Carey. Johnny was inherently cutthroat and unemotional, never considering others' feelings, doing whatever it took to achieve his goals. For Carey, who was at his most impressionable, encountering the confident and masculine rock star uncle was perfectly normal adoration. In Night City, no one taught Carey how to behave, everything was based on instinct. Back then, Johnny only saw Carey as a little brother, obsessed with toppling Arasaka Tower. Johnny probably fixated on the Arasaka name more than his former girlfriends Rogue and Alt combined, leaving no room to consider Carey's sensitive emotions. Don't be so downcast, at least you're doing pretty well without Johnny. Hearing Tang Yu's nonchalant comfort, Carey could only utter a resigned thanks. Right, I've become a household name in Night City on my own, released albums, bought mansions, and fancy cars. And now, I'm making a comeback again. With that, Carey's emotions started stirring. I feel inspired to write songs and release albums again, you should know, my first song was composed at sea. That song became Samurai's smash hit, something even Johnny couldn't write. Carey paused when he realized his words were circling back to Johnny again. After a moment of silence, he stopped playing, leaning toward Tang Yu to ask, Johnny isn't really back, is he? Evidently. Carey had suspected that Tang Yu was impersonating Johnny, but he was so convincing that Carey preferred to believe the truth of Johnny's return. But now, Carey was determined to step out of Johnny's shadow and embrace life in a new way. Tang Yu extended his hand, gesturing for Carey to hand over the guitar. Carey looked at the guitar in his hand, then passed it to Tang Yu, adding, it's a custom Lancaster, one of a kind, I've got one, and the military tech giant has another. Tang Yu took the guitar and casually strummed, letting out waves of electric sound. I know. He found the tune and started playing freely, with flexible and varied fingering Johnny's favorite rhythm. Carey's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he asked, smiling, sure enough, you play so well, you even fooled me. Tang Yu, while playing, said, Johnny will come back, the day Samurai truly reunites, you will see. Carey suddenly became silent, just looking at Tang Yu wordlessly. He knew Tang Yu wasn't one to make empty promises. If he personally said Johnny could come back, he must know something. Moreover, Tang Yu wasn't from the same era as him and Johnny. To master Johnny's playing technique to a T, even Johnny himself would be astonished. Carey felt that Tang Yu must have a close connection to Johnny to know him so well. In reality, when Carey came to his realization and guessed that Tang Yu was impersonating Johnny, there was still a bit of loneliness deep down. He desperately wanted to see Johnny, so he chose to believe Tang Yu and agreed to do the risky concert. In the concert, Carey found himself again, reigniting the rock passion in his heart. Carey indeed didn't need Johnny anymore, but when he heard Tang Yu say Johnny could return, he couldn't suppress his emotions. Carey suddenly rose from the deck sofa and extended his hand for the guitar, laughing heartily, today, I want to say goodbye to the past, give me the guitar, let's smash it to smithereens, and then we'll burn this broken boat together. Tang Yu, holding the priceless guitar, asked puzzled, why smash the guitar and burn the yacht to say goodbye to the past? Carey, excitedly explaining, said, like fire and alcohol, like riots, like burning company buildings, we need to have a similar event, that's how you give the past a proper farewell. He spoke with excitement, but seeing Tang Yu's indifferent reaction, became puzzled and thought Tang Yu was worried about the guitar and yacht, so he added. Don't worry about it, we've burned companies, what's a yacht? This yacht belongs to my manager, and the guitar is an old antique, if you want it, I'll give you a few from my collection when we're back, any limited editions you like. Don't you want to smash everything? I don't. Tang Yu coolly said, just give me the guitar, and as for this yacht, it's mine now, your manager won't have any issue with that, right? Carey. Chapter 135. Arasaka Tower. 33rd floor, Counterintelligence Department. Tang Yu had just finished a day's work, hunched over his desk and leaned back in his office chair, sighing in relief and pinching the bridge of his nose to relax his weary mind. Nearby, his special assistant Sasha noticed that Tang Yu had wrapped up his work and seemed to want to rest for a while, so she took the initiative to walk over to him. She picked up the teacup from the desk, refilled it with hot water, and gently set it back on the desk. Then, turning around, she came behind Tang Yu's chair and extended her slender fingers, placing them on his temples and started to gently press them. Sasha had long been familiar with all of Tang Yu's habits and knew that he disliked sitting in the office dealing with various documents. Therefore, whenever Tang Yu took a break, she would help him perform some relaxing activities to decompress. If Tang Yu wanted to chat, she would also seriously listen by his side. With Sasha's service, Tang Yu felt somewhat relaxed. He was tired, not because of the workload, but because the work content was truly dull. Numerous small and large matters within the counterintelligence department were awaiting his review and approval for their resolutions. The reason why this acting department head was so painstakingly laborious was all due to his dutiful and loyal old boss, Arthur Jenkins. While Arthur Jenkins led the department, he controlled practically everything, both big and small. Since his deputy was often out on missions and rarely able to help with departmental affairs, Arthur Jenkins became accustomed to taking on everything himself, leading to a centralization of tasks. Without the head of the counterintelligence department, things could hardly proceed, requiring someone decisive to be present. Now with Arthur Jenkins away on business, this burden naturally fell on Tang Yu. More troubling was that as an acting department head, he couldn't make decisions on the spot for some matters and had to convey the issues to Arthur Jenkins, awaiting his opinion before responding to others. This intermediary role was squeezed in the middle, having to run back and forth for inquiries, inevitably causing much friction. At such moments, Tang Yu would think of another deputy head, Kate. She was still sitting in the deputy head office, busy with something unknown, spending days doing nothing in a dark and enclosed room, probably suffocating her insides. Leaning back in the leather chair, resting his eyes, he said in a deep voice, "Do you think Kate is always watching us because she's too idle?" Hearing Tang Yu mention that old witch, Sasha suddenly also felt quite unfair. Although both deputy heads, Kate was idling away every day, finding issues with Mr. Tang. Tang Yu, due to his exceptional abilities, had to act as the department head, incredibly busy, and still had to be wary of Kate's petty actions. Sasha rarely got angry or disliked anyone, but she felt irritated every time she thought of Kate. Although she was well versed in company policies and, as Tang Yu's special assistant, was not allowed to offend any higher-ups openly, Sasha couldn't help but be displeased with Kate, clearly experiencing some deep-rooted internal struggle. Yes, Sasha feels the same way. According to the materials Sasha has learned about, such behavior could also be related to personality, character, emotional intelligence, and even physiological aspects, which, to some extent, could be considered a condition. Tang Yu really never took Kate seriously. Regarding her schemes and actions, he could only say that her level was not high enough and such behavior could invite trouble. The last employee of the counterintelligence department who behaved like this, Carter Smith, was already on a path of self-destruction. Tang Yu had many secrets, but not everyone was qualified to know them. Whether it be the relic chip, the real purpose behind Arasaka's reliance, Saburo Arasaka's plan to resurrect himself, the infighting within the Arasaka family, the conspiracy between the Night Corp and AI, or even the AI god behind the Blackwell in cyberspace, Alt Cunningham. The exposure of any of these issues would engulf all the informed parties in a storm, making it impossible for them to disentangle themselves. Kate had no clue as to the consequences her foolish actions would bring upon her. But still, even a grasshopper's persistent hopping in front of you can become annoying after a while. Tang Yu decided it was time to give Kate something to do to keep her from idling around in front of him. Indeed, people sicken from idleness. I think Kate is just too idle, have her come to the office, and I'll arrange some work for her. She seems very keen on tackling Militech, let's put her in charge of counteracting Militech. Tang Yu thought that an ant like Kate being put in check by an entity like Militech would suit her well. After Tang Yu's order, Sasha's cyber eyes whirled as she swiftly relayed a message to the front desk, notifying Deputy Head Kate to come to the office. Before long, the doors to the head office slid open from the middle to the sides, and Kate stood at the door for an authorization scan, expressionless. She walked into the office, her red cybernetic eyes betraying no emotion, and came to stand opposite of Tang Yu's desk, asking coldly, "What's the matter?" Kate saw Tang Yu leaning back comfortably in his office chair, with special assistant Sasha standing behind him, helping him relax at the temples. In such a relaxed pose, he didn't seem like he had important matters to discuss. Tang Yu continued to rest with his eyes closed, showing no intention of acknowledging her presence. He himself was a lone wolf in the Arasaka Tower, and even Susan Abernathy's pleas held no sway over him. As for Kate, who had parachuted into the department through connections, he was even less concerned. From the start to the end, it was Kate's own choice to be here, so he might as well give her a stage to perform. After enjoying a brief moment of relaxation, Tang Yu signaled Sasha to step back. Only then did he open his eyes, resting one hand on the desktop, lightly tapping with his index finger, feigning thought for a moment, before asking, "Is the report on the restarted investigation finished?" Kate's expression darkened, and the frustration she had been holding back flared, with several veins popping out on her forehead. She responded coldly, "The investigation no longer needs to continue, I already know the truth, and further inquiry is pointless." Kate wanted to see if Tang Yu actually had the confidence he portrayed, and while she lacked evidence at the moment, it did not stop her from applying pressure. Tang Yu frowned slightly and said with a touch of regret, "That's not ideal, the report on the restarted investigation was not a request for your opinion but an assignment for you to complete. I think you've made some valid points, you suspect there's more to uncover, and this kind of determination fits nicely with the needs of the counterintelligence department. I expect the report in my inbox by midnight tonight, and I hope it will be there in its entirety when I open it tomorrow morning, understood?" Kate clenched her teeth, her complexion turning somewhat green as she felt involuntary spasms on her forehead. Seeing her looking unwell and as though she might lash out, Sasha's eyes grew colder, her leopard's diamond claws silently revealing a sharp blade glinting with a hint of chill. Kate suppressed her frustration and replied sternly, "Understood." She now realized why Susan Abernathy had lost her composure in the lobby of the Arasaka Tower. This man's arrogant and insufferable demeanor was enough to drive anyone mad with rage. She forced down her boiling anger and the intense hatred of wanting him dead. Tang Yu noticed that Kate's face was patchy with rage and assumed she was having a hard time, so he kindly said, "You've joined the counterintelligence department recently, and Mr. Jenkins has been away on business and hasn't had the time to guide you in some of the department's work. Now that I'm free, let's discuss the department's situation and I'll arrange your workload." Tang Yu paused, seeing that Kate still had a sullen look, and continued to emphasize, "While new here and without assigned duties, working here with plenty of free time, I can understand that. Reviewing past cases to understand recent departmental affairs can indeed help you integrate into the counterintelligence department and adapt to the role of deputy head. However, you still need to focus on the future and strive to accomplish a few major affairs so that your colleagues can genuinely admire your abilities. Not to mention that during my time here, I've already received feedback from several subordinates. They are concerned about your capabilities and experience since this is not the RD department, and you lack experience in higher management positions. Of course, don't take these words to heart, these are just your colleagues showing their care and concern for you." Kate felt as if she was about to explode. This wasn't a conversation but a direct insult to her face. She now understood that Tang Yu must be seeking to assert his power during his tenure as acting department head, seeking to take revenge. Arthur Jenkins must be in cahoots with him, or else he would not have let Tang Yu run wild in the department. However, Kate could tolerate what many could not. The head office was Tang Yu's territory, and if she made a mistake here, even if she died on the spot, there would be nowhere to seek justice. All she could do was stand there, listening to Tang Yu finish speaking, planning her revenge after leaving. Tang Yu found that Kate and Susan Abernathy's lot were cut from the same cloth. They pretended to be calculating, maintaining composure, and acting for the greater good when confronted, and once away, they secretly schemed stabbings from the shadows. He spoke a few words and felt no interest as Kate hardly matched up to Susan Abernathy. He then commenced the conclusion. "I've thought about it, and since you're writing a report on a restarted investigation, why not take the lead on counteracting Militech? Have the surveillance and tactics departments share some of the intelligence the department has with you. The counterintelligence department agents and informants embedded in the military tech are currently in a confidential cultivation phase. So, you need to find ways to recruit new informants or train a few agents to infiltrate the military tech insiders. Just a heads up, the executive in charge of the military tech team that night was Meredith Stout. If you acquire any intelligence, remember to report to me at any time. Is there anything unclear?" Without delay, Kate replied in a firm voice, "Understood, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to my office now." Tang Yu nodded slightly, indicating she could leave. Once Kate received Tang Yu's approval, she turned and headed straight for the office door, not looking back as she left. With assertive strides, Kate's high heels thudded on the plush carpet, emanating a dull, imposing sound. She knew Tang Yu was purposely putting pressure on her, the so-called assigned tasks were just passing the trouble on to her. Sabotaging military tech was akin to extracting chestnuts from the fire. A slight mistake could draw unwanted attention. Especially since she had no personnel at her disposal, neither agents nor informants to rely on. If she wanted to gather intelligence on military tech, she'd have to arrange her own investigation. Absurd, she thought. But for Kate, this came as a pretext to legitimately investigate the military tech. She had long wanted to send someone to look into who was behind the scenes on the night of the deal. Meredith Stout. Kate was well acquainted with this name provided by Tang Yu, a manager at Militeca's Special Operations Department, a bona fide member of the company's upper echelons. Moreover, she was a staunch opponent of the Arasaka within Militech. She suspected Tang Yu of deceiving her. Tangling with Meredith would gain her no advantage. She would have to start the investigation from the lower ranks. Finding just one witness could solve all issues. Pondering this, Kate's gloomy expression turned to an impassive mask as she continued towards her office. As she passed, the staff of the counterintelligence department made room for her, their expressions wary of incurring her ire. In the minister's office, after Kate's departure, Tang Yu stood and stretched his stiff shoulders. Sasha hurried to his side, reaching out to help straighten his suit jacket and softly asking him. "Mr. Tang, your work is done for today, shall I prepare the Delamain for you?" Sasha knew that Tang Yu usually took the public metro home after work, but he opted for the Delamain service when he had errands. After consideration, Tang Yu replied, "No need for the Delamain tonight, I have some personal matters to attend to, the company's car will do." Once his attire was in order, Tang Yu noticed Sasha gazing at him with a hint of anticipation, clearly wanting to accompany him out. He patted her head gently, somewhat helplessly saying, "It's personal today, and it wouldn't be convenient for you to join." The place Tang Yu was headed to was indeed unsuitable for Sasha. It used to be the strip club. Lizzie's Bar. Even though it was now called Lizzie's Bar, its essence still belonged to an off-limits industry. Sasha was inexperienced. Exposing her too early to such things was unwise, best not fill her head with bizarre and peculiar knowledge. Disappointment flashed in Sasha's eyes, but she quickly recovered and replied earnestly, "Understood, Mr. Tang, I'll finish organizing the office before heading home." Tang Yu gave a small nod, "Thank you for the hard work, Sasha." With that, he walked straight out from the office door, vanishing behind the gates. The reason Tang Yu was going to Lizzie's Bar was because he had agreed to meet Jackie for a drink, a plan that had been postponed due to various circumstances, but with Jackie's keen invitation today, Tang Yu decided to take the opportunity to visit. Entering the Arasaka Tower's public elevator, he headed straight for the Arasaka Tower lobby, where a black Arasaka luxury sedan awaited outside. He strode out of Arasaka Tower and into the sedan, which navigated directly to Watson's Kabuki district and Lizzie's Bar. No sooner had the car set off than Jackie called. Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Jackie was really looking forward to this. Picking up the phone, an excited Jackie asked on the other end. "Tang, have you left work yet? I'm waiting outside Lizzie's for you. Honestly, ever since you started working at the corporation, you've been busy constantly. Arasaka won't fall apart without you. Hurry up, drinks are on me." Jackie's image appeared clearly in Tang Yu's mind, standing outside Lizzie's, barely containing his excitement, his large hands rubbing together comically. "Jackie, that's a bit much, isn't it? Weren't those intimate times with Misty enough satisfaction for you?" This made Jackie awkward, prompting a few stammered laughs in response. "Ah ha ha. Which time you talking about? Misty and I's tarot sessions are purely for spiritual communication. And yeah, we hang out in the garage sometimes, but my mom's right behind the shop kills the mood, you know." Tang Yu. Enough, Jackie, let's not make a fuss. I'll grant you permanent suite access at Kanpiki Plaza. Put it on my tab. Don't worry about you and Misty, I trust you guys, but don't get carried away. Jackie seemed even more embarrassed, laughing awkwardly again. "Ah ha. Resigned, Tang Yu said, "Go inside first, I'll be there soon." Ending the call. Soon after, a black Arasaka sedan slowly arrived and parked in front of Lizzie's Bar. Tang Yu stepped out and surveyed the area. Once again surrounded by the familiar setting, the Lizzie's sign, the Mox. The neon signage on either side of Lizzie's front door lit upon the left, a purple neon line outlined an axe-wielding, curvaceous figure, and on the right, bright white neon sketched a cool silhouette with a baseball bat. The giant sign atop the entrance cast a glowing aura, softly illuminating the area beneath it. Lizzie's Bar. A scattered crowd mingled in the plaza, chatting and bantering with a mix of men and women. Watching the Arasaka car enter the plaza and seeing Tang Yu approaching, they cast unfriendly glances his way. Tang Yu was aware that Arasaka wasn't exactly popular in Lizzie's domain, but the bar didn't prohibit Arasaka employees from entering. Lizzie's was indeed Mock's territory, with a component of power, yet remained business-focused. Tang Yu remembered that the big boss of Lizzie's was Suzy Q, a business-savvy woman who had made the bar a notable success in just a few years. Now, Lizzie's Bar was a leading night spot in Night City, boasting high-quality girls and brain dances, ranking among the best. After all, Lizzie's employed Judy Alvarez, the highly talented braindance editor and tech expert of Night City. Tang Yu's acquaintance with Judy was not shallow in his view. Judy was always a girl who simply loved braindances. But the city wasn't kind to her. Everyone around was obsessed with fame and gains, no one truly cared for emotions, and yet, she did. Apart from having drinks with Jackie, part of Tang Yu's intention to visit Lizzie's was the desire to see Judy. Back then, his first woman wasn't VA companion through thick and thin, nor Pananthe Wild Desert Girl, but Judith Girl submerged in her world of braindance editing in the basement. Post-event, Tang Yu had contemplated these things were often about fate. V was indeed the first girl he fell for and spent the most and longest time with. They had their secluded moments together, but due to V's delayed realization, they maintained a brotherly relationship for a long time. His relationship with Judy wasn't smooth sailing either. Initially, he always felt she had a certain natural distaste for him or men in general. It was later on that he vaguely sensed something was off. Judy's orientation nearly nullified any chance he had. However, orientation isn't as rigid as mechanical programming. Even with programming set rigidly, there are still chances to covertly modify it. Tang Yu indeed captured Judy's heart, albeit the means by which he turned to cooked rice were somewhat less than honorable. For that matter, Judy had a falling out with him for quite some time. Shaking off his thoughts, Tang Yu approached the entrance of Lizzie's. The Mox bouncers were firmly guarding the door, radiating an unwelcoming vibe. The leading bouncer, with two blue-tinted pigtails and a baseball bat over her shoulder. Her upper body clad in a t-shirt beneath a short coat region revealing a hint of white, both arms sporting high-end cyberware with flesh-like finishes shining under the neon lights, cheekily remarked upon seeing Tang Yu's sophisticated look. Looking pretty sharp there, interested in trying the latest braindance. To Tang Yu, Lizzie's new releases were essentially old news, given his frequent past visits, where he had experienced all of the braindance offerings. If you mean Emerald City, there's nothing worth recommending, he replied. Please relay the message to Judy. There's no need to compromise for market tastes. I have an appointment. Keep the car safe. The bouncer gave Tang Yu a curious look, having no memory of him. She was indeed intending to recommend the new braindance Emerald City, a dance through the greenery to the rhythms of the White Deer Plain. Observing some folks across the plaza with mischievous intent, it was clear that the street thugs harbored ill feelings toward Arasaka. While they wouldn't dare murder, slashing tires, or scratching paintworks were fair game as a form of amusement. The bouncer stepped aside, the entrance gate sliding open as she continued, I'll pass on your advice to Judy, but bear in mind, she is one of the Mox, don't get any ideas. Without a word, Tang Yu stepped into Lizzie's bar. Chapter 136. Late at night, an obscure street in Kabukicho. Under the street lamps, a scattering of dancers stood, either hugging themselves and kicking their heels, or sizing up passers-by while smoking, waiting for business. Parties of young people, laughing and chatting, would pass them by, engrossed in discussions about the latest brain dance films, amazed by the feats of Lizzie's girls, paying no attention to the gazes of street dancers. The advent of braindance technology, the invention of cyber technologies, had nearly revolutionized the traditional entertainment industry experience. As the most popular form of entertainment in Night City, it was sought after by all social strata. Even high-ranking corporate executives often indulged in braindance, for a high-quality film allowed users to fully experience a scenario, a story, or an extreme peak, a hyper-realistic moment otherwise unattainable in reality. Braindance had many labels such as Cerebral Geyser, Mindf, CK, and Fantasy Time, alluding to how it bypassed all the messy steps to directly stimulate the brain synapses, providing an unprecedented sensory thrill. Despite its potential harm to brain health with excessive use, people relentlessly pursued newer, more intense braindance experiences. Groups of people would arrive at Lizzie's bar, recognizable from its neon sign, turn at the wrought iron gate into a small square, and enter the establishment. Lizzie's time was now. Not a bad look, welcome to Lizzie's gals, teased the Moxie receptionist slightly when she saw a new face. Tang Yu approached the reception, browsed through the directory with familiarity all old films he had seen already. Leaving him with little interest, these mainstream braindance films were no match for the ones Judy had custom-made for him. Having tasted the best, even the thought of filling the gaps with these lesser experiences seemed insufficient. However, Lizzie's bar's braindance offerings were interesting because they came in packages. The same film could vary greatly in price depending on the service and client. The most basic braindance package was a first-person perspective, allowing one to experience the film's full sequence according to its progression, with no control over it. Many who watched this type of braindance would skip straight to the most precious seconds nearing the end, repeating that peak to the point of monotony until today's craving had been satisfied. These experiences often led to a lengthy sage time. And in times of poor economy, they provided a perfect escape. The cheapest package in Lizzie's bar cost more than a typical street dancer's one-time service. One would damage their kidney outside, brain inside Lizzie's. The bar's premium brain dance packages offered much more novel experiences. For the premium packages, one could pick and choose among the Lizzie's girls that caught their eye and under their guidance, enter a private room with a set of brain dance headsets, and step into a beautiful shared fantasy world. For extra cost, one could even customize the appearance of Lizzie's girl, picking from various looks whether big sister, lowly, or someone familiar. Such scenario-based braindance required fine-tuning of the environmental settings to achieve the most realistic effect. Moreover, precise neurological parameter calibration was needed to match the built-in requirements of the braindance. Lack of compatibility could result in catastrophic neural damage. To ensure safety, scenario-based braindances were confined to a limited environment, easing cognitive load while enhancing visual, auditory, olfactory experiences for the ultimate sensation with minimal cost. Observing the hesitation of Tang Yu as he browsed the catalog, the receptionist casually suggested, "If you like something grand, the newly released Emerald City is quite good. For something subtler, there's the enduring classic, A Midsummer Night's Dream." Tang Yu glanced over the service list and asked, "Is the Nightmare House still available?" The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. The film was an old classic but had poor sales due to its extreme content. It seemed rare for anyone to choose such a brain dance, particularly with zombie themes. "Surprisingly, you're aware of that brain dance. It hasn't been removed, but since few choose it, it's not listed on the menu," the receptionist shared. "Are you sure you want that one? The premium package comes with a hefty price tag." Tang Yu hoped that this brain dance could help Jackie regain focus on his life, cherishing Misty rather than constantly seeking refuge in Lizzie's. "2 nightmare houses," he said. "Just say it's a special recommendation when you send it over." He ordered a single-person perspective for Jackie, preferring it over the premium package which could feel akin to a mental affair. The Moxie receptionist found this unusual but arranged it as Tang Yu instructed. After Tang Yu secured the package, he headed into the bar. Passing through the bead curtain and a gate, he was greeted by the dimly lit ambience and the pulsating electronic music. People of all shapes and sizes swayed on the dance floor, while a row of patrons with shiny headsets sat on the circular bench, lost in a world of braindance. Jackie was sitting with his back to the bar, and upon seeing Tang Yu enter, he waved eagerly and called out, "Hey, here, buddy, come on over." Jackie seemed impatient with excitement. Sitting beside Jackie at the bar area, Tang Yu asked him jokingly, "What's the matter, didn't you start with a couple of warm-up drinks?" Jackie, clad in a stand-up collar jacket that accentuated his robust physique, grinned ceaselessly. "I was waiting for you, amigo. You've got 'tired' written all over your face," he said with a chuckle. "We're here at Lizzie's to chill, forget the corporate buzz for a while. If I had to choose, I'd rather watch films here and be content," Jackie continued, trying to recall a phrase. "How does Lizzie's famous saying go again?" As Jackie struggled to remember, the bartender stepped in and finished the quote, "Wanna live, gotta zip." "That's it, that's the one," Jackie exclaimed, impressed. A classic quote, he thanked the bartender. "You're welcome, what can I get you too?" asked the bartender. Tang Yu indicated for Jackie to choose, with no particular preference. Jackie ordered 2 signature tequila shots with pomegranate juice, as he enjoyed the kick of spirit mixed with flavor. The bartender served them their drinks, and Jackie eagerly took his glass. He then inquired about the origin of the slogan he had heard of, an audacious tale of how Lizzie had taken down 3 tiger claws single-handedly with an axe. The bartender, recognizing Jackie's interest, shared the background of the quote, detailing how Lizzie, then Elizabeth Borden, single-handedly dealt with her assailants, leading to the establishment of Lizzie's bar and the eventual change in management to the Moxes. Jackie listened somberly and remarked, "By the almighty, those guys really were evildoers. Thankfully, those scums turned over Lizzie's bar to the Moxes." Tang Yu, familiar with the history, remained silent. 9 years ago. Prior to the Moxes' rise, Kabuki-cho was under the dominion of the Tiger Claws who preyed unchecked upon the district. It was the Lizzie incident that catalyzed the formation of the Moxes, a sisterhood united against a common foe, ultimately leading to a significant shift in power and the establishment of Lizzie's bar as a bulwark against the Tiger Claws' tyranny. The friction between the two gangs kept increasing, but as things stand, it was still within the range the Moxes gang could tolerate. After all, the Lizzie's bar business was booming, and the gang's self-defense strength had also visibly grown stronger. However, Lizzie, with no background support, was more like duckweed in water, susceptible to the next big storm. Jackie raised his glass toward Tang Yu and said in a deep voice, "Come on, brother, let's drink up. We can't let the girls' kindness go to waste, especially leaving this great place Lizzie's, right?" Tang Yu also raised his glass, indeed agreeing with what Jackie had said. Lizzie's was indeed a good place. Clink. Their glasses touched. To Lizzie's. The two downed half their glasses of tequila in one gulp. Jackie excitedly rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Tang, did you know, there's this new movie out, Emerald Horizon, sounds pretty good, wanna give it a shot? Tang Yu thought to himself that indeed, the best way for a boy to grow up was probably to get married. He believed Nightmare House could heal. Both men got up and walked over to a booth in the corner. Just as Jackie was about to check the braindance catalog, a waitress in high heels came over. She was holding a box containing 2 black braindance headsets. She set the box on the table, then took out the braindance headset, leaning in to help Jackie put it on. What's happening? I haven't even placed an order and the braindance is already being served. The waitress professionally responded, this is a special braindance recommendation just for you, Nightmare House, I believe you'll enjoy it. Nightmare House. Jackie was somewhat baffled by the name of the braindance, it sounded a bit frightening. He had intended to watch The White Marsh, not some horror braindance. Wasn't Emerald Horizon recommended just now? Why is it Nightmare House all of a sudden? The waitress's role was to equip Jackie with the braindance headset, not to explain its content. Tang Yu then explained to him, Emerald Horizon is just mainstream fodder, give Nightmare House a try first, and we can switch if it doesn't work for you. Jackie, not yet aware of the seriousness, albeit with some bad premonitions, remembered Lizzie's bar was known for romance experiences, so they wouldn't play tricks on him. With the waitress's help, Jackie was soon ready to dive into the braindance world, to experience Nightmare House specifically recommended for him. While wearing the black braindance headset, Jackie looked at Tang Yu and asked, aren't you going to try it? Seeing Jackie's face, innocent and fearless, Tang Yu held back a laugh and said, it's okay, you go ahead, I need to take a call. At that, Jackie didn't press further, thanked the waitress, and followed the process to enter the braindance, his eyes fixed on the flashing lights, immersing himself in the world of Nightmare House. After helping Jackie begin his braindance experience, the waitress prepared to fit Tang Yu with the headset, but he rejected her instantly. He was well aware of the content of Nightmare House, where the story unfolded with a man trapped in an old mansion under siege by zombies. Luckily, these zombies lacked teeth, their mouths decayed and mushy like mud. Unluckily, all these zombies were women on the verge of overwhelming him, as if thirsty to bite him on the spot. Fortunately, these female zombies were quite attractive, and if one didn't mind, there were unexpected surprises in store. Absolutely healing. In the booth, Jackie was experiencing Nightmare House alone, while Tang Yu was sitting aside, calmly observing the inner hall of Lizzie's bar. Suddenly, a familiar figure slowly approached the booth. Tang Yu recognized her at a glance, an old acquaintance. Evelyn Parker. She was wearing an elegant mink shawl, purple-red stockings, with a handbag draped over her shoulder, gracefully walking through. Her intent was clear. Tang Yu remained seated, waiting for Evelyn Parker to approach. Although unsure of her intentions, it was clear she recognized him. A top executive at Arasaka. Given her life experience, Evelyn Parker could be considered a daring character. Not from the best background, she worked at Lizzie's for a while, then moved on to Cloud's. Unsatisfied with what Cloud's could offer, she quit and started working independently. With superior skills and a bold gaze, she successfully connected with some of Night City's elite and even managed to ingratiate herself with Arasaka's top brass, gaining access to a luxurious suite at the very top of the Kenpiki Plaza. Even if it was just business, it was better than earning a middleman's margin. This woman, navigating between the Moxas and the Tiger Claws, was on the fringes of Lizzie's and Cloud's that definitely took some skill. Evelyn Parker approached Tang Yu's table with a smile, softly asking, Mr. Tang, may I have a word? Tang Yu gestured for her to proceed. He wasn't surprised that Evelyn could recognize him. In her social circles, it wasn't hard to meet some higher-ups at Arasaka and learn the company's movements. Back in the day, Evelyn got close to Ryo Arasaka using her unique opportunities, obtaining information on the relic biochip's whereabouts. Sitting on the couch, Evelyn snapped her fingers nonchalantly, and soon a waitress from Lizzie's approached with a tray containing 2 glasses of water. The waitress placed the 2 glasses of water on the table and then left. Evelyn pushed one of the warm glasses toward Tang Yu, smiling lightly, boiled water, warm. Obviously, Evelyn had done her homework on Tang Yu, even knowing his habit of drinking warm water. Her preparation was indeed intriguing. She could do business on her own without a middleman's margin, which in itself was quite a challenge. After all, businesses in that district either belonged to Lizzie's under the Moxas or Cloud's under the Tiger Claws. Breaking away from these powers to do things on one's own would at least require their tacit approval. Tang Yu picked up the glass, the water at a just right temperature, and replied serenely, seems you've done some research. Evelyn confidently smiled, I like to understand the interests and needs of others before dealing with them, only then can I provide better personalized services when doing business. She knew the man before her was Tang Yu, a high-ranking Arasaka executive with high expectations. Seeing him at Lizzie's bar was akin to a fish swimming into a trap, she wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. Evelyn was confident that no normal man could resist her charms. Tang Yu then solemnly spoke, "Then let's hear it. How do you plan to provide personalized services based on my needs? I can be quite selective, and you might be disappointed if I'm not satisfied." Miss Evelyn Parker. Evelyn was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Tang Yu to know her name. But then again, if she could find out Tang Yu's identity, it was only natural that he, as a high-level executive at Arasaka, would have heard of hers. Evelyn's smile grew richer, her tone suggestive. "You jest. The trivial offerings at the bar surely won't catch your discerning eye. Lizzie's boasts the best braindance technicians in all of Night City. I'm sure you'll be singing praises after the experience. A true high-quality braindance experience, one about the Crystal Palace, is unmatched anywhere else. Interested in giving it a try?" Crystal Palace. Tang Yu knew that the Crystal Palace was a space entertainment complex built by Arasaka, intended for the ultra-elites, offering braindance experiences, a space casino, leisure traveling, and more. However, its deeper purpose was obscured by Arasaka's ambitions, something inaccessible to Tang Yu at his current position. Constructed with an isolated subnet, the Crystal Palace's network operated in a closed loop, impenetrable even by the best hackers on the surface, unless one could personally reach the Crystal Palace. But this Arasaka space fortress, impregnable and tightly secured, was nearly impossible to infiltrate. Arasaka had long sought control of the space orbit but faced constraints due to the space airline companies, preventing the construction of military-significant space stations. They settled for the space station Crystal Palace, branded for entertainment. Arasaka was ready to clash with the orbital airline corporations to gain a voice on the moon base Nahama, leading to the Frankfurt airport incident where employees died. To settle the matter, Arthur Jenkins forcibly assassinated multiple high-ranking officers from the space corporations, eventually being scapegoated by Susan Abernathy and dismissed. And Tang Yu suffered as well, got kicked out of Arasaka, and turned into a street-level cyberpunk. Now that Evelyn Parker brought up Crystal Palace, this piqued Tang Yu's interest. She really had audacious ambitions. Even without the relic chip, with Evelyn's daring maneuvers, it would be only a matter of time before she found herself in trouble. Tang Yu nodded slightly, his voice tinged with amusement. "Sounds quite appealing, don't disappoint me." Evelyn stood up with a light smile. "You'll see, let's go downstairs, I'm sure you won't be disappointed." Tang Yu glanced at Jackie, immersed in a braindance of Nightmare House, his eyebrows twitching slightly as if he was experiencing the most thrilling part. The two left the booth, rose from their seats, and disappeared through the back door of Lizzie's bar into the bustling main hall. Chapter 137. Lizzie's Bar. Invited by Evelyn, Tang Yu was on his way to the basement server room at Lizzie's bar, ready to experience the Crystal Palace brain dance. Evelyn, with a small black leather bag slung over her left shoulder, kept Tang Yu company with a faint smile, gently dispersing the subtle scent of rose perfume around them. Seemingly in an attempt to appear more affectionate and gentle, Evelyn leaned in close enough that her arm would brush against Tang Yu's elbow occasionally. Her docile and affectionate demeanor was a world away from their first encounter. Back then, Tang Yu had just been fired from Arasaka and had met Evelyn Parker to search for information related to the relic biochip. Evelyn had been utterly aloof, keeping them at arm's length, and appeared somewhat disdainful of mercenaries like them. To her, cyberpunk mercenaries were just hired guns not privy to higher-level intelligence affairs. And now, with Tang Yu still seen as a top executive of Arasaka, meeting Evelyn again revealed this other, more dependent side of her. It was indeed true that you tailored your approach based on who you were dealing with. Evelyn, experienced in the ways of the world, knew exactly how to handle different situations and people of various statuses. For a corporate executive like Tang Yu, naturally, she brought her A-game a welcoming smile and gentle treatment. Tang Yu was all too aware of Evelyn's antics. After all, it was all driven by self-interest and hardly genuine. If Michiko Arasaka hadn't been naive enough to trust this woman and fall into her trap back then, the plan wouldn't have been ruined. Leaving the bar's main hall, they arrived at the corridor of private booths, with doors lining the right-hand side. They continued through the dimly lit ambience of the booth corridor, their footsteps silent on the plush carpet. Tang Yu noticed that some of the private booths' doors were ajar, showcasing holographic dancers that entranced the centers of the rooms, with either couples or groups engaged in various forms of revelry. Evelyn, exuding charm with cat-like grace, walked beside Tang Yu, leading the way and said, "Mr. Tang, this way. Is this your first time at Lizzie's bar? For someone of your stature, I'm afraid our girls here won't quite meet your standards." Tang Yu remained silent. Evelyn was always gathering intelligence and could become a valuable informant for counterintelligence, yet she had a habit of betraying her previous contacts for promises of higher pay, making her too risky to trust. As for Lizzie's girls, Tang Yu recalled that aside from Judy, there were actually a few others who weren't bad. Noticing Tang Yu's indifference, Evelyn didn't give up the chance that she might get something useful out of him. Be careful, the stairs are just around the corner. They passed the dressing room of Lizzie's and opened a gate leading to the basement server room, descending the stairs. Their passing figures caught the attention of the girls getting ready backstage. Look, who's that behind her? Don't turn around, just use the mirror. Who's that guy with Evelyn? Which wealthy young master has she latched onto now? I'm not sure, I haven't seen him around Lizzie's before, but he's totally my type. You notice? Completely pure, now, that's a rarity. Once Tang Yu turned and descended the staircase, the girls finally dared to look back at the retreating figures. Evelyn, stepping down the stairs ahead of Tang Yu, turned with a light laugh and said, Mr. Tang, you won't ever need to pay at Lizzie's bar in the future. The girls seem to like you a lot. Tang Yu used not to pay whenever he visited Lizzie's and likely wouldn't have to pay in the future either. Evelyn continued, the brain dance experience of the Crystal Palace I wanted to invite you to try today. Judy can assist with that, she's one of Lizzie's brain dance editors. We have a good relationship, she's always willing to help me out, but I should warn you beforehand, she's a mox, and she might not warm up to you. Tang Yu was aware of the previous relationship between Evelyn and Judy. The two had worked together and had a fling at one point. Yet, in his view, Evelyn really didn't understand who Judy was or what Judy truly sought after in her heart. In essence, the two women were from entirely different worlds. Evelyn was ambitious, dreaming of climbing the social ladder, wooing diplomats and nobility, and striking it rich. Her departure from Lizzie's and the Clouds wasn't to make a little more per job but to seize the opportunity to network with the powerful, paving her way up the social ranks. Judy was a simple girl lost in the world of braindance, a sincere believer in love, always taking relationships seriously. Their vastly different personalities meant they could never have a future together. Even without outside interference, Evelyn was inevitably going to be caught up in turmoil, eventually becoming just another victim in the power struggles of the elite. Clearly, Evelyn was now caught up in the game, and when she mentioned the Crystal Palace braindance, Tang Yu sensed something was up. The origin of this braindance wasn't simple. Crystal Palace, being an orbital space station funded solely by Arasaka, was highly secure, and its hidden secrets weren't something outsiders could easily learn about. Evelyn's acquisition of this braindance must be backed by other corporate giants. Asking him to watch the braindance at this juncture was probably linked to Michiko Arasaka. Tang Yu didn't believe that what Evelyn prepared was merely a high-quality flick. If that was the case, it only showed how poorly prepared Evelyn was. Arriving at a metallic gate leading into the server room, Tang Yu confronted Evelyn directly, impressive to get a hold of a Crystal Palace braindance. The content is related to Michiko Arasaka, isn't it? It's not too late to back out now. I'll take the braindance, but tell me your source, we can pretend this never happened. Caught off guard, Evelyn froze, her previously easy smile stiffening. She wore a helpless look as Tang Yu's insight left her nowhere to hide. The content was indeed connected to Michiko Arasaka. Initially, Evelyn had been full of trepidation when approaching Tang Yu, unlike the confidence she displayed. Facing an old hand at counterintelligence from Arasaka's high echelons and well-accomplished in significant operations, you could pick up Tang Yu's reputation within Arasaka easily, a tough customer indeed. This dangerous move for Evelyn had no room for error, but she had no choice. Her intent was to establish connections with Michiko Arasaka via Tang Yu. But the powers behind her would not allow retreat. The nostalgia rock concert at the company plaza that burned the biotech building to the ground was very much in Michiko Arasaka's rebellious style. She had a hunch that Michiko Arasaka was involved somehow, and rumors of Tang Yu pushing for the concert had spread among Arasaka's top brass. The connection between Tang Yu and Michiko Arasaka was beginning to surface. Having pieced together some information through various channels, Evelyn was paying special attention to Tang Yu. She clung to the slightest possibility, unwilling to let go of any chance. After a moment of silence, Evelyn regained her composure, though her tone was notably weaker. Mr. Tang, I didn't expect you to see through me so quickly, you truly are a hard man to deceive. The Crystal Palace braindance is indeed related to old acquaintances of Michiko Arasaka, former members of the Tiger Claws. Exactly who it is, I'm not sure. My only aim is to have you, Mr. Tang, to help me build connections for a business deal with Michiko Arasaka. Upon finishing, Evelyn seemed somewhat deflated but perked up to continue her plea. Mr. Tang, I've learned of your past deeds from your Arasaka colleagues. If you agree to this, I believe it could be a success. To get close to Michiko Arasaka. This motive did line up with Evelyn's agenda, though it was certainly not her ultimate goal. But that was okay. Tang Yu was just testing the waters to see what else Evelyn was hiding. Tang Yu, had he not known that Judy's editing suite lay beyond the gate, might have prepared to draw his gun and deal with Evelyn then and there. The act of tricking a high-ranking Arasaka executive into watching a questionable brain dance was enough for her to pay the price. Without further ado, Tang Yu stated coldly. This is your last chance to come clean, state your real intentions. Evelyn paused, surprised by Tang Yu's persistence. She knew the internal struggles within Arasaka Tower were ongoing, with Arasaka executives eagerly seeking information on the Arasaka family to secure their position in the imminent power shifts. Similarly affected by this internal storm, Tang Yu maintained his composure upon discovering intel related to Michiko Arasaka, indeed a chilling demeanor. Defeated, Evelyn confessed, the brain dance comes from an old friend of Michiko Arasaka, a former Tiger Claws associate. I don't know exactly who. What I want is for Mr. Tang to connect me with Michiko Arasaka's dealings. After that, Evelyn carried a mix of resignation and hope, locking eyes with Tang Yu as if pleading for his understanding. Tang Yu didn't buy her story for a second. One of the things Evelyn was best at was ditching one employer to work independently. Even this defense seemed likely prepared in advance. Making excuses to a high-ranking Arasaka anti-counterintelligence executive about an enigmatic brain dance. That was practically suicide. If it weren't for his knowledge that Judy's editing suite lay behind the gate, Tang Yu might have been ready to dispose of Evelyn right there. Tricking an Arasaka executive into watching an obscure brain dance was enough to make her pay the price. Tang Yu didn't waste any more words with Evelyn, stating bluntly. Last chance to consider, tell me your true purpose. Evelyn hesitated before finally admitting defeat, revealing, this brain dance originates from an acquaintance of Michiko Arasaka's, a former member of the Tiger Claws. I'm not sure who it is exactly. My purpose is to persuade Mr. Tang to connect me with Michiko Arasaka's business. After her admission, Evelyn seemed filled with a mix of defeat and determination to explain further. Mr. Tang, I obtained this information about you from other Arasaka employees. If you would agree to this matter, I have faith it can be successful. Evelyn's disclosure aligned with her motive, yet it was not her ultimate end. But it didn't matter to Tang Yu. He had merely been probing her, gauging what other secrets Evelyn might still be concealing. She indeed knows something, but clearly not much. As for the powers behind her, there might be more than one. After all, many are eyeing Arasaka Corporation. Most notably is the military tech, which has long been coveting Arasaka's soul-killer technology. As well as the Night Corp, which is controlled by blue-eyed individuals, and has long aimed at the development of the relic biochip, dreaming of obtaining personality replication technology and the immense digital souls space known as the Engram. Additionally, companies like Kong Tao, Zetatech, and Militech are all looking to get a piece of Arasaka's lucrative business. With Evelyn's social reach, she dares to connect even with Arasaka executives. Other company executives are also her targets. Tang Yu decided to check out the brain dance first. As for Evelyn playing with fire, that was her own business, so he spoke gravely. Let's meet Judy first, then talk. A flicker of surprise passed through Evelyn's eyes. She hadn't expected Tang Yu to concede to see a brain dance. This indicated that her request might very well succeed. Her cybernetic eye lenses whirled, activating the basement's control room door, which slowly slid open from the middle. The two set off into the control room. Tang Yu didn't even need to lift an eyelid. He was completely familiar with the layout. The braindance editing station, office desks, the transformed braindance experience chair from a surgical table, and the built-in wall servers. Judy was seen sitting in her office chair, a braindance headset around her neck, blue cybernetic eyes rotating, speaking with someone else in a tone that was somewhat sad and tinged with a hint of anger. Are we just going to leave them alone? Lizzie's has plenty of space for them. Evidently, the person on the other end of the call rebutted Judy's opinion, which frustrated her to the point of helplessly covering her forehead, looking extremely disheartened. Evelyn called out softly. Judy. It was then that Judy lifted her head from her interlaced fingers and looked towards Evelyn, managing to muster a weak smile. Hey, Ev, you're here. Evelyn nodded lightly. She had always trusted Judy's work and introduced her straight away. Judy, this is Mr. Tang, here for a braindance experience. Mr. Tang, this is Judy, the best braindance technician in Night City. Judy quickly raised her hand to interrupt Evelyn, with an embarrassed smile. Ev, stop it, okay? You're too kind. The braindance you requested is already compiled. Other than some issues with the audio, decoding the rest wasn't too difficult. Judy seemed to have cheered up with Evelyn's presence, as the frustration had already vanished. She brushed her fringed hair with her right hand, then confidently looked at Tang Yu, saying. Before the experience, though, we'll need to do a parameter calibration. This way, we can ensure your best experience. Slow is smooth is fast. It's not a problem to spare these few minutes. Tang Yu locked eyes with Judy, trying to find some potential in her gaze. Perhaps something familiar lay hidden deep within her mind. Judy remained in her gray-white t-shirt adorned with the tattoos of 4 red roses on her arms and neck, paired with one-shoulder denim overalls, exuding a striking presence. She wore a braindance coating glove on her right hand, and when discussing braindance experiences, she appeared confident and professional like a queen of braindance. Noticing Tang Yu's prolonged gaze, Judy felt a bit curious. His look seemed earnest. "Is this your first genuine braindance experience?" Tang Yu replied plainly. "My sensorium profile. Visual sensory signal divided into 7 frequencies, auditory sensory signal into 6 frequencies. Emotional response parameter at 59.4 with a perception model based on a dual-layer neural network." Hearing Tang Yu reel off sensorium profile details, Judy was a bit surprised. It seemed he knew something about braindance. "Your sensorium profile is quite detailed, but I need to check it first. After all, as an organic brain, if there's any discrepancy in the calibration, it could negatively affect you." She stood up from her chair and approached the braindance chair, signaling to Tang Yu to take a seat. As Tang Yu saw the slightly worn braindance chair, memories of wild times shared with someone in this place inevitably resurfaced briefly. Without hesitation, he confidently settled into the braindance chair, leaning against it as he tilted his head to look at Judy. Judy, noticing Tang Yu's smooth movements and the lingering intensity in his eyes, took off the braindance headset from around her neck, asking. "It seems you've had quite a few braindance experiences before, but trust me, this one will be different." She leaned in, placing the braindance headset on Tang Yu and making sure it was secure, then asked. "How does it feel, too tight or too loose? If there are no issues, we're ready to start." After making a final adjustment, Judy sat back down at her workstation and began tweaking settings on her office computer. "Hey, keep an eye on this. Not on me, focus on the strobe. It might be a bit dazzling, but I'm verifying your sensory signals." Judy entered the parameters of Tang Yu's sensorium profile as he had previously stated, item by item. Noticing that the sensorium profile precisely matched his biological neural signal, there would be no issues during the braindance experience. "Hey, your sensorium profile is exact. Did an expert help you with the calibration?" Tang Yu thought to himself, wasn't it you who helped me calibrate it? He simply replied, "Yep, she's the best braindance technician in Night City." With a chuckle, Judy responded while typing on the keyboard, introduce me sometime, we might hit it off." Compiling a braindance is no easy task nowadays. Many companies use AI to compile braindance. But I feel an AI-compiled braindance lacks soul and emotion. It can't create the most moving experiences. Evelyn, ahem, ahem, ahem. She stood behind Judy, with one hand on her hip, deliberately coughing a few times. Seeing Judy talk endlessly about braindance, critical given the fact that the person wasn't just anybody, she was high up in the Arasaka corporation, it wasn't appropriate to let Judy expose herself too much. Evelyn realized that since Tang Yu had entered the room, his gaze had not left Judy. Moreover, she knew that Tang Yu hadn't looked her directly in the eye from the beginning. Now he was staring so intently at Judy, there might be other motives. Evelyn felt a twinge of jealousy internally. Despite her ability to control numerous influential executives, making them comply, it seemed ineffective with Tang Yu. Surely, Judy was younger and more attractive, filled with a youthful energy. Yet she lacked a certain womanly charm. She was nothing but a tech nerd engrossed in the world of braindance. Could it be that Tang Yu had such a preference? Evelyn regretted bringing Tang Yu to the basement control room, as she assessed the situation. Judy, ever friendly to Evelyn's acquaintances, didn't carry a mindset to be wary. Interrupted by the coughing, Judy said with a shy smile, okay, I'll stop talking, the sensorium profile is established and saved us a few minutes." Evelyn spoke up gravely, "Let's put Mr. Tang into the braindance, take a look at the Crystal Palace, and it'll be over quickly, okay?" Judy glanced at Tang Yu, ready to enter the braindance. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. As Judy finished counting, the braindance headset in front of Tang Yu flickered a blinding white flash. After a wave of intense vertigo, he felt as if he woke up in another world. He stood upon a high platform, a colossal transparent dome covering half the platform. Outside the dome lay the vast, silent deep space. What he gazed upon was the Azure Planet. This was the top observation deck of the Crystal Palace space station. Tang Yu was currently in a first-person perspective, unable to perform any operations unless Judy switched to editing mode. However, this Crystal Palace braindance experience clearly need not be overcomplicated. Because the protagonist, Yorinobu, was standing not far from him, communicating. He wore round glasses, donned in an opulent golden suit, appearing to be on holiday in the Crystal Palace. As he communicated, he spoke in what appeared to be Kyoto dialect, but the braindance had an integrated translator for interpretation, without missing any meaning for Tang Yu. Yorinobu was pleading about something, with a tone frantic and fanatical. "I've made myself very clear, our father only wants to live his splendid dreams, never once considering our feelings. He imprisons you in the mansion, thinking he can protect you like a canary, not realizing that this cage has already destroyed the life you should have had. We can't keep being pushed towards the edge. When the cage is big enough, you and I can settle in. But when the cage becomes too small, even the canary would be crushed against its bars. It seemed someone on the other end of the call was earnestly explaining something, which led to Yorinobu becoming even more agitated. In this rotten family, you're the only one I can trust. Help me this once. I must obtain that thing. As for what comes after, leave it to me. Please. Michi. Yorinobu paid no heed to the person standing next to him, revealing the name of the person on the other end of the call, Michiko. After getting agreement from the other side, Yorinobu showed a relieved smile for the first time. Ending the call. Yorinobu walked to Tang Yu's side, where they both looked towards the blue planet, murmuring. Will this plan really succeed? My father, no, that obstinate old man, is unlikely to give in so easily. The voice of Tang Yu sounded a bit mechanical, with no indication of its true tone. It stated directly. Go to Night City. That's where the power to resist Arasaka lies. Chapter 138. At the Lizzie's bar, in the basement server room. A flash of white light crossed Tang Yu's vision, and the vast space seen before him suddenly vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Judy standing next to him, leaning down to remove the braindance headset. How do you feel? Any dizziness or headaches? Tang Yu had just finished a braindance session at the Crystal Palace, and aside from the conversation, the rest of the information was not of much importance. It was merely about two rich heirs indulging in the entertainment services at the Crystal Palace Entertainment Zone. The Crystal Palace Circular Entertainment Facility had a total of 10 luxurious casinos and 5 panoramic swimming pools. It also offered private rooms furnished with top-notch braindance equipment and a selection of the finest chefs to provide high-end dining experiences. Additionally, there was a large selection of beautiful women to offer the highest quality service to every distinguished guest visiting the Crystal Palace. The entertainment experience at Crystal Palace was almost a manifestation of Arasaka Corporation's full efforts, creating a super entertainment space station that was unparalleled. Those who could afford to play at Crystal Palace were either rich or noble, hence why the service was of the highest standard as well. After the braindance experience, Tang Yu felt no discomfort. Judy took off the braindance headset for him, examined it briefly, then said. This headset is now yours. The sensory settings are already configured and saved, so it will be convenient the next time you use it. Just put it on AI's tab. Tang Yu sat up, took the braindance headset Judy handed him with one hand, and examined it. It was an old piece. He had seen many braindances with it at Judy's. He accepted the headset gratefully and placed it on the nearby table. Thanks, I'll take it. But I'm not in the habit of watching braindances alone, so I'll leave it here for now. Judy picked up the braindance headset again from the table, with a smile. I didn't think you'd be so particular. Alright, I'll keep the headset here for you, and you can take it whenever you want. After saying that, Judy turned and walked to her office area, placing the black braindance headset in the right-hand drawer. Tang Yu stood up from the braindance chair and straightened his suit jacket. Evelyn approached slowly, helping him to brush off fine dust from his shoulder, and spoke quietly. The server room basement is rarely clean. Judy is usually the one compiling braindances here. If Mr. Tang is interested in experiencing more braindances, and Lizzie's booth doesn't meet your standards, you could also choose a room at the Clouds. Their security and privacy are much stronger than here at Lizzie's. Though I no longer work at Clouds, I still have some sway there. Clouds. Tang Yu had no interest in Evelyn's suggestion. Clouds, being a no-go zone club, though independently managed, was actually under the control of the Tiger Claws. The supposedly secure Clouds was actually the culprit in stealing customers' secrets. Tang Yu, when he had stormed Clouds in the past, discovered they not only recorded customer dealings without consent, but they also profiled each one. These profiles contained investigations into customers' backgrounds, interests, friends, and affiliations. Specific measures were tailored for each customer, and those prone to causing trouble were often handed off to the Tiger Claws to deal with. Tang Yu was aware of her intentions. She just wanted to entice him to Clouds and open a VIP room under the pretense of randomly behaving like he knew nothing. In reality, she sought an opportunity to extract more information. He bluntly declined. Evelyn, no need. You've said it yourself, the best braindance editor in Night City is right here in Lizzie's basement. Why bother going to Clouds for something far away when I'm content with the cleanliness here? Judy, sitting in the leather chair, chuckled bashfully when Tang Yu brought up the conversation again. Alright, no need to keep flattering. I just like staying in this small room, able to edit and experience braindances as I desire. That's enough for me. I'm not that amazing. Evelyn's gaze flickered with unease, feeling that Tang Yu's treatment of Judy was rather strange, especially compared to his usual demeanor. From the moment she met Tang Yu, she never heard a single good word from him, and yet, unexpectedly, he praised Judyen's unusual sign. Evelyn tried to divert his attention. Judy just enjoys editing brain dances, and she's mostly self-taught, including her assembly of the brain dance editing equipment. She used to work with me at Clouds for a time, but now the brain dance industry has matured, and independent brain dance editors like Judy are becoming rarer. Enough about that. Mr. Tang, after experiencing this brain dance, are you interested in discussing our collaboration? Maybe we could find a different setting to talk. Having experienced the Crystal Palace brain dance, and hearing the conversation between Michiko Arasaka and Hiroshi, Tang Yu knew some insider details regarding Yorinobu Arasaka and the Steel Lotus Triad. If not for Tang Yu already being privy to Michiko Arasaka's background, the information from the brain dance would indeed be priceless. That brain dance held too much information, not something a freelancer could control. The possible source was either Evelyn managed to charm the protagonist of the brain dance from the Crystal Palace and stole the data. Due to the maturity of brain dance editing technology, many people record their everyday moments with implants to turn them into brain dances for preservation. Brain dances can accurately recreate past experiences, allowing people to relive unforgettable memories. Additionally, they help politicians and celebrities sell themselves, deepening people's understanding and attachment to them. If the brain dance wasn't stolen, there's only one other possibility. Evelyn got that brain dance through other means, with backing from a powerful organization. Tang Yu wasn't surprised by her risky actions. In the past, Evelyn dared to play sides among various powers, maneuvering between Michiko Arasaka, the Netwatch, the Spellcaster Gang, and Dexter Deshawn, among others. She thought she was flawless, waiting to strike it rich and elevate herself above others. However, not everything goes as planned, and her scheme ultimately ended in tragic failure. The fact was, even if she had managed to obtain the relic biochip and convinced everyone, she likely would have met a dead end anyway. Her downfall wasn't due to a lack of intelligence or inferior tactics. Rather, her strength and status were terminally mismatched for the game at that level. Even minor exposure to such top-secret information could bring lethal consequences. Regardless of the outcome, it's always better to keep such knowledge to a minimum. All parties involved in this turmoil wouldn't easily let her off the hook. Tang Yu decided to give her another chance, hence he spoke to Evelyn. I may consider making connections for you if your interest is purely business. But I fear your ambitions might exceed just business. People have many choices in life, but sometimes, one wrong step can make turning back impossible. Let me be clear, the forces behind you might contend with Arasaka, but that doesn't mean you can too. Climbing onto the throne and being born into royalty are distinct affairs, don't misconstrue my point. Evelyn felt a chill upon hearing his words. Tang Yu's gaze was piercing, seeming to see through all her motives and schemes. Indeed, Evelyn, through her transactions, had attached herself to various VIPs, including those from Arasaka and Militech circles, gaining some intelligence. Furthermore, she found willing collaborators, or rather, they approached her with proposals she found tempting. Evelyn was tired of living life as second-tier. She aspired to change everything, which meant taking risks. At least this way, she had a slim chance. Evelyn pondered Tang Yu's words, seemingly deep in thought. Tang Yu, seeing her indecision, actually revealed her choice. This woman would not turn back until she hit a wall. The specific details of what Michiko Arasaka was supposed to do were unclear from the brain dance in the Crystal Palace, and hard for the average person to decipher. But Tang Yu knew. What Yorinobu Arasaka was after was the relic biochip capable of storing consciousness imprints. This research about brain overlay with personality imprints had progressed to version 2.0, just one step from success. One successful sample data or experiment could push Arasaka Corporation over the threshold. Michiko Arasaka was desperate to stop Saburo Arasaka's immortality project and needed a critical key. Johnny Silverhand's digital soul imprint. Additionally, Yorinobu wasn't fighting alone. Aside from the support of Steel Lotus members, his sister was also helpful. And Hanako might have already informed their father of Michiko's plan while assisting her brother. Tang Yu decided to give Evelyn some time to reflect on whether this venture was worth it. Yorinobu coming to Night City isn't exactly news. But if you truly want to do business with him, think carefully about it and give me your answer later. Judy, having seen the contents of the brain dance at Crystal Palace, questioned Tang Yu's attitude and stature, sensing a high position. Was he from the company? She seldom cared about Evelyn's outside activities, but now that it involved Michiko, it was beyond Evelyn's capabilities. She neither disliked the company nor enjoyed seeing Evelyn appearing slighted, so she interjected. Evelyn, I think you should drop this matter. It's not like doing business with Yorinobu is a must, right? You're putting yourself at risk here. Besides, he doesn't seem keen on helping you. After speaking, Judy gave Tang Yu a reproachful look. He was brought here by Evelyn to experience the brain dance, but in the end, he left her with a lesson. Evelyn looked up to stop Judy, then faced Tang Yu, seriously emphasizing. I will take what you said into serious consideration. If you're willing to help me later and connect me with Michiko, the compensation will not disappoint you. It would only take a few seconds to kill them, but the Tiger Claws didn't want to stir up trouble just yet, though their eyes were already filled with murderous intent. Evelyn hurriedly persuaded Judy, don't be like that, it's just a test for the behavior chip, it won't do anything to me, after all, Clouds won't find a second Evelyn, right? Hearing her words, Judy hesitated, aware that Evelyn was indeed the most successful doll. Not only did her social skills enable her to act independently, but her unique talent played a crucial part. The latest doll behavior chip from Clouds was developed based on Evelyn's behavior patterns. 2 Tiger Claws members were growing impatient, about to force Evelyn away. However, Judy, spotting their intentions, immediately halted them. No one comes in. Didn't you hear? Whoever dares to step 1 foot inside the server room will regret it. Judy held high prestige within Lizzie's, having raised the standard of brain dances, which became well known throughout Night City. She treated the girls exceptionally well, and many of them were brought in by Judy herself. Angered by being reprimanded by a Mox, a gang known for its fierce female members, the Tiger Claws felt insulted. Regardless, they intended to teach these 2 a lesson and remind them of the Tiger Claws' authority. 2 members activated their combat implants. 1 bald man charged at Judy, fist raised to strike. Evelyn, caught off guard by the direct assault, was too late to intervene. As the fist hung mid-air, about to hit Judy. Smack! The Tiger Claws bald man was sent flying with a slap to his face, collapsing by the wall unconscious, his cheek swollen like a bun, teeth shattered, blood streaming down his face. Both Judy and Evelyn were stunned. Judy, incredulous, looked at the fallen Tiger Claws member, then rushed to look at Tang Yu, realizing it was indeed he who had intervened with forceful simplicity. She asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Tang Yu, his hand visibly reddened, calmly faced the other Tiger Claws member, who was reaching behind for his thermal katana. "Who are you? To raise your hand against the Tiger Claws is to make an enemy of the whole gang." Evelyn was surprised, not that a Tiger Claws member was injured, but that Tang Yu intervened. She had approached the Tiger Claws, partly to test Tang Yu's intentions. If Tang Yu didn't act, she would go with the Tiger Claws to Clouds. However, Tang Yu stepping in suggested the previous matters were still negotiable. Given Tang Yu's status, the Tiger Claws were nothing, even their boss would show deference to an Arasaka executive. The Tiger Claws relied on Arasaka, and both came from Kyoto, where deference to superiors was ingrained. Evelyn stepped forward, commanding respect. "Yamakita, how dare you attack, apologize immediately. Mr. Tang is an executive at Arasaka, you have no right to act out here." Upon hearing Evelyn, the remaining Tiger Claws member hesitated, his hand pausing from drawing the sword, questioning the truth of Tang Yu's claimed position. "Mr. Tang." Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, followed by disbelief. With perspiration on his brow, he looked to Tang Yu and bowed deeply, eager for forgiveness. "Sir, I apologize, please punish me as a lesson." Evelyn, slightly amused, recognized the typical Kyoto attitude, folding quickly to authority. The Tiger Claws leadership had to recognize their superiors, let alone their rank and file. Judy was taken aback, hardly expecting the man beside her, an Arasaka executive, to command such respect, leaving even the brazen Tiger Claws subservient, a revelation beyond her imagination. She had assumed Tang Yu to be a wealthy recluse, reserved and shy around strangers, unaware of the concealment of his true status. Judy watched Tang Yu, who now carried an innate authority, a stark contrast to before. It seemed Evelyn had connected with Relic and brought an Arasaka to collaborate, no wonder he stuck around so amiably, his identity surely was no simple matter. Tang Yu was disinterested in disciplining the 2 thugs, instructing them to sever 3 fingers, a traditional but significant punishment. The Tiger Claws member complied without hesitation, amputating his flesh fingers to apologize. 1 finger was a light punishment, 2 were serious, 3 meant a spared life. Grimacing through the pain, he collected his severed fingers, bowed to Tang Yu again, and, with his unconscious peer, left the server room. Judy remained confused until the Tiger Claws had gone, showing gratitude toward Tang Yu. "Thanks, if you hadn't stepped in, who knows what trouble would have ensued. I dislike disruptions here, so, thank you." Tang Yu dismissed the thanks as a small matter, still interested in experiencing the brain dance himself. Evelyn, feeling slightly reproachful, spoke. "Mr. Tang, I apologize for the inconvenience, I didn't need to go with them." Judy tried to interject, but Evelyn continued to defend her reputation, especially in front of Tang Yu. It became clear that perhaps Tang Yu had no interest in her, but he might have some feelings for Judy. If it isn't for Mox, then for what? Susie Q. Out for her own profits. At least I make my own living, but Susie. She profits from all the girls, acting meek to the tiger claws, fearing the street workers become unprofitable. Judy, without your brain dance skills, she might have already schemed to oust you from Lizzie's. She's unwilling to shelter those women, fearing upsetting the tiger claws in the end, it's us who suffer. Tang Yu now understood the situation within the Moxes. Susie Q might pose as the face of Lizzie's, but Judy was the true pillar. While Judy wished to protect the girls victimized on the streets, Susie focused on profit and paused any recruitment that might offend the tiger claws. As conflict with Susie grew, Judy withdrew into the server room to avoid exacerbating tensions and preserve unity within the Moxes. Moxes had built a reputation in Night City after the Mox uprising, holding off the tiger claws, but with Arasaka's return to Night City, the tiger claws grew stronger, their newest recruits armed with lethal Arasaka tech. Moxes' power dwindled, many girls even turning to clouds for survival. Escaping clouds like Evelyn was rare, and yet, she remained under the thumb of the tiger claws. Tang Yu wasn't interested in Mox's troubles or Evelyn's plea. He intended to leave. Evelyn, disappointed but determined, decided to follow Tang Yu, leaving Judy behind. Judy, left alone, sat at her desk, pondering, with the braindance headset in hand. Little AI. Mr. Tang. A thought struck her. She picked up the braindance headset, preparing a new experience with dedication. Chapter 139. It was noon. Tang Yu sat leisurely on his balcony, basking in the sun. Winter had arrived, and the entire city would often be shrouded in the chill of winter fog in the early mornings. Only after the white fog dissipated near midday could a bit of sunshine be seen. Tang Yu did not go to work today. There weren't many matters at the company that required his personal attention. Sasha could arrange for the procedural issues. He turned to look at Sasha, busy working earnestly in the living room at the computer. By now, Sasha had gotten a hang of the company's basic operations and would only consult him if she was unsure or undecided about an issue, normally not disturbing Tang Yu. If there were any sudden matters in the counterintelligence department, Sasha could also cover for him at the company. Tang Yu picked up his teacup, sipped some hot water, and opened the contacts interface. Jackie had been complaining to him about the terrible braindance he saw at Lizzie's bar. Damn it, I've never seen such a terrifying braindance in my life, why would anyone recommend such a weird flick? It nearly scared the shit out of me. Did it leave a psychological scar? You should go see Misty for some counseling to relax your mind, don't keep thinking about those strange braindances you watched at Lizzie's. Jackie, there's a bit of a shadow, yes, if I had known, would have chosen the Wizard of Oz, instead, lucky for you, you didn't see that braindance, it was choppy, and I wonder, do people actually like that kind of stuff? Tang Yu thought to himself. Good buddy Jackie, not only have I watched that braindance but more than once. The first time was quite intense, both disgusting and frightening. The second time, you find it different and sort of intriguing. By the third, it opens the door to a new world. I never thought it could be played that way. Indeed, it was fresh, stimulating, and frightening. The severe side effects the braindance brings can raise the excitement threshold so much that for a long while after, other flicks feel bland. Tang Yu, don't overthink it, normally, you should appreciate Misty a bit more. Lizzie's bar is a place for fun, they go for whatever's fresh, all kinds of braindance flicks have their market. Just like some people like heartwarming ones, others prefer social ones, some others enjoy the great outdoors, and some like the horror genre. Jackie, hey, bro, you've got a point, now that you mention it, it doesn't seem so scary, maybe it was just the shock of the first viewing, thinking back now, it seems kind of interesting. Those female zombies, devils in the face and angels in form, certainly do have a unique flavor, especially with the varied performances. Some zombies move slow and stiff, while some are agile and quick. When they pounce, they have no teeth. It's hard to describe the feeling, but I'd say it sends shivers down your spine. I don't think I should bother Misty with this little issue, I've got to have some pride. Let's find another chance to go to Lizzie's and try again, watch it a few more times and, hopefully, overcome the psychological shadow soon. Tang Yu. Suddenly, Tang Yu felt that maybe Jackie was too idle and needed someone to take care of him. Have you thought about when you're going to propose to Misty? I think your relationship has matured enough, if nothing else, find a time to take care of the important stuff. Why bring this up suddenly? Bro, you know I can't even pull a coin out of my pocket right now. Plus, my mom still doesn't know about me and Misty, she probably won't be fond of her, it'll take time for her to accept and come to terms with it. Tang Yu knew Jackie's character. Even though he always complained about Mrs. Wells, he kept her close to his heart. He remembered when Jackie had a long talk with his mother before going to Afterlife for that big deal. Little did they know that call would be their last conversation. But Tang Yu, being more experienced, knew Mrs. Wells didn't dislike Misty, especially after Jackie left. She had accepted Misty and even adopted her as a daughter. He believed that with Misty's gentle nature, she would soon win Mrs. Wells' approval and help her forget about Jackie's ex. He felt he had to hasten the marriage between Jackie and Misty to resolve the regret in his heart. Tang Yu, you always have so many excuses. Stop looking for them. Do you like Misty, and do you want to marry her? Why ask all of a sudden? Of course, I do, but Misty might not agree. We haven't reached that stage yet. Tang Yu, cut the crap. Your spending records at the Konpeki Plaza are all here, and damn it, you open a room several times a day. Isn't it a hassle going back and forth? Jackie, Tang Yu, when I'm free in a few days, I'll go with you to see Mrs. Wells, bring Misty, and say that Misty's carrying your baby. I believe Mrs. Wells would gladly accept the news. Is that really okay? If my mom finds out the truth, she'd definitely kick me out, and then I wouldn't even have a hot meal. Tang Yu, that's perfect. You can eat at Misty's, stand up for yourself, and actually have the baby. The two pined for each other for so long without moving forward, mainly because of their personalities. For someone like Jackie who gets shy about emotions, quick decisions are best. Dragging it on would only frustrate them both. Misty was also hesitant despite her accurate tarot readings. She was the most indecisive when it came to herself. Tang Yu didn't want to hear more excuses from Jackie. He had urged him to marry more than once, but Jackie wouldn't budge. He didn't realize that life is finite. If he didn't cherish it today, he might not see the sun tomorrow. Why wait until you have success, wealth, and recognition? By then, it would be too late. If two people are in love, they should act decisively and handle matters without future regrets. The key point was that Jackie had no money, but Tang Yu had plenty. If Tang Yu didn't have enough, the counterintelligence department and Arasaka Corporation had loads. Having done so much for Arasaka, getting a little money was only fair. Tang Yu knew Jackie wouldn't accept the money if he just handed it over. Instead, he could let Gloria give Jackie a couple of easy jobs, and it would amount to the same thing. With that in mind, Tang Yu didn't dwell further with Jackie. He set a date and planned to push the young couple straight to Mrs. Wells, set a wedding date, and get it done quickly. After sorting out Jackie's marriage issue and browsing his recent messages, nothing else caught his attention. Suddenly, a call came in. Gloria? Tang Yu suddenly remembered that after the last mission had ended, he hadn't contacted her much. Now was a good time to check in on her progress. Being an intermediary wasn't about making a name with just one or two deals but about continuously working, building networks, reputation, and credibility until accepted and established among mercenaries and clients. The call connected. Gloria asked softly and politely, Mr. Tang, are you free right now? Tang Yu found her behavior polite, even after having known her for some time, not like Rebecca, who didn't see him as an outsider and would cheerfully call him companies. When they went shooting, if Rebecca won, she would even treat him to a couple of drinks. Tang Yu actually found Rebecca's straightforwardness quite endearing. Tang Yu replied calmly, yeah, I'm not busy, what's up? Gloria seemed relieved and quickly said, Mr. Tang, there's a commission from the Mox gang, they want my help investigating a series of disappearances involving some street girls. Tang Yu thought for a moment and asked for clarification, aren't those missing girls part of the Moxes? Gloria confirmed with emphatic replies, indeed, they are not. I've done some prep work and found that these disappearances might involve broader issues, so I wanted Mr. Tang's opinion. Disappearances of street workers in Night City weren't uncommon. Some died on the streets, unable to make ends meet. Others succumbed to untreated illnesses due to cheap cyberware implants. Some met violent ends at the hands of clients. And still more could be kidnapped, tortured in unspeakable ways, and disassembled. The street workers, with no one to turn to, were the most vulnerable in Night City. Had the Mox not requested an investigation, no one would have bothered with such matters. Gloria's cautious approach suggested she was becoming aware of possible risks. Simple disappearances were manageable, with clues possibly obtained from the scavengers. But if higher-level individuals were involved, it wouldn't be as straightforward. Tang Yu said with gravity, all right, let's meet at the usual place. Gloria agreed readily over the phone. After hanging up, Tang Yu got up to prepare for leaving. Approaching Sasha, still busy with company matter, he checked in with her. How's it going? Still a lot to do. Sasha looked up at Tang Yu, realizing he was getting ready to leave. She hurriedly assured him, not much left, Sasha will finish soon. Tang Yu glanced at the work on the screen. It was mostly routine. He patted her head gently. These tasks aren't critical, let's go out and discuss an important job. Sasha's face lit up with anticipation at the thought of going out with Tang Yu, and she quickly went to get ready. In no time, they headed to the agreed spot with Gloria. Santo Domingo, Villa Street, the entrance to the factory, in front of the Chinese hot food stall. Gloria was already waiting, clutching a cup of hot water and casting occasional glances down the street. Steam billowed from the hot food stall, where the owner was busy preparing meals. Business at the stall was not booming, likely due to the cold weather, with passers-by rushing by with their heads down. Gloria turned to the public transport station and spotted two familiar figures emerging. Tang Yu, donning a black coat, walked alongside his assistant Sasha. She stood up and waved to greet them. Tang Yu and Sasha crossed the street to the hot food stall. Gloria greeted them with a smile, "Mr. Tang, Miss Sasha." Sasha, recognizing the red-haired woman, happily returned the greeting and added, "Just call me Sasha." Noticing Gloria's red scarf, Tang Yu realized she might not have extensive cybernetic enhancements, unlike Sasha, who remained sharp even in cold weather. The trio settled again at the front of the stall. Gloria asked Tang Yu and Sasha what they wanted to eat. Sasha said anything was fine, and Tang Yu straightforwardly ordered 3 bowls of hot noodles to warm their stomachs. Soon, 3 bowls of steaming noodles arrived at the table. Seeing them as regular customers, the stall owner Daryl promptly brought out 3 cans of Dum Dum, placing them in front of them. "Here, try these on the house. What's up? You seem happy, run into some good luck." Daryl, the stall owner, touched the corner of his mouth, leaving a few streaks of flour, and replied with a smile, "Is it that obvious?" "Actually, you're right, my sister recently got a position in a company and got a significant pay raise." Tang Yu remembered something about Daryl's sister joining Zetatech. Holding a position seemed good, but for someone without connections, it might not be a blessing. However, he didn't want to dampen Daryl's spirits and said nothing more. Sasha, eyeing the Dum Dum cans, was curious about the green container with a monkey on it and asked if the drink was tasty, having read poor reviews online. Gloria chuckled at the question and explained, "It's not that bad, depends on your taste, really." Sasha skeptically pulled the tab on the Dum Dum, releasing a cloyingly sweet corn syrup scent. She wasn't fond of the smell, which was almost dizzyingly sweet. Seeing both Tang Yu and Gloria take a sip, she no longer hesitated and took a bold draught of the Dum Dum herself. A sweet syrup surged in instantly, the taste of corn wafting through the senses and infusing the brain with a sweetness that nearly caused dizziness. Sasha closed her eyes tightly, swallowed another gulp, trying to force it down while some corn fruit syrup spilled from the corners of her mouth. Finally, Sasha guzzled down the clumsy bonbon monkey, nearly breathless from the effort. Tang Yu pulled out a tissue to wipe the corners of Sasha's mouth. "No need to hurry like that, nobody's competing with you, there's plenty of bonbon monkey to go around." Sasha remained silent. Gloria couldn't help but laugh, noticing Tang Yu's care for Sasha, and her gaze softened. After finishing their noodles, each holding a cup of hot tea, they sat in front of the noodle stand, chatting away. Seeing the moment ripe, Gloria took the initiative to say, "Mr. Tang, about the task the Moxas have entrusted us with, when would you like to discuss it?" Tang Yu nodded, happy to discuss it there. "Sure, let's hear it." Gloria straightened her thoughts before explaining. "In truth, there's nothing too complex about it. Recently, a number of streetwalkers have mysteriously disappeared, and the Moxas suspect foul play and want to investigate what's really happening behind the scenes. These disappearances aren't anything new, but this time, the Moxas have provided some clues. Some of the streetwalkers were spotted in some braindance dens, moreover, body parts have been found transplanted onto other girls by unknown means. Streetwalkers, disappearances, abduction, braindance dens, organ transplants. A chain of sinister interests lurking in the underbelly of Night City tightens its grip on those struggling at the bottom, choking them with no future to speak of. They live day to day, hoping they might catch a break, perhaps with good looks and some skill. They might get employed by Lizzie's bar and get an ID, dramatically changing their lives. At least they won't have to worry about being targeted while doing their business. When Mox girls work the streets, they walk the night more confidently. Tang Yu spoke gravely. These disappearances are indeed no coincidence. There's likely a complete black market chain at work involving many powerful figures. Gloria added, also, it's been discovered, whether by design or coincidence, that most of the missing girls work near Lizzie's bar. Many have even sought to join the Moxas, all to be invariably rejected. Rejected? Tang Yu keenly sensed something fishy. He remembered what Evelyn said about the Moxas in the basement of Lizzie's bar. Judy was eager to recruit more unfortunate girls into Lizzie's, but was deterred by Susie Q citing business reasons. These streetwalkers, even if they didn't manage to join Lizzie's, chose to work near the bar for safety reasons. Could their disappearances be connected to the Moxas? Or more specifically, to Susie Q, the owner of Lizzie's bar. After all, she decided who got in and who didn't. The Moxas did offer some protection to ensure the girls' safety to some extent, but what about the scavengers? The scavengers didn't care about affiliations, they'd target anyone. From corporate executives to gang leaders. All the disappearances occurred near Lizzie's but avoided the Moxas, suggesting a tacit agreement. Looking at Gloria, Tang Yu felt this task could be an important step in her becoming a fixer. He thought Gloria was already becoming familiar with the trade, with her own contacts and resources, but she still needed her own territory, like the renowned Rogue and her Afterlife bar, or Wakako Okada and her pachinko parlor at Japantown. Part of being a fixer with reliable sway involved running service-based establishments' undeniable marks of power and places for trade. All sorts of tidbits and secrets tended to converge and spread from these places. For Tang Yu, getting information meant relying not only on Arasaka's counterintelligence but also on a parallel, darker line, unaffected by high-ranking Arasaka executives' knowledge like that of Arthur Jenkins or Michiko Arasaka. Just like the recent riot in Corpo Plaza, the slightest use of Arasaka resources could spread the news immediately across Arasaka Tower. Even Evelyn Parker could catch wind from her clients, showing that relying solely on Arasaka wasn't safe or reliable. Gloria couldn't just be a middleman accepting contracts her position needed to support Tang Yu's requirements. Noticing Tang Yu's persistent gaze, Gloria became flustered, pretending to check her face, worried she might have soiled it, only to find nothing amiss. Seeing Tang Yu still looking at her thoughtfully, her cheeks warmed, and she instinctively raised her teacup to hide her embarrassment. What's with Mr. Tang's serious look all of a sudden, she thought. Then, out of nowhere, Tang Yu asked, "Are you interested in running a shop?" Startled by the sudden question and lacking experience in retail despite having worked various part-time jobs, Gloria responded tentatively, "Mr. Tang, I'm not exactly familiar with running a shop, may I ask what kind of shop it is?" Tang Yu calmly replied, "A sex shop." "A sex shop?" Gloria was shocked, the teacup in her hand shook, spilling some tea. She drank a bit to prevent more from spilling but choked in her haste. Covering her mouth to suppress a cough, she apologized. Tang Yu was not surprised to see Gloria's reaction. He expected it since for all the hardship she went through, Gloria had always found a decent way to make a living, never compromising her morals, even to avoid gossip at David's school. So the idea of running a sex shop hit her like a bolt from the blue. Gloria's mind raced with images of sensual dances, dim lighting, crowded clubs, and private booth encounters. The mere thought of it made her blush, let alone facing the reality. Tang Yu waited for her reaction. Despite her distress, running a sex shop echoed with intelligence-gathering potential, given that women in that industry often had easier access to sensitive information from clients. "If you're willing, we can plan it out further in the future," Tang Yu suggested, acknowledging it as a mere preliminary idea. Gloria was taken aback by Tang Yu's willingness to discuss and plan with her, a stark change from the usual direct commands she'd received from him. This marked a newfound recognition and importance in his eyes, lifting her spirits. As Sasha heard of the potential sex shop, her cybernetic eye searched for related information, finding the market competitive. She offered her help, indicating that the shop could provide an excellent cover for Tang Yu's intelligence operations. For Tang Yu, it wasn't about starting a new establishment but rather taking over Lizzie's, which had a proven business model. If possible, this would meet all his requirements: the venue, the turf, and the personnel. The first step was to investigate the missing girls, a chance to infiltrate the Moxas. A long-term strategy was needed. Agreeing to take on the task, Gloria noted Tang Yu's instructions to focus on factions like the Scavengers and Tiger Claws. Knowing the risks didn't deter her, the trust she placed in Tang Yu's power was resolute. They all agreed to look into the issue, moved by empathy for the hardship others faced, contrasting starkly with their own challenges and despair. Now with Tang Yu's commitment to the Moxas' cause, Gloria felt a comforting reassurance that, despite any danger, such worries were no match for the influence and power Tang Yu wielded over Night City's dark undercurrents. Chapter 140. At Arasaka Tower, Tang Yu had just finished attending a company executive meeting and was ready to return to the counterintelligence department on the 33rd floor. Today, Arasaka called a middle and senior level meeting. And Tang Yu represented the head of counterintelligence. Such important meetings could not be delegated to Sasha, so Tang Yu had to make the trip to the office. The lengthy company meeting took up the entire morning, and once work deployment was complete and the meeting adjourned, Tang Yu left without looking back. Meetings involving all middle and high-level managers at Arasaka Tower were uncommon, typically annual gatherings held either at the beginning or the end of the year to hear work reports from each department and plan for year-end work. For the counterintelligence department's report, Tang Yu had Kate handle it while he attended in place of Arthur Jenkins. Michiko Arasaka chaired the meeting, where she As a representative of the Arasaka family, listened to reports and conveyed the intentions from the Kyoto headquarters, briefly discussing the development direction and annual achievements of Night City's Arasaka Tower. After representatives from counterintelligence and special operations reported their work, Michiko specifically had Tang Yu say a few words. As the acting head of counterintelligence and deputy head of special operations, he was certainly one of the more representative executives present. Tang Yu briefly commented on the situations of the two departments, explicitly encouraging Kate to strive to change her work mindset, integrate into the counterintelligence department's overall work, and make more valuable contributions to Arasaka's intelligence efforts. Kate's face stiffened upon hearing this, and she had no choice but to stand and express her commitment to working hard in the future. Despite knowing that Tang Yu was only a deputy head. In such large meetings, his seat was that of a department head, and it was normal for him to offer guidance to senior department members. After the meeting, many executives chose to stay behind and chat in small groups, but Tang Yu, uninterested in these cliques, left the meeting room upon its conclusion. In the elevator lobby, Tang Yu pressed the button for the 33rd floor home to the counterintelligence department. As he waited, he recalled how, during the meeting, Michiko often glanced at him with a subtle smile. He wondered if she was thinking of inviting him for tea again. The task Michiko had entrusted him with had not progressed much yet, and he found Michiko, his immediate superior, rather difficult to serve. She always gave vague assignments that required a lot of guessing. The last time, dealing with Militech countermeasures was a delicate issue. If the countermeasures were too strong, it could backfire, allowing Michiko to shirk responsibility. If they were too weak, she wouldn't be satisfied. And one couldn't count on her support. This time, while restructuring the Tiger Claws wasn't as dangerous as countering military tech, the principle was the same. To have the Tiger Claws listen to Michiko, the gang leaders needed to be truly convinced. If Yorinobu Arasaka was in charge of Night City's Arasaka Tower, Tang Yu believed that the Tiger Claws would pledge loyalty without hesitation, as Yorinobu represented the legitimate line of Kyoto's Arasaka and met both the gang's rules and expectations. However, Michiko was different. Despite sharing the Arasaka name and leading Night City's Arasaka Tower, her lineage couldn't match Yorinobu's. Michiko's father, the eldest son of Saburo Arasaka, had legitimate claim. If Michiko's father had been in charge, there would be no doubt about the Tiger Claw's compliance. But he had died in the tower's nuclear explosion decades ago, leaving nothing behind. Now Michiko, Saburo's granddaughter, controlled Night City's Arasaka Tower, a cycle of fate. To secure the Tiger Claws for Michiko, Tang Yu first needed to subdue the gang's leaders. In the past, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate a few gang leaders, but now the goal was different and such drastic actions were not an option. Even assassinations wouldn't solve the fundamental issue, as the Tiger Claw headquarters in Kyoto could send new leaders to Night City at any moment. So, the best course for Tang Yu was to subdue the current Tiger Claw leaders and, on Michiko's behalf, put a collar on them. The elevator stopped smoothly at the 33rd floor. The doors slid open, and Tang Yu exited, walking toward the head office. Encountering staff along the way, they would halt their steps to greet him respectfully. Passing the office area, Tang Yu recalled speaking with Gloria at their usual spot a few days prior, where she had inquired about David's situation during his internship with Arasaka's counterintelligence. She wondered if David had caused any trouble for Tang Yu at work. At the time, Tang Yu couldn't recall the specifics of David's tasks and only remembered his tired appearance, indicating the work was somewhat hard. He had assured Gloria that David was doing quite well, showing diligence and enthusiasm. But to speak the truth, Tang Yu didn't know much about David or have the time to understand every employee's specifics in counterintelligence. Slowing his pace, he scanned the open office area, looking for David. Suddenly, the bustling atmosphere subsided, and everyone paused their work to look at Tang Yu, wondering why he was inspecting the office like a lion surveying its territory in action they hadn't seen before. After a half-minute scan, Tang Yu finally found his target David Martinez, who was seated towards the back of the office area among younger female colleagues, apparently fitting in well and engaged in gossip. The moment Tang Yu arrived, the gossip circle ceased. And David immediately straightened up, turning flustered when he became the focus of Tang Yu's attention. Confused and embarrassed, David pretended to work diligently. The whole office sensed Tang Yu's focus on David, and he became the center of attention, a situation that flustered him to the point that he blushed deeply. Once Tang Yu moved on towards the head office, leaving David in relief, the atmosphere returned to normal, but the focus remained on David. The flirtatious colleague with the short skirt glided over to David. Resting a hand on his shoulder, asking teasingly if he and Tang Yu were close, given his apparent interest. David, overwhelmed by the situation and his co-workers' teasing, was called to the head office. Arriving outside the head office, passing through security checks, David entered the luxurious yet oppressive office. It was his first time there, and he approached Tang Yu in the meeting area with politeness. Tang Yu had called David in to understand his progress since it reflected on his recommendation. David seated himself carefully on the sofa, aware of his surroundings and maintaining his workplace demeanor. Tang Yu initiated conversation to put him at ease, aware that David was still adjusting to the department and the company. Sasha brought 2 cups of warm clear water, placing one in front of Tang Yu and handing the other to David. David quickly lifted his head, took the cup with both hands, and thanked her. He then sipped the water, covertly glancing at Tang Yu from the corner of his eye. Noticing Tang Yu staring at him, his hands involuntarily shook. Fortunately, the cup was only half full, and the water did not spill, but this still made David cough nervously. Tang Yu thought to himself that the mother and son were indeed cut from the same cloth, even their way of drinking tea was similar. Do you not like drinking plain water? I have some flavored drinks too, you can try those. Sasha, holding a tray, placed several bottles of drinks in front of David, including the Dum Dum Monkey, especially positioning one directly in front of him with the green monkey head staring straight at him. David quickly waved his hand in gratitude. No, thank you, plain water is fine, I'm not used to drinking sweet beverages. Tang Yu, seeing that David was nervous, took a closer look and noticed that David's features had become much more pronounced and he had an air of confidence. He casually asked, how do you find your work these days? David quickly replied, Mr. Tang, I feel pretty good, the work atmosphere in the department is quite harmonious. Tang Yu was not surprised by this comment, knowing that the harmonious atmosphere in the counterintelligence department was because everyone was aware that David was his recommendation. Furthermore, as an intern, David was not involved in issues of departmental disputes or competition for positions. It seems you're getting along well with them, Tang Yu noted. David immediately realized what Tang Yu implied, hinting at his involvement in chatting with a few female colleagues about gossip. His already nervous heart grew more flustered. His mind raced to guess Tang Yu's intentions. Was he being reprimanded for neglecting his work or for delving into matters he shouldn't pry into? For a moment, David was at a loss for words and didn't know how to respond. Tang Yu wasn't criticizing him but merely making idle conversation. To his surprise, it made David more anxious, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. If there's nothing else, you can go back to your work. Getting to know your colleagues and the department better is a good thing, Tang Yu suggested nonchalantly. David, given permission by Tang Yu, didn't feel relieved. On the contrary, he panicked even more, nodded hastily to show he understood, and left the office. Tang Yu watched as David left with a heavy expression, wondering if he should have initiated the conversation, which seemed to have depressed him even though his intentions were only to understand David's job status. After leaving the director's office, David kept thinking about the few words he had with Tang Yu, almost bumping into a colleague in his distraction. I'm sorry, my apologies, David blurted out, snapping back to reality and apologizing profusely. What did Mr. Tang mean by asking about my work? Does he have some purpose? David carefully reviewed his work, which he had completed on time. Could it be because I chat during work hours? He wondered. After thinking it over, it seemed the only possibility perhaps his gossiping had reached Tang Yu. David felt a hint of relief. Luckily, he had only ever listened during the gossip and had never commented on anything related to Tang Yu. He splashed water on his face, and droplets trickled down his chin. After drying his face with a couple of tissue papers and tossing them into the trash can, he felt a bit more clear-headed and decided to leave the restroom and return to his desk. Passing by the reception area, he noticed 3 tattooed individuals inquiring about something. He slowed down, overhearing that they seemed to want to visit Tang Yu. David recognized the men's dress style and tattoos, which seemed to belong to the Tiger Claw gang. Though curious, he understood it wasn't his business to meddle in, and he walked back to his desk. The ladies at work saw David return so quickly and gathered around, trying to pry into what had been discussed in the director's office. Faced with the pressure of his female colleagues, David staunchly kept his lips sealed, which only made them even more intrigued. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Tang Yu sat on the couch, checked the time, and decided to head home as there was nothing requiring his attention today. Before he could stand up, Sasha approached with a tablet and reported earnestly, Mr. Tang, there are visitors waiting at the reception. The Tiger Claw gang, they've requested appointments several times before. They came to visit the Arasaka counterintelligence department today, probably knowing about the meeting. Tang Yu nodded slightly. The meeting of senior executives at Arasaka Tower was not a secret and could be known with little investigation. Each department head in Night City was required to attend the meeting, and Tang Yu was no exception. Since Tang Yu wasn't always present in the director's office, it had been difficult for many to reach him, rendering such appointments mostly futile. Smartly, the Tiger Claw gang seized the opportunity to corner him. As for the reason for the visit. At that time, it was likely about the incident at the basement server room of Lizzie's bar. Two Tiger Claw gang enforcers had acted recklessly without recognizing Tang Yu's identity, leading to their punishment of having 3 fingers cut off. This punishment followed gang rules and was lenient by Tang Yu's standards. Had Tang Yu truly harbored killer intent, those Tiger Claw members would have no room for negotiation even if they ended up dead. The Tiger Claw gang practices a strict hierarchy, which establishes their authority. Tang Yu, in fact, was curious to see the Tiger Claw gang members in person as he had previously encountered their leader only in physical confrontations, never truly knowing him. Following Tang Yu's cue, Sasha let the reception know to allow entry, and guided by the front desk, 3 Tiger Claw gang members arrived at the director's office door. During a security scan, they were found carrying a considerable number of advanced combat implants, and one of them, the leading member, possessed a katana. Sasha didn't immediately open the door. She asked if she should confiscate the katana first and prepared to hack their implants to prevent any sudden hostility. Tang Yu declined Sasha's precaution, stating with confidence that this was Arasaka Tower, and the Tiger Claw gang wouldn't dare to make a move indiscriminately, instructing her to open the door. The office gates slowly opened, and the 3 Tiger Claw members stepped inside, greeted Tang Yu respectfully upon seeing him in the lounge area, and moved closer to stand. "Mr. Tang. My lord." Tang Yu recognized the 2 of them are the ones he had encountered in the basement server room, the thugs he had slapped, whose lower faces had been replaced with metal due to severe injuries necessitating surgery. The leading Tiger Claw member, one of their faction's bosses, sported a samurai topknot, dressed in a wine-red suit, maintaining eye level with a leader's presence. The 2 enforcers behind him bowed with utmost respect. The Tiger Claw gang's high-ranking officials in Night City are several, each administering different aspects of business without clear distinctions, typically deferring to the person centrally orchestrating the gang's affairs. For instance, the bald, tattooed individual responsible for the gang's strength usually handles violent disputes, collects rent and protection fees, and engages in turf wars with rival gangs. The man in red attire before him presumably headed the Tiger Claw faction's operations within Night City. Despite being nominally inferior to Tang Yu, he adhered to the Kyoto Tiger Claw headquarters rather than Night City's Arasaka Tower, thus simply addressing Tang Yu formally. "Mr. Tang, greetings. I am here particularly to apologize on behalf of the 2 men and their reckless actions," the Tiger Claw leader stated as he presented a long box containing the katana. Tang Yu nodded slightly, instructing him to place the sword on the table and motioning for him to take a seat. The Tiger Claw leader set the sword box on the table, then sat across from Tang Yu, gesturing at the 2 members behind him. The 2 Tiger Claw members apologized earnestly once more, expressing their sincere regret. "Sir, we are sorry, please forgive our rashness." Tang Yu took a sip of tea, indifferent to their apologies. In Kyoto, apologizing is commonplace, a mere ritual. Even now, they might apologize earnestly, but once outside, they wouldn't hesitate to revert to their usual behavior. Make no mistake, the Tiger Claw gang's apparent subservience was only because of Tang Yu's position. If someone else dared to lay hands on their members, the gang would retaliate without hesitation. Tang Yu inquired in a serious tone, "Lately, the Tiger Claw gang has been quite active. I've even heard whispers about it. When conducting those matters, you should be more mindful of the implications." The Tiger Claw leader nodded immediately, having come precisely for this reason. Their conflict with the Moxas was intensifying, and they feared repeating past mistakes. After their previous encounter in the server room and assuming Tang Yu had taken an interest in Lizzie's ladies, they considered this an opportunity to foster relations. "Your point is well taken, Mr. Tang, and we will keep it close to heart," the leader affirmed. After making his statement, he observed Tang Yu's expression, which bore no sign of impatience. Thus, he decided to continue, "Actually, I humbly request a favor from Mr. Tang, if you would lend me your ear." Tang Yu anticipated his underlying motive. A lot of winding talk was typically a precursor to an ulterior agenda. To hold his current position within the Tiger Claw gang, one couldn't afford to be a pushover. "Go ahead." The Tiger Claw leader looked up earnestly. "We would like to ask for Mr. Tang's help in resolving an intelligence issue concerning the Moxas." Tang Yu had a hunch about their intention. Tiger Claw was planning a major move against the Moxas, but fearful of triggering retaliatory campaigns like last time. The Tiger Claw leader recognized the strength of resources in Tang Yu's hands. As long as Arasaka was willing to use their intelligence assets, discrediting the Moxas or crippling their operations could be easily achieved. Even if the mainstream media narrative couldn't be controlled, the underground intelligence networks were domains where Arasaka held influence. The Tiger Claw had long expressed interest in the cyberware from Lizzie's bar and the bevy of quality ladies there. Given that Lizzie's owner, Susie, was a weak leader, they were open to having her continue as a figurehead should she comply. But before they could act on the Moxas, they had to navigate the moral landscape, creating several intelligence incidents unfavorable to the Moxas and spreading negative news through diverse channels. Only then could the Tiger Claw openly overhaul Lizzie's bar. To succeed, they needed Arasaka's top brass support and had already secured backing from departments like RD and PR. Now, they only needed Tang Yu's nod. With his approval, both the counterintelligence and special operations departments would lend their support, significantly bolstering the Tiger Claw's chances of success. The genuine crux of the Tiger Claw's fear of the Moxas was never about strength or manpower. The key factor was reputation. Following the original Lizzie's incident, the Tiger Claw were vilified to the point that their enterprises suffered dramatically, with long-established businesses being looted and shut down, forcing the gang to shrink significantly. Had Arasaka not re-emerged in Night City, it's uncertain whether Tiger Claw would still have a foothold in the city, underscoring the notoriety of the Moxa's tenacity. Ever since its inception, Kabuki has been under Tiger Claw's reign. Now, Lizzie's bar stood as a thorn in their side, a discomfort they eagerly wished to remove. The longer they dallied, the more arduous it became as the Moxas grew in strength and Lizzie's popularity soared. Without an immediate answer from Tang Yu, it seemed he had ascertained the Tiger Claw's connection to the disappearing map. Not only were the ladies around Lizzie's growing anxious, but even the Moxas felt danger looming, knowing that any day, they themselves could vanish. Your gang's affairs are not the company's concern, Tang Yu spoke. To utilize the company's resources for your endeavors, Ms. Michiko Arasaka must agree. And as I understand, you seem to be rather disobedient. Hearing Michiko's name, the Tiger Claw leader rose, eagerly clarifying, we have no such intentions, serving under Ms. Michiko is our honor. Tang Yu nodded slightly, as long as you abide by that sentiment, I'll take the initiative this time and provisionally accept on behalf of Ms. Michiko. But should you fail in your tasks, weigh the consequences. The Tiger Claw leader bowed once more, promising thorough compliance. Tang Yu waved them away, signaling that they could leave. After the meeting, the Tiger Claw leader left with his enforcers, bowing out carefully from the office. Tang Yu, now alone, contemplated that their proposition had possibly made things more interesting. The Tiger Claw had brought the opportunity right to his doorstep. Upon the conclusion of the discussion, Sasha approached and pointed to the katana on the table, asking, Mr. Tang, how should we deal with this sword? Tang Yu asked Sasha to bring the sword over for a closer look. Unwrapping the cloth cover, Sasha removed the sword from its box and presented it to Tang Yu with both hands, the blade gleaming coldly. Tang Yu glanced at the well-sharpened blade of decent quality. Hang it on the wall rack, he directed. Perhaps one day it might prove useful. Chapter 141. Wilson Shooting Range. Huh, I win again. Tang Yu put down his Lexington and removed his noise-canceling headphones. As he looked down and organized his shooting gear, he spoke in a deep voice. Your shooting is pretty good today. In the adjacent lane, Rebecca said with a proud smile, I think so too. She packed up her weapons, took a big step to the left, and nudged Tang Yu with her elbow as she looked up and said. Hey, corporate, let's go, drinks on me. After saying this, possibly remembering how Tang Yu always dashed off after shooting and seemed indifferent, giving her the feeling of being used, she was a bit annoyed. We had a deal, no excuses this time, got it? Tang Yu looked at Rebecca who had moved closer. Feeling a bit guilty about always running off after shooting, he replied with a reluctant smile. Fine, but only if it's a dum-dum monkey. At the mention of dum-dum monkey, Rebecca's face immediately fell. She had a very vivid memory of that maize-flavored drink. It all started when they went to have a drink after shooting practice. Tang Yu had won a shooting contest, and according to their agreement, he was to treat the winner to a drink of their choice. Unexpectedly, Tang Yu took her to a vending machine and got 2 bottles of green dum-dum monkey. Rebecca had no fondness for the maize-flavored drink. Though she had seen it before, she never actually tasted it. Under Tang Yu's enthusiastic recommendation, Rebecca tasted for the first time what sickeningly sweet was like, as the corn flavor overwhelmed her senses. Since then, she vowed never to lose to Tang Yu again in shooting, practicing diligently and indirectly improving her shooting skills. Now, hearing Tang Yu mention dum-dum monkey again naturally soured her mood. Tang Yu glanced at Rebecca and saw her discomfort. What's wrong? If you're not feeling well, you can head back and rest next time, I'll definitely treat you to a drink. Rebecca's face was a mix of sourness and bitterness, but hearing Tang Yu say, next time for sure, she clarified in haste. No, I'm not unwell, dum-dum monkey it is, my treat. With that, Rebecca turned back to her shooting station, mumbling to herself while she cleaned up the bullets and gun parts. Dum-dum monkey, how I hate dum-dum monkey. How on earth can corporate like that stuff? After they tidied up and paid, they left the shooting range together. Rebecca, with her hands in her jacket pockets and her black bomber jacket's high collar covering half her face, walked with her long twin ponytails swaying behind her head. Tang Yu and Rebecca had been practicing shooting at the range for a while, and it had become an unspoken habit between them. Rebecca struggled to find any decent competition at the range, which left her lacking enthusiasm for quite some time. Meeting Tang Yu, whose shooting skills were decent, allowed them to spar and share victories. It brought Rebecca the joy of shooting she had missed for so long. For Tang Yu, Rebecca was a perfect sparring partner, and they gradually became familiar with each other at the Wilson shooting range. However, he couldn't always make it to the range due to his corporate responsibilities. Rebecca had grown accustomed to this routine, checking into the range during free afternoons to see if her competitor was there. As they strolled along the streets of Watson, they looked for a vending machine. White steam rose from the road's drainage as people bustled past. Rebecca, gazing straight ahead, suddenly seemed weighed down by a thought. Looking up at Tang Yu, she asked. "Corporate, about what you said the other time about Sasha not waking up. Is it true?" Tang Yu had previously explained to Rebecca that Sasha's brain suffered pseudo-death from the severe damage. The Sasha they knew, the hacker who worked with their team, was no longer the same. Why? Do you want to see her?" Rebecca looked somewhat dejected hearing this. She knew Tang Yu wasn't careless and had accepted the fact when she learned of Sasha's memory loss. However, she still hoped for a sliver of hope from Tang Yu that was evidently shattered now. Regaining her focus, she nodded earnestly. "Yes, but knowing that Sasha is still alive is more important than anything." She couldn't help recounting the times she shared with Sasha, the struggles they faced together, the commissions they completed. When Rebecca learned from Maine that something happened to Sasha, she couldn't believe it. She never blamed anyone for Sasha's situation, she only regretted not being there too. Since then, the image of Sasha lingered in her mind. Seeing Rebecca saddened, Tang Yu reassured her, "Sasha's living a good life now, isn't she?" He believed his words were unfounded since Sasha had since joined Arasaka, becoming his special assistant and living a new life in Night City. Moreover, Maine and his team avenged her by burning down the biotech building, fulfilling her last wish before she fell. Rebecca's eyes brightened as she looked up at Tang Yu and chuckled, "That's true, she's working at Arasaka and is the special assistant to a minister, always around you, definitely better than being a cyberpunk." Tang Yu didn't respond, thinking to himself that Sasha staying at his place was top secret, and he needed to warn her when he got back. Noticing his strange expression, Rebecca curiously asked, "Corporate, what are you thinking about?" Tang Yu replied stoically, "Just contemplating some corporate matters." Rebecca quickly lost interest at the mention of corporate affairs and waved it off, saying, "Let's not talk about that, I don't want to hear depressing stuff, here, have some bubblegum." She pulled out 3 pieces of bubblegum from her pocket, unwrapped one, and handed it to Tang Yu. This was Sasha's favorite flavor, give it a try. Tang Yu bit into the bubblegum and started chewing, the subtle taste of roses sweetly bursting in his mouth. After the gum softened, he blew a pink bubble which popped, sticking to his lips. He licked it away with a few motions. Seeing Tang Yu blow bubbles amused Rebecca for the first time. When the bubble popped, she couldn't help but smile. She also unwrapped a piece and began chewing. Tang Yu suggested, "How about a bubble-blowing contest to see who can make the biggest one?" Rebecca scoffed and nudged him with her elbow, saying somewhat annoyed, "Don't be so childish, you're a corporate executive, for crying out loud. But if we really compared, you couldn't outdo me." Tang Yu was obviously joking, they weren't going to engage in a child's game like bubble blowing. As Rebecca chewed, she picked up the last piece of gum. "I wonder if Sasha still likes bubblegum." After a moment, she turned, lifted Tang Yu's coat, and slipped the gum into his pocket. "Give this piece to Sasha, see if she still likes it." Tang Yu continued blowing bubbles, thinking if Sasha remembered this gum, she might outdo them both. The two walked aimlessly, waiting for the sight of a vending machine. Oddly enough, the route they took today didn't seem to have any drink machines. They hadn't set out with a particular destination in mind, simply taking a walk after practicing and casually looking for a place to stop for drinks. As they walked, Rebecca's eyes lit up when she spotted a vending machine not far ahead. She pointed it out to Tang Yu, saying, "Hey, corporate, look, there's a vending machine, sure to have Dum Dum Monkey." When she looked up, however, she noticed Tang Yu had just received a call. Tang Yu answered a communication request from Gloria. Upon answering, Gloria, as always, greeted him first and confirmed if Tang Yu was free before reporting on the matter at hand. "Mr. Tang, there's been progress in the case of the missing girls around Lizzie's bar. As you suspected, it does involve the tiger claws, and there's a lot at stake, their operations are very tight-knit." Tang Yu immediately thought Gloria might be in trouble. Otherwise, once the investigation was cleared, she could have hired a mercenary to complete the task. Dealing with the tiger claws was stretching her capabilities. "Have the tiger claws noticed you?" Gloria was silent for a moment before admitting, "I'm fine, but recently more girls have gone missing." "Gloria," Tang Yu interrupted her. There was a brief pause as she was taken aback. It was the first time Tang Yu addressed her so formally, leaving her uncertain on how to respond. He continued, remember what I've told you, share any information or difficulties with me. There's nothing you need to shoulder alone. I don't want undue concerns leading to accidents. Do you understand? Gloria was struck by his words. Their serious tone felt like an unquestionable command. Yet in her heart, the sentiment was entirely different. Indeed, Gloria had encountered trouble, but she was mindful of Tang Yu's role as a high-ranking executive at Arasaka. Interfering with the Tiger Claws could be problematic since their association with Arasaka was well known in Night City. Above all, Gloria didn't want to disappoint Tang Yu. Now, however, Tang Yu had seen right through her fraud. She reassured him with gravity in her voice, I understand, Mr. Tang. Tang Yu's lecture was to prevent Gloria from developing bad habits and to ensure she wouldn't inadvertently make matters worse. What he wanted was for Gloria to think about the bigger picture, not just for his personal interest. In Gloria's view, sparing Tang Yu from some difficulties or shouldering them herself was a way to be considerate to him. But in Tang Yu's opinion, this approach was undoubtedly the most foolish. The troubles Gloria faced might seem like mountains to her, but to Tang Yu, they might not even count as issues. The key point was that if Gloria didn't speak up when considering his perspective and something happened to her, it would be too late to mend. Tang Yu couldn't always pay attention to her thoughts. It was essential to communicate timely. Gloria then earnestly explained. Mr. Tang, in our investigation, we've discovered the mastermind behind the disappearances, Masao Norimoto. He's a high-ranking member of the Tiger Claws, and he arranges for different subordinates to patrol the streets near Lizzie's bar, deceive girls under the pretense of business, and sometimes uses force. We've found some leads, but to avoid alarming them, we've taken no action. We're currently locating Masao Norimoto. He's well hidden. It's tough to find him without special information. Masao Norimoto? Tang Yu had an impression of him, apparently a former underling's ghost, who seemingly also opened a casino. However, due to his prolific killing in the past, the details of such individuals had faded, especially since the high ranks of the Tiger Claws were as easy to deal with as cutting vegetables, and the memory of these societal dregs was even more unclear. Scum like Masao Norimoto couldn't even enter Tang Yu's field of vision. But in the underbelly of Night City, his influence was not to be underestimated, especially as the nightmare of the street girls. Did the Tiger Claws threaten you during the investigation? Gloria fell silent and replied helplessly, I received a letter from Ogata Kazuko of Jig Street. She said the Tiger Claws have noticed I'm investigating and told me to behave, to not meddle with things beyond my ability before I've secured my footing in the fixer business. It wasn't Masao Norimoto who had noticed Gloria's actions but the fixer from Jig Street, Ogata Kazuko. Tang Yu was familiar with Ogata Kazuko, whom V often received tasks from. Not a bad person, just an interest-first fixer. Tang Yu felt that although there was a threatening element to Kazuko's words, there was some kindness. Otherwise, with her relationship with the Tiger Claws, she could have directly informed them to catch Gloria. This had been a wake-up call for Tang Yu. As Gloria delved deeper into fixer work, she was bound to attract attention. Without substantial backing and power, her safety was at risk. Tang Yu then gravely said, I've taken note, remember to carry the Quattro Stagioni with you, and I'll arrange for Sasha to stay with you for a while. Sasha staying with her? Gloria was surprised, not expecting Tang Yu to have his assistant Sasha protect her. She quickly tried to explain, Mr. Tang, it's not necessary on my end. Your safety is more important. She had already received too much kindness from Tang Yu, and being a fixer was partly to repay that kindness. Now, having Sasha protect her made her feel truly unworthy. And with Sasha's status as an official employee of Arasaka, it was inappropriate to have her protect an ordinary fixer like her. Once Tang Yu made a decision, he wouldn't wait for Gloria to refuse and ignored her remarks. Get your place tidied up. I'm sending Sasha over to stay. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Gloria understood that once Tang Yu decided, she only had to comply and anxiously agreed. Mr. Tang, I understand. After the conversation, Gloria hung up the call. Feeling disoriented, Gloria reflected on Tang Yu's arrangements. The care he was taking for her safety was evident. Yet Tang Yu's tone sounded like he was issuing an order, which was nothing out of the ordinary. She resolved that even if captured and tortured by the Tiger Claws, she wouldn't reveal a word about Mr. Tang. Her life had been saved by him. Returning it willingly would be fine. But Gloria felt that ending things like this would be unfair to the nurturing she received from Tang Yu. She had to see this mission through. Shaking her head to rid herself of negative thoughts, the priority was to prepare for Sasha's arrival. David certainly couldn't come back for a while, and David must not learn of Sasha's stay, lest her relationship with Tang Yu was exposed. Thinking of this, before messaging David, she first received a message from Tang Yu. Tang Yu, if you have personal information about Masao Norimoto, send it to me. Also, I've informed Sasha she should arrive at your place within an hour. Jumping up from the sofa, Gloria hurriedly sent over the personal information about Masao Norimoto. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she felt her face heating up from the nervousness. Mr. Tang is always so prompt. She vividly remembered their first meeting, where he arrived within half an hour of messaging, leaving no time for tidying up. House tidying. Remembering the task at hand, she quickly started getting her place ready. In the midst of arranging, she recalled that David's work shift was ending. She wondered if he would work overtime tonight. She quickly sent a message to David, suggesting he stay at a company housing or a hotel and transferred $20,000 to him. Mom, what's happening? I have overtime today, might come back tomorrow morning. Gloria bit her lip, composing a reason. A distant cousin is visiting Night City and will stay with us for a while. It's not convenient for a grown boy to stay with us. You can stay at the company or get a hotel. David, David, okay, but I don't need $20,000. Mom, what have you been up to lately? Where did this money come from? Gloria, slightly annoyed, replied, don't worry about adult business, just focus on your internship at Arasaka. This money is all earned legitimately, remember the main team? Through my old work ties, I exchange favors for commissions. Her financial situation had improved since taking on fixer work, though not as much as the main team. She was doing better than before. David, got it, but be careful dealing with mercenaries. Work hard until you reach the top of Arasaka Tower. I won't have to work so hard then. David, I understand. Mom, got to go, busy at the company. Once finished with David, Gloria checked for any other oversights. The access code. She went to the gate, rotated her cyber optic, changed the access code, and blocked David's biometric authentication. To prevent any shortcuts, she called the property management, paid extra to reinforce the air vents, ensuring David had no alternative entry. Once David was no longer a concern, she relaxed. Tang Yu, meanwhile, received the intelligence information from Gloria. The information detailed that Masao Norimoto, unlike other high-ranking members of the Tiger Claws who descended from Kyoto, had climbed up from the bottom. Famous for his utter disregard for life, he frequently appeared in brutal brain dances, seeing humans no different from livestock. Those who collaborated with him witnessed his methods unfazed by even the vilest scenes. He was a top-notch butcher with a slick-back hairstyle. Moreover, he was punctual with tributes to the Tiger Claws, met high demands smoothly, and had a keen interest in brain dance research. Norimoto had a vast network, backed by the Tiger Claws, collaborating with NCPD, with close relations to Arasaka executives and other gang leaders. He owned a casino in Kabuki called the Phoenix Club, known as a fence for stolen goods. It seemed a trip to the casino was in order. Rebecca, chewing bubblegum, noticed Tang Yu had finished his call and appearing displeased, quipped. Another job from the company? Understanding Tang Yu's phone calls generally led to abrupt departures and foregoing their plans at the Silver Pixel Cloud that day. However, she understood the life of a corporate employee. Being on call 247, she could only sigh in resignation. Tang Yu spotted her deflated mood and asked, fancy a trip to the casino? Rebecca's eyes lit up with intrigue, considering the potential fun. Pondering her wallet content, she mused. I might only have around €10,000 left, I wonder if that's enough. Tang Yu simply gave her a look. Chapter 142. Tang Yu and Rebecca stood in front of an entrance, looking up at the business sign above their heads. The red fluorescent lines outlined two characters. Phoenix. With her hands clasped behind her head and chewing gum in her mouth, Rebecca muttered, Phoenix Club, is this the place? Phoenix Club in Kabuki-cho, Watson. This was Tang Yu's intended destination. Confirmed, they stepped into the club. At the reception desk, the attendant asked the two strangers if they had a reservation. The Phoenix Club primarily operated a casino and also offered services like private rooms, drinks, brain dances, and companionship. Seeing no prior reservation and only a wish to try his luck at the casino, the receptionist sized up Tang Yu, noting his lack of high-end cyberware but couldn't ignore his quality suit and air of nobility. Entering the casino is fine, but there's a minimum chip purchase of €10,000, the receptionist said, adding a rule on the spot meant to gauge the affluence of their guests. Without minding the receptionist's game, Tang Yu simply asked Rebecca to convert all the Eurodollars she had into chips for play. The receptionist, surprised by the sight of little Rebecca, said dismissively, I forgot our other rollway don't serve minors. Rebecca's casual demeanor fell as she angrily glared at the receptionist. Who are you calling a kid? Her cybernetic eyes lit up as she transferred €150,000 for chips to prove her point. Shocked, the receptionist realized his mistake and quickly warmed up his attitude. Ah, forgive my discount cyber eyes, I will upgrade them soon so as not to misjudge esteemed guests like yourselves. Please, come inside, whatever you wish to play, just ask, our drinks are on the house for customers like you. He processed the chips, presented them in a fancy box, and two bunny girls, with glowing ears and striking figures, were called to guide them into the casino. Rebecca, holding the box of chips, looked displeased at the bunny girls towering over her. Once inside, Tang Yu dismissed the bunnies uninterested in special services. This left Rebecca to focus on the gambling. For her first casino visit, the diverse games like slots, roulette, dice, and fishing thrilled her, while Tang Yu was nonchalant, having played all these games before. Losing seemed irrelevant compared to the experience. Rebecca, bursting with excitement, chose the slot machine. She inserted a €1,000 chip and pulled the lever, only to lose the round. Undeterred, she tried again and again to no avail, until she nearly kicked the machine out of frustration, stopped only by Tang Yu. Feeling she had fed the machine enough, Tang Yu took over, asking her to blow on the chip for luck. She did so skeptically before he inserted it and pulled the lever, finally hitting a small win. They roamed from game to game, with Rebecca enjoying every rush of adrenaline that came with the gambling experience. When her initial $150,000 and Tang Yu's additional €300,000 ran out, she felt a void and a hint of despondence. The thrill was not enough yet. As they prepared to leave, the staff offered high-value, low-interest Loansa trap for gamblers. Ignoring the risks, Tang Yu asked for $500,000 more in chips. Worried, Rebecca questioned if continuing to gamble was wise, knowing they could not cover the losses. But it was too late. The cycle of high stakes and debt was set in motion. Tang Yu told Rebecca to stop worrying, to just relax and enjoy the moment. "Don't worry, someone will foot the bill for us when the time comes." Soon after, a waiter came out pushing a trolley loaded with eddies, exactly €500,000. He respectfully presented the chips to Tang Yu, saying, "I wish you a pleasant game." At this point, Rebecca wasn't feeling like playing anymore. Spending her own money was one thing, but watching Tang Yu take out a loan made it all seem dull. She sat listlessly next to the gambling table, drawing her legs in and resting her head on her knees, her thighs forming deep creases. Seeing Rebecca silent beside him, Tang Yu could tell she wasn't in high spirits, so he smiled wryly, snapped his fingers, and summoned the waiter. The waiter stood by respectfully, waiting for Tang Yu's instructions. Tang Yu gazed at the gambling table for a moment, then said, "Put all these chips on number 4. "All of it?" Thinking he might have heard wrong, the waiter double-checked with Tang Yu before moving the stacks of chips to the table, piling them all onto position number 4. This bold move drew the attention of the entire casino. Betting 500,000 eddies in one go, how wild could it be? Even Rebecca, who was feeling disinterested, was surprised by this daring play from their company. High-level corporate employees might deal with large sums of money, but this behavior didn't fit with Tang Yu's usual style. She tilted her head in confusion towards Tang Yu, then realizing something, relaxed her furrowed brow and said with a triumphant smile, "Wow, company man, playing big and not telling me." Meanwhile, in the casino's control room, the manager also noticed Tang Yu's bold actions. Though the Phoenix Club had seen high rollers before, someone like Tang Yu borrowing 500,000 eddies and betting it all at once was unprecedented. The manager squinted at the monitor, as if trying to figure something out. Is this guy really foolish, or is he doing this on purpose? Clearly, he sensed something was off. Several casino bouncers gathered around, ready to teach any debtor a lesson should he dare to default on his loan. "Manager, should we keep an eye on him? If he doesn't pay up, we can just grab him." The manager thought for a while and told his men to wait. "Don't rush, we still don't know who he is, and he's a new customer. I'll report this to the boss first, just keep a close watch for now." The manager took out his phone and dialed Norimoto Shota's number. Shota, wearing a suit and a protective coverall, was busy in the club's secret base, torturing someone tied up on a large white mat. Upon hearing about the casino incident, his expression turned unhappy, and he waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to take the person to the operating table for further processing. Shota walked out of the room, removed his blood-stained coverall, and prepared to head downstairs. It was the day to pay tribute to the Tiger Claw gang leader, which included setting up special services at the Phoenix in addition to the required amount. Because the Tiger Claw boss would personally visit the Phoenix Club to collect the money and enjoy the services provided. After getting ready, he took the private elevator to the backstage area of the club and then went to the control room. The casino manager stood up immediately and respectfully greeted Shota, then pointed to Tang Yu on the screen and explained, "Lord Shota, this is the man. Just after I reported to you, he borrowed another 500,000 eddies." Shota observed Tang Yu on the monitor, silent for a moment. He noticed Tang Yu didn't seem to care about the sum of the eddies, betting carelessly with a calm demeanor. The customers around the casino had gathered to watch the bet unfold, curious about just how far it would go. When the results were declared, Tang Yu lost the 500,000 eddies again. The crowd responded with jeers and whispers. Tang Yu's reckless gambling baffled everyone. Shota asked in a deep voice, how much money has he lost in total? The casino manager answered, including their own money, they've lost 46 million so far, 10,000 of those chips were complimentary. Shota wasn't convinced and believed Tang Yu wasn't just there to enjoy gambling but was challenging them. Tang Yu didn't show any change in emotion, treating the money as if it were merely chips. He could be flaunting his wealth, meaning to teach the casino a lesson, or he could be confident in retrieving the money. Based on his judgment, it was more likely the latter. This lamb could actually be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Did you find out anything about him, like records at NCPD? Shota inquired. The casino manager confirmed there was no information about him, except that his surname was Tang and the girl liked calling him Company Man. Company Man? Shota sensed trouble. Whose company could it be? Despite his wide connections, including gang leaders and corporate executives, it was impossible to know every high-level corporate individual. The lack of any corporate identifiers and unreadable scans on the man made the situation challenging. The waiter sought the casino manager's opinion, revealing that Mr. Tang wanted to borrow another million eddies. 1 million eddies. The manager sensed something amiss as in his long career, he had never seen anyone play like this, so he hurriedly asked Shota's opinion. Lord Shota, this man seems to be purposely causing trouble, maybe I should send some brothers to deal with him and have him pay up. Shota coldly responded, nonsense, we don't even know his details, who knows how we might die from this. He suspected Tang Yu might have the backing of a high corporate level, or he wouldn't dare act so brazenly in their casino. Shota wanted to check if there was a Tang in the Arasaka company ranks. After ordering an investigation, he brought over a trolley with 1 million eddies in chips to Tang Yu, smiling, Mr. Tang, good evening, I'm the owner of this establishment, Norimoto Shota, may I have a word with you? Tang Yu finally looked away from the table and at Shota, showing interest now that he had found the man in charge, replying calmly, go ahead. The customers stared at Shota, recognizing him as a notorious figure who rarely showed his face, surprised to see him personally intervene. Shota didn't appreciate Tang Yu's disinterest and disrespect while seated at the table, his temper flaring slightly. How do you plan to repay the loan? He placed his hand on the chip pile, awaiting Tang Yu's answer. Rebecca sensed the tenseness and prepared for a possible conflict, understanding Tang Yu was here on business, not for fun, and his target was the casino boss, Shota. Regardless of how much money was lost, they'd have to recoup it from him. Repay? How would you like to handle it, or shall we have another game? Shota never expected Tang Yu to continue gambling and angrily asked, fine, since you're so interested, I'm happy to accommodate, what would you like to wager? Looking around, Tang Yu said thoughtfully, although your casino is somewhat small, we've had fun, betting the casino itself seems appropriate. The crowd grew larger and vocal, surprised by Tang Yu's boldness, wondering how much money he'd pour into the game. Shota smirked, his every move now watched, surrounded by armed guards ready for his command. Sneering, he agreed, all right, I accept, since you think you can win, I'll bet the casino. And what will you wager, Mr. Tang? You surely can't just make empty boasts. How about your life as the bet? If I win, I might consider sparing you. Furious and veins bulging, Shota nearly ordered an attack only to be interrupted by the panicking manager. The manager whispered urgent news in Shota's ear, his anger turning into shock as he stared at Tang Yu. Confirming with the manager, Shota grasped why Tang Yu was so brazen and extravagant. Damn it! The money must be cursed. Trying to contain his rage and shock, Shota forced a smile, now refraining from speaking. A group from the Tiger Claw gang walked into the casino, with the boss apologizing to Tang Yu for Shota's misbehavior. Tang Yu looked at Shota, seemingly indifferent, then stood up with Rebecca, mentioning the loss of 100 million and leaving the casino to Tiger Claw and Shota's people. As they left the Phoenix Club, Rebecca raced to keep up with Tang Yu, teasingly admiring how he handled the Tiger Claw members with ease. Tang Yu replied with a smile, Arasaka is like a godfather to the Tiger Claw, why wouldn't they be obedient? When Rebecca asked about the lost money, he barely had time to answer before she received a transfer of 150,000 eddies from the Phoenix Club, undoubtedly thanks to Tang Yu's influence. Instead of worrying about debts anymore, Rebecca invited Tang Yu for a drink, appreciating the cleverness of his actions. Chapter 143. Santo Domingo, Wellsprings District, the H4 Megatower. Gloria woke up early and stepped out of her room to see Sasha coming out of the adjacent bedroom at the same time. They exchanged smiles. Morning. After greeting each other, they started their day. Gloria watched as Sasha, donning an apron, skillfully took out various ingredients from the refrigerator to prepare breakfast. She couldn't help but admire Sasha, who was always so well behaved. Gloria was still in her thin nightgown from last night. She got up and went over to help Sasha with breakfast. Ever since Tang Yu arranged for Sasha to stay at Gloria's apartment, the two quickly became familiar with each other. Due to the apartment's limited space with only 2 separate bedrooms, Gloria gave her room to Sasha and cleaned out David's room to use temporarily. David hadn't come back recently. He stayed at the company when busy and at hotels when not. Gloria, peeling the wrapper off a synthetic sausage, asked Sasha, who was cutting vegetables nearby, "Did you teach yourself to cook?" Living together lately, Sasha woke up punctually every day, took care of things, then prepared breakfast, which made Gloria, who tended to sleep in, embarrassed to continue doing so and had her rising early to make breakfast with Sasha. Sasha nodded earnestly. "Yes, I'm self-taught, I follow the recipes and cooking procedures step by step until I learn them." Gloria nodded thoughtfully, placing the peeled sausage on a plate and pulling up her somewhat loose silk strap. Sasha noticed Gloria was still in her pajamas and chuckled, "I can prepare breakfast." Seeing Sasha's smiling face, Gloria felt an urge to stroke her hair, remembering Tang Yu had done the same to her. As Tang's assistant, only someone as outstanding as Sasha could fit the role. Gloria changed into her regular clothes and returned to the kitchen to help. With their teamwork, the breakfast was soon ready. Sasha set 2 plates on the table and called Gloria over to eat after she had freshened up. "Let's eat," said Gloria with a smile. They sat down at the table to enjoy the breakfast. Gloria had just taken a bite of bread when a call came in. She politely excused herself from Sasha and turned to her cybernetic interface to answer the call. Seeing the red-haired beauty take a call during breakfast made Sasha think of Tang Yu, as she often saw him handling messages during meals too. With little appetite, Sasha wondered, what is Mr. Tang busy with? Who prepares his breakfast? Is he out on a field assignment again? She lived comfortably at Gloria's place, accompanying her on missions and ensuring her safety. Tang Yu, considering Sasha's identity issues, had even asked V to prepare an electronic fluorescent cat mask to block facial information scanning. Sasha wore the cat mask whenever she went out to avoid recognition. She was also curious about Gloria's relationship with Tang Yu. From the last incident, Sasha observed that Tang Yu and Gloria had known each other for quite some time and kept in frequent contact. Gloria's call was with Main, who reported completing the target capture mission and asked for further instructions. Previously, Gloria had uncovered that the mastermind behind the disappearances was Noriyuki Masafumi, but without a trace of him, catching the principal proved difficult. After learning this, Tang Yu gambled heavily at the Phoenix Club to lure out Noriyuki, who liked to hide in a secret base above the club and record illegal brain dances. Tang Yu relayed this information to Gloria to arrange the follow-up. Gloria then coordinated with the Mox and hired Main's team to abduct Noriyuki. Now the Main team had captured Noriyuki and awaited further instructions. On the phone, Main explained, "We have successfully captured the target, incapacitated him, and transported him to the designated location. To prevent tracking, we installed a jamming chip in his bioneural socket. How do we proceed?" Gloria inquired if the deep dive equipment was still operational. Main affirmed. Gloria decided to go over immediately. As per Mox's request, they had now delivered Noriyuki to a secret location for further handling by the Mox. After hanging up, Gloria informed the Mox contact of Noriyuki's capture and arranged to meet at the secret location. After settling everything, Gloria told Sasha it was time to leave for the mission involving Noriyuki. Sasha, now aware of the mission as the reason for her stay, got dressed in her tactical gear and donned her cat mask with its identity concealment feature. They took a cab to the secret location in the Watson North Side, a derelict apartment building. They took the stairs and disabled the building's surveillance systems using Sasha's hacking skills to stay unnoticed. At the 3rd-floor steel door, they gained entry through verified access. The location was one specially remodeled by Gloria to facilitate deals such as kidnappings. Inside, they met with Main and saw Noriyuki, unconscious and bound to a chair. After confirming the operation went smoothly with Main and assuring no tracks were left behind, Gloria transferred payment for the successful capture. Main acknowledged Gloria's gratitude and restated the offer for help, speculating on Mox's intention of diving into Noriyuki's neural network to extract more information. When the Mox agents arrived, Gloria recognized the lead girl with twin buns and a baseball bat, accompanied by a woman with rainbow-colored hair and single-shouldered overalls, adorned with rose tattoos. The Mox girls entered, and Gloria confirmed the successful handover of Noriyuki. The twin-bunned girl introduced the rainbow-haired lady before proceeding to handle Noriyuki. "This is Judy, she will discuss the details of the contract with you later." Judy stepped forward and gave Gloria a gesture of appreciation. "Thank you for your help this time." After she finished speaking, Judy's cybernetic eye lit up as she transferred the payment to Gloria for the assignment. Once the payment was completed, she turned and glared at the unconscious Seiho Shomyun with disdain. This scum has killed so many innocent people, he's getting what he deserves. Today is the day he pays for his sins. During her investigation, Gloria had also learned about Seiho Shomyun's actions and despised his vile and bloody methods, agreeing with Judy and saying, "You're right, scum like him should get a taste of hell. He stained his hands with the blood of too many innocents, he must pay with blood for blood. I've investigated, this scum specifically targets defenseless street girls, extremely cruel, he deserves death." Judy looked at Gloria somewhat surprised, not expecting her to share this hatred for the scumbag. In fact, before Judy found Gloria, she had approached several fixers to investigate the girls' disappearances. But those fixers either wouldn't take on the job or would give up halfway through. Only Gloria took on the assignment and successfully investigated the truth, finding the culprit Seiho Shomyun. She understood the risk involved in investigating a high-ranking member of the Tiger Claws. After all, the Tiger Claws are notorious for their retaliation. Even the harm of the lowest gang member can bring the full force of a gang's vengeance. This is why many prefer to fish people out of the Maelstrom gang's territory rather than provoking the Tiger Claws. In contrast to the Maelstrom's grudge-holding but loosely organized structure, the Tiger Claws are a more strictly organized criminal group. This further increased Judy's positive regard for Gloria, respecting her courage and integrity, unlike other fixers who were only motivated by money and power. At that moment, 5 girls unanimously decided to give Seiho Shomyun a harsh lesson. A street tough girl was holding a baseball bat and poked Seiho Shomyun's face. Soon, Seiho Shomyun, struck by the solid object, groggily opened his eyes and slowly regained consciousness. He saw 5 girls wearing fluorescent masks before him, his brain foggy, remembering he was at the Phoenix Club on the 2nd floor, then suddenly attacked and knocked out, to wake up here. Looking around, Seiho Shomyun instantly realized he had been kidnapped, and his body's signals were blocked, unable to contact the outside world. He smirked arrogantly, "You must be with the Moxas, anyone who's done their homework should know the consequences of this. If you don't want the Moxas to suffer an even worse fate, I suggest you back off now, or else." Bang! Seiho Shomyun's sentence was cut off as the baseball bat slammed into his face, knocking out several teeth and causing blood to gush from his mouth. The street tough girl said coldly, "This is for the Moxas." Seiho Shomyun slowly righted his head, suppressed the pain, and gave a sinister smile, ready to speak with blood foaming at his mouth. Another swing of the bat came and hit his arm. Crack! The excruciating pain from the broken bone twisted his facial expression to an extreme. That swing was Gloria's, and she said coldly, "And this one is for the girls." Then, the group took turns hitting Seiho Shomyun non-lethally with the baseball bat until he was battered, bruised, and barely alive. Sasha, after checking his vitals, said gravely, "His biological signs are still within the normal range. Administer adrenaline to sustain his vitality." Seiho Shomyun, his face covered in blood, mumbled with difficulty, "Those girls, they died horribly. With your methods, you'll never find the missing girls, it's impossible." Clearly, Seiho Shomyun had no intention of revealing any details. Judy took the baseball bat, weighed it in her hands, and aimed it at his groin, saying coldly, "Good, your mouth is indeed tough, but we will see if your head is just as tough." With that, she swung the bat down hard at the sensitive area. The sound of shattering waves of intense pain shot through Seiho Shomyun as his eyes bulged, unable to even scream out, and he fainted again, his head drooping motionless. After dealing with Seiho Shomyun, Judy decided to proceed with the next step. She had anticipated that Seiho Shomyun might divulge nothing and had arranged for the Moxas netrunner to dive deep into his neural network to extract information. Gloria had prepared the deep dive equipment, connecting Seiho Shomyun with a data cable. On the other side, a Moxas netrunner undressed and lay in a chilling bath, connecting the deep diving interface at the back of her head with a fiber optic cable. The deep dive commenced. Seiho Shomyun may not have anticipated this day, his IC protection mediocre. The dive went smoothly. With Sasha watching, an emergency was unlikely. Waiting. "How long have you been a fixer? I've never heard of a talented one like you in Night City before." Gloria confessed, "Not long, compared to real fixers, I fall short." Admitting she had only succeeded with Tang Yu's support, without whom she wouldn't have come this far and didn't feel strong enough to stand on her own yet. Judy smilingly said, "Don't be too humble, it shows you have a knack for this job. You're different from those other money-blinded fixers, in my eyes, you're really good." Blushed by Judy's generous compliments, Gloria was a bit embarrassed. The street tough girl chimed in with a laugh, "Judy is Mox's darling, whoever she approves of is top-notch." Gloria smiled and then asked, "Seiho Shomyun is a high-ranking Tiger Claws, kidnapping him might bring their retaliation. They dare. The Moxas are not afraid of them." Judy looked concerned, as it was her idea to kidnap Seiho Shomyun. Upon realizing the mist girls might tie to the tiger claws, she hadn't expected Seiho Shomian, the scumbag, to be involved. Judy didn't want the Moxas or Lizzie's bar to be hit, but she couldn't stand the thought of doing nothing as one girl after another disappeared. Let's take it one step at a time, but this scum must pay for his actions. Gloria nodded. Without Seiho Shomian's removal, the girls wouldn't have peace. This kind of scum is like Night City's cockroaches kill one, and soon a new nest appears. But at least for now, the girls might find a moment's safety. Suddenly, Judy received a communication request. Evelyn. Signaling the group, she stepped out to take the call. Judy, the Seiho Shomian thing, is it because of you? Now the Phoenix Club and the Tiger Claws are in motion, searching everywhere for him. What about Seiho Shomian? With one less scourge in Night City, what impact could there be? If they can find him, let them search in Night City, he no longer exists. Evelyn urgently continued, Judy, you don't understand how deep this goes, Seiho Shomian has deep ties to Night City's higher-ups and too many secrets on him it could kill you. Sensing Judy didn't grasp the gravity, Evelyn emphasized, now, it's not just the Tiger Claws looking, even NCPD is involved, tracing leads on Seiho Shomian. And, the Tiger Claws have taken Suzy Q and it won't be long before they come to you. If you don't want to implicate the Moxas, Lizzie's, or yourself, you should clean up this mess and release him, fast. Fed up, Judy hung up without another word, seeing a message from Lizzie's bar owner Suzy Q, urging her to spare Seiho Shomian's life or risk consequences. Darn it. A Night City scumbag goes missing, and they mobilize like this. When the girls disappeared, nobody showed this much compassion. Judy felt the bitter irony. After a moment of silence, she stood, returning inside the deep dive had ended. The Moxas netrunner emerged from the bath, sharing the intelligence that several missing girls were being held in a shipment container at an abandoned factory, watched by Seiho Shomian's men. After hearing this, Gloria contacted Maine to head to the containers and rescue the captives. All done. Everyone's gaze turned to Seiho Shomian, the final dilemma. Judy spoke gravely, you all go ahead, leave this scum to me. Judy, what happened? Let's just off this scum and head back to Lizzie's. Judy explained reluctantly, Evelyn got word that the Tiger Claws are searching for Seiho Shomian, Suzy Q is negotiating with them, trying to keep him alive. Snorting with disdain, the street tough girl said, damn it, Suzy's spineless as ever, we can just fight the Tiger Claws who's afraid. Gloria, realizing the implications, knew Lizzie's bar current owner was Suzy Q. This means there's a divide within the Moxas, one side supports Judy in fighting the Tiger Claws, while the other side looks to Suzy's representation to compromise. Gloria said, but killing this scum might mean no more coming back to Lizzie's, and the Tiger Claws won't let you off. Because of this scum. Judy's the heart of Lizzie's bar, without her, it's not Lizzie's anymore. Judy knew the stakes. Suzy's message meant that if Judy didn't spare Seiho Shomian, she'd be handed to the Tiger Claws to ease tensions. She didn't want to involve the other two Moxas sisters, rather kill Seiho Shomian herself and lay low elsewhere. As Judy hesitated, Sasha sensed trouble. The apartment building's surveillance captured footage crowds were gathering on the streets, many Tiger Claws, tattooed and menacing. Alert, the Tiger Claws found this place. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 144. Upon learning that the Tiger Claws were searching for them, everyone was shocked. Didn't expect the Tiger Claws to come snooping around so quickly, remarked the Moxas gang member, clearly baffled. Gloria, who never mistook caution for paranoia as Tang Yu's company assistant, solemnly stated, this safe house hasn't been compromised for long, they shouldn't have noticed it this quickly. She then voiced her suspicion, could it be that you were followed here without realizing? Damn. It must be Suzy Q's doing, she suspected our investigation into Seiho Shomian for a while. Upon hearing this news, Judy finally understood, saying anxiously, it's very likely, I didn't expect to drag you all into this. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Gloria noted that the building, being a low-rise and sparsely arranged, might not take long for their safe house to be discovered. Sasha, can you get a read on their numbers and what sort of weaponry they're packing? She asked. Sasha's cybernetic eye began cycling through the building's security feeds. They spotted Tiger Claws sporting mohawks dyed in various vibrant colors, wielding katanas or short blades, and most noticeably, glowing tattoos. Before they could gather more information, bullets shattered the screens, cutting the feed one by one. The Tiger Claws have destroyed the surveillance cameras, I estimate there could be about 50 people, all armed with combat cyberware and light firearms, no signs of heavy weapons yet, Sasha reported. The gang was prepared for trouble. Judy, apprehensive about the overwhelming numbers, said, damn, we didn't anticipate our location being leaked, we're all Moxas, why would Suzy Q? She had believed her disagreement with Suzy Q to be limited to Lizzie's bar, both parties striving for the bar's better operation and survival, never involving Suzy Q in the kidnap of Seiho Shomyun. Gloria looked at Judy sternly and asked, "Now's not the time for such discussions, what's the plan for Shintaro?" The key now was how to handle Seiho Shomyun. Handing him over might not ensure peace from the tiger claws. However, not doing so would lead to persistent pursuit. Without hesitation, one of the Moxas retorted, "The tiger claws can muster forces, so can we, Judy, let's hit them hard." Still caught in a dilemma, Judy feared escalating the conflict with the tiger claws, considering the considerable power gap between the Moxas and their adversaries, which could endanger Lizzie's bar. She glared at the badly beaten Seiho Shomyun and said icily, "Seiho Shomyun doesn't deserve to live, I'll negotiate with the tiger claws." Another gang member quickly dissuaded her, "Don't be foolish, you want to talk, but they may not want to negotiate, be rational, Judy." Gloria, seeing the situation's futility, said, "Exactly, the tiger claws might be waiting to leverage Shintaro's situation to strike at the Moxas. A mere tiger claws lackey causing such a stir, surely they have ulterior motives." She thought even returning Shintaro alive wouldn't appease them, as the real goal wasn't his rescue but to destabilize the Moxas and seize Lizzie's bar. If Judy fell into the tiger claws' hands, the Moxas would become puppets. Apart from Judy, there was no one else bold enough to oppose the tiger claws, as Suzy could just be a malleable figurehead, desperate to keep the business afloat. After placating Judy, Gloria stepped aside and dialed Tang Yu. Elsewhere, inside the Arasaka tower, Tang Yu was in his office discussing with Meredith suspicions of Arasaka counterintelligence trying to infiltrate their Militech personnel. He instructed Meredith to deal with it routinely, as espionage was commonplace between Arasaka and the Militech division. Captured spies could either be eliminated or played in a counterintelligence game. Tang Yu laughed off the banter and, upon receiving Gloria's call, dismissed Meredith. Informed by Gloria of the current dire situation, Tang Yu grasped the complexity with Seiho Shomyun barely alive, the Moxas divided, and the tiger claws closing in. Still, he was confident in Sasha's capability to face the assault, instructing, "Seiho Shomyun must die today, Sasha can handle the threat." Understanding Tang Yu's intent to ignite a definitive standoff between the Moxas and the tiger claws, Gloria returned to the group, asserting that the tiger claws sought to exacerbate conflict, not rescue Shintaro. Whether you kidnapped Shintaro or not, they would have found another excuse. For the Moxas, this is an unavoidable war. We have solid evidence against Shintaro's crimes. The tiger claws have no righteous cause. Judy consented, realizing resistance was the only option. She braced herself but remained concerned about the immediate threat. "The tiger claws are coming, we need to hold out for Moxas reinforcements." Gloria reassured her, observing Sasha's readiness and authorization from Tang Yu to engage the attackers. "Those tiger claws downstairs are no big deal," Sasha asserted, moving to intercept. Sasha departed with her high-tier combat cyberware, indicating readiness for battle as the Moxas gang member, armed with her bat, followed suit. Judy, still worried, questioned Gloria, who reassured her of Sasha's capability against even corporate security forces. With their predicament clear, Gloria suggested not to spare Shintaro, proposing to release him from life by destroying his cybernetic brain implants, a fitting end for his misdeeds. The Moxas hackers swiftly overrode Shintaro's neural network interface, unleashing destructive code. His head cybernetics fizzled, sparked, and finally, exploded, ceasing his life. Below, the tiger claws gathered, ready to search, when a body was hurled from above, striking the ground with force. Without recognizing the battered visage, they scanned the corpse. Its biometric data confirmed it as their quarry, Seiho Shomyun. The tiger claw gang members showed astonishment on their faces. One of them stepped forward, kicked the corpse a couple of times, and found it motionless, dead beyond any doubt. He had received the gang leader's order upon his arrival: Chojiro, the target, must die, and die by the Moxas' hands. That saved some trouble. Discovering their high-ranking member brutally murdered here, their target resided within the towering building in front of them. His cybernetic eye rotated, reporting the scene to the tiger claw's boss, then without another word, raised his katana and led his henchmen charging into the building. Meanwhile, Tang Yu was sitting in Arasaka Tower, awaiting the tiger claw's leader. After communicating with Gloria, he had the reception contact the tiger claw's leader, who was to come to Arasaka Tower immediately. With Sasha at Gloria's side, there was nothing to worry about. His task now was to ensure the tiger claws wouldn't send reinforcements to the scene. Before long, the reception sent a notification informing Tang Yu that the tiger claw's leader had arrived at the counterintelligence department and requested a meeting. Tang Yu agreed to the request, and the office gate opened automatically. The tiger claw's leader, still in his burgundy suit, walked straight to the desk and bowed slightly, his demeanor still respectful. "Mr. Tang." Tang Yu gestured for him to sit down and talk. The Tiger Claw's boss then sat upright in a chair opposite, and in a grave voice, he asked, "May I inquire the reason Mr. Tang summoned me today?" Tang Yu appeared somewhat surprised, asking peculiarly, "Haven't you received my gift?" "Gift?" The Tiger Claw's leader paused, recounting the recent gifts he'd received, piles of Eurodollars, beautiful women, famous paintings and watches, even male models, but none related to the counterintelligence department. He pondered for a moment. The only matter related to Tang Yu was the gambling at the Phoenix Club, but he had already returned the money lost by Tang Yu in full, adding another $1,000,000 Eurodollars as an apology. The casino was currently closed due to Tang Yu's request for renovations. Because of this, Shojiro held a grudge, hiding and recording even more brutal braindance sessions on the club's second floor, not just for money, but also out of spite. Was it about Shojiro? The Tiger Claw's leader suddenly connected the dots with today's events. He had just received a message from his men, stating that they had found Shojiro but he was dead, nothing left but a cadaver, and they were preparing to apprehend the murderer. The Tiger Claw's leader looked at Tang Yu incredulously, seeing his indifferent expression, and began suspecting that Arasaka's executives might very well have abducted Shojiro. Realizing his understanding, Tang Yu nonchalantly inquired, "Do you remember now?" The Tiger Claw's leader instantly got it. The abduction of Shojiro was by Tang Yu's design. A chill ran down his spine as he remembered the incident at the Phoenix Club. Tang Yu had gambled extravagantly in the casino, losing millions, perhaps out of frustration with the casino's unscrupulousness or simply in a bad mood, deliberately borrowed large chips to cause trouble. Shojiro, not recognizing him in time, offended Tang Yu somewhat. Fortunately, the leader arrived in time, halted, and disciplined Shojiro, returning the lost money and an extra $1,000,000 Eurodollars in apology, even closing the casino briefly. He went to these lengths to show respect. Never did he expect Tang Yu to stay relentless against Shojiro. The Tiger Claw's leader always assumed the Moxas were behind Shojiro's abduction, but it turned out to be instigated by Tang Yu. But to him, who commanded the abduction, was irrelevant. The important thing was for the Tiger Claws to take this chance to strike at the Moxas. "Mr. Tang, do you mean the matter concerning Shojiro? He has offended you and has paid the price, leaving this world for good. If it was your people who acted, I will have my men retreat immediately." However, Tang Yu feigned nonchalance, smiling, "Don't misjudge me, Shojiro died by the Mox's hands, nothing to do with me. If you seek revenge for your men, feel free to confront those girls." The Tiger Claw's leader, caught off guard, looked up, a flash of surprise in his eyes, then understood. Tang Yu pinned Shojiro's death on the Moxas, capturing the implicit message that he'd helped frame the Moxas. Tang Yu continued, "Since the Moxas have broken the rules, everyone should hear about it. How could they threaten lives just for some money? If your brothers from the Tiger Claws seek justice and encounter malicious attacks, Arasaka Corporation will not ignore this." Convinced by Tang Yu's words, the Tiger Claws leader asked, "Are you suggesting we should make a bigger scene out of this?" Tang Yu remained non-committal. "There's no need to discuss further. The Moxas have handed you the knife, it's up to you how to proceed. But a heads up, Michiko Arasaka is watching this case closely, so make sure not to mess it up." The Tiger Claws leader nodded profoundly to Tang Yu, understanding, "Got it." He then got up to leave the office and immediately received a call from the scene. "Boss, there's a woman with a cat mask, extremely dangerous. We've lost more than half of our men and need backup." The Tiger Claws leader coldly replied, "Take Shojiro's body and retreat, prepare for a reckoning with them at Lizzie's bar." Tang Yu got up from his office chair and poured himself a glass of warm water, then with teacup in hand, strolled to the panoramic window, overlooking the plaza below. His hint to the Tiger Claws leader was clear. Now was the best time to strike at the Moxas. Soon, Tang Yu planned to arrange Arasaka's media assets to loudly back the Tiger Claws' fabricated claims about the Moxas. Presenting Shojiro's death as a money-motivated murder, depicting the Mox girls as greedy and malicious, business clients murdered after being swindled. With Tiger Claws seeking justice but ambushed by the Moxas instead, resulting in many casualties, would fuel the feud between the gangs. As for public opinion following the propaganda, Tang Yu firmly believed it would not favor the Tiger Claws. No one in Night City favors the menacing Tiger Claws, just as nobody dislikes the high-quality services of Lizzie's siblings. More crucially, these propaganda were fabrications that would secretly reveal the truth. The Tiger Claws would be burdened with bullying Lizzie's girls and framing them. At that point, the Moxas could effortlessly retaliate, reclaiming their dues from the Tiger Claws. Tang Yu took a sip from his teacup. The pressing matter was getting Gloria to quickly integrate with the Moxas, aligning with Judy's opposing faction to vehemently condemn the Tiger Claws. If Gloria helped the Moxas fight the Tiger Claws, Judy would surely be grateful. Opposing the Tiger Claws and helping the downtrodden girls was her desire, but she lacked supportive people and power. For Gloria to secure her position at Lizzie's, she needed Judy's backing. The tiger claws becoming the target was an opportunity for both Gloria and Judy to collaborate. Tang Yu activated his remote visual connection with Sasha, getting an instant understanding of the situation at the secret staging point through Sasha's eyes. The fight was over, and the remaining Tiger Claw thugs had retreated. In the building's corridor lay scattered Tiger Claw members' bodies, weapons strewn about. Sensing Tang Yu's connection, Sasha holstered her leopard king claws, having unleashed her fury in the corridor. A Moxie lifting a bloody baseball bat onto her shoulder boasted to Sasha, "Well, that's something, those Tiger Claw lackeys weren't a match for you." With Sasha wearing an optical camouflage mask, only the electronic glow of a feline figure could be seen. Sasha remained silent until Tang Yu disconnected the visual link, then blinked and replied with a smile, "Piece of cake." As the outside disturbance grew quiet, Gloria, Judy, and others emerged from their hideout to join Sasha. Judy, noting the havoc in the hallways, acknowledged the strength it took to fend off dozens of tiger claws, expressing her gratitude for Gloria's support by offering a fee. The abduction of Shojiro might have been in the name of the Moxas, but it was more of Judy's personal commission, with the money coming mostly from her and some sisters. Since her official account was running low, she invited Gloria to Lizzie's bar. The Moxie, impressed with Sasha's prowess, aimed to coax her, adding, "What Judy said is true, brokers like you are true treasures in Night City, do us the honor and join us at Lizzie's." Already briefed by Tang Yu, Gloria agreed to continue liaising with the Moxas, replying smoothly, "Shojiro got what he deserved, and the Tiger Claws needed that lesson, we should leave here soon." The Tiger Claws' abrupt retreat, taking Shojiro's body with them, suggests they have something else up their sleeve. Caution is paramount. The sisters unanimously decided to return to Lizzie's bar to plan their next move. Chapter 145. On a rainy night, the Lizzie bar was shrouded in mist, and the square in front of it was unusually desolate compared to its usual hustle and bustle. The bar's gate was closed, only the sign's curved lights were still on, but it wasn't conducting business as usual. Inside Lizzie bar, the girls from the Moxas gathered together, some smoking, others sitting at the bar sipping their drinks in silence, making the atmosphere heavy. Gloria and Sasha sat quietly by the bar, watching in silence. The wall-mounted television was broadcasting a special night program of Night City. In the TV program, the host, dressed in golden finery, greeted enthusiastically, "Good evening, viewers of Night City. This is Night Chats with Ziggy Q. On this story-filled rainy night, let's welcome our special guest, Mr. Zwateng." The man, who sported a Japanese bun hairstyle and wore a wine-red suit, stepped into the studio and sat down on the sofa next to the host. Ziggy Q exaggeratedly waved to him and said, "Hello, Mr. Zwateng." "Hello, host." Zwateng nodded slightly in greeting. Ziggy Q smiled at the camera and said, "I believe our viewers are quite unfamiliar with Mr. Zwateng, but once I mention another name, you'll know who he is. Tiger Claws." "That's right, Mr. Zwateng is a key figure in the Tiger Claws," he turned to his guest, jokingly saying. Perhaps I should refer to you as the gang boss." Zwateng was serious, no nonsense, and explained, "Actually, the Tiger Claws don't have a gang boss per se, we are led by several high-ranking members who manage the gang affairs together, each with different responsibilities." Ziggy Q chuckled, teasing, "It seems the Tiger Claws are not only traditional but also keep up with the times, implementing a better management system, quite interesting." But what the audience is more curious about is the recent love-hate entanglement between the Tiger Claws and the Moxas. "About 10 years ago, you guys suffered a great loss at the hands of those beautiful girls, how is it that now conflict has arisen again?" Zwateng seriously clarified, "This time it can't be considered a conflict. The Tiger Claws do not wish for any clashes with the Moxas, but one of our high-ranking members suffered persecution at the hands of the Moxas. The Tiger Claws have always valued unity and mutual assistance. We cannot tolerate the wrongful death of a brother." Ziggy Q interjected, "The high-ranking member you mentioned must be Seizo Norimoto, however, to my knowledge, his reputation isn't exactly stellar." Zwateng, with stern words, replied, "No one is perfect. Seizo Norimoto indeed had many flaws, but that's no justification for his murder by the Moxas." Ziggy Q pressed on, "The recent news coverage says that the girls of the Moxas broke the rules of business, killing Seizo Norimoto out of greed and even attacked the Tiger Claws. It's hard to imagine a group of unarmed girls undertaking such a crazy act. Is there perhaps more to the story?" Zwateng argued, "The Moxas are not as simple as you think. The occasional acting chips can be used for business and can also be adapted into combat chips, which should not be underestimated in lethality. The Tiger Claws do not resort to violence lightly, but the Moxas must provide an explanation." Ziggy Q nodded thoughtfully, "It seems there's a big show tonight, so, viewers in front of the TV, do you support the Tiger Claws in their quest for justice, or the beautiful girls of Lizzie? You can send a text to." Seeing the Tiger Claws leader twist the truth on the TV show, the sisters of Lizzie's were filled with rage. A Moxas girl couldn't contain her anger and cursed, what a trash program, stupid host, that dressed-up beast from the Tiger Claws is spewing nothing but lies, does anyone believe this? A bald-headed black girl beside her, worried, said, these media programs belong to Arasaka, and they are in cahoots with the Tiger Claws, of course, they would speak for them, nobody will care about our side. Another girl with purple hair, not considering the feelings of everyone else, packed her bag and said bluntly. We can't beat the Tiger Claws, Susie has disappeared, and even if she returns, it would only be to surrender to the Tiger Claws. If you don't want to be oppressed by them, it's better to leave early. Many girls present were swayed by this, as they came to work at Lizzie's to live better lives, not to be controlled by the Tiger Claws. Previously, some of the Mox's girls chose to stay at the top, working under the management of the Tiger Claws, and it was practically unbearable. They had tasks every day, and when idle, they were treated as playthings by the disgusting Tiger Claws, without rest even when sick. They were also forced to undergo invasive cyberware modifications, and if damaged, they could only go to makeshift doctors for repairs. In bad luck, some might even be taken away by the Tiger Claws, never to be heard from again. Therefore, the girls of Lizzie's didn't want to work under the control of the Tiger Claws and would rather earn a hard living in a small shop. Seeing someone suggest disbanding, the girls started arguing with each other. What's the rush? If it comes down to it, we'll decide when the boss comes back. What's the use of waiting for her? If the Tiger Claws want to claim justice, would she be willing to take the fall? If it weren't for some meddling, kidnapping Shizo Norimoto, how did it get to this point? Now you regret it, don't you? What the hell are you talking about? Have you forgotten how Lizzie started? You play nice after getting benefits, if you're scared, just scram. Judy sat at the bar, elbows on the table, fingers entwined in her short hair, troubled by the statements on the TV as well as the arguments around her. They had no way out but to watch as Arasaka's media bombarded them, with the Tiger Claws quickly gaining the upper hand. Although not many believed the lies of the Tiger Claws, it still confused the public. With the loss of support for the Moxes, they stood little chance against the Tiger Claws. Now, there were significant internal divisions within Lizzie's. Some wanted to make peace with the Tiger Claws and others were determined to fight, which put Lizzie's at the risk of being torn apart or annihilated. Overwhelmed with a mixture of emotions, she yelled, "Stop arguing." The noisy hall instantly fell silent as everyone's gaze turned to Judy. The girl walked up to Judy, patting her back and comforting, "Judy, don't worry, the sisters of Lizzie's won't give up the fight, we all support you." Fight? With what will we fight the Tiger Claws? Their men are on their way here now, with what will you resist their demand for an explanation? The girl responded furiously, "No one's asking you to stay, if you want to leave, do it now, rather than regret it later." "Why should I leave? It should be you leaving, Susie is the owner of Lizzie's bar, not you." Judy was trapped in a tangle of distress. She hadn't anticipated that kidnapping and killing the scum Shizo Norimoto would lead to such severe consequences. TVs and projections in the streets and alleys of Night City were all broadcasting about his death. Doesn't a complete scoundrel deserve death? As she pondered over what to do next, she suddenly received a call from Evelyn. Judy hesitated for a moment but decided to answer. On the phone, Evelyn's voice was urgent. "Judy, are you still at Lizzie's bar? Pack up and leave there quickly, the Tiger Claws are mobilizing to come to Lizzie's. They found out it was you who sought people to investigate Shizo Norimoto, Susie has sold everything out, and she's also headed to Lizzie's." Judy fell silent. Everything Evelyn said was true. To settle the matter with Judy, she had gone to the Tiger Claws' high-ranking members and those company executives. But not a single one was willing to help her, and the Tiger Claws were determined to take over Lizzie's bar. Evelyn shared all the information she had with Judy, and seeing that she had nothing to say, she hurriedly added an explanation. "Judy, stop hesitating. I've asked an acquaintance at City Hall to get NCPD involved. They will protect Lizzie's bar for a while and can arrange for a vehicle to help you escape in secret. With your braindance expertise, you can find work at any entertainment company. I can introduce you to better places. Stop throwing yourself at Lizzie's bar, Judy." Hearing Evelyn's words, Judy replied with tears in the corner of her eyes, "Evelyn, you still don't understand, let it be, stop worrying about me." After hanging up the phone decisively, Judy knew that there was no turning back. She had to stand up and do something, otherwise, everyone present would suffer because of her. At that moment, Gloria, who had been observing the situation, received a message from Tang Yu. It was about Susie Q, the owner of Lizzie's bar. She had died in a car accident while hurrying on the road, and the message included a short video. In the video, a truck lay overturned by the side of the road. Flames blazing as indifferent pedestrians walked past. What caught her eye was a woman in a pink jacket lying in the rainy night, her body gruesomely mangled by the vehicle and leaving behind a long trail of blood, quickly washed away by the rain. Suzy Q dead. Gloria was shocked. Receiving such a message from Tang Yu held deep implications. Was this arranged by Mr. Tang? That was the first thought that crossed her mind. Without Suzy Q, the seat of Lizzie's bar owner was now vacant. And there would be no chance of advancement. Moreover, there were still many in the bar who supported Suzy Q and hoped for a successful negotiation with the Tiger Claws to avert the crisis. But with Suzy Q's death, all of that became impossible. The Moxas now faced two outcomes, either to be absorbed by the Tiger Claws or to resist alongside Judy without a puppet leader to negotiate. Immediately understanding Tang Yu's intent, Gloria informed Regina Jones about the location of Suzy Q's accident. She knew that Channel 54 News wouldn't turn down such a scoop. Standing beside Judy, Gloria said, "The Tiger Claws are not unbeatable, and there are companies in Night City other than Arasaka." Wiping away her tears, Judy looked up with a glimmer of hope. "Do we still have a chance?" Gloria nodded firmly. "Whether there's hope or not, we must fight this battle with the Tiger Claws." "Who are you? Talking about fighting so lightly when you're not part of the Moxas?" Addressing the employees of Lizzie's, Gloria confessed, "Though I'm not one of the Moxas, I took down Jotaro Shobo myself. Such scum doesn't deserve to live in this world. Today they dare to reach out to the girls around Lizzie's, tomorrow they'll reach out to you. Do you have to wait until disaster strikes before resisting? As women, I know it's hard enough just surviving in this city, let alone dealing with the Tiger Claws scum. If we don't unite, endless oppression awaits us. What about tomorrow or the day after? How can we be sure the Tiger Claws won't target you someday?" No one spoke up in the bar, the truth too self-evident. They could run for the moment but not for a lifetime. How can you ensure the staff of Lizzie's won't be threatened by the Tiger Claws again? Surviving tonight is hard enough, let alone the future. Gloria rebutted fiercely, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If they bully one of our girls, we'll return it tenfold. If they want to play with fire, we'll play with their lives." The Moxas girl, holding up her baseball bat, cheered in agreement. "I can't agree more, I've always despised those scums." Inspired by Gloria's call, others began supporting her. Even Judy looked towards Gloria, uplifted by her impassioned demeanor. Someone asked, "The Tiger Claws have over 5,000 members, while the Moxas barely make 200, how can we fight them?" Gloria's determined response was, "If the Moxas are short on people, we'll recruit more. There are millions of girls in Night City who could become sisters of Lizzie's. Let's amplify our own voices so that everyone in Night City can see the cruelty Jotaro Shobo and the Tiger Claws have inflicted on the Moxas girls. We have plenty of evidence and won't be afraid of their lies." Someone asked, "But the owner of Lizzie's bar was Suzy. We had no say, she only wanted to reconcile with the Tiger Claws. What can we do?" Meanwhile, Channel 54 News suddenly broadcasted live breaking news from the accident scene, confirming the death of Suzy Q. The staff at Lizzie's looked at each other in shock following Suzy's death on the news. Someone broke the silence. "The damn Tiger Claws, they must have engineered this, determined to swallow the Moxas. Did they kill Suzy because the negotiations failed?" The speculation continued. "This indicates the Tiger Claws aren't interested in peace anymore." Murmurs filled the room, questions about what to do next without Suzy to lead, and whether they could also fall prey to the Tiger Claws. Judy, watching the TV, was in disbelief. She had hoped Suzy could negotiate with the Tiger Claws and find a peaceful compromise. Even if Suzy had betrayed her, Judy wasn't prepared to hold her accountable as long as Lizzie's could survive, and the Moxas remained united. Gloria seized the moment. "Judy, you are now the only one who can lead the Moxas out of this crisis." Outside in the rainy night, a procession was moving towards Lizzie's bar, a stark presence against the neon-drenched rain. On the road, the Tiger Claws funeral procession, numbering in the hundreds, marched in the cold rain, a statement of their presence in Night City. Chapter 146. Night City. The entire city was immersed in the world of icy rain and cold night. Dense droplets fell from the sky, threading through the vibrant neon lights as if they were dreamy fireflies. Tang Yu stood in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows on the 33rd floor of the Arasaka Tower, his deep eyes reflecting the night colors of the luminous rain. He held a half cup of warm water in his hand, with steam rising from the rim of the cup. Tonight. For the Mox gang, it was crunch time. Whether they could continue to secure a place for themselves in Night City or become a thing of the past would be determined tonight. After so many years, the Mox gang had not expanded significantly due to the constraints of Suzy Q, resulting in their official membership remaining at around 200. The Mox gang fundamentally differed from other gangs. They were more like a group of girls who banded together for self-protection, seeking safety in Night City. In the dog-eat-dog world of Night City, these girls appeared to other gang members and powerful elites more like prey, resources, or commodities. The larger the Mox gang grew, the fewer the prey benefits for others. That's why the Tiger Claws gang was determined to curb the rise of the mocks. They wouldn't allow the girls to gain independence without their permission, without the approval of customers and those high society elites. They could tolerate the existence of the mocks gang but couldn't watch them grow in power. If the mocks gang wanted to win independence and survival, they had to rely on themselves in the end. Likewise. For Gloria, tonight was also critical. Tang Yu had cleared the final obstacle for her, making way for her stage performance. The top spot in the Lizzie's bar might have been vacated, but the ability to command respect and deliver results was needed to secure it. The outcome of tonight's battle was crucial for Gloria. If the mocks win, Gloria would undoubtedly become the greatest hero and be fully qualified to take over Lizzie's. But winning this fight against the Tiger Claws was no easy task. The Tiger Claws surpassed the mocks in numbers and combat effectiveness. If the mocks truly wanted to win, there was only one way. To unite all possible forces and adopt a war of attrition strategy against the Tiger Claws. Only with more and more girls joining the mocks could they truly grow strong enough to confront the Tiger Claws. Tang Yu wanted a mocks gang that was strong and dared to resist. He didn't reveal the whole plan to Gloria. This was not only trust but also a test. A test of whether she could stir the blood of the mocks, lead them in a fiery clash against the Tiger Claws, and enable the mocks to truly undergo a rebirth through bloodshed. After managing Lizzie's for many years, Suzy Q had dulled the mocks' vigor. Even Judy, who had always been firm in resisting the Tiger Claws, started to hesitate, indicating the attitude of the other girls in Lizzie's. They chose to suffer in silence for better business and more money, not realizing they were drinking poison to quench thirst. True peace is never attained by begging the enemy, it has to be earned through force. Only by winning this battle could the mocks have real leverage at the negotiation table against the Tiger Claws. At this moment, outside the minister's office, the security system signaled a request for a meeting report from an employee. Computer Forensics Chief Harry was waiting outside, undergoing a blue light scanning check, and after confirmation entered the minister's office. He walked straight to the desk, where Tang Yu was standing in front of the panoramic window, his back to him, looking out at the rain curtain. The Computer Forensics Chief Harry respectfully reported. Mr. Tang, the Tiger Claws have mobilized. They're using the pretext of seeking justice for Masao Norimoto, carrying a coffin as hundreds form a funeral procession, braving the rainy night, now heading for Lizzie's bar. To avoid triggering a backlash like last time, the procession of hundreds has not brought firearms. Tang Yu remained unmoved. They still have some brains, what about other aspects? Computer Forensics Chief Harry continued, Arasaka and other company media have received the news and are dispatching live broadcast teams to the scene. NCPD has been informed but currently has no plans to stop the chaos. Tang Yu sipped his tea, remarking indifferently, everyone wants to watch a good show, everyone likes girls but does not want them to become strong. Computer Forensics Chief Harry added, the mocks have also made a move, issuing a missive to all of Night City. The letter calls for the city's girls to unite against the Tiger Claws and promises that any girl who participates will be accepted into the mocks gang. Tang Yu thought the letter was good, likely Gloria's doing. The 200 girls previously in the mocks were mostly brought up by Suzy Q. By expanding and recruiting new members, they could not only rapidly increase their strength but also dilute Suzy Q's residual influence. Joining the mocks meant receiving gang protection, which would surely tempt many street-working girls. Seeing Tang Yu silent, Computer Forensics Chief Harry continued with his detailed report. Moreover, the letter thoroughly exposes Masao Norimoto's deeds, including the production of black brain dances, kidnapping innocent street girls, and using dirty means to oppress the mocks, acting arbitrarily with the backing of the Tiger Claws. In the end, the mocks officially declare they will no longer compromise with the Tiger Claws and call on all oppressed girls to unite against them. Tang Yu nodded slightly, and after Computer Forensics Chief Harry finished his report, asked him to leave the letter and exit the office. The damning evidence against Masao Norimoto's heinous crimes was unearthed by mocks hackers from his brain. Masao Norimoto liked to activate cyberware to record black brain dances, resulting in a plethora of visual records on storage chips. He even produced a series called Torture Highlights, Behind the Scenes, for the enjoyment of certain high-profile clientele with special tastes. In the letter, not only the black brain dance recording process but also Masao Norimoto's bloody deeds on the second floor of the Phoenix Club were revealed. He first subjected the kidnapped girls to cruel black brain dance recordings. After electric shocks, burning, violence, and sexual abuse, even connecting two people's pain neurons, forcing them to inflict pain on each other. After a brutal black brain dance recording session, people no longer able to move were dragged to the operating table for dismemberment, with usable organs and cyberware sold off to scavengers. Listed atrocities too horrific to watch. Most chilling, throughout the recording process, Masao Norimoto didn't even blink, capturing the real first-person view without interruption. The Mox's letter did not receive any overt broadcast support or endorsement. The high-ranking people involved in Masao Norimoto's black braindance profit chain were too numerous to count, and an investigation would implicate many. Tang Yu affirmed one aspect of the letter: it focused solely on Masao Norimoto and the tiger claws behind him, without implicating the more extensive forces involved. As a result, anyone reading the letter would direct their anger purely towards Masao Norimoto and the tiger claws. The letter would become a spark, igniting the rage of Night City's girls, completely shattering the tiger claws scheme. Tang Yu knew it was time for him to act. He immediately ordered the Counterintelligence and Special Activities Division's tactical teams to prepare for deployment. At that time, in Watson, Kabuki, during a rainy night on the streets, a blue-haired street dancer finished her last cigarette, flicking the butt into the rain curtain. She lamented the dismal day, failing to attract a single client. Just days before, a girl who worked alongside her vanished entirely for days. She witnessed the girl following a man into a pitch-black alley where streetlights couldn't reach, never to re-emerge. This made her extra cautious during work, especially on such rainy nights, with barely any silhouettes visible on the streets, unnervingly so. She crossed her arms to fend off the cold rain, preparing to leave when suddenly she received a forwarded message from a friend, who was also a street worker. The Mox notice? She skimmed through the contents, discovering the Mox had resolved to fight the tiger claws to the death, calling for all the girls to unite. She had long despised the tiger claws, those crude brutes who never treated them like humans. Did the tiger claws cause that girl's disappearance? Participate in retaliation against the tiger claws and join the Mox? One explosive piece of news after another captured her heart and sparked her interest. She promptly broadcast the message to other colleagues. Sisters. Explosive news. The Mox are really rising up. Is that so? Oh my god, really? Can we join the Mox now? Damn it, I've been pissed off by those tiger claws dogs for so long. No more talk, grab your gear, we're going to support the Mox, support Lizzie's. Count me in. Soon. The notice spread like wildfire through the alleys and streets of Night City. At a certain intersection in Kabuki, an NCPD patrol car with flashing lights abruptly came to a screeching halt, parked carelessly in the middle of the road. A portly cop emerged, hastily running towards a convenience store he almost missed. Shortly after, he exited the convenience store with 2 bags of late-night snacks, braving the cold rain as he hurried back to the patrol car. Reaching the car, he yanked open the door, got into the driver's seat, closed it, and kept the rain out. His partner on the passenger side took the late-night snacks and joked with a grin, "Lucky you were quick, otherwise, we wouldn't have snacks, but the higher-ups just gave us a task. Are we going to run that first? It's so late, can't we have peace? What can happen in this cold, wet weather? Let's eat while it's warm." Handing over a bag of snacks to his partner, the portly cop continued, "We're told to check on Lizzie's, not far from here, and we might pick someone up if there's a chance. Aren't the tiger claws demanding justice at Lizzie's tonight? With such a huge turnout, how can the 2 of us handle it?" The co-pilot security officer joined in, snacking on the late-night bites, sighing helplessly and saying, "Doesn't matter, we're just out to pick someone up. The tiger claw gang has to show some respect, right?" The portly sheriff insisted, No, the tiger claws are crazy, they only acknowledge the Arasakas, plus, I heard they went to Lizzie's tonight to settle some scores without guns, wanting to play it cool." The co-pilot security officer stopped chewing and curiously asked, "With their swords and sticks, can they match the Moxes?" Over the years, the tiger claws got cocky with Arasaka's smart weapons. They might not match the Moxes in a cold weapon fight. Back in the day, Lizzie took down 3 of their punks with a pair of hatchets. The portly sheriff shook his head. "You know too little about the tiger claws. They've still got some tough fighters, like that wooden statue from Clouds. He used to be a real tough character. And their bald, tattooed boss is not to be underestimated." As they enjoyed their snacks and chatted away, the scenery outside the car's window caught their attention. Quickly, he set aside his food and rubbed the misty window to get a clearer view. Outside, a colorful group of girls, confident in their step, slowly approached from a distant street. They braved the chilly wind and night rain, their hair wet, slipping down their necks into their curves, soaking their hot pants and short tops. Some carried baseball bats, others held hatchets and short blades, their edges glinting coldly in the dark. The Moxes? What are they planning to do? The portly sheriff hadn't expected to encounter the Moxes' troop mobilization here, with a situation suggesting a showdown with the tiger claws. He was filled with questions. What could the Moxes bring to a fight against the tiger claws? Their lives? As he gaped, he was abruptly yanked twice, urged to look here, this way. He turned to view outside the co-pilot's window, spotting another group. Heads wrapped in white strips, bare-chested and looking fierce, unmistakably the tiger claws. Both security officers were utterly baffled. Was a fight about to break out right there and then? At the crossroads. Centered on the NCPD car, tiger claws were lined up on one side with their funeral procession, and the Mox's girls on the other. Soon enough, both groups noticed each other's presence. The bald brawler leading the tiger claws raised his hand, causing his procession to halt. And the Mox's girls stopped too, weapon-wielding, scornfully eyeing the tiger claws across the street. They faced off at the intersection, silent amidst the pouring rain. The tiger claws, noting that the Moxes had turned up in force with clubs and blades, made their intentions clear. A showdown to the death with the Moxes. The tiger claws set down their coffin and pushed it open, revealing the samurai swords hidden inside. No point in hiding now that the Moxes had laid their cards on the table. The tiger claws drew swords from the coffin, lining up ready to charge. One of the Mox girls, looking at Sasha in her cat mask, teased, "Beautiful, how many are you planning to take down this time?" Sasha, after a moment of thought, seriously responded, "As long as it's satisfying." Judy, concerned for Gloria beside her, spoke, "This kind of scrum isn't for you, remember to protect yourself later." She noticed Gloria lacked significant combat implants or chips, making her an easy target in this outnumbered scenario. But Gloria, with determined eyes, firmly replied, "I may not be good at fighting, but I understand it's not just about strength but also morale, I won't back down." Judy's eyes flashed with a fierce agreement, "Well said, we've got no way back." Sasha earnestly added, "Don't worry, I've got your backs." She had received instructions from Tang Yu to ensure the safety of Gloria and Judy. Sasha understood why protecting Gloria made sense, but wasn't sure why Judy as well. Still, she didn't let confusion hinder her execution of Tang Yu's orders. Not just Gloria, but every Mox girl there was resolved to fight to the death. Rather than being oppressed by the tiger claws, they'd rather go down fighting boldly, payback for one, profit for two. Seeing the brewing conflict, the NCPD security officers hurriedly tried to fire up the engine and flee the dangerous maelstrom, in the chaos accidentally honking the horn. The loud sound instantly filled the night sky. The Mox girls realized this was the signal to charge. Gloria steadied her surging emotions, facing her first foray into a battle of fire and blood, nervous and excited for unfamiliarity. She had made a bold decision for all the Lizzie's sisters, to face the tiger claws using only cold weapons. This was a calculated decision based on intel that the tiger claws would be wielding melee weapons. To prevent the Moxes from falling behind, they too would wield hatchets to rise to the occasion. Moreover, firearms were the tiger claws' strength. Had the Moxes started with firearms and then faced a counterattack from the tiger claws, they'd surely lose. And having the fight witnessed by the thousands of onlookers in Night City, the Moxes initiating firearms would diminish their chances of gaining public support. No retreat from the tiger claws now. Hatchets versus katanas. This was the fight fitting for the Moxes. The four stood at the forefront of their groups, sharing glances filled with encouragement and indignation. Judy gave nods to Gloria, the little sister, and Sasha, her resolve unwavering. The little sister, catching the cue, raised her baseball bat towards the tiger claws, her voice spirited. "Sisters. For the Moxes. For Lizzie's. For tomorrow. Charge." Her words fell. And the Mox girls let out a thunderous roar, following the four in a charge against the tiger claws. For Lizzie's. They gripped their hatchets tight, undaunted by the rain slapping their faces, their eyes ablaze with rage. Heels, boots, and sneakers splashed through puddles on the ground. The air was tense. Suddenly, the tiger claw's bald bruiser took a step back and raised his hand again. His procession uniformly lifted their katanas, coldly observing the charging Moxes. He swung his arm, and the tiger claws charged with a piercing howl. The four girls felt unprecedented exhilaration as they ran, fearless even against the tiger claws. This was the sensation of true freedom. Fearless and unyielding. As the Moxes charged, Gloria spotted more forces arriving at the crossroads. They, too, were fired up, echoing the Moxes' cries, calling for Lizzie's sisters. Gloria felt moved. It seemed the alert worked, bringing countless sisters to their aid. Just as battle loomed, they arrived in time. Judy, noticing the reinforcements, felt a surge of warmth. This unity in adversity affirmed her past choices. Without further support, the Moxes' 200 would struggle against the tiger claws' hundreds. Even with Gloria and Sasha, not every Mox girl was guaranteed survival. Judy abhorred harm and death but knew that to ensure a better tomorrow, she had to learn to fight back. With more girls joining the fray, the tiger claws' numerical advantage was vanishing. Yet, they still underestimated their adversaries. To the bald brute, these girls were just businesswomen once faced with real fists, they'd see what real ferocity was. At the crossroads. The fighting was imminent. Sasha knew that with combat starting, she had to protect those around her, so she leapt ahead to meddle with the Tiger Claw's charge formation. With her retractable claws out and combat implants prepped, she bounded into the Tiger Claw ranks, becoming an unseen flash in the rain, first to engage. Leaping with grace, she descended, her claws flashing, cleaving heads and taking lives in fluid motions. Dodging incoming bayonets, she continued her deadly dance, effortlessly claiming lives. She moved like a ballet dancer in the rain, gracefully claiming each life her claws crossed. The Mox's little sister, not to be outdone by Sasha's lead, charged in swinging her baseball bat. Spotting a Tiger Claw coming her way, she dodged the blade and swung her bat sideways, caving in his face and sending him flying. The little sister gripped her bat tightly, wreaking havoc in the crowd, crushing heads like smashing watermelons, with blood mixing in the rain everywhere. The two forces clashed fiercely at the crossroads. Gloria, joining the fray, barely touched the enemy. The Mox girls, ferocious in battle compared to their day-job personas, left her lagging behind the charging forefront. Outpaced, she felt stranded, with no chance to strike in the packed intersection. The blood-filled battle she expected was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Gloria thought that if only the Moxes could endure this battle, earn visibility, plus the impact of the alert, support would gradually come. But now, the support had arrived overwhelmingly fast. With the Mox's fierce reputation and thousands of supporting girls, the Tiger Claw's hundreds hardly stood a chance. Especially with Sasha and the little sister as vanguards, decimating the backlands. In a situation without firearms, the Tiger Claws were likely to lose. Seeing the tide turn, Gloria wanted more. Chapter 147. Good evening, everyone, I'm Arif Iqbal, and you are watching WNS News. We interrupt with some local news. A new riot, ignited by the Mox's gang, is unfolding in the Kabukicho district of Watson. As the anchor reports, chaotic photos and videos from the intersection appear on the background screen. The Mox's girls can be clearly seen clashing violently with the brutish men of the Tiger Claws. It is reported that the incident started with the abduction and murder of a high-ranking member of the Tiger Claws, Masao Norimoto, at the hands of the Moxes. The Tiger Claws went to the Lizzie's bar to seek an explanation and were ambushed and intercepted by the Moxes en route. At the moment, the melee is still ongoing. At this time, the focus on the Kabukicho intersection is not solely on Arasaka Corporation. Drones from different corporate media have arrived at the scene promptly to record first-hand material. Good evening, and welcome to News 54, I'm Jillian Jordan, here's the latest major news bulletin. A conflict involving thousands of people is occurring in the Kabukicho area of Watson, with the Tiger Claws and the Moxes fighting each other in the streets, each wielding melee weapons, and the conflict continues to escalate. Our accurate understanding from various sources is that this conflict was sparked by the death of a high-ranking Tiger Claw, Masao Norimoto. The Tiger Claws are propagating that the Moxes disregarded business etiquette, persecuted Masao Norimoto to death, and are demanding the Moxes hand over and severely punish the murderer. However, according to the information collected by our channel, the Mox's statement admits the abduction and death of Masao Norimoto, but they sharply criticize and refute the claim that they did not follow business rules. The Moxes firmly believe that Masao Norimoto's death was his own fault. Not because the Moxes disregarded business etiquette, but because his actions were extremely brutal. Persecuting innocent street workers and oppressing members of the Moxes. Hence, the Moxes announced retaliation against the Tiger Claw's atrocities. The Moxes also released footage of Masao Norimoto producing illegal brain dances, vividly showcasing his cruel methods. Compared to the Tiger Claw's empty talk, the concrete evidence provided by the Moxes is more convincing. It can also be seen from the front lines that more and more girls are joining the Moxes' fighting ranks. Tonight, under the pretext of demanding an explanation, the Tiger Claws sent hundreds of elite enforcers disguised as a funeral procession to Lizzie's bar, and their true intentions require further investigation. Arasaka and Militech, two mainstream news outlets, have started their own moves regarding this riot. The street conflict, already under the spotlight, instantly sparked a heated debate in Night City. Both online subnet forums and offline bar counters were busily discussing the matter. At the Afterlife bar, Rogue, sitting at the bar with a cocktail in hand, watching the news on the wall-mounted TV, muttered, "It's been a long time since Night City was this lively." She was still wearing her fluorescent yellow punk long-sleeved hoodie, with her long hair swept to one side, exuding the aura of a queen at the bar. Claire placed a cocktail on the table and, hearing her boss's sigh, couldn't help but laugh and say, "You're telling me." With the Samurai Band nostalgia concert, the burning of the biotech company building, and now the Moxes girls' rebellion against the Tiger Claws. Such spirited stories have indeed been rare in Night City for a while. Rogue, with a deep gaze, murmured, "There are shadows behind all these events. Lizzie's bar is going to change hands after tonight. Remember to send a gift over. I rather like the Moxes as they are now." Claire assured her that she'd remember, then brought up a recent matter. "A well-dressed young man came by last time, claimed to be an old acquaintance of yours. I don't know where he got his information, but he spoke about Silverhand as if he knew it all." Rogue nodded slightly, recalling the words Tang Yu had conveyed to her about the drive-in movie date. It was a romance she had kept buried deep in her heart, belonging only to Johnny, and now a complete stranger had brought it up. It had stirred waves in her typically composed heart. Moreover, Rogue found out that Tang Yu had used Arasaka resources to help Carey with his record company issues, contributing significantly to the band's nostalgia concert. Why a young executive like Tang Yu would be familiar with Johnny's old buddy piqued her curiosity. Rogue downed her Johnny Silverhand cocktail, still savoring its sour-spicy taste, then headed towards the private booth. Meanwhile, at the chaotic intersection of Kabukicho, two crowds merged in the chilly rainy night, ultimately converging at the center of the intersection and colliding. Shadowy figures intertwined against the backdrop of flashing blades as a life-or-death battle in the rain officially commenced. Dozens in the front ranks of the Tiger Claws, howling and wielding katanas, charged forward, attempting to break into the Mox's ranks. Dozens of throwing axes came spinning through the air, chopping into their foreheads and flipping the men to the ground. Then, wave after wave of axes rained down on the Tiger Claws, striking numerous targets and causing brutal carnage. Undeterred by the axes flying overhead, the Tiger Claws fought in close combat with the Moxes. The two sides infiltrated each other's territory, initiating a bloodbath. However, the Mox gang, with their overwhelming numbers and the continuous arrival of reinforcements, quickly laid to waste the dozens from the Tiger Claws who had just penetrated their lines with an axe to the left and a sledgehammer to the right. They fell to the ground, their lives claimed in an instant. Caught deep within the Mox crowd, the Tiger Claws fighters, unable to defend from every direction, activated their combat cyberware and howled as they swung their blades wildly. But they were soon overwhelmed by axes, hacked to pieces. In this first clash, the Moxes held their ground and launched an even fiercer offensive against the Tiger Claws. Hundreds began slashing around on the streets. Heads, arms, and prosthetic limbs flew in every direction, making it impossible to distinguish between cybernetic and natural body parts. All the Mox women fought with a red mist before their eyes, recklessly disregarding their own safety. One after another took the place of a fallen sister. Where one was cut in half at the waist by the Tiger Claws, another would instantly fill in and deliver a fatal axe blow in return. The Mox's fearless techniques rendered the Tiger Claws' elite fighters powerless, able only to trade their lives for kills. A bald, brutish Tiger Claw thug, with his arms cyberware charged, pounded his fists out, bursting open the skulls of two adversaries. He managed to kill many Mox gang members with his desperate fists, but found that the more he killed, the more appeared, becoming fiercer with each moment. The numbers of his own gang members dwindled. Those who had entered the Mox crowd with him were now all dead. "What the hell is going on?" cursed the bald brute in anger. The Tiger Claws had over 5,000 formal members, but not all were fighters, and not many could handle a katana without smart weapons. Previously, assuming the Moxes had only about 200 people, they formed a strike squad of modest size and equipped them with melee weapons, to avoid excessive talk. Now, it seemed that a significant number of people from all around were coming to the Mox's support, and the situation was turning dire. Without a care for his image, the bald brute knew he must severely punish the Mox gang, to demonstrate the might of the Tiger Claws. He immediately activated all his combat cyberware, pulled a katana from the body of a fallen girl, and started a mad killing spree into the crowd. Many girls who came to support were slain in an instant, none surviving more than a single round against his blade. The bald brute was equipped with high-end, precision combat cyberware developed by Arasaka Corporation, complete with a full operating system, making his power difficult to underestimate. By contrast, the street-working girls had low-end, crude cyberware, and could only rely on their strength to fight the Tiger Claws, being bisected on the spot if struck by a blade. The bald brute, like slicing through vegetables, now went on a rampage, slaughtering everything in his path within the Mox ranks. A young Mox girl turned and saw her sisters being slain by the bald man, fury welling up within her. She swung her bat and sent a Tiger Claws fighter flying, then charged toward the bald brute. Cold rain slid down her skin like fog, her arms combat cyberware powering up to maximum as she lifted a baseball bat and leapt towards him. Expletive. The bald brute sensed someone coming from behind as he stabbed and killed two. He tried to draw his blade for a counterstrike but found it stuck. To his surprise, the katana was held firm by the two girls he'd pierced, refusing to budge. Furious, he pushed to the side, cutting both the girls and the sword free, ready to strike at the young girl behind him. But as he turned, the sturdy bat smashed down from the air, striking the top of his skull. Frozen in place like a statue, he could only widen his eyes in disbelief. His skull had been reinforced to be bulletproof. Yet the force of the girl's blow shattered his brain and electronics instantaneously, causing catastrophic cranial trauma. A crack appeared atop the bald brute's head, followed by blood flowing from every orifice, and he fell straight to the ground. Rage-filled moxas encircled and hacked at him furiously. In the blink of an eye, the bald brute was chopped into a bloody mash, washed away by the rain into a nearby sewer. The young mox girl, raising her bat, roared and turned back to engage the rest of the tiger claws. At this point, the filthy remnants behind the mox lines had been cleared, allowing everyone to move unhindered against the tiger claws. Sasha had already charged into enemy territory on her own, wreaking havoc. She had confirmed the safety of Gloria and Judy behind her, two girls who were too weak in combat to play much of a role in this battle. Especially Gloria, whose cyberware upgrade was minimal, could neither sprint nor keep up with others, quickly falling behind from the front line. With cybernetic diamond-like claws, Sasha harvested the lives of Tiger Claw's fighters with fury. In fact, she initially fought more to accomplish a mission given by Tang Yu, without a particular hatred toward Tiger Claws. But learning about the Tiger Claw's deeds ignited an inexplicable anger within her. There were plenty of bad people in Night City, however, she couldn't dispel all the evil. But here and now, these thugs must be dealt with, one by one. Sasha, with high-quality combat cyberware and formidable hacking skills, cut a swathe through the Tiger Claw's lines, disrupting their formation utterly. With the charge team nearly annihilated and the frontal clash lost, the Tiger Claw's defeat was inevitable. Chapter 148. It was a rainy night. At the crossroads. The girls from the Moxas launched a fierce counterattack, relentlessly swinging their axes at the Tiger Claw gang. Gloria's red hair was soaked by the heavy rain, her whole body drenched. Wiping the rain from her eyes, she witnessed the girls valiantly pushing back against the Tiger Claws, slowly gaining the upper hand and turning the tide of what seemed impossible into the possible. The Tiger Claws, hundreds in number, were on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand the rage and lethal intent of the Moxas, desperately holding their line as more and more fell. The tide had turned. The Tiger Claws were in full retreat, contracting their lines step by step. But the Moxas girls had no intention of letting them off the hook, continuing to press the attack, fearless amidst the flashing blades. Despite the formidable power of the Tiger Claws, the Moxas proved themselves with this bloody battle. In truth, Gloria hadn't expected the Moxas girls to secure the ultimate victory. In terms of overall strength, weaponry, and combat ability, the Moxas were not on the same level as the Tiger Claws. But the impact of an announcement had exceeded all expectations, sparking a major chain reaction that brought significant reinforcements to the Moxas side. Without everyone's help and the fearless spirit, the Moxas would have struggled to defeat the well-resourced Tiger Claws. Ultimately, Gloria believed, it all came down to the girls being fed up with oppression and humiliation, their hatred for the Tiger Claws reaching a boiling point. Even if they didn't fight to the death here today, they couldn't escape the fate of being tormented by them later. Better to go all out against the Tiger Claws and have a swift end. Moreover, the Tiger Claws, in trying to maintain their so-called moral high ground, were wary of forcefully attacking the Moxas and annexing Lizzie's bar as they did a few years ago, which could prompt a backlash. They forewent their advantage in firepower. Otherwise, given the Tiger Claws' advanced equipment, a straight fight would lean heavily against the Moxas. In the face of powerful automated weaponry, sheer numbers would merely serve as more targets. Both sides engaging in combat with melee weapons to avoid escalating the conflict actually gave the Moxas a chance at victory. With their numbers supported by reinforcements far exceeding those of the Tiger Claws, the Moxas' biggest weakness was compensated for. As the scales of victory tipped to the Moxas, Gloria realized that winning this battle was far from enough. Even if every Tiger Claw present were killed, it wouldn't pose a significant threat to the entirety of the gang. For the wealthy Tiger Claws, recruiting new members wasn't a big deal. Only by severely damaging the Tiger Claws' business interests and securing tangible benefits for the girls would it all make sense. She decided to take advantage of the Moxas' momentary dominance and seize this rare chance to deal a heavy blow to the Tiger Claws. Soon, the battle drew to a close. The Tiger Claws' funeral procession, 100 strong, was nearly wiped out, incapable of resisting the fierce opposition, and a retreat began. Many Tiger Claws dropped their katanas and fled, only to have their lives claimed by the chasing axes. One by one, the Tiger Claws fell into pools of blood, subsequently dismembered into pieces by the stamping Moxas girls. They vented the full fury of their grievances, the oppression from the Tiger Claws, their discontent with the filth of Night City. The once high and mighty Tiger Claws now lay strewn dead on the streets, to the fierce delight of the girls. More tiger claws fell, hacked apart by the advancing girls, blood washed away by the rain, with the strong scent of iron hanging over the street. It wasn't until the last tiger claw member was dismembered by an axe that the melee violence came to an end. The Mox's girls, soaked in blood and water, stood amongst a landscape of corpses and severed limbs. They gripped their axes, breathing hard, the hatred still burning in their eyes. It seemed as if slaughtering hundreds of tiger claw members wasn't enough to quench their thirst for revenge, their feeling of humiliation and rage far from being fully expressed. With a clang, Judy's axe slipped from her hand, and she almost collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, rainwater streaming from her jaw. Gloria quickly waded through the blood to Judy's side and helped her up. "Are you hurt?" Judy shook her head, looking around to see the chaotic, noisy street had fallen silent, with only the Mox's girls standing. Not a single tiger claw was in sight, and in disbelief, she asked, "Did we win?" Gloria, realizing Judy had yet to recover from the horrific battle, as the scene was too intense for a tech geek like her, affirmed, "The Tiger Claw's hit squad has been wiped out." The little Mox girl, carrying a baseball bat, hurried over and asked, "Are any of you hurt?" Gloria assured her they were unharmed. Sasha, having dealt with the fight up front, packed away her sharp mantis blades and leaped over to Gloria's side. The four sisters were reunited. Seeing everyone was okay, Gloria didn't care about the pouring rain and explained with gravity, "We've handled this round of tiger claw attackers, but they have not yet learned their lesson. We can't let them off so easily." "Absolutely. We can't let them go easily, so what do we do next?" Gloria gravely proposed, "Our hatred for the tiger claws goes beyond this. The Phoenix Club still stands, their business industries supplying their bloodline are still operational. We need to drive the tiger claws out of this area, take down every club, every store of theirs here, make them pay the price they deserve." Immediately, the Mox girl agreed, Judy was in wholehearted accord, and Sasha had no objections. They all concluded unanimously to strike while the iron was hot, rallying all the girls to keep the frenzy going. The Mox gang's sister raised her baseball bat and shouted loudly, "Sisters, this isn't over yet, let's have a blast tonight. Raid every Tiger Claw store we find and smash every Tiger Claw venue we come across. Sisters, let's start with the Phoenix Club. Go." With her call to arms, thousands of girls raised their hatchets in response, and the crowd marched towards the Phoenix Club. Marching through the rainy night, they were fearless in their destruction. Any store marked with the Tiger Claw's emblem had its doors smashed in, looted, and set ablaze before departure. When they encountered Tiger Claw's entertainment venues, they violently cleared them out, killed the Tiger Claw bouncers, took the cash, and destroyed the machines and facilities. They arrived at the Phoenix Club and found the casino's doors tightly shut. Sasha quickly breached the security, and the mob rushed in to plunder fiercely. Gloria and others, acting on the intelligence they received, used a secret elevator to reach the second floor of the club, where they encountered a gruesome scene with a bed stained with dried blood, personal garments, and a corpse on the operating table with its cybernetic organs hollowed out. Judy frowned in anger at the sight of the crime scene, where many innocent girls, including those from the Mox, had been killed. Eventually, a fire was set, burning the entire second floor of the club. Before long, the industries of the Tiger Claws on the streets of Kabukicho were destroyed. The girls cheered on the streets, not only having defeated the Tiger Claws but also having looted valuable goods. Gloria, seeing the fruits of their victory, knew that the Tiger Claws' influence in Kabukicho would be significantly weakened, their base in Sakura Street untouched but their largest victory since the Mox was founded secured. The Mox not only expanded their power and gained more room to survive but also proved to Night City that the unified girls were not to be trifled with. Judy, standing on the rainy street with her makeup washed away by the rain, didn't seem overjoyed as she watched the Phoenix Club burn down. Gloria wondered and asked Judy, "What's wrong, any concerns?" Judy hesitated, then said with resignation, "Lizzie's bar is safe, but the sisters at the Clouds." Gloria seemed to realize something. Many girls at Clouds were once Mox but chose to stay there. They were probably hoping to use the Mox's power to resist the Tiger Claw's control. The Mox girl laughed and said, "So, does Clouds also want a big makeover?" Judy explained. "Clouds heard about Mox defeating the Tiger Claws and wants us to help them get rid of the Tiger Claws there to gain independence." Gloria thought it was odd. Clouds, located on Sakura Street in Westbrook, was a core territory of the Tiger Claws. A profitable gang spot operated for a long time, now detached from the Mox. Regardless of removing the Tiger Claw guards at Clouds, they could easily send more support to take back Clouds. For Clouds to be truly independent, it would have to fully convert into Mox territory like Lizzie's bar. Judy, who eagerly explained the situation, had friends at Clouds who, knowing of the Mox's counterattack success, wanted her to bring the girls to handle the Tiger Claw's guards and help Clouds become independent. Sasha had no objections, her main mission being to protect Gloria. The Mox girl felt Clouds should become part of the Mox, otherwise there was no need to care about their fate. Thus, Judy looked to Gloria with pleading eyes, and Gloria agreed without hesitation. Judy's right, if we can help Clouds become independent, it would be a huge blow to the Tiger Claws and good for the Mox, Judy said, relieved by Gloria's support. Hundreds of Tiger Claws have fallen to us, the ones at Clouds won't stand a chance. Gloria thought Judy was driven by emotion. Her mind always on the immediate step. Clouds couldn't compare to Lizzie's. The former was in Tiger Claw territory where they wouldn't play around with knives like this time. The latter was the Mox's last stronghold, where the girls would fiercely defend their lifeline. Understanding Judy's situation but remaining discreet, Gloria waited for Judy to summon her car. The four of them got in and headed straight for Clouds. On the way, Gloria immediately reported to Tang Yu that they were headed to Clouds to cause quite a scene. Chapter 149. During the Cherry Blossom Festival in Westbrook, at a skyscraper. Judy drove Gloria and the others to the base of the building, briefly explaining the situation at Cloud Top on the way. Cloud Top Club's operations center is located on the 12th floor of the skyscraper. The man in charge of Cloud Top's security, Oswald Forrester, is also known by his nickname, Woodman. Furthermore, the top floor of the skyscraper is the residence of the owner of Cloud Top, Hiromi Oto, also one of the high-ranking members of the Tiger Claws. To take down Cloud Top, these two must be dealt with first. At Cloud Top Club, working with Judy, were the housekeeper Maiko Maeda and a group of male and female staff, totaling about 4 or 5 people. The Tiger Claws, given the Mox's recent victory in Watson's Kabuki district, had tightened security at Cloud Top. They must find a way to hack into Cloud Top and disable the security for Hiromi Oto's apartment at the top. Judy revealed that all this information and plans were currently confidential. She said Maiko Maeda is a cautious person. If Judy couldn't persuade the Mox to cooperate, the assault on Cloud Top could not proceed. After Judy's briefing, Gloria assessed that taking Cloud Top by surprise shouldn't pose too much of a challenge. The Tiger Claw's main focus should be on Kabuki district. Regaining the territory they lost is of utmost importance. After a sudden stop, Judy parked the car steadily at the base of the skyscraper. The group hastily got out and walked into the building. Judy immediately contacted Maiko Maeda, the infiltrator within Cloud Top, and, after confirming each other's status, they began the lightning-fast operation to seize Cloud Top. Gloria could tell from Judy's voice that she was nervous yet hopeful. She still held feelings for Cloud Top. Back when Judy first started working at Cloud Top, she made many friends, and she still maintained good relationships with many of them. She's that kind of person, ruled by emotion, reckless but personable. In Night City these days, finding a friend willing to go through fire and water for you is no easy feat. Judy had formulated a preliminary action plan. Maiko Maeda would go to the top floor apartment to keep Hiromi Oto busy in case he sensed something amiss. The main server room for the entire skyscraper was on the 3rd floor. Since the Tiger Claw's security was concentrated on Cloud Top Club on the 12th floor, Judy would take on the task of hacking into the main server. Once the main server was hacked, the common access control and surveillance systems would essentially become ineffective. Sasha, Rita Wheeler, and Gloria would then continue to the 12th floor and, alongside the Cloud Top staff such as Roxanne, take down the Woodman, eliminate all of the Tiger Claw's henchmen, and seize Cloud Top Club completely. After settling the 12th floor problem, everyone would regroup and head to the top floor to force Hiromi Oto to surrender Cloud Top. No objections were raised regarding Judy's plan. On this crazy night, for them, nothing seemed impossible. The group entered the skyscraper's public elevator and reached the 3rd floor, where Judy left to locate the server. Gloria and the others continued by elevator to the 12th floor, where they would commence their action once Judy hacked into the server. Gloria estimated that the Tiger Claws were amassing their forces, ready to move to Watson's Kabuki district. After such a significant loss, they couldn't just stand by and had to retaliate, which could lead them to overlook Cloud Top on their own turf. As long as they acted quickly and decisively, taking Cloud Top and immediately evacuating, whatever happened next with the Tiger Claws returning was beyond their control. Soon, Judy sent good news. She had located the main server equipment and hacked into the system, signaling the trio to begin their operation. Ding dong. The elevator reached the 12th floor. Each floor of the skyscraper was like a commercial plaza, with stores, shops, residential apartments, and more. Exiting the elevator, they headed straight for Cloud Top Club, passing through glass doors and turning corridors until they reached the main entrance of the club. After a scan of blue light, they arrived at the Cloud Top Club's reception. The receptionist was surprised to see the trio, but still greeted them with a soft smile. "Welcome to Cloud Top, a place that understands your heart's desires." However, she quickly recognized Rita Wheeler's tattoos and dress as being one of the mocks and asked somewhat puzzled. "Is this your first time at Cloud Top?" Rita Wheeler placed her baseball bat on the counter and asked coldly, "Where's the Tiger Claws Woodman?" The receptionist hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, but Woodman doesn't handle guests, we have better VIP services available here." The mock's Rita Wheeler replied with discontent, "He has to meet us today, just tell me where he is, and we won't bother you further." After hesitating for a moment, the receptionist gestured towards the interior and then explained. "Woodman is Cloud Top's head of security, his office is on the second floor in the VIP area. If this is your first visit and you're not a VIP member, you won't be able to enter the second floor. It's exclusive to Cloud Top's VIP members." The mock's Rita Wheeler confidently responded, "Don't worry, we'll be VIPs soon enough." With that said, the group continued inside Cloud Top Club. They passed through the dimly lit corridors of the club. Some patrons whistled at Rita Wheeler, only to be cursed at fiercely. "What kind of dumb schmuck are you? Bloody hell." Sasha kept an eye on the ceiling-mounted surveillance cameras, hacking into and taking control of the monitoring system remotely. Soon, they arrived at the VIP section's glass turnstiles, where 3 Tiger Claw enforcers were turning away customers trying to enter. Upon noticing Rita Wheeler's attire, they realized something was amiss and prepared to draw their guns, but Rita Wheeler, ready for a fight, struck an enforcer on the head with her bat, killing him instantly, while Sasha easily handled the other 2. This scene stunned the other patrons, who began to panic and scattered. Sasha pulled out the biometric data cable from her wrist and hacked into the Cloud Top subnet controls, breaking through the access barriers. Gloria also held her Shirkan jewel tightly, ready for combat. Although she was not new to battle and had 2 skilled fighters by her side, she still felt some nerves, betrayed by the sweat beading in her palms. As she held the Shirkan jewel, projectile holographs of bullets appeared. "Okay, wet, okay, hot." The user's heart rate is accelerating, adrenaline is spiking, a cooldown is recommended. Gloria quickly hugged her gun, Skippy, trying to muffle its voice, as it always liked making weird announcements. The trio had just reached the upper floor when they saw the Tiger Claws gang members already in action, rushing out with guns blazing. Sasha shoved Gloria behind a wall for cover and leapt into the fray, battling the Tiger Claws gangsters. A young punk girl also charged in with her baseball bat, giving the Tiger Claws no chance to shoot. As the fight broke out, Gloria immediately contacted Judy to check on the inside help. Judy informed her that the doll from Clouds was cooperating with the attack. Instantly, the entire Clouds nightclub erupted in gunfire and flames. Many customers, indulging in the club's services, were startled by the sudden gunshots and fled, scrambling to pull up their pants without bothering to dress. Some of the dolls, still in service mode, finally realized the chaos that had enveloped Clouds. Skippy, nestled in Gloria's arms, buzzed with a suggestion, "Threat detected to user, bullet tracking activated. Kind reminder, you can pull the trigger without aiming." It dawned on the tense Gloria that Skippy was a smart gun, so she asked, "Can it automatically target Tiger Claws?" Confidently adjusting his black sunglasses, Skippy replied, "Target's legs associated with the Tiger Claws have been locked on." Gloria cautiously extended the gun from behind cover and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet shot out, curving around uninvolved bystanders, hitting the crotch of a Tiger Claw's bald member, who immediately crumpled to the ground, crying out in pain. Skippy, target successfully hit, ah, lovely, don't, stop. A blush crept onto Gloria's cheeks, and she peeked around the corner, seeing Skippy's victim writhing on the ground, screaming excitement flashed in her eyes. Who knew Skippy could be so accurate? She fired off several more shots with Skippy. Bang, bang, bang. Skippy howled as it fired tracer bullets trailing flames, taunting. "You've messed with the wrong woman. Eat my big silenced. I am going to riddle you with holes, you waste of space." To Gloria's amazement, although Skippy's words were filthy, its bullet tracking was incredibly precise. Every shot hit the enemy's weak spots without fail. Soon, the Tiger Claws gangsters guarding Clouds were completely taken out. As the gunfire subsided, a frightened working doll peeked out, trying to stealthily gather information about the situation outside. But the punk girl spotted him, pointing her bat and ordering, "Come here." The working doll trembled as it approached, pleading weakly, "Please spare me, I only work at Clouds, I'm not related to Tiger Claws." The punk girl asked coldly, "What's your name?" Working doll, "I'm Angel, if you want to place an order, you can do so at the front desk." Running out of patience, the punk girl demanded, "Where's the puppet, take us to him, and you'll be free to go." Angel carefully pointed to a bald man on the floor and explained, "He's Woodman." Seeing Woodman clutching his crotch in agony, Gloria realized something and looked at Skippy, then took decisive action. Without a word, the punk girl stepped forward and clubbed Woodman's head in, completing the Cloud's nightclub mission. Gloria promptly informed Judy about the situation, and they planned to continue upwards to meet with Maiko on the top floor. Soon after, Gloria and company evacuated Clouds and reunited with Judy in the public elevator, then took it straight to the penthouse. In the elevator, Judy solemnly explained, "The Tiger Claws have noticed what's going on in Clouds. Maiko says we should withdraw from the rooftop. She's arranged an aerodyne to pick us up." Gloria inquired, "Is the Clouds boss taken care of?" Judy clarified, "Michiko has Hiroto left under control. We'll meet on the rooftop." The elevator swiftly arrived at the top floor, and the four of them broke through several doors, reaching the skyscraper's rooftop. Hundreds of meters high, the fierce wind and rain lashed out, with the city's neon lights sprawling below. But they had no time to appreciate the view, as they reached the rooftop and saw a woman in a uniform skirt forcing a man to kneel at knife point. Hiroto, the Cloud's boss, without a doubt. Judy hurriedly approached, saying, "Michiko, it's a success. Has he agreed to relinquish Clouds? Can Clouds be independent now? Has the aerodyne arrived?" Maiko turned to Judy with a slight smile. "Judy, be patient, first join me in meeting someone." Realizing something was amiss, as this wasn't the plan they agreed upon, Judy pressed on. "Meet who?" Maiko solemnly replied, "Naturally, Mr. Sato, the Tiger Claw's boss. I need him to see for himself how incompetent Hiroto is." Judy's eyes widened in disbelief and fury, staring at Maiko, exclaiming, "You're using us. Judy, you didn't really think Clouds could be independent, did you? This is Cherry Blossom Market, the heart of the Tiger Claw's territory. Killing a few of their gangsters, they have thousands more. So, I need you to stay a bit longer to convince Mr. Sato. Once he is persuaded, Hiroto will be useless, and you can leave." Judy was shocked, not expecting Maiko to deceive her, but before she could say more. In the rainy night, numerous Tiger Claws gang members emerged, each brandishing guns and surrounding the rooftop, trapping them. A man in a burgundy suit stepped out, flanked by bodyguards, from the darkness. Maiko immediately lowered her katana and bowed deeply to the newcomer. "Mr. Sato." Chapter 150. Judy realized what was happening the moment she saw the Tiger Claw gang leader, Sato. Step out. Maiko betraying her, she was merely using herself and the Moxas to gain what she wanted. All the talk of Clouds being independent was just nonsense. Judy couldn't accept what was happening. They were now trapped by the Tiger Claws, surrounded by the high skies with nowhere to run. The AV that Maiko used to lure them onto the rooftop was nothing but a means for her deception. Feeling endless rage and full of apologies, Judy could sense a level of hopelessness like never before based on how respectfully Maiko treated the Tiger Claws. Staring at Gloria, Rita Wheeler, and Sasha risking the dangers to accompany her to the top only to be caught in this dire situation filled her with regret. "I'm sorry, I've dragged you all into this," Judy said apologetically. Hearing Judy's disarray, Gloria tried to comfort her. "Judy, it's okay, they took advantage of your kindness, you shouldn't blame yourself." Maiko was still adhering to the Sakura ideals, respecting only the strong and caring solely for power and status, never minding the worthless sentiments. Judy was deeply shaken by the emotional impact of Maiko's betrayal and Evelyn's misunderstanding, even doubting herself. Rita Wheeler tightly gripped her baseball bat. And together with Sasha protected Gloria and Judy. They coldly confronted the Tiger Claw thugs. Gloria realized their situation was dire, and only Mr. Tang could possibly rescue them. She knew he would show up. The Moxa's confrontation with Tiger Claws had reached its peak. Any further escalation would end badly for both sides. Sato approached Maiko, and despite her respectful demeanor, he just turned to Gloria and the others, asking coldly, "Are these Moxas?" "They are, Mr. Sato, they spearheaded the Moxa's counterstrike," Maiko confirmed, revealing all she knew without sparing Judy any affection. Each word Maiko spoke felt like a sharp blade twisting in Judy's heart. Nodding, Sato then kicked Hiromi, who was already kneeling, in disgust for failing to secure Clouds. Maiko was pleased, thinking she might take over with Hiromi out of favor. However, Sato quickly dismissed her ambitions. "You dared to conspire with outsiders for power. Hiromi is weak, but you, Maiko, are disloyal." Before Maiko could explain, a hail of bullets in the rain swiftly ended her life. With Maiko gone, Sato's attention returned to Gloria and the rest. They witnessed Sato's brutality, and with Maiko dead, Judy knew their safe escape was nearly impossible. The gang members aimed at them. No matter how skilled Sasha and Rita Wheeler were, they had limited room to maneuver on the rooftop. Sasha, with her mantis blades ready, understood that protecting Gloria was her priority, as instructed by Tang Yu. As tensions rose, a loud engine sound echoed. A black Arasaka AV approached the rooftop, marked with the company's logo. When Gloria saw it, she guessed Tang Yu had arrived. She knew he would come. Which is why she kept calm during the Tiger Claw siege. With him there, Gloria dared to support Judy in causing trouble at Clouds on Tiger Claw turf. Even if Maiko had sincerely wished to join forces with Judy, the independence of Clouds was almost impossible. Unlike Judy's naivety and impulsiveness, Maiko understood this, and inviting Judy was a trap to catch the Tiger Claw's high rank's attention. She overestimated her position and influence. Hiroko Sato's seat as the head of Cloud Top wasn't solely due to her strength. Just like how Gloria became a middleman, her capabilities weren't the only factor. Having powerful backing was more important. Upon seeing the Arasaka Aerodyne, Sato immediately signaled everyone to lower their weapons, then stood up straight with an extremely respectful demeanor. Because this high-end Aerodyne was exclusive to the Arasaka family, it likely indicated the presence of someone from the family. As the leader of the Tiger Claw gang, he was very familiar with the Arasaka family's exclusive vehicles. Judy saw Sato's exaggerated reaction and narrowed her eyes, peering through the rain at the Aerodyne Abovite belonged to Arasaka and probably carried someone of high status to make Sato so nervous. This probably wasn't good news for them. Sasha sensed the arrival of the Aerodyne and immediately retracted her mantis blades, ready to stand up and run over, but Gloria quickly pulled her back. If not for the cat mask hiding her expression, everyone would be surprised to see her excitement at Arasaka's arrival. Gloria saw Sasha turn around and shook her head seriously, signaling Sasha to stay silent. Understanding the cue, Sasha kept quiet, her polite gesture with folded hands in front of her abdomen contrasting sharply with her previous readiness for battle. The Arasaka Aerodyne slowly landed on the rooftop, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The vehicle's door didn't open, but Sato, as if on cue, bowed deeply next to the Aerodyne, waiting respectfully beside it, unconcerned with the rain soaking his suit. He continuously nodded and bowed, repeatedly saying, "Hi," displaying utmost respect to the person inside the cabin. After several minutes and a 90-degree bow from Sato, the Aerodyne started again, its blue engines igniting as it slowly ascended, leaving the rooftop. Once the Arasaka Aerodyne was far away, Sato waved his hand and quickly led his men away. Judy, left astounded, had no idea what had just happened. An Arasaka Aerodyne had flown in, educated Sato, then vanished without a trace, and they were permitted to leave. With the Aerodyne's departure, the crisis was over, and Gloria hurried them off the rooftop and back to Lizzie's bar. Only Maiko's body remained, still soaking in the rain, turning pale. Above the rain-soiled city, the Arasaka family Aerodyne proceeded slowly towards the Northern Oak area in Westbrook, with a trace of perfume floating in the luxurious and tranquil cabin. Michiko Arasaka sat on the soft couch, legs crossed, a pair of red high heels suggesting that she was in good spirits. It might be off-duty time, or perhaps she felt relaxed in her private vehicle. Her shirt was tucked into a figure-hugging skirt, with 2 buttons casually undone at the collar, revealing a hint of white. Across from her sat Tang Yu, holding a wine glass and gently swirling it. With a light laugh, Michiko said, "I see you're quite concerned about those girls." Tang Yu faced Michiko, who cheekily acted as if she hadn't just used him to overpower the Tiger Claw gang. Inside the car, her lecture had Sato waiting outside submissively, indicating she'd got the upper hand. Tang Yu smiled lightly, "Director Michiko, you jest. There are many girls in Night City, but there is only one jewel from the Arasaka family, and that's you." Michiko laughed with interest, "Smooth talker, but I wonder if there's substance behind the words." Tang Yu sipped his wine and retorted silently, "Why not try and find out?" Suddenly, Michiko said, "My grandfather's birthday is coming up next year, would you accompany me to Kyoto?" Hearing Michiko's invitation to meet Saburo Arasaka, Tang Yu nearly choked on his wine but managed to swallow it. Catching her gaze on him, he quickly pretended to cough twice and said, "Going to Kyoto to meet Mr. Saburo might not be a good idea." He feared that if Saburo sensed any deceit, the outcome would be gruesomely unpleasant. A flicker of doubt crossed Michiko's eyes, then she playfully asked, "What's wrong with that? If it's about rank, I can promote you. Isn't Susan Abernathy always against you? Why not try for her position?" Tang Yu pondered Michiko's motives. It seemed odd just to meet Saburo Arasaka. He hadn't experienced anything like this in his past life. It couldn't just be a meet-the-parents scenario. Michiko was married for many years without a child. Tang Yu settled his thoughts, ready to face any challenge, and decided to appease Michiko first. So, meeting Saburo. No bluffing. Chapter 151. Arasaka Tower. 33rd floor, Counterintelligence Department. David Martinez was packing up his workspace, ready to leave for home. He had received a message from Gloria saying that his distant cousin had left, and he could move back in with her. David had mostly stayed in the company recently to save money, refraining from going to hotels. But lately, he didn't have much work on his hands, so he helped other colleagues with some less important urgent matters. Many colleagues noticed David, the intern, working so hard and recognized his character. A handsome young man who didn't talk much and simply focused on his work was a treasure for these company old-timers. Everyone felt comfortable with David helping out in the counterintelligence department. After all, not involving each other's core businesses, they could let David take care of some minor tasks. David's mysterious background also intrigued them, as it was rare to see someone who could connect with Boss Tang and still be so diligent. His colleagues in the counterintelligence department were well aware and basically assumed there was a good chance that David would join Arasaka's counterintelligence department after his internship ended. Just as David finished packing, ready to leave, the charming lady stopped him. The lady spun her office chair around, caught David's arm with a meaningful smile, and said, "David, hang out with us after work, the Lizzie bar has been renovated and is reopening today." After she spoke, several colleagues nearby waved at him, both men and women smiling widely, indicating a large gathering tonight. David was confused, his eyes bloodshot from overnight overworking. Even the prospects at Lizzie bar could not tempt him now. He really wanted to sleep but didn't have the heart to refuse the invitation, so he forced a weak smile. Sure, let's go together." Soon after, Arasaka's counterintelligence colleagues set off, staggering their departure times to avoid notice, and agreed to meet in Lizzie bar's plaza. David went with the charming lady, sitting in the passenger seat of her luxury sports car, feeling out of his element. He realized today the extent of the lady's family wealth as she was able to drive such an expensive car to work. She drove casually with one hand on the wheel, smoothly moving with the traffic flow. Seeing David's gloomy look, she teased, "Act like a man, you can't say no on your first visit to Lizzie." David's face flushed at the thought of secretly watching naughty brain dances at home, saying awkwardly, got it." The lady laughed and explained, "Lizzie bar's reopening is said to feature high-quality new BDs, men are queuing up for it." Curious, David asked, "Is Lizzie bar's renovation related to the conflict with the Tiger Claws?" She nodded and explained, "Yeah, Mox has fought that battle with Tiger Claws, and they seem to have reached some agreement. After the fight, there's been a big change in personnel in both gangs, with the Mox's boss and Lizzie bar's owner both replaced. The new owner of Lizzie is said to be a gorgeous redhead." Redhead? David felt something odd but soon closed his mouth without further thought. Today was a bustling day. After a new round of renovations, Lizzie bar was preparing to reopen. Gloria, dressed in a dark red evening gown, skillfully accommodated her curves, welcoming the Mox girls, bustling around in the bar. Seeing the preparations going smoothly, she wiped the sweat off her forehead and headed down to the server room. When she was out of sight, Gloria let out a breath she had been holding, showing a slightly bulging belly, lamenting the cold weather that made it easy to gain weight. In the basement server room, Judy and a punk girl were in a conversation. Judy greeted Gloria with a smile, "You're here, just in time, I have an idea to discuss." The three of them talked in the server room. After the rainy night battle with the Tiger Claws, Tang Yu on behalf of Arasaka Corporation mediated, and both parties reached an agreement. First, the gangs would cease escalating conflict, no longer attacking each other. Second, the territories for each gang were clearly demarcated. The streets around Lizzie bar were Mox's turf, and Tiger Claws members were not allowed to enter or interfere with the street girls' business. Third, Kabuki's Phoenix Club and the street shops previously owned by Tiger Claws could reopen, without Mox's interference. Fourth, Tiger Claws permanently recognized Lizzie bar as Mox's territory. Fifth, Mox's permanently recognized Clouds as Tiger Claws territory. Additionally, dolls unwilling to stay at Clouds could leave independently, without Tiger Claws interference. These terms rapidly secured an unprecedented position and safety for Moxes. Many girls at Lizzie were smiling, happy to have a safe place to conduct business, something they had longed for. Lizzie bar was reborn, and the Moxes regenerated from a bloodbath. The punk girl proudly said, "We upgraded Lizzie's security, installed several machine gun turrets, let's see who dares cause trouble now." Judy also seemed to shake off her glumness, smiling, "Lizzie isn't that dangerous, you know." She looked at Gloria and asked softly, "Any news from Tiger Claws, is everything settled with them?" Gloria clarified, "Yes, negotiations are over, the Tiger Claws boss, Sato, agreed to the outcome, and both gangs are now even. Fortunately, Mox has gained more space to live." Judy's eyes overflowed with gratitude, whispering, "Lucky for us you're here, or we wouldn't know what to do." The punk girl nodded, laughing, "Exactly, without Gloria, there'd be no Moxes or Lizzie bar today." Taking advantage of the Lizzie's bar preparing for the opening today, it's also a good time to introduce our new owner of Lizzie's bar. Judy, what do you think? Judy lit up at the suggestion and immediately praised. "Not bad, our new Madam Lizzie will definitely be a sight for everyone to behold." Gloria laughed a bit helplessly. Stop teasing me, my head is spinning, and one brain isn't enough to keep up with everything. After the stormy night battle, the Moxas gained the upper hand against the Tiger Claws, and there were huge personnel changes within both gangs. On the Tiger Claws side, with Arasaka's support, Hidemi Sato became the de facto first in line as the main person in charge within the gang. Other high-ranking members of the Tiger Claws were either dead or not powerful enough to contend with Hidemi. Despite Maiko's rebellion, Hidemi continued to run the clouds without facing severe punishment. Likewise, the Moxas had undergone significant changes. Firstly, the owner of Lizzie's bar, Suzy Q, died in a car accident, leaving the position vacant. Secondly, the Moxas' official membership grew to over 1,000 after the stormy night battle, with many girls applying to join. The Moxas, as stated in the notice, accepted everyone who came their way. Many girls chose not to join the Moxas but to support and get back at the Tiger Claws. Without Suzy Q's restraint, the Moxas rapidly expanded in number. Moreover, the Moxas introduced the unanimously recognized big sister, Little Mox Girl, Rita Wheeler. Little Rita's performance within the Moxas, along with her courage in protecting the girls from the Tiger Claws, earned unanimous approval from all members. Rita Wheeler took on the role of the Moxas' big sister, garnering everyone's respect. Following Judy and Rita's strong recommendation, Gloria becoming the new owner of Lizzie's bar was a foregone conclusion. When Gloria took over Lizzie's bar, she realized everything indeed almost went as Mr. Tang had predicted. Or rather, everything from the start unfolded according to Tang Yu's envisioned direction. That day in front of the hot food shop, Tang Yu had asked her if she wanted to open a leisure establishment. At the time Gloria was baffled, not realizing that the famed Lizzie's bar would be the place she'd manage. Investigating the kidnapping, Tiger Claws denouncing the Moxas, the Mox girls rising in rebellion, until the Arasaka Corporation's higher-ups stepped in to settle the situation. All of this was moving towards facilitating Gloria's position as the owner of Lizzie's bar. But Gloria understood that being the owner of Lizzie's bar wouldn't be easy. She had already conducted research into Lizzie's bar, thoroughly reviewing its profit model. She discovered the rationale behind Suzy Q's unfeeling decisions. As she harshly refused Judy's request to not take in more street girls into Lizzie's. It wasn't just to prevent Judy from outshining others, more importantly, it was due to financial considerations. Lizzie's really couldn't afford to support that many extras. Lizzie's bar's primary business involves providing braindance and accompanying special services, with all the editing of the braindances falling upon Judy. It's no exaggeration to say that Judy's exquisite braindance skills supported half of Lizzie's. As for the accompanying special services, these required high-quality girls, demanding not only realistic touch response enhancements but also good looks. Some street girls simply didn't measure up, and customers wouldn't even give them a second glance. Lizzie's bar doesn't lack waitresses to serve drinks. What it requires are girls with genuine service capabilities. Now with the Moxas expanded to over 1,000 members, their strength had grown, but it was more of a facade than reality. The vast majority of the girls had little combat ability or profit-earning capability, let alone the ability to provide financial support to the gang. The prospect of running Lizzie's bar with such a large group was indeed a daunting task. However, Gloria had bigger plans in mind. She intended to transform Lizzie's bar into an exclusive intelligence network center for Tang Yu. And it was imperative to have sufficient staff. These ordinary street girls wouldn't attract much attention, which made them perfect for discreetly gathering important information. Together with the proceeds snatched up during the stormy night battle, there was enough money for the girls to survive for some time. After the renovations, Lizzie's bar now had more functional areas, including the main hall and private rooms, with the addition of a high-end VIP section offering more expensive quality services. Moreover, the size of Lizzie's bar had also expanded significantly, increasing the number of staff and, consequently, their service capability. At present, the situation looked quite favorable. With the persuasive efforts of Little Rita and Judy, Gloria didn't decline their invitation and agreed to preside over the opening as the new Madame Lizzie. Seeing Gloria's acceptance, the trio rejoiced. They discussed some additional matters in the basement server room. With her head spinning from all the information, Judy could only laugh helplessly. All right, I really don't handle these things well," she said. "Now that Lizzie's bar has a new owner and the Moxas have a new big sister, each should take care of their own affairs, right?" Judy continued. "I'm just a pure tech, responsible for editing brain dances. For everything else, you decide." Judy circled the brain dance ring around her neck and, suddenly excited, suggested. "I think we could make a brain dance of the stormy night battle. I bet such a rare and intense cold weapon fight would make for a very cool experience." Gloria thought it was a good idea. "Yes, and it's also meaningful, as it's a brain dance belonging to the Moxas." Judy smiled happily, then slid to the electronic screen. Alright, I'm going to start working now, she announced. Nobody disturb me, because I'm going to deeply immerse myself in creating this. Judy expressed her renewed inspiration. It's been a while since I've had such a leisurely time, feels like all the bothersome stuff has vanished, and creativity has returned to my head. The three laughed, said farewell to Judy, and Gloria and little Rita left the server room, ready to head back to the bar to preside over the opening. Chapter 152. Inside the Lizzie's bar's main hall, Gloria listened attentively as the girls gave their reports. The braindance server equipment was fully set up. The lighting and music were ready, and the braindance rigs were all in place. There was an ample supply of drinks ready for the patrons to enjoy throughout the evening. How is it looking? It's almost time. Seeing that the preparations for the opening were well in hand, Gloria nodded. Everything's basically good to go, we can open for business. Rita called over all the sisters of Lizzie's bar. Everyone put their work aside and gathered around. In front of everyone, Rita loudly announced, "Ladies of Gloria, before we open, let's have our new boss lady kick things off, shall we?" Applause broke out among the crowd, endorsing the suggestion. Gloria smiled at everyone, raised a glass specially filled by the bartender Mateo, and made a toast. To the sisters of Gloria. Cheers to our opening. With that, she downed her drink, followed by everyone else emptying their glasses. The Lizzie's bar's sign lit up again, signaling to all of Night City that the Sisters of Gloria were back in business. To welcome the incoming customers, everyone quickly got busy again. Outside the bar, the small plaza was already filled with waiting customers. As the bar's sign light flickered on, they quietened down, focusing their attention on the main entrance. The gates slid open automatically. Rita Wheeler emerged with a group of Mox gals and said with a bit of an edge in her voice, "Welcome to the Sisters of Gloria. Before you enter, let's go over the rules. We know the rules. No filming, no touching without consent, no drugs, and no freeloading." Satisfied, Rita gave a nod and stepped aside. "Well said." She then began inviting customers in. A cheer rose from the crowd as they started moving into the bar. At that moment, a red sports car slowly pulled up outside the gates of the small plaza, with David following a lady with the demeanor of experience out of the vehicle. The lady, with her cyber eye in motion, activated the car's auto-parking feature to find a spot nearby. Noticing that some of her colleagues hadn't arrived yet, she stood with David on the sidewalk, waiting. David observed that the Lizzie's bar was really thriving with its reopening as the plaza was filled and a steady stream of customers continued to pour into the bar. The experienced lady spoke up, "Don't worry, I've already booked us a booth, though, unfortunately, the private rooms aren't available just yet." David, not yet 18 and unfamiliar with places like the Lizzie's bar, looked puzzled. A luxury SUV stopped at the entrance of the plaza, and several people got out, carrying flower baskets almost as tall as themselves, into the plaza. "That's from the Afterlife bar," the experienced lady explained. "Afterlife bar?" David was taken aback. "See that person there in the front? That's the receptionist from the Afterlife bar." Then, 3 vehicles adorned with blood-red skull and spider emblems parked nearby, and 4 individuals that looked like cyber zombies carried a black box into the plaza. "That's the Tiger Claws," the lady commented, lighting up a cigarette. David had heard of the Tiger Claws and was surprised to see them here. Before long, a black business sedan arrived at the plaza, and 2 men in suits got out. "That's from the city hall," the woman continued her commentary to David. David's curiosity grew, and he asked with admiration, "Is the Lizzie's bar really that impressive, to draw such a diverse crowd for its reopening?" The lady enlightened him, "It's because the Moxes today are not what they used to be, they've grown and their strength is not to be underestimated, naturally drawing more attention. Plus, the background of the new boss lady of Gloria must be something special, just the fact she stood up to the Tiger Claws tells you she's no ordinary person." As they conversed, they also saw the Tiger Claws delivering flower baskets to the Lizzie's bar and then swiftly leaving the scene. Soon after, various companies, gangs, and influential individuals offered their congratulations on the reopening of Lizzie's bar. David began to understand that the Lizzie's bar was more than just a brothel. Within the time it took to smoke 2 cigarettes, colleagues from Arasaka Corporation's counterintel department arrived at the plaza. They gathered outside and prepared to enter together. "David, didn't you go change? It's not like you're working at Gloria." David then realized that the other colleagues were all in casual attire, likely having changed in their cars. The lady countered, "I think David looks handsome in that suit, unlike you, in a suit, you're just another office drone." After a light-hearted laugh, David and his colleagues made their way into the plaza. Thanks to the experienced lady's reservation, they didn't have to wait outside and headed straight for the entrance. "Is that her? She looks like the new boss lady of the bar." The lady looked in the direction pointed out and saw a voluptuous figure with fair shoulders. Red hair, red dress, could very well be her. David couldn't help but look over curiously. The sight made his heart lurch suddenly, and he froze on the spot. The familiar curly red hair, the familiar silhouette from behind, and the confident and capable demeanor as she spoke to everyone, was just like Gloria's. What was going on? David's mind was a complete blur. Though he hadn't seen her face, his heart was already pounding wildly, and the oppressive aura from that figure was undeniably real. It had to be her. David felt his legs go weak, his steps staggering. Mom, what's she doing here? And she's the owner of the Lizzie's bar? David felt like his world was falling apart, his values suffering an unprecedented shock. But the most pressing issue wasn't Tgthegood, it was crucial not to let his mom catch him. If Gloria saw him at Lizzie's bar, a place not suitable for minors, that would be mortifying when he got home. His mother, the owner of an adult venue, and her son unknowingly visiting the establishment, nothing could be more embarrassing. With this thought, David's scalp tingled, his eyes glazed over, and his toes curled so tightly he almost punctured his shoes. Fengqing's sister noticed David's odd behavior, waved her hand in front of his eyes, and gently asked, "David, what's wrong?" David snapped back to reality, forced a couple of hollow laughs, feeling incredibly guilty. His male colleague steadied David by the shoulders and nudged him forward, boasting, "Every man has his first time for everything, it's normal to be nervous, you'll get used to it after a few visits, huh?" Another colleague agreed, "True, I was barely able to stand my first time here, you're a young man, David, full of vigor and vitality, relax, it's all good." The group burst into laughter, thinking David was just overly nervous. No matter how much David resisted, he was ultimately surrounded by his colleagues who led him closer to Lizzie's bar. David dared not look directly at that figure anymore and quickly picked up his briefcase to try to shield his face. And so, David, propped up by the group, arrived at the entrance of Lizzie's bar, fervently hoping that the familiar figure would not turn around. Suddenly, he heard Fengqing's sister greet her enthusiastically. "Hello, are you the owner of Lizzie's? You look so beautiful and stunning, especially with that red hair, it's gorgeous." "It's nice to meet you, beautiful, I'm happy you're here at Lizzie's Sisters, and with your looks, I absolutely must treat you to a drink today, we're such kindred spirits." After exchanging compliments, both women laughed joyfully. But to David, their laughter was terrifying, the voice unmistakably his mother Gloria's. After Fengqing's sister and Gloria chatted for a while, David and a few colleagues from the counterintelligence department moved towards the bar's inner door. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him, laced with a calm threat. "Have fun, David." David felt a shiver run through him as his head involuntarily turned to see Gloria with a kind smile, staring at him. He mustered all his strength to force a pained smile and replied guiltily, "I will." After saying this, David's legs nearly gave in. The group went on towards the inner hall of Lizzie's bar. "Wow, David, you even know Lizzie's new owner and won't even set us up." "David, come clean, have you been to Lizzie's many times before? You're so good at playing innocent even the lady owner is charmed by you." You seem like a solid guy, but who knows what mischief you're capable of." David was at a loss for words in his mind, who wouldn't recognize their own mother. They reached the reserved booth in the inner hall, and a waiter came over with some complimentary drinks and snacks, asking what they wanted to order. Seeing David look deflated, his colleagues recommended the brain dance of the Emerald City, guaranteed to perk him up. David was completely distracted, mechanically nodding along stiffly to his colleagues' rhythm. After the drinks were ordered, the men eagerly awaited the delivery of the brain dance devices. A few female colleagues, including Fengqing's sister, took their glasses and went onto the dance floor to sway to their heart's content. David realized that even the noisy music and chaotic lights couldn't disturb his numb state of mind. Soon, the waiters delivered the brain dance headsets, put them on everyone, and initiated the flash sequence. David put on the brain dance headset and entered the world of Emerald City, looking out over a landscape of nothingness, feeling utterly unaffected. Minutes later, all the men had taken off their brain dance headsets, slumping into the sofa during their refractory period, after the peak experience. But they noticed that David was completely still, seriously sitting there, still immersed in the world of brain dance. They gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, outside of Lizzie's bar, Gloria was busy entertaining some distinguished guests when she saw a brand new business sedan slowly pulling into the courtyard, and Sasha stepped out. She knew it was Mr. Tang's arrival. So, she excused herself from the well-wishers and got up to walk toward Sasha. Chapter 153. When Gloria saw Sasha wearing a cat mask step out of the limousine, she quickly got up to greet her. They exchanged a friendly hello. After living together for some time, they had gained a good understanding of each other. Gloria asked softly, "Has Mr. Tang arrived?" Sasha nodded and led her to the car, where she opened the door and invited her to get in. Gloria, carrying a red dress, bowed slightly and sat in the car, the door closing behind her, with Sasha waiting outside. The car had a single row of seats, and Tang Yu sat on the inside. Gloria carefully covered the exposed snow-white skin of her neckline with her right hand and bowed down to sit next to Tang Yu. Despite becoming the owner of the Lizzie's bar and interacting with people with ease, Gloria still felt a bit restrained in Tang Yu's presence. She straightened her hair next to her ear, straightened up. Sat with her legs tightly together, knees turned to the left, hands stacked on her thighs, exuding elegance and a hint of shyness. "Mr. Tang," Gloria greeted him softly. Tang Yu grunted a response, observing the bustling scene outside through the bulletproof electronic windows, and asked, "Is the opening going smoothly?" Lowering her gaze, Gloria nodded, "Yes, everything is going well, and today many people sent their congratulations." Tang Yu's gaze was unwavering as he replied indifferently, "Let's hear it." Gloria organized her thoughts and said, "Claire, the bartender at Afterlife, on behalf of the bar, sent a basket of flowers and a card." Claire conveyed the message from the Afterlife's owner, wishing us prosperity, and also inquired when Mr. Tang would have time to visit. Tang Yu nodded. He knew about his last conversation with Gloria at the Afterlife regarding a task from Rogue, so she was likely aware of his connection with Gloria. "And what else?" he inquired. Gloria continued, "Besides Afterlife, several gangs sent their congratulations too. The Maelstrom gang brought a box of records stating they were from the band Tinnitus. Tinnitus, the band from Death's Dance Club, fiddles with heavy metal music which not everyone appreciates. The Tiger Claws also sent a basket of flowers with a message from Hiromi Hino implying, good relations mean good business. Moreover, several companies sent their representatives to express their congratulations, hoping to discuss potential business advertising partnerships with Lizzie's." Tang Yu spoke in a deep voice, "From the current perspective, Lizzie's reopening has already gained basic recognition." Gloria agreed and, as if remembering something, quickly added, "Officials from the city government and the NCPD also visited, they congratulated us on the reopening and also made some explicit requirements." Tang Yu probably guessed that Mox's sudden growth had certainly caused dissatisfaction among many. Lucius Rhine himself wasn't a saint, known for his predilection for the drug black lace. With Saburo Arasaka gone, his pleasures had diminished, naturally causing his displeasure. Moreover, it wasn't just the Tiger Claws who had their eyes on the Mox girls. To some, these vulnerable girls were prime ingredients for producing black lace. The city requires that the number of official Mox members must not exceed 2,000, or else the NCPD will classify the Mox as an organization under intense surveillance, Gloria explained. Right now, the official Mox membership has already reached over 1,000. She knew that this was the result of some high-level maneuvering in Night City. The Mox could exist but not grow too large. Gloria hadn't told little Rita Wheeler yet to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Let's maintain this scale for now. With too many members, Lizzie's can't support everyone. Learn to communicate the financial situation of the bar to them, and don't take all the responsibility on yourself," Tang Yu advised with a serious tone. Gloria felt a bit surprised that Tang Yu had already noticed the predicament of the Mox. Unlike larger gangs such as the Tiger Claws, who had many upscale clubs and extensive business dealings, the Mox barely managed to make ends meet with just Lizzie's, a relatively clean source of income in Night City. Maintaining 1,000 members was already difficult, and expanding to 2,000 all at once was out of the question unless the Mox could open 2 more clubs on par with Lizzie's, which was unlikely. "I understand, Mr. Tang," Gloria said earnestly. "Although having more Mox members may strain our finances, it also means more opportunities to gather information. The girls, encountering people and situations on the streets, can often have unexpected benefits. Intelligence gathering by nature is like casting a wide net. To obtain first-hand information on the streets requires enough people everywhere. They could not only collect but also disseminate information." Tang Yu was preoccupied with seeing Michiko Arasaka and wondered how the meeting would go without his usual support network. "Mr. Tang," Gloria ventured, sensing something unusual about him today. She wore an expression of concern. Tang Yu's abnormal behavior suggested a particularly thorny issue. Gloria stared at Tang Yu, who was looking out the window and seemed deeply concerned. He, meanwhile, admired Gloria, noticing her exquisite mature beauty, akin to a blossoming red rose. Tang Yu tapped his finger on the armrest next to him, bringing up a chip card. He handed the card to Gloria. "This is a car authorization chip, scan it and you are all set. This car is prepared for you. It has an armored body, weapons, and an intelligence system. Now that you're in charge of Lizzie's, you should have a decent car. If you're not confident in driving, let Sasha do it." Gloria was stunned, not expecting the car to be specially prepared for her by Tang Yu. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, feeling a warm surge in her heart that brought tears to her eyes. Tang Yu declined the offer to visit Lizzie's. Not this time, I'll visit when I get back. Gloria wondered why, as Tang Yu seemed to be planning a trip. Tang Yu didn't feel up to going upstairs. He was anxious about meeting Saburo Arasaka with Michiko. He had never left Night City in his 2 lifetimes, where he was familiar with everyone and everything. He didn't feel pressured by Saburo Arasaka's presence, having confronted him before. Visiting Kyoto would be different, in unfamiliar territory among the Arasaka family, a risky move for someone so defiant as himself. Plus, Saburo Arasaka was cunning, and Tang Yu was wary of him sensing anything unusual. Gloria, after reporting, looked up at Tang Yu, who returned his gaze. Her blushing cheeks might have been caused by the high temperature in the car, or from the new leather smell from the car's fresh interior, likely from Tang Yu's new car. Gloria was somewhat surprised when Tang Yu flatly refused to come to Lizzie's. He wanted to go back to Beijing until he returned. Gloria then found it strange, as Tang Yu seemed to be getting ready for a long-distance trip. But without elaboration from Tang Yu, she held back further questions. After a moment, he focused on Gloria beside him, noting how she bloomed like a mature rose. Touching on the armrest, a chip card appeared, which he handed to her. It was a vehicle authorization chip for her use, intended for her role at Lizzie's. Gloria, touched by the gesture, struggled to express her gratitude, her emotions evident. She stared at the man in front of her, her gaze unwavering. Living in Night City, she had faced countless hardships, always relying on herself. She and her son, David, have depended on each other for many years, struggling day after day. Her only hope in life was that David would graduate from Arasaka Academy and join Arasaka Corporation, reaching the top of the Arasaka Tower. For this hope, she had exhausted all her strength. She lived every day for this hope and for David, never considering herself. Now, her career met with considerable success, changing her living and financial situation completely. It all started with that car accident. The old car couldn't withstand the machine gun fire and malfunctioned, and now Tang Yu had prepared a new bulletproof vehicle for her. This had made her reflect on many things. A moment later, Gloria seemed to realize something, quickly wiping away her tears with a hoarse voice saying, "Thank you, Mr. Tang." Seeing Gloria getting emotional over such an extravagant gift, Tang Yu consoled her. "It's just a high-end bulletproof car, don't worry too much about it." No sooner had he finished speaking, Tang Yu transferred an account to Gloria, then added, "Use this money as you see fit, especially since you need to establish an information network, and the earnings from the Lizzie's bar won't be enough for that." Gloria was stunned and quickly counted the numbers in her electronic account. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, €1,000,000. Overcome with shock, she covered her mouth with both hands, looking incredulously at Tang Yu, her heart seeming to confirm something. Is Mr. Tang making preparations for something more serious? The thought made her mood worse. The excitement of becoming the new boss of the bar vanished instantly. Receiving the new car's certification chip and €1,000,000 from Tang Yu overwhelmed her. She had a strong premonition that Tang Yu must be facing some problem to be giving away such valuable gifts in a rush. Her heart squeezed tight, hands clenching the chip, she couldn't suppress her urge to ask, "Mr. Tang, are you hiding something from me?" Tang Yu found Gloria's behavior strange. Normally, she wouldn't ask such questions in this way. "What are you referring to?" He felt the Arasaka family's matters might not be suitable to disclose to Gloria. "Are you planning to leave Night City? Perhaps, never to return?" Her intuition was alarmingly accurate. Indeed, Tang Yu was leaving Night City to attend to some matters at Arasaka's Kyoto headquarters, with a real possibility of not returning. Feeling a strange pressure from Gloria's intense gaze, he sincerely explained, "Yes, I have to leave Night City on a business trip for a while." Her expression dimmed. Gloria asked in a low voice, "Is it an assignment from the company?" She knew that as a senior executive, Tang Yu couldn't defy company orders. Reluctantly admitting to herself, she hoped that if it came to it, Mr. Tang would resign. Tang Yu nodded slightly and seeing Gloria more worried than himself, continued to explain. "The head of Arasaka will be celebrating his birthday at the start of next year. He is over 150 years old and takes it very seriously. I have to go there to wish him a long life." Gloria found it strange that such birthday celebrations were usually within the family. Could Tang Yu be related to the Arasaka family? Apologizing for her presumption, she said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Tang, I didn't know about your matters with the Arasaka family." Realizing Gloria's misunderstanding, Tang Yu, after knowing her for so long, decided it was essential to share some deeper matters to strengthen their connection. "I have no ties to the Arasaka family. The invitation to the birthday celebration comes from Michiko Arasaka. Due to the Tiger Claw's problem, she wishes to return home to clarify some things. The Tiger Claw's headquarters is in Kyoto, and the incident in Night City will reach them soon. Gloria now realized the high-level connections, but why was Michiko Arasaka involving him, especially relating to the Tiger Claws? She speculated rapidly. To alleviate her worries, Tang Yu continued. The reason I involved you in the Moxas and Tiger Claws dispute wasn't just for you to take over Lizzie's bar. Michiko Arasaka wanted to control the Tiger Claws, and I facilitated it, letting her gain leverage over Sato to control the gang. Understanding dawned upon Gloria. With the Tiger Claws weakened and Sato still in power, it was Michiko Arasaka's arrangement. Tang Yu nodded, and Gloria realized the critical point quickly. The Tiger Claws will be quiet for some time, focus on managing Lizzie's bar, and don't worry about the information network, it's still in its initial stages. Gloria nodded, knowing that new joiners to the Moxas, like the girls, need time to become scouts, needing to become social butterflies like Evelyn Parker. Feeling calmer, she regretted her earlier behavior. Tang Yu's patience both embarrassed and touched Gloria. But new questions arose, such as if she would be going to Kyoto with Michiko Arasaka alone. However, she dared not ask. Lost in thought, Gloria clutched the car chip. After a silent minute in the car, Tang Yu brought the conversation to a close. Try the car and see how it is. Gloria snapped to attention, inserted the car's certification chip into her bioneural socket, and the vehicle was authenticated. She resisted the urge to thank Tang Yu, knowing her gratitude was too much for just words, actions would be better proof. Seeing the successful certification, Tang Yu mentioned, Sasha will be staying with you for a while. Now that you're the boss of Lizzie's bar, always prioritize your safety. Gloria nodded, somewhat disheartened. Seeing her furrowed brow, Tang Yu said with a smile, don't worry, I'll visit Lizzie's bar when I return. With that, he reached for the door, but Gloria leapt forward, gripping the handle and locking it. Pressed against him, her voice trembled yet resolute. Mr. Tang, may I take you there, please? Chapter 154. In the train car, Gloria's hands clutched the door with deathly tightness, almost toppling over and pressing down on Tang Yu. Refusing to let him get out of the car. With her eyes shut tight, surging impulses swelled within her, her chest heaving like fierce winds and waves, her hasty and presumptuous act of closing the door plunged her into some sort of extreme distress. Tears involuntarily fell from Gloria's eyes. In an instant, countless scenes and countless possibilities flashed through her mind. She felt inferior, distressed, and yearning. Even if she faced rejection, she didn't care, she just wanted to accompany him for this one trip, nothing more, nothing less. Her voice trembled uncontrollably even when she uttered her plea to accompany him. Tang Yu was also taken aback by Gloria's sudden embrace, his intended action to open the door halted by her tight grip. Her nervousness was palpable, he could even feel the warm beads of sweat from her palm. His hand left the door handle and gently wiped away her warm, glistening tears. Gloria was in darkness until she suddenly felt the warmth of his fingertips, prompting her to open her tightly shut eyes. Tang Yu's hand slowly moved around her waist, steadying her. Feeling his touch, an electric current surged from her waist throughout her body, causing her to go limp and completely succumb to the tenderness in his hands. Deprived of any strength. Her head spinning, the unexpected touch plunged her into the depth of longing she so craved. She threw caution to the wind and nestled in his embrace, her pale and voluptuous hands hooking around him, wishing she could draw him into her heart. It was he who saved her from the car accident, he who changed her fate, and he who had supported her every step of the way until now. She knew she was unworthy of Tang Yu. Knew her status could not compare to any woman by his side, but she had already devoted her body and soul, her only wish was to stay by his side. Like now, burning herself out, just to see him off. Thanks to the superior sound insulation of the vehicle, not a whisper from inside the train car could be heard from the outside, despite the crescendo of sounds within. Even Sasha, who was waiting by the car door, noticed nothing unusual. The voice can be isolated, but the shaking of the carriage was inevitable. Sasha stood properly by the car door, when suddenly she noticed the vehicle starting to rock behind her. At first, she thought she had seen wrong, but upon careful examination, the car was indeed shaking vigorously, which she found odd, even worrying about the vehicle's quality. The brand new car was attracting some attention from bystanders around the small square in front of Lizzie's bar, their eyes betraying a hint of oddness, as if they were thinking something untoward had just happened. Fortunately, most people were more interested in Lizzie's, and after a brief wait and chat at the door, they entered the club without paying too much mind to the strange movements of the car. Soon, the luxury car turned on its lights, the engine started slowly, and it drove away from the small square in front of Lizzie's. Sasha watched the car driving off and felt something odd. Not that Mr. Tang was driving away, but she wondered if the car had an issue given its unusual shakiness. Sasha sighed, reflecting on the salesman's endless praise of the car, doubting the truth behind his words. Concerned that the car might fall apart if it continued to shake like that. Still, the soundproofing was undeniably effective, with no hint of Mr. Tang and Gloria's conversation audible even standing right at the door. Acting out of concern for Tang Yu's safety, Sasha sent a message through her CyberEye interface. Mr. Tang, I think there might be an issue with the car's quality. For your safety, I suggest considering a replacement. A moment later, she received a reply. Tang Yu, I'm fine, really. Meanwhile, the luxury car drove through the neon-lit city streets, navigating the high rises and regular traffic flow, its motion one of constant start and stop due to the rush hour. Finally, the car halted smoothly in front of a high-end apartment on Little Tang Street, where Tang Yu usually lived. The red taillights lit up. Not long after. The right door opened slowly, and Tang Yu stepped out. He tidied his shirt collar with one hand, glanced back into the car with a helpless shake of his head, and closed the door. The car once again started slowly and headed toward Santo Domingo. At Lizzie's bar, David sat on the lounge seat, restless and uneasy, hardly engaging with his colleagues and fixated on the door outside. After leaving the bar, David stood confusedly looking for Gloria among the Mox gals lounging by the door, smoking and chatting. Upon asking about the bar's new owner, David received a hint that Gloria had been picked up by a car that seemed a bit wobbly, suggesting some mechanical problem. Deep in thought, David returned to the bar to wash his face and collect his thoughts about Gloria's sudden disappearance on the bar's grand opening day. David texted his mother, "Mom, are you busy?" To which Gloria, her full name displayed, replied. "Yeah, I'm busy, I'm fine, really." David, reassured by the response, suggested they talk about today's events later. Gloria somewhat confusingly asked David to stay out a few more days on account of a cousin who decided to stay longer. David, puzzled and worrying about his mother's safety, received her response. In Santo Domingo's Haywood district, a black luxury car parked beneath a super-mega building, the red taillights illuminating a woman in a silk maroon dress, who appeared to be resting against the door, disheveled and visibly worn out. Seemingly recalling something that amused her, a wry smile crept across her weary expression. Perhaps she was reminiscing about the recent insanity, or the unprecedented satisfaction she had just experienced. Her smile was deep with meaning. Gloria paused momentarily by the car door, feeling much relief from her dizziness, before softly closing the door. Her cybernetic eye whirred as she activated the auto-parking feature, sending the car to the underground parking. Wrapped in her suit coat, she then went upstairs. Arriving at her home, she completed the identity verification, and the security door automatically opened. As she entered, she saw Sasha preparing dinner. Sasha happily greeted her upon her return. Tang Yu had arranged for Sasha to continue living with Gloria. After they left, Sasha came over thankfully. She already had access for entry verification. Gloria felt somewhat guilty in front of gentle and cute Sasha but returned her greeting with a smile nonetheless. She thought to herself how lucky Sasha, a beautiful and adorable girl, must be working as an assistant alongside Tang Yu. Sasha put down what she was doing and said concernedly, "It's getting cold as the night falls, let me get you a jacket." She noticed the suit coat Gloria was wearing belonged to Tang Yu and thought maybe he was worried about Gloria getting cold. After all, with a low level of cybernetization, she wasn't too different from an ordinary person, being susceptible to cold. Gloria quickly gestured with her hands, declining the offer for such a small matter she could handle herself. The purer Sasha appeared, the more Gloria felt the pangs of guilt. "Did you get hurt? If it's inconvenient for you, I can help you apply some ointment." Startled, Gloria quickly wrapped herself tighter in the coat, and with a forced laugh, headed to the bathroom. "Thank you, Sasha, I can take care of it, I'm really fine." With that, she escaped into the bathroom and shut the door, soon followed by the sound of running water. Sasha found it odd but didn't dwell on it and continued with the dinner preparations. When the meal was ready, Gloria had just finished washing up, changing into clean pajamas that covered her completely, a stark contrast to the silky spaghetti straps she wore before. Sasha set the table and called Gloria over to eat. After Gloria dried her damp red hair and wrapped it on top of her head, she thanked Sasha. They began to eat. Hesitantly, Gloria asked, "Sasha, is there anything you want to buy?" Perhaps to make amends or to alleviate her sense of guilt, she decided to compensate Sasha. Sasha looked at Gloria and thoughtfully replied, "Sasha lacks nothing, there's no need to buy anything." Gloria changed the tack and asked, "Then, is there anything you wish for?" Sasha pondered and answered seriously, "As for things, there isn't much I want." Gloria found it strange, considering Sasha such a lovely and beautiful girl was so distinctive. Maybe this was why Tang Yu chose her. What do you enjoy doing most in your spare time? Gloria inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasha answered, I love listening to Mr. Tang play the piano and tell stories, and then watch him enjoy the meals I cook. Seeing Sasha's innocent and radiant demeanor, and her bright eyes sparkle when she talked about Tang Yu, Gloria thought. Well, I can't play the piano, but I can tell a story. If you'd like, I could tell you about how I met Mr. Tang. Sasha eagerly embraced the chance to learn more about Tang Yu, an opportunity she seldom had. Her knowledge of him was confined to work and some basic information, and she was oblivious to his personal history and past. Eager but hesitant since Tang Yu had not given permission, she pondered if Gloria's story would upset him. Gloria reasoned that as long as it wasn't about work or the recent events in the car, Tang Yu probably wouldn't mind, especially since Sasha was already close to him. Nonetheless, she decided to ask Tang Yu just to be sure. She immediately sent Tang Yu a message and quickly received a response that it was fine for Sasha to listen. Gloria, reassured by Tang Yu's prompt reply, smiled more broadly. Sasha, seeing her smile, asked expectantly, did Mr. Tang agree? Gloria nodded, and they finished their meal swiftly. Sasha went to freshen up, and Gloria took care of the dishes. In no time, they were lying in the same bedroom, staring at the ceiling under the covers. Can we start now? Sasha is all ready. Gloria's mind filled with vivid scenes at Sasha's prompt. Even though those events were long past, they felt as if they had just occurred, their memory fresh and poignant. She began with the story of the car accident, how David damaged the equipment at Arasaka Academy, the attack by the Animals gang on their way back from Arasaka Tower leading to a severe accident, and how Tang Yu saved her and her son, which led to a series of ensuing events. The accident, treatment, Sandevistan, main team, Eugene Restaurant, First Commission, Journey to Badlands, Company Square, Lizzie's Bar, and the secrets that couldn't be told were all firsts in her life and the most profound memories. As Gloria narrated, Sasha's imagination filled with more thoughts of Tang Yu. He really was multifaceted. Actually, Sasha had also done many things with Tang Yu, but she envied the relationship between Gloria and Tang Yu. It seemed he was always there to protect her at crucial moments. After hearing Gloria's story, sharing desires surged within Sasha, but her mind's prohibition stopped her from even mentioning them. Even when Gloria asked about it out of curiosity, Sasha clearly stated she didn't know. Possibly feeling the story was unfinished, Sasha suddenly turned and looked at Gloria seriously. Those marks on your neck, did Mr. Tang leave them? Gloria. The girl seemed simple-minded but was surprisingly perceptive. Could she really be cat-like in her observations? Gloria pulled the blanket up to her face, unsure what to say, flustered by Sasha's question. After a moment of silence, she threw back the question, have you and Mr. Tang done that? Sasha, puzzled, replied, which one? Gloria. It seemed Sasha really didn't know anything. It was for that reason Gloria felt a twinge of joy. Perhaps she was his first. Thoughts of the moments in the car, too thrilling for words, flooded back, shaking her. Those memories were too intense. She needed time to recover. The physical sensations of two pure forms, so different from those of cyberized bodies, left Gloria with a tinge of vexation. So, what's the most intimate thing Mr. Tang has done with you? Gloria inquired. Sasha decisively responded, he pats my head. Sasha loves when Mr. Tang pats my head. I'm familiar with intimate behavior, but Mr. Tang has yet to. Gloria suddenly understood and slightly scoffed. Ah, I see, patting the head, that's nice, better than being scolded. Scolded? Sasha was puzzled. Gloria turned to face Sasha, taking her hand, and asked earnestly, Sasha, do you like Mr. Tang? Sasha turned, facing Gloria, and nodded sincerely, Sasha likes him. Gloria advised forthrightly, then you need to act quickly. As far as I know, you're not the only one after Mr. Tang. When he returns from his trip, you must win him over. Sasha was somewhat lost on how exactly to win Mr. Tang over, so she earnestly sought advice. How should I do it? Gloria, with conviction in her voice, said, find the right moment alone and just go for it. Take the initiative, and the rest is up to you. Sasha thought carefully. She indeed had many opportunities to be alone with Tang Yu. Could she really just go for it? But Mr. Tang always seemed so serious. Where would be the best place? At home, in the office, or in the car? Sasha seemed conflicted. One was daring to teach, and the other, daring to learn. In Watson District, Little Tang Street, in a high-class apartment, Tang Yu had just finished showering and drying his hair. He stood in front of the dressing mirror, putting on a new white shirt, tying his black tie meticulously. Having ended a round of satisfying combat, he felt much refreshed. He suddenly wanted a cigarette and to listen to some music, to relax for a moment. Gloria could take care of carnal desires, but not the lingering thoughts. He was soon departing for Kyoto to meet with Saburo Arasaka, the outcome uncertain. His concern was that he had not yet understood Michiko Arasaka's true intentions, creating a sense of unease. But after some thought, he had a few guesses. The first possibility was an invitation to simply meet Saburo, which he found highly unlikely. At Michiko's level, nothing was done without deeper meaning. It made no sense to bring him along without benefit. Saburo wouldn't need someone from a small branch office in Night City to attend his birthday. The second possibility was that Michiko saw his accomplishments and genuinely wanted to pave his way to Saburo for a promotion, an unlikely scenario. The third, and more probable, thought was that Michiko was planning something, like recommending him to Saburo. This would place him at odds with Arasaka Rein, making Tang Yu an adversary. Upon Rein's arrival in Night City, he might have no choice but to side with Michiko thereafter. That sounded conceivable, considering the rumors of Rein's arrival to find opportunities against Saburo. A fourth possibility came to mind: Michiko intended to present him as a potential body for Saburo's engram. Such a possibility couldn't be dismissed. From what Tang Yu understood, Saburo's origins predated cyberware. The elder Arasaka didn't care for extensive cyberware implantation, only using what was necessary to sustain life and await eternal life opportunities. Tang Yu's rare pure-form body, in terms of looks and physicality, seemed an apt vessel. If that were a case, his trip to the Kyoto Arasaka residence appeared significantly more dangerous. If Saburo fancied him, there would be no escape. Worst came to worst, he'd have to feign illness. He thought about the superbacterial samples he got from V, cultivated by a biotech company. In dire circumstances, he could rely on his indomitable talent to resist infection, assuming his immune system was strong enough. After all the strenuous activities that should have exhausted him, he had felt no fatigue, indicating robust health. He placed the capsule containing the superbacterium in his pocket, just in case. As for Saburo's birthday, whether to prepare a surprise was up for debate. After deeper thought while in an enemy's lair, prudence suggested waiting. While considering his trip to Kyoto, Tang Yu refrained from messaging Lucy, Rebecca, Aunt Mayne, Judy, Panam, and others. Now wasn't the time for overtures. Everything could wait until his return. Especially Lucy, who had been avoiding him lately. Perhaps she was in trouble. Living through lifetimes, he found women's thoughts to be the most inscrutable. Suddenly, Michiko's message came through. Time to depart. Tang Yu glanced towards the balcony, where a black Arasaka air car with blue exhaust flames descended softly amidst a powerful gust. He finished buttoning his suit, checked for any attire flaws, and headed out, taking the public elevator downstairs. Arriving streetside, he saw Arasaka's elite air car clearing the area, guarding the central black Arasaka family air car. As the air car door opened fluidly, a platform extended to the ground, with Michiko inside wearing a traditional cherry blossom-themed kimono, her eyes serene as she beckoned with a smile. First encountering Michiko in kimono, Tang Yu noted how her features, more Western, resembled her mother's, creating a slight disconnect with the attire. Arasaka's elite soldiers stood by as Tang Yu walked forward and boarded the vehicle. The door closed, the engine burst blue flames, and the car ascended. The elites followed suit, and with a protective air car formation, the convoy headed high into the dusk sky. Chapter 155. January 1, 2077. In the suburbs of Kyoto. The Arasaka estate's garden boasted a Chinese-style aesthetic, with green tiles, red pillars, and white walls standing proudly. The expansive garden was covered with clean gray and white gravel. Nearby, a pond with weeping willows and falling cherry blossoms revealed a sense of classical aesthetics and garden charm. Tang Yu was holding a cup of steaming tea, sitting under the eaves of a wooden house, enjoying the evening glow and setting sun all by himself. He had arrived at the Kyoto Arasaka estate a few days earlier, traveling in Michiko's limousine. During these days, Tang Yu stayed alone in this courtyard, passing time by drinking tea and preserving his health. Michiko had disappeared after arriving at the Arasaka residence, possibly to report to Saburo Arasaka in advance or perhaps to return to her own private mansion. She occasionally visited Tang Yu but never stayed long or provided much explanation, merely suggesting Tang Yu rest well in the courtyard and offering to arrange for some entertaining companions if he felt bored. Tang Yu appreciated Michiko's kindness. Though the old Arasaka estate was impressive, he took care not to wander around too much. Catching a glimpse of something he shouldn't could cause unnecessary trouble. His goal for this trip was clear: to survive until the end of Saburo Arasaka's birthday celebrations and safely return to Night City. He intended to keep a distance from all matters concerning the Arasaka family and stay out of their affairs. The Arasaka estate now not only housed the renowned Saburo Arasaka but also Michiko Arasaka, Raizo Arasaka, and other Arasaka family members. Spies and ninjas were everywhere, ensuring that even the slightest disturbance was reported to Saburo Arasaka. When living under another's roof, one must bow their head. Especially at such a critical time, it was never wrong to be cautious. Now Tang Yu could somewhat understand his old boss Arthur Jenkins's feelings. Far from home, yet his heart was preoccupied with domestic affairs. He wondered how the counterintelligence division at the Arasaka Tower was doing. Jenkins had been away on a business trip for over 2 months with no sign of returning, and Tang Yu had no idea what kept him so busy. Deputy Chief Kate was temporarily managing the division's work, probably still scheming to find some leverage on him. Only a few people knew about Tang Yu's trip to celebrate Saburo's birthday at the estate, as it involved highly confidential information that could not be leaked casually. The fact that Gloria was aware of it posed an inherent risk. Suddenly, he received an instant message and opened the contact interface to check. David Martinez, Mr. Tang, Happy New Year. Tang Yu was surprised that David was the first to send New Year's greetings. Considering the time in Night City had just reached midnight, this kid was thoughtful. David had been an intern in the counterintelligence division for nearly 3 months. Once he returned and finished his internship and graduation ceremony, he would officially graduate. Before then, it would be interesting to see which company would offer him a job, but Tang Yu guessed it would probably be Arasaka Corporation. Tang Yu replied, Happy New Year to you too, remember to write a good report on your internship. David Martinez, Mr. Tang, got it. Soon after, he received a message from Sasha. Sasha Yakovleva, Mr. Tang, Happy New Year, Sasha is going to seize the year. Photo attached. The attached photo showed Sasha in a fluffy cat-eared skirt uniform, kneeling on a sofa, accentuating her seductive figure with her hands poised like cat claws. Ah! Who taught her to dress and pose like that? Looking at the surroundings, it seemed familiar. Wasn't that sofa Gloria's? Tang Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, Happy New Year to you too, the outfit looks nice, Sasha, but it might not suit you very well. Sasha, Panam also sent a message. Panam Palmer, hey, Happy New Year. Wanted to blow off steam in the city, but family business keeps me tied up, running transport, delivering clients. Hitting corporations, blah blah, anyway, wishing you all the best in the new year. You're always welcome at the Aldecaldos. Tang Yu, Happy New Year, come to the company plaza for tea sometime. Just past midnight, a flurry of messages came in. Rebecca, hey Corpo, where you off to now, without me? That casino has reopened, think of me, will ya? But still, Happy New Year. Photo attached. The photo showed Turgo Plaza, with Main's team and Cyberpunks having a merry gathering, while Rebecca sat alone on a sofa, holding a can of kibble, with her legs propped on the table, grimacing and sticking out her tongue, seemingly fed up with the sugary juice. Tang Yu replied, Happy New Year, try to save some money this year. Meredith Stout, heard your counterintelligence is without a head these days. What's up? I remember the Arasaka family usually holds a banquet around this time of year. If you come back with a promotion, I'll celebrate with you. Also, Happy New Year. Photo attached. The photo showed Meredith's thighs, clad in black leather boots, and a few lash marks. Tang Yu, Happy New Year, looking forward to climbing the ladder together. Main, Mr. Tang, Happy New Year, I'm grateful for your help and won't forget it, here's to better cooperation this year. Tang Yu, Happy New Year, take care of yourself and maybe get a checkup at V's. Jackie Wells, brother, Happy New Year. Wanted to have a drink with you, but can't leave Misty alone, she needs me, nonetheless, cheers to the new year. Tang Yu, Happy New Year, wishing you a prosperous family. Victor, Tang, Happy New Year, how have you been? Can't really help with the corporate stuff, but how about we catch a boxing match with Jackie sometime? Tang Yu, Happy New Year, I'm away on business, but everything's smooth, watching a fight is good, and if there's a chance, I might enter the ring myself. Finally, Gloria sent her message. Gloria Martinez, wishing for your safety in the new year, looking forward to your return. Tang Yu, Happy New Year. After responding to everyone, Tang Yu realized that all his friends were still waiting on the other side of the ocean. Opening the contacts interface, he noticed Lucy's avatar remained silent, which struck him as odd. He clearly remembered those nights when the two got along reasonably well. Their relationship hadn't always been this cold, to the point where even New Year's greetings were forgotten. However, Lucy always seemed preoccupied, and she hadn't come out for her nightly runs in quite some time. This made Tang Yu increasingly vigilant. Among the people he knew, few had the option to simulate life choices, and so far, he'd only activated it twice. Tang Yu keenly sensed that Lucy might have encountered some major situation that even concerned her future choices. Was she avoiding something? Could it be Arasaka? Tang Yu decided to send her a message to probe further. New Year's here, haven't had a good rest yet? Soon after, Lucy replied. Lucy, huh? As a corporate executive, don't you already have a bodyguard and assistant? Besides, I'm thinking of leaving Night City. Leaving Night City? Why suddenly make such a decision? Tang Yu promptly replied, let's talk when I get back. Lucy, I'll wait. Just as he finished replying, he spotted a slender figure approaching. A young maiden clad in a maid's kimono, with hands clasped in front of her, was quickly stepping through the courtyard corridor toward him. After arriving beside Tang Yu, the maid bowed gently and politely spoke, Mr. Tang, good day, Miss Michiko invites you to bathe in the White Tiger hot spring pool. We have prepared a change of clothes for you if it's convenient, please follow me. A hot spring bath. Or more casually known as taking a dip in the hot springs. Why on earth would little Michiko invite him to a hot spring? Tang Yu didn't make it difficult for the young girl. He set down his teacup, stood up decisively, and followed her to the White Tiger pool. He had no real choice when in a place owned by the Arasakas, guests must follow the host's wishes. They walked through layers of hedges and stone paths, bypassing a group of rockeries to a corner where the White Tiger hot spring pool lay hidden. Its misty surface looked much like a creamy bone soup. The young maiden promptly brought a wooden tray with a bathrobe and other bathing items. She placed the tray on the ground and approached Tang Yu, extending her hand to help undo the buttons of his suit. Tang Yu stopped her, noticing her youth and innocence. I can do it myself, please step aside. The young maid seemed flustered and withdrew her hand swiftly, apologizing repeatedly, Mr. Tang, my apologies for being presumptuous. Considering her young age working in the Arasaka estate, Tang Yu instructed her to leave and wait outside the rockery. Once alone, Tang Yu looked at the pool but decided to wait for Miss Michiko to arrive before immersing himself. Not long after, he heard the clattering of wooden clogs from the path. Michiko must have arrived. Indeed, she approached the White Tiger pool in her traditional kimono, accompanied by the maid, looking curiously at Tang Yu, who hadn't changed, and playfully asked. Are you worried about contaminants in the water? Tang Yu replied directly, Director Michiko exaggerates, it's just personal preference. I like to shower. Michiko didn't mind and proceeded to undress with the help of her maid, saying, Tonight, Mr. Saburo is attending a banquet. As is custom, one must bathe and change before. The depth of the White Tiger pool is enough if you prefer standing. Tonight? He knew Saburo Arasaka's birthday wasn't on January 1st, so why was the banquet today? Michiko casually continued, Mr. Saburo is a traditionalist. He prefers to honor the new year, so the annual banquet is always held on January 1st. Tang Yu watched as Michiko unabashedly shed her clothes, revealing a sculpted and perfect figure, a true testament to the aesthetic of cybernetic technology. She stepped into the pool and leaned against the rocks, looking over at Tang Yu, you don't have to be so reserved here at the Arasaka estate. Every year at this time, Mr. Saburo likes to meet representatives of Arasaka's global divisions, especially those who've excelled. You could say Mr. Saburo is choosing the core for Arasaka's future. Usually, I return alone, since Mr. Saburo isn't fond of Night City, but this time. She smiled faintly, her dark eyes glistening with the waves, and added, Mr. Saburo personally requested your attendance. Tang Yu felt a hint of a scheme when she mentioned Mr. Saburo's personal interest. Though he held dual deputy department head positions in Night City's Arasaka Tower, making him high-level in Night City, he was almost insignificant in Kyoto in the eyes of Mr. Saburo. The personal invitation implied Mr. Saburo's awareness of him and piqued interest. While considering possibilities, Tang Yu maintained a calm demeanor and admitted he hadn't seen this coming. Michiko's cheeks were slightly flushed as she said with closed eyes, if the timing is right, I'll try to arrange a private meeting with Mr. Saburo for you. It could greatly benefit your future prospects. Whether you can seize the opportunity is up to you, she continued. Though Mr. Saburo has requested your presence, it doesn't mean much. Even I can tell, you, the lone wolf, have little loyalty to Arasaka Corporation. Tang Yu, uncertain of the exact reason for Mr. Saburo's interest but armed with his last ace, wasn't worried about being exposed. I'm not loyal to Arasaka, but I am loyal to power. Michiko laughed, true, without power, who would be loyal to Arasaka? After a few minutes, Michiko rose from the bath, donned a bathrobe with the help of her maid, and before leaving, she reminded Tang Yu to be punctual for the banquet. Chapter 156. Kyoto. Arasaka Manor. In the lush courtyard, black flags bearing the Arasaka family crest were hanging, affirming the aura of the domain. Inside a grand hall with gilded eaves, candles were burning bright. Numerous maids in kimono were bustling about, preparing for the evening banquet. Slowly, guests began to walk into the inner hall, finding their spots to kneel and sit, engaging in hushed conversations with their neighbors. These guests, hailing from Arasaka Corporation's branches around the world, had been invited to attend Saburo Arasaka's birthday banquet. For them, it was not just an honor but also an opportunity to ingratiate themselves with the core members of the Arasaka family. In the inner hall, without any members of the Arasaka family present yet, the guests' demeanor was somewhat relaxed as they chatted and smiled. Among the guests, there were a few Western faces seated along the outer circle, but they were outnumbered by Eastern faces, mostly from Kyoto. Many wise individuals had donned kimonos to display their loyalty to Arasaka. Saburo Arasaka's esteem for the clan's symbol was well known. He never wore suits, only traditional kimonos. His opinion about Western faces was curt, a bunch of uncivilized barbarians. Tang Yu also arrived early, sitting cross-legged in his assigned spot, focusing inwardly, and disregarding the surrounding chatter. Perhaps intentionally, his seat was at the innermost layer, near the main aisle, and closer to the high table. This position made it difficult for him to blend in, especially since he noticed several glances directed his way. Indeed. Wearing a suit amidst a group dressed in kimonos was certainly conspicuous. He even overheard some whispering, curious about his background and why he was seated in a high-ranking spot. For others, the closer to Saburo Arasaka, the better. But for Tang Yu, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. As he sat with his eyes closed, Michiko Arasaka, dressed in a kimono, entered the hall. Her appearance immediately drew many eyes. As a direct descendant of the Arasaka family, she held a strong allure. Had Michiko not been married, the Arasaka elites from around the world would surely be vying for her attention. Even so, rumors about her widow-like marriage abounded, and many felt it was a pity. To their further regret, Michiko had a Western visage and spent most of her life in Night City, seldom returning to the Arasaka estate in Kyoto. Such an identity and appearance were unlikely to endear her to Saburo Arasaka. In the Arasaka family, losing Saburo's favor essentially meant losing any chance to vie for power. Thus, the elites viewed Michiko's Dove faction as the weakest. Allying with her would require careful consideration. An elderly servant in kimono quickly approached her and bowed, "Miss, please follow me this way." Michiko's gaze swept the inner hall, swiftly locating her target. Tang Yu. "Uncle Tanaka, there's no need for trouble, I'll sit here," she said directly. Michiko sat next to Tang Yu, eschewing the seat that had been arranged for her beforehand. Though Tang Yu hadn't opened his eyes, he could sense the rustle of someone sitting beside him. Her actions were intriguing, referring to the old servant as Tanaka, likely one of the Arasaka family's stewards, and his curiosity was piqued about any connection to the Tanaka of Night City. Moreover, choosing to sit beside him was a calculated move. He figured that the seating had probably been arranged by Tanaka, and if Saburo Arasaka had personally assigned the seats, Michiko wouldn't have acted so boldly. Whatever her intentions, the plan had worked. The attention being paid to Tang Yu had sharply increased. Despite its allure, the kneeling posture was difficult for Michiko due to her size. Notably less graceful than a typical kimono-clad lady and unfamiliar with the etiquette from living in Night City, her posture on the cushion was awkward. Tang Yu advised, "Keep your knees together, strictly aligned." Michiko replied while struggling to kneel, "This is exactly why I dislike coming back." The kneeling position required practice and couldn't be mastered instantly. Tang Yu, unconcerned, simply crossed his legs comfortably. He wasn't a member of the Arasaka family, after all. Soon after, another member of the Arasaka family walked in, capturing the undivided attention of everyone in the hall. Wearing round-rimmed glasses and a traditional kimono, it was Saburo Arasaka's only surviving son, undoubtedly, Yorinobu Arasaka. His appearance was starkly different from Michiko's. As the sole legitimate heir to the Arasaka Empire, Yorinobu commanded nearly as much respect as Saburo Arasaka, and the elites were quick to pay their respects. One after another, they rose and bowed, greeting Yorinobu as he passed. "Mr. Yorinobu, hello. Lord Yorinobu, good evening." This prestige did not stem from his abilities or charm but from his surname and gender. Almost everyone knew that Saburo Arasaka, now over 150 years old, had one foot in the grave, and the other was not far behind. Without a doubt, once Saburo Arasaka passed away, Yorinobu Arasaka would inherit the great dominion of Arasaka and become the rightful helmsman. That's why the birthday banquet became more significant each year, as the elderly and frail Lord Saburo Arasaka could pass away at any moment. Those who closely follow Yorinobu Arasaka at this time would be making a significant contribution. Yorinobu Arasaka, with a hint of anger in his proud demeanor, gave a cold look to many of the elite Arasaka Corporation members who greeted him. Despite this haughty attitude, it did not provoke dislike among the crowd, who instead felt it was natural and showed even greater respect for Yorinobu. Old servant Tanaka immediately approached Yorinobu Arasaka, bowed, and led the way to a seat next to the main seat. When passing by, he stopped in front of Michiko and said in a deep voice, "The great trend is coming, I hope you can see it clearly." After speaking, Yorinobu Arasaka glanced at Tang Yu sitting beside her and then walked straight to her seat. Tang Yu remained unmoved. Yorinobu Arasaka's patience to attend Saburo's banquet suggested she was still waiting for an opportunity to break free from the Kyoto Arasaka residence. As Prince Yorinobu Arasaka took her seat, the hall fell completely silent, all guests seated and waiting for the banquet to begin. The appointed time had just arrived. From outside the hall, on the wooden floor, came the sound of a wooden cane tapping. Click, click, click. The rhythm was not fast, but it was clear and powerful. Everyone realized that the centennial powerful figure who had controlled Arasaka Corporation for over a century, Saburo Arasaka, was about to appear. The hall was silent except for the slight breeze that fluttered the Arasaka family's banner. As the sound of the cane grew closer, the figure of Saburo Arasaka appeared at the entrance to the hall. The whole venue's attention solemnly focused on the elderly man. With his hunched and thin back, one hand on his waist, and the other holding a cane, he walked slowly but forcefully. His aged face, with a cybernetic eye implanted in the left socket, had the sharp gaze of a hawk, although his eyes were a muddled white, emitting a somewhat gloomy aura. Following behind him, Hanako Arasaka stood with her hands folded in front, donning a cherry blossom kimono, displaying the grace of the Arasaka family's daughter. However, her face was expressionless and very cold, bearing some resemblance to Saburo Arasaka. Saburo Arasaka walked up the steps, leaning on his cane before turning to face the audience. Michiko Arasaka stood slightly behind him, closer to the main seat than Michiko. Seeing so many new young faces seemed to pique Saburo Arasaka's interest, and after covering his mouth and nose with his fist and coughing twice, his voice, hoarse, said, "Ladies and gentlemen, your presence here today brings honor to Arasaka. The banquet may now begin. Feel free to drink to your heart's content." After tapping his cane lightly, the banquet officially commenced. One by one, waitresses approached with short-legged tables, placing plates of sake and appetizers before the guests. Saburo Arasaka, appearing somewhat weary, covered his face and coughed again, looked around twice, and then turned and walked behind a screen, disappearing into the inner chamber. Hanako Arasaka stayed behind, taking over the hosting of the banquet in place of Saburo Arasaka. Tang Yu, seeing the banquet had begun, also casually picked up his chopsticks and started to eat snacks. He noticed Michiko beside him seemed unfamiliar with chopsticks, not having touched the meal before her. Used to knives and forks, and despite practicing using chopsticks, she could not adapt and had no knives and forks available. So at such occasions, she would simply not use chopsticks to avoid embarrassment. During the banquet, Hanako Arasaka began accepting toasts on behalf of Saburo Arasaka, taking a symbolic sip whenever someone toasted. Many smart people took the opportunity to toast several times, fearful of missing out. Hanako Arasaka did not show any annoyance at this but continued to respond expressionlessly to the toasts without uttering an extra word. Instead, Hanako Arasaka took the opportunity after Saburo Arasaka disappeared to approach Hanako Arasaka and whisper something to her. Hanako nodded as if to agree to something. Afterward, Hanako Arasaka left the inner chamber with great strides, glancing at Tang Yu with a cold look as she passed. Tang Yu ignored it. The affairs of the Arasaka family were of no concern to him for the moment. Brought by Michiko Arasaka and personally named by Saburo Arasaka, Tang Yu suspected that Hanako Arasaka already considered him an outsider from Night City. After all, he had once covered up the truth about the Militech that annihilated Arasaka's special task force, and the rumors may have reached Hanako's ears. As the drinking progressed, most of the toasts had been made, leaving the guests to drink and eat freely, using the opportunity to learn more about other Arasaka Corporation affairs. At that moment, Hanako Arasaka set down her clean cup, stood up, and walked down the steps. In the midst of the guests' puzzled looks, Hanako Arasaka approached Tang Yu, knelt down, and faced him properly before saying in an expressionless, deep voice, "Mr. Tang, my father would like a word with you in the back room." Chapter 157. At the banquet. Hanako Arasaka openly mentioned Saburo Arasaka's invitation in front of everyone. As she spoke, Michiko and everyone in the inner hall turned their attention to them, staring at the two in surprise. Their astonishment was no less than witnessing something incredible. Being personally invited by Saburo Arasaka was a testament to Tang Yu's importance. Among the many elites present from Arasaka Corporation around the world, even those working at the Kyoto headquarters of Arasaka, few had received an individual audience with Saburo Arasaka. At that moment, envy and jealousy filled the countless gazes that fell upon Tang Yu. Except for Tang Yu, everyone else seemed eager for such an opportunity, a chance to meet with Saburo that could propel one's career skyward. Having a personal summoning by Lord Saburo, even if not fortunate enough to enter the inner circle of the Arasaka family, this honor would still make one regarded differently by Arasaka's personnel, often meaning a smoother career path ahead. Knowing about the meeting with Saburo Arasaka felt somewhat odd to Tang Yu, but he remained composed and respectful. He did not show the joy those around him might have expected to see. He was mentally prepared for this outcome. Even if unaware of why Saburo Arasaka wanted to meet him, Tang Yu was ready for anything. The topic of discussion was likely to revolve around Night City. Tang Yu's identity was nothing special. Despite exemplary performance, he wasn't considered outstanding within the entire company. His position as a mere middle-level manager was not much different from a regular employee. What truly distinguished him from the surrounding Arasaka executives was solely the fact that he came from Night City. Thus, he guessed that whatever Saburo Arasaka wanted to discuss would be related to Night City. Tang Yu stood up and followed Hanako Arasaka. Before leaving, he turned back to take a glance at Michiko, noticing the surprise in her eyes, apparently unaware of Saburo Arasaka's sudden summons. Michiko hesitated, but due to the occasion, she remained silent, her gaze filled with a subtle concern, perhaps worried about how Tang Yu would handle himself before Saburo Arasaka. Tang Yu walked with Hanako Arasaka to a back hall behind the great chamber, winding through a covered hallway. After making several turns, they arrived at a door. Stepping forward, Hanako Arasaka bowed her head outside the door and said, "Father, Mr. Tang is here." As soon as she finished speaking, the wooden door slowly slid open to reveal two kneeling maids, their hands touching the door frames. Tang Yu noticed that Saburo Arasaka's residence was almost entirely made of wood, with few signs of steel or electronics, even the security scans were discreet. Passing through the corridor, Tang Yu had sensitively noticed he was being scanned for security. With the door open, Hanako Arasaka stood aside and gestured for Tang Yu to enter. Collecting his thoughts, Tang Yu stepped over the wooden threshold and walked into the room. Quickly he grasped the layout of the room, which was simply structured with ink, paper, brushes, and an inkstone set on the table, and a few scrolls hanging on the wall. It was Saburo Arasaka's study. The real helm of Arasaka Corporation, Saburo Arasaka, stood with his back to Tang Yu, hands behind him, solidly facing a portrait. The cane he was using before was placed beside the table. Tang Yu didn't speak first but looked at the portrait, a traditional fine brush painting of a military general, which he identified as Tokugawa Ieyasu by the name at the top of the portrait. Tokugawa Ieyasu, the first shogun who unified Japan, had a revered standing to Saburo Arasaka, reflected by his inclusion in the study. Tang Yu thought, in some way, Tokugawa Ieyasu indeed suited Saburo Arasaka's taste. Though later dubbed a cautious turtle, Tokugawa's longevity had enabled him to outlast several contemporary Asa victory in its own right. Saburo Arasaka, over 150 years old, not yet willing to relinquish life, likely shared the same aspirations as Tokugawa Ieyasu. The former unified Japan, while the latter aspired to dominate the world and fulfill an uncompleted imperial dream. Saburo Arasaka remained silent before the portrait as if in a spiritual conversation with the figure in the painting. After a while, Saburo Arasaka slowly spoke in a voice aged yet authoritative. "Have you heard something? There is a force in Night City that resists Arasaka." "Resist Arasaka." Tang Yu's expression shifted slightly. This was a phrase he was all too familiar with. Evelyn Parker mentioned it at Lizzie's bar during the braindance experience at the Crystal Palace. Now, Saburo Arasaka himself had mentioned it, and its meaning deserved careful consideration. Without hesitation, Tang Yu firmly replied, "Indeed, such a saying does exist in Night City." In the presence of such a shrewd elder, precision was paramount. A truthful response was the best approach without full understanding. He suspected Saburo Arasaka was aware of Arasaka's plans, and his apparent tolerance was due to the numerous cards in his hand, the stored digital souls, the loyal Michiko Arasaka, and the terrifying influence he held over the company. Even as a digital soul, Saburo Arasaka could still command fear and obedience. His presence, the god of Arasaka, was deeply ingrained in the company's marrow. Still facing away, Saburo Arasaka continued in a steady tone, devoid of emotion. "Speaking of the port city across the Pacific, I've thought of paying tribute to those who've fallen afar, to comfort their souls. But many innocent people live in that port city. The merciful should aid all those suffering in this world. Perhaps 1 or 2 nuclear bombs could spare them from undeserved pain. What do you think? Nuclear decimation of Night City?" Hearing Saburo Arasaka speak these words calmly, Tang Yu did not doubt that he had genuinely contemplated the idea and might even be considering implementing it. Although Arasaka Corporation had been severely damaged in the Fourth Corporate War, under the strong rule of Saburo Arasaka, the Arasaka Corporation swiftly regained its former strength over the decades and even surpassed it, maintaining unparalleled global dominance. Around the world, the Arasaka towers stand tall, unmatched by any competitor. Night City harbors the genes and potential for rebellion against Arasaka and corporations. The city is a cradle of legends, the birthplace of a wave against corporate rule, filled with endless possibilities. It's a complex web of power, not only possessing militech to match Arasaka's strength but also hosting a range of internationally renowned corporations. Home to top-tier cyber hackers and mercenaries like Johnny Silverhand, the man who dealt Saburo Arasaka a significant defeat, Night City defies Arasaka's influence. Despite its strength, Arasaka cannot call the shots here in Night City. Obviously. Leveling Night City with a nuke is a trivial matter for Saburo Arasaka, serving as a potential solution to the hidden threats against Arasaka's rule. Tang Yu then calmly responded, wiping Night City off the map wouldn't be difficult, its fate still lies in Arasaka's hands. But the places beyond the reach of nuclear destruction, where Arasaka's control falters, are of greater concern. Saburo Arasaka showed some interest, go on. Tang Yu stated plainly, cyberspace. Saburo Arasaka murmured to himself upon hearing this. You're right, it reminds me of an old acquaintance. The real threat to Arasaka isn't any city or corporation. The advancement of cyber technology has transcended the traditional notion of strength. Arasaka towers can be erected on any land around the world, but they can't penetrate deeper into cyberspace. Even though Arasaka has restarted certain programs in an attempt to explore cyberspace further, the gains are minimal. Now, forces beyond the black wall of cyberspace have infiltrated the physical world. Your insight proves I was correct in choosing you. Tang Yu knew that Saburo Arasaka's old acquaintance was Alt Cunningham. The true fatal threat to Arasaka, or to the entire human world, is the wild growth of AI beyond the black wall of cyberspace. Represented by the digital soul, Alt Cunningham, with infinite knowledge and human-like personality, pervades digital networks, electronic bodies, and city infrastructure. Endless lifespan, limitless learning capability, and robust AI algorithms have made Alt Cunningham almost godlike. That's why Tang Yu chose to collaborate with Yorinobu Arasaka to instigate the Fifth Corporate War, aiming to dismantle corporate rule, rather than dealing with Alt Cunningham and breaking down the black wall to let her freely infiltrate the human world. If AI like Alt Cunningham is left unchecked, the entire world could succumb to mechanical order. This war between humans and AI is inherently unfair from the start, predominantly one-sided infiltration. Humanity cannot breach the black wall to control cyberspace, yet AI can opportunistically infiltrate the human world to execute their designs and algorithms. Currently, Saburo Arasaka holds the relic biochip technology, something AI yearns for. Honestly, Tang Yu would rather see the true soul of Saburo Arasaka bound to his withering body than transformed into a digital spirit. Saburo Arasaka continued solemnly. The reason I summoned you is that you have retained your original body. In other words, your thoughts and actions are driven by your will. Humanity acts from the heart. In this grim world, everyone must undergo cyberware enhancements to prolong their lives. You are the right person to handle a matter for me in Night City. Once the job is done, there will be no need for the messy business of using a nuclear bomb. The widespread necessity for cyberware enhancements is rooted not only in the numerous casualties from frequent wars, but also in the environmental destruction caused by warfare, industrial pollution, and the commonplace use of genetically modified foods, all of which have begun to affect the human genetic structure. By the age of 40, unexplained mutations in organs and limbs force people to turn to cyber enhancements. After the nuclear leveling of the Arasaka Tower in Night City, the plaza was soon rebuilt on the same spot, with no regard for radiation-failing livers replaced with artificial ones, damaged hearts and lungs substituted with synthetic versions. People like Tang Yu who maintain their original bodies are rare and often short-lived. Tang Yu figured Saburo Arasaka's task might involve AI, as his unaltered state makes him less susceptible to AI influence. Therefore, he expressed willingness to attempt the assignment. Saburo Arasaka then shared his thoughts, instructing Tang Yu to investigate the forces lurking behind Night City after his return, along with the clandestine means by which they penetrate the human world and their relationship to militech and network surveillance. Finally, to facilitate Tang Yu's mission, Saburo left access to his office in the Arasaka Tower. Having received his commission and understanding Saburo Arasaka's intentions, Tang Yu took his leave without delay. Upon exit, he discovered Hanako Arasaka waiting by the door. She gestured for him to follow, leading him elsewhere. Led by Michiko, Tang Yu arrived at a spacious courtyard with a helipad on a lush green lawn and a black luxury AV with the Arasaka crest parked there. Hanako said with gravity, "This is father's exclusive vehicle, now entrusted to Mr. Tang for use." After transferring the rights to the AV to Tang Yu with a flicker of her cybernetic eye, she understood Saburo's intention for him to immediately return to Night City for the investigation. Without another word, Tang Yu approached the AV. The AV's door opened slowly, and the landing platform extended to the ground. Tang Yu stepped inside, closed the door, and the engines lifted the vehicle into the sky. Watching the AV disappear into the distance, Hanako returned to the study where Saburo still stood contemplating a portrait. Inquiring with a bow, Hanako said, "Father, though this man retains his original body and has capable skills, he isn't loyal to Arasaka and may conspire with others." Saburo finally turned around, leaning on his cane, and intoned. "It doesn't matter. Because what he cares about is in my hands." Chapter 158. At the Coyote Bar, a girl sat alone by the bar counter, her pretty face reflected in the electronic mirror. She pinched her nose bridge, critically examining the bruises and swellings at the corners of her mouth and over the arch of her nose. Clearly, her delicate and gentle features were a stark contrast to her cold and sharp gaze, which always carried an air of discontent with the world around her. Though her beauty was evident, her unique sense of style, with its avant-garde makeup and a colorful mix of reds, greens, and purples in her clothes, set her apart convincingly. "Here, V, have a drink, it'll numb the pain." "It's on me." Without hesitation, V accepted the bartender Pepe's little kindness and downed the drink in one go. With the help of the alcohol, she firmly grasped her dislocated nose and twisted it back into place with a crackling sound. Pain shot up to her forehead, almost bringing tears to her eyes. Fucking hell, bad luck. Whether she was cursing her misfortune or the notoriously treacherous Night City was unclear. As soon as V returned from the outskirts of the city, she stumbled upon a bold robber. Displeased with possibly being mugged, she fought back fiercely, leaving the assailant beaten but herself worse for wear. Pepe showed some concern but then became unusually serious, as if he was hiding something. He knew V couldn't stand to see a friend in trouble. Known for her sense of loyalty in the streets, V's reaction was predictable. "Spit it out, what trouble did you run into?" Hearing V's willingness to help, Pepe knew he could count on her. Although she'd been away from Night City for 2 years, she had grown up there and had strong connections, like her good relationship with the local fixer, Padre Sebastian. With V's assurance, Pepe shared his plight and his debt to Kirk, a loan shark who would break his legs if he didn't pay up. V didn't fully trust Pepe's story, but agreed to help him negotiate with Kirk. As expected, V's stern lecturing convinced Kirk to agree to V's terms. With negotiations settled and her wallet painfully empty, V prepared to undertake a shady job for Kirk in lieu of Pepe's debt. Kirk informed V that the target was a supercar located in a garage beneath the Yorinobu Club. The owner was an Arasaka suit that rarely used the vehicle. V accepted the job but decided to gather more intel before diving headfirst into the theft. Father in the meantime gave her some updates on Night City's underworld and the rise of a new power player connected to Arasaka. V dismissed the notion of working for Arasaka, deeming it unheroic, and set off towards the club to find the car. Later on, at a restaurant, Tang Yu and Gloria were having dinner. Gloria seemed distracted, likely pondering her choice to invite Tang Yu after crafting an excuse to discuss an important work matter during dinner. She had specially worn the dress she bought the first time they met at the club, hoping to rekindle a moment from the past, yet Tang Yu appeared unfazed by their previous encounter. After reluctantly parting with it the last time, she decisively purchased the dress when she saw it was still available. However, judging by Tang Yu's behavior, he didn't seem to remember the dress and didn't mention anything from start to finish. To prepare for this dinner, Gloria even deliberately chose the same elegant seat they had the first time, close to the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. Everything was in order to recreate the scene of their first meeting with Tang Yu. This time, however, there was no David by their side. Gloria's inner thoughts were in turmoil, sometimes feeling ashamed of her initiative and sometimes frustrated by Tang Yu's seriousness. She couldn't help but recall the scenes in the train car, and Tang Yu wasn't as serious or gentle as he is now. It was excruciatingly painful. Although they had been intimate, Gloria didn't understand why she felt more vulnerable around Tang Yu. She felt like a thief who had stolen a gem she didn't deserve, longing to possess it yet afraid it would return to its rightful owner. But most importantly, if everything went well, they could have dinner together tonight. With that thought, a flush of rosy embarrassment emerged on Gloria's cheeks, as if slightly drunk. Seeing Gloria had barely touched her plate, Tang Yu asked, "Are you not feeling well?" No, I'm not uncomfortable," Gloria quickly explained, worried that he had misunderstood, and then pretended to take a few more bites, finding them tasteless. Tang Yu then started talking seriously about work. "How is the Lizzie's Bar doing?" Gloria reported truthfully that Lizzie's Bar's revenue had increased after renovation, and the income was still considerable. However, there had been trouble with the Moxas due to abrupt influx of new members, leading to arguments and friction with the customers, all resolved by little Rita Wheeler. Managing a large group of Moxas girls was still troublesome and needed time for training. Tang Yu thought that the chaos of a large group was inevitable and that rules had to be established for the Moxas girls. They couldn't continue acting recklessly as before. Gloria always took Tang Yu's words to heart, but her current concerns weren't about Lizzie's Bar but about whatever would follow. When Tang Yu finished his meal and picked up a napkin to wipe his hands, Gloria timidly asked, "Mr. Tang, if you have no other plans, I..." Before she could finish, Tang Yu suddenly received a communication request. NCPD. He felt puzzled why the NCPD would call at this time. Shortly after, a restaurant waiter came over, apparently with something to say. Tang Yu asked the waiter to wait and connected the communication to see what was happening. The sheriff on the call quickly explained the situation. "Mr. Tang, hello. NCPD Senior Inspector Stintz, while patrolling the valley area, found that your Rayfield parked in the underground parking of the Afterlife was the victim of theft. The suspect has been apprehended. According to security protocols with your company, you can choose." The Rayfield was stolen. Tang Yu then remembered he had a Rayfield, a gift from his former boss Arthur Jenkins about half a year earlier. He glanced at the vehicle's certification chip but never took care of it, having forgotten about it entirely. Luxury cars weren't new to him, and several others had already been left gathering dust in the garage. He was about to leave the matter to NCPD procedure when he suddenly had another idea and said, "All right, I understand. I happen to be at the Afterlife, I'll come down to take a look now." After speaking with the NCPD, Tang Yu decided to go down and check the situation himself. The underground parking of the Afterlife, 2077, stealing the Rayfield. This scenario was all too familiar. Could it be that V had returned? Back when he screwed over Arasaka U-Fish and went with Jackie to the Afterlife to steal the Rayfield, they had met V. The waiter also explained the intention, wanting Tang Yu to confirm the theft in the underground parking, saying that the Afterlife Club would handle it according to his demands. Tang Yu realized now how gutsy the three of them had been that year. If they hadn't met the Haywood acquaintance Stintz, they would have either been jailed, fed to sharks in the sea, or beaten up by the Afterlife's enforcers. As Tang Yu stood up to leave, Gloria also quickly got up, her eyes filled with disappointment. Only then did Tang Yu turn to Gloria and said directly, "I need to deal with something urgent, the bill is settled, I'll leave first, see you later." Gloria absent-mindedly replied, "Mr. Tang, see you later." After saying that, Tang Yu walked towards the elevator with the waiter. Gloria wanted to stop Tang Yu and say something, but she gave up the idea, since he had an emergency and couldn't be forced. She felt extremely regretful, wishing they had taken care of the urgent matter before dining. In her heart, she vowed that next time, no matter what, she would personally drive to pick up Mr. Tang. In the underground parking. The waiter respectfully led Tang Yu to the VIP parking area. Before getting too close, Tang Yu could see at the end of the parking lot, several NCPD cars with red and blue lights flashing. It was quite a scene. The waiter explained that each exclusive vehicle in the VIP parking area is equipped with an anti-theft system, and any slight movement after being hacked would notify the corresponding service unit. Just like Tang Yu being a member of the Afterlife restaurant, the Afterlife would look after the Rayfield for him. Tang Yu walked straight to the scene of the car theft. The scissor doors of the Blue Beast were wide open, and there was no doubt that the vehicle authentication and security systems had been hacked. In front of the car, four NCPD officers, with their guns drawn, were warning the thief who was on the ground. "Stay put and behave yourself." NCPD Senior Inspector Stintz was sitting in front of the thief, and seemed to recognize her identity. Seeing the car owner, he got up to report. "Mr. Tang, the thief has been captured. She's a small-time thug from Haywood. We'll take her away now, so as not to trouble you. You might need to cooperate with some investigation later." Tang Yu ignored Stintz's words. This senior inspector, also from Haywood, simply wanted to find an excuse to take the thief and quietly let her go later. What he needed to confirm now was who the person on the ground, still not very cooperative, really was. Especially with her exaggerated style of clothing and that distinctive, rainbow-colored hair. Tang Yu crouched in front of her, lifted her stubborn chin with his hand, and finally saw the face underneath the heavy bangs. Tang Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was her. V had indeed returned. His gaze burned as he examined every detail of her face. The handsome face, sharp eyes, and that sexy little mouth, he couldn't help wanting to bite it. For a moment. The memories of his past experiences with V flooded his mind, drowning out all the surrounding noise. At this instant. His eyes were full of this crazy alluring woman. V glared at the man before her. Being leered at by a stranger and having her chin lifted was infuriating. Already annoyed by being caught stealing the car, and now this corporate dog was treating her this way, her rage surged. "What the hell are you looking at?" V opened her mouth without politeness and bit down on the man's finger, the one lifting her chin. She bit hard, determined to make the insolent man pay and to teach him a lesson. She didn't care about being barefoot and fearless. V held Tang Yu's finger in an iron grip to prevent him from pulling away, even taking his whole finger into her mouth. After a few seconds, she suddenly noticed the man in front of her didn't react at all, neither screaming nor punching her nose like others would have done. Something didn't feel right, and she looked up at him. Their gazes met for the first time. V was stunned. She found that the man was watching her. It was the first time she had been looked at like this by a man, for so long and with such earnestness. In the pupils of his eyes, she saw her own reflection, her own face, as if occupying all his vision. His gaze seemed to tremble, filled with an indescribable emotion, almost as if recognizing an old friend, or a past connection. V was taken aback and unconsciously relaxed her bite. Tang Yu then withdrew his finger from her mouth, the bite mark oozing blood. He withdrew his gaze, wiped the saliva and blood from his finger onto V's face, stood up, and said to Stintz. "Thank you for your work, I'll take care of the rest. It's not really theft since the car's owner is now her." Stintz was bewildered, looking at V lying on the ground. Was the man saying that he was giving the car to this female car thief? Even V was shocked and confused. After confirming Tang Yu's decision not to pursue the matter further, Stintz ordered his men to unlock her handcuffs. Since the original owner wasn't pursuing damages, it saved them some trouble. Stintz quickly took his men and left the scene. V, standing up and dusting herself off, bluntly said, "Mr. Tang, I guess I owe you one. My name is V, if you ever need anything, come find me in Haywood. As for giving me the car, you don't have to do that, I don't take what I haven't earned. It's getting late, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way, no need to see me off." With that, V started to leave for the parking lot's exit, murmuring about her bad luck. "Stop," commanded Tang Yu with a stern voice. V halted, turning back with a displeased expression. "What now? You didn't lose your car, and it isn't damaged. I've noted the favor and will return it in the future." Tang Yu then spoke with a hint of amusement, "Miss V's favor sure has weight to it, but who said I was giving you the car? This car has been tampered with by you. The identity verification system was hacked, so I've decided to sell it to you, that way, you won't be considered a thief. You're taking the car today, whether you want it or not. As for the price, I can give you a discount." V was speechless, but to her surprise, Tang Yu wasn't joking. He immediately transferred the car's authentication rights to her. The information of the Blue Beast's owner was now changed to V's. V was dumbstruck. Tang Yu didn't wait for her reaction, climbing into the Rayfield, and continued, "Miss V, make sure to work hard for a while, before you've paid off the debt, don't even think about hiding. If you can't find a good gig, try Lizzie's Bar, tell them I sent you. And, for renting this car to me today, consider it a repayment of €10,000. Afterwards, Tang Yu started the engine, and the roar of the Blue Beast echoed through the entire underground garage as the engine expelled waves of exhaust. V remained standing still, full of confusion. She wondered if she had terrible luck today. Returning to get mugged, taking a lousy car theft job, getting caught on the spot, harassed by a stranger, and now bizarrely owing a huge debt for a supercar. After all that, someone drove off with the car. She gasped in realization the man had been calling her V, but she despised the nickname. V was the one name she cherished, so she sternly warned him. "My name is V." Tang Yu simply replied, "Got it, Miss V, good luck." With that, he closed the scissor doors, stepped on the gas pedal, and drove off. All she could do was watch helplessly as the supercar raced out of the underground parking garage. Chapter 159. Arasaka Tower. 33rd floor, Counterintelligence Department. Tang Yu rated AB on the electronic screen, set aside his electronic tablet, and forwarded the results to the Arasaka Academy Council. He had just fulfilled his duty as a social practice mentor for the Arasaka Academy, grading each 3-month practical report. His ratings would be a reference for this year's graduates seeking employment, and would be entered into their future employers' personnel records. Of course. If they don't join a company, the social practice score becomes useless. Another scenario is that if the family background is sufficiently strong, the scores wouldn't make any difference either. Tang Yu upheld fairness in these assessments, showing no favoritism or suppression. Based solely on the content of the practical reports, and to discern any fabricated internships, he had even specifically asked the receptionist to contact several companies to gather their HR perspectives, ensuring impartiality. Tang Yu's approach was primarily to avoid trouble. Up to now, he had received various forms of sugar-coated bullets from different students' parents, including greetings, invitations, gifts, and money transfers. The parents of these children at the Arasaka Academy, with their considerable status and power, were very concerned about their children's education. They used all means to secure Tang Yu's office address, work relationships, and even his contact information. Just recently, the mother of a female student took the initiative to visit the office, claiming to be the sister of his old boss, Arthur Jenkins, making it awkward for Tang Yu not to meet her. It wasn't just Tang Yu who was bothered. Arthur Jenkins, who had been out of town on a big project and hadn't returned, had received numerous favors asking him to speak to Tang Yu on behalf of others. Knowing Tang Yu was difficult to persuade, they turned their attention to Jenkins, and some well-connected parents, like a director of a major company, went straight to Michiko Arasaka to seek her influence. Tang Yu then realized the extraordinary impact these noble parents had. Faced with this, he could either grade everyone highly to avoid conflict or choose to evaluate fairly. Even though Tang Yu didn't care about the troubles, it was preferable to avoid unnecessary hassles. However, he also appreciated that these children of corporate elites were indeed gifted in both conduct and learning ability. Following the established grading criteria, he found it hard to find anyone performing poorly. Even considering their family backgrounds added some weight, the overall assessments and company evaluations proved they were an excellent batch of candidates. It was no wonder that graduating from the Arasaka Academy qualified them to apply to big corporations, as their individual capabilities and academic achievements stood out. The highest score of this company internship went to Tanaka Katsuo. Tang Yu had meticulously reviewed Tanaka Katsuo's practical report, which detailed his participation in Arasaka's high-end cyberware research project, covering the entire process. The report was detailed, with matching experimental parameters, timelines, and progress, leaving no room for fraudulent records. Moreover, the developed product was in the final trial phase and close to launch. High-quality reports like Tanaka Katsuo's were unique. Although his involvement in such core project development was likely due to the influence of the Tanaka family, it was also inseparable from Tanaka Katsuo's own efforts and abilities. Therefore, Tang Yu graded him A, and with this achievement, plus his father in the research department's senior position, joining Arasaka Tower was almost a certainty. As for David Martinez, Tang Yu had also carefully examined his practical report. To be honest, it could only be considered average. While the report was detailed over the 3 months and he worked on many tasks, his contributions couldn't compare to Tanaka Katsuo's, mainly routine tasks, with some involvement in intelligence projects but not independently achieved. Had David not been involved in some significant projects, an A would have been generous. In contrast to the research department, which allows for repeated failure and trials until success, the counterintelligence department cannot entrust a rookie with crucial projects as it might cost lives, with typically only one chance at success. David's lack of advantage in his counterintelligence internship and mostly trailing behind team leads or colleagues suggested he might be better suited for the Special Operations Department. Tang Yu had acquired the indomitable talent from David's life simulation, indicating his exceptional physical condition. It seemed a waste for him not to have combat implants. Still, with an A, David had a chance at joining Arasaka, assuming Tang Yu could work some connections for him. More importantly, what David himself desired mattered. After studying at the Arasaka Academy and interning there, he might reconsider his path. Tang Yu planned to chat with him later to understand his truest intentions. After completing the Arasaka company practice evaluations, there was still some time before the next major meeting at the Arasaka Academy. Tang Yu lightly tapped his index finger on the desk, then contacted the receptionist to call in Kate for an update on recent department activities. During his visit to the Kyoto Arasaka estate, there had been significant movements within his department under Kate's command, resulting in frequent special service team operations. Soon after, Kate, with a stern face, entered the minister's office after a security check. She glanced around the deputy office area without seeing Tang Yu's assistant, then approached the main office position. Despite her reluctance, she greeted him, following workplace etiquette. "Mr. Tang, what do you need?" she asked. Tang Yu got straight to the point. "You've been overseeing the department's work lately. Report on the recent developments." Suppressing her displeasure, Kate began reporting according to Tang Yu's request. She started with everyday work, dealing with routine matters without incidents. Then she reported on several ongoing cases the counterintelligence department was tracking. With little progress made, field agents were mostly well concealed, except for Militech operatives sustaining losses, with other corporate espionage lines still stable. The losses in Militech were agents Kate had recently sent to acquire base substances for the military-grade Sandevistan, who were all cleansed by Aunt May. Meanwhile, the undercover assets Tang Yu had placed earlier, remained unexposed and inactive. He noticed that Kate seemed to have stopped investigating the transaction with the Maelstrom gang recently, raising his awareness, as a person like Kate wouldn't easily overlook any opportunity to bring down an enemy. In the battlefield of the workplace, different factions mean separate battles, and eliminating competitors secures more territory. Seeing Kate's evasiveness and her omission of the counterintelligence department's special service team deployments, he calmly inquired. "The department's special service team has been quite active recently. Are there any special tasks?" Kate, still expressionless, seemed prepared, and subtly replied, "There have indeed been field operations in the department, mainly directed by high-level Arasaka meetings. Arasaka is currently cooperating with Netwatch in a cleanup operation, capturing hackers who have breached the Blackwall and infiltrated cyberspace, which I have been tasked to lead. No wonder Kate hadn't been forthcoming. It seems she was handling private tasks assigned by the board. In collaboration with Netwatch, they targeted hackers attempting illegal breaches into cyberspace, following a protocol necessary to maintain the residual stability of the network. This allowed companies to build their subnets with Netwatch's authorization, provided they don't disturb the public network. The public network in Night City, managed by Netwatch, oversees all network activities. Any acts of illegally breaching the Blackwall without permission are treated as criminal. To acquire benefits beyond the Blackwall, companies align with Netwatch, allowing them to venture into the old net's cyberspace without causing significant damage, seeking desired information. Netwatch counters any hackers bold enough to cross the Blackwall. This invisible cyber warfare constantly rages within cyberspace. Kate's explanation was faultless. Yet, she utilized counterintelligence operatives, so Tang Yu was obliged to inquire about risks and outcomes. She explained herself against the questions, sharing the arrest roster on Tang Yu's holographic desk projection. Tang Yu casually browsed the list and discovered that one of the captured hackers was a member of the Voodoo Boys, a gang infamous in Night City. Perhaps others did not fully understand the Voodoo Boys, a group of dishonest, manipulative, and ruthless hackers plotting their next move. But Tang Yu was all too familiar with them. These zealots once almost caused a major incident that allowed rogue AIs from beyond the Blackwall to infiltrate the human network. Fortunately, Tang Yu took timely action, eliminating these puppets and preventing Alt Cunningham's arrival. After scrutinizing the list without finding any issue, Tang Yu asked, "Have all these hackers been sent to the Netwatch for processing?" Kate's expression tensed, revealing hesitation, but she answered honestly, "No, the captured hackers have been sent to the RD department." The RD department? Tang Yu sensed something odd. Typically, captured hackers that survived were supposed to be sent to Netwatch according to protocol. Being sent to RD instead signified that they had projects or plans that required the expertise of these deep-diving cyber hackers. Without pressing further, assumed Kate would plead ignorance anyway, since she was acting on the high-level directives from the board and wouldn't divulge deeper secrets. Tang Yu guessed the reason. During a meeting in Arasaka's Kyoto Manor Library, Saburo Arasaka had mentioned rebooting the cyberspace project. To continue their work in cyberspace, experienced deep-diving hackers were needed to fetch profits for Arasaka. By capturing these seasoned hackers, Arasaka could either control their bodies or offer them certain promises to ensure their compliance. The technology most welcomed by these rogue deep-diving hackers was Arasaka's core tech. The soul killer and enabler of their dreams to upload their digital consciousness to cyberspace for immortality. What they didn't know was that being converted to a digital engram by the soul killer doesn't lead to cyberspace but traps them within the engram, continuing to serve and bring residual value to Arasaka. The relic chip requires both a large number of living specimens and digital engrams for individual trials and matches. A mature deep-diving hacker fits almost every criterion for Arasaka's research. Cultivating an experienced hacker involves large investments. Capturing one is significantly easier. Night City, with the most extensive and technologically advanced cyberspace hacker pool globally, is just the resource Arasaka needs. Does Saburo Arasaka's grand scheme for cyberspace only aim to guard against the rogue AIs from beyond the Blackwall, or is there more? Perhaps the Blackwall is really on the brink of failing. Over the years, corporations have continuously sent droves of hackers into cyberspace to infiltrate the old net, breeding vulnerabilities and nourishment for rogue AIs. With the Voodoo Boys stirring trouble from behind, Netwatch is overwhelmed. The war between humanity and rogue AIs looms close. Tang Yu concluded that Saburo Arasaka's focus on cyberspace was because his true obstruction to everlasting life was not his treacherous son, Michiko, but a deity beyond the Blackwall. No wonder Saburo Arasaka stole the relic chip loaded with Johnny Silverhand, and insisted on leaving Kyoto to travel far to Night City. Despite his disdain for Night City, it's telling of Saburo Arasaka's fear of the deity beyond the Blackwall. A nuclear blast could flatten Night City, but not quell the intangible war in cyberspace. It seems that Tang Yu should start his mission with the Voodoo Boys, at least to show Saburo Arasaka some progress. After Kate finished reporting, she kept standing, waiting for Tang Yu's instructions. Her respectful attitude was totally because on the New Year's Day, Tang Yu arrived at the Arasaka Tower in Saburo Arasaka's exclusive aerodyne, causing a stir throughout the tower. Even without Saburo's directions, it was clear Tang Yu had met with the highest leader and was held in high regard. So when asked about the counterintelligence department, Kate dared not hide anything, putting everything on record. In matters involving other departments, she could honestly report she was unaware. It was reported that Susan Abernathy's secretary from Special Operations had come. Why was her secretary reporting now? Considering that Susan Abernathy's suspension had ended, and she hadn't stirred up any trouble since returning to Arasaka Tower, he instructed Kate to step out before meeting the secretary from Special Operations. After being scanned for security at the entrance, the female secretary walked into the minister's office, respectfully addressing Tang Yu. "Mr. Tang, how do you do? Director Abernathy is preparing to call an annual department meeting for Special Operations. Are you available to attend now?" Tang Yu, as the deputy head of Special Operations, would naturally be expected to attend, but he rejected it, saying he had another important meeting to attend at Arasaka Academy as a member of the jury. The secretary accepted this without pushing further and left the office. Tang Yu, glancing at the time and preparing for the Academy assembly, shut down his office system and headed to Arasaka Academy. Just then, he received a transaction notification for €1,300. The money came from V, causing him a slight chuckle at her swift acquisition of her first sum of money. He previously imposed a purchasing agreement when transferring vehicle ownership to Raphael, effective immediately. With every credit V earned, a direct transfer to Tang Yu's account was made to repay the debt. It almost seemed like a jest when Tang Yu messaged V after the polite gratitude, stating the need to work even harder to clear the €1,300. V, after leaving the Afterlife bar and reading the messages, felt a wave of speechlessness. She had just completed a contract. Received her payment, only for her balance to immediately drop again to zero. She gave in to the frustration, kicking a can on the street and pondering a violent urge to gun down everyone in a stark reminder of the city's ruthless nature. V considered taking her chances at Lizzie's bar suggested by the cyber priest. Despite her skepticism about Tang Yu's recommendations, she was out of good fixers to turn to and had to seek out lucrative jobs. Taking a decision, V headed towards the public transport station to make her way to Lizzie's bar. Chapter 160. Today is an important day for the recent graduates of the Arasaka Academy. The auditorium is already filled to the brim with Arasaka students, even before the commencement of the assembly. They have completed a 3-month corporate internship and submitted their internship reports to the academy. Today, their practical outcomes will be unveiled, and with their graded reports, they can start applying for jobs and sending out resumes to various companies. Many students are excitedly discussing their internship experiences and inquiring about each other's time with their companies. One of them lamented, "I'm afraid I didn't score well on this practice report. I feel like I didn't accomplish much over the 3 months. Another comforted, "Stop kidding around, you interned at Ye Corporation and even participated in the construction at the site. Who could top the quality of your experience? I'm the real unfortunate one. I didn't intern at a big company or work on any major projects. I heard Mr. Tang, the judging instructor, is very strict. Several students' parents tried to talk to him and were all rejected," a student shared. Another chimed in, "Absolutely, the score affects our job prospects after graduation too much. My mom even relied on Arasaka's upper echelon connections to visit Mr. Tang's office, but was outright refused. We really have to leave it to fate this time." Amid the concern and frowns, someone curiously asked their classmate, "David, which company did you intern with?" David's heart skipped a beat, unsure of how to respond to the curiosity of his classmates. He didn't relish the attention and would rather be ignored. Yet once the internship grades were announced, there would be no hiding where he interned. David glanced at the stage with 2 empty seats reserved for the judging instructors and the academy president. Mr. Tang hadn't arrived yet. Hesitating, David softly said, "I interned at Arasaka." "Is that true? David, you interned at Arasaka? That's incredible. How did you manage that?" "David, you're full of surprises. Wow, I misjudged you for the past 2 years. I had no clue you had such connections." "Right, Tanaka Katsuo got in because his father is a high-level executive at Arasaka. What about you?" The astonishment and exaggerated expressions of his classmates quickly turned heads and drew attention. The news of David's 3-month internship at Arasaka spread rapidly. Seeing his classmates whispering and glancing at him, David couldn't help but feel awkward and smile wryly, having foreseen their reaction. While he sat among them straightforwardly, his classmates whispered and theorized about him. Some looked surprised, others envious, but many were skeptical and jealous. The glances aimed his way were not kind. David knew they were fixated on how an unremarkable, poor boy suddenly secured an internship at Arasaka. The hidden story was like fresh blood enticing sharks. David hadn't mentioned the department he interned for or Mr. Tang's referral, preferring not to amplify the matter. He, too, was eager for the graded reports, having diligently interned at the counterintelligence department for 3 months. As long as he performed well, his chances of being hired at Arasaka would increase significantly. Minutes later, Tanaka Katsuo sat in the front row, quietly awaiting the commencement of the assembly. Learning from past missteps, he behaved with restraint and didn't interact much with his peers. "Have you heard? That guy David interned at Arasaka. How could someone like him get into Arasaka? What a joke. Yeah, could that poor kid from a single-parent family possibly have connections at Arasaka? Could it be his mother? Shut it. Tanaka Katsuo silenced them, not wanting their careless words to reflect poorly on him. He knew David had gotten the Arasaka placement through Mr. Tang, an influential figure. Discussing David meant discussing Mr. Tang, the mistake that had previously earned Tanaka a slap. Tanaka's father had informed him that David was saved from an accident by Tang Yu, a senior executive at Arasaka. Tanaka harbored no illusions about his own report grade with his position and connections, securing a job was a foregone conclusion. As he pondered this, high-level executives and board members escorted Mr. Tang into the assembly, illustrating the significance of this Arasaka Academy meeting, with Tanaka's father present among them. Catching sight of his father alongside Mr. Tang on stage, Tanaka realized his father was supporting Mr. Tang, a bitter pill to swallow given Mr. Tang's apparent higher status. The presence of so many distinguished figures from Arasaka Company and Academy silenced the students as Mr. Tang took his seat. The overwhelming feeling of authority commanded every student's utmost respect. The president of the Academy commenced the meeting by announcing the internship report grades, emphasizing the prestige of the Academy and the importance of maintaining a high post-graduation hiring rate. As the meeting drew to a close with instructions for the upcoming graduation ceremony, Mr. Tang left the assembly with the distinguished company to visit Saburo Arasaka's office, curious about the relaunched cyberspace project and why Kate had kept it so secretive. Saburo Arasaka granted him office access privileges, a convenience not possessed by anyone in the whole Arasaka Tower. Instead of returning to his department, Tang Yu took the public elevator, using his authority to send it directly to the top floor. The elevator arrived quickly. Tang Yu stepped out, passed through two alloyed steel gates, and reached the door to the office. Beyond it lay the exclusive aero car parking garage for the Arasaka family. This wasn't his first visit. The last time he arrived at Arasaka Tower in Saburo Arasaka's personal aero car, he had passed these very doors. After passing the identity security scan, the gates slid open automatically, revealing the entire office layout. Walking through the gates felt like returning to the Arasaka mansion. The office was built like a three-story loft, featuring a classic Sakura-styled wooden structure, verandas, and eaves exuding an ancient charm. In the center of the loft's grand hall hung the Arasaka family crest on a red backing, with rock gardens and greenery dotted around. Saburo Arasaka's office was on the third floor. Tang Yu walked straight into the hall and ascended the wooden steps. He entered Saburo Arasaka's office unhindered. Tang Yu stood before a massive layered marble desk, taking in the view of the office. It's noteworthy that since the Night City Arasaka Tower was rebuilt, Saburo Arasaka had not visited once. This meant Tang Yu was the first person to set foot in this office. Saburo Arasaka's office, as the tower's core secret area, had access to investigate the entire Arasaka Tower. Whoever sat here could exercise part of Saburo Arasaka's authority. After surveying the office, Tang Yu directly sat in a leather chair at the working station and started up the smart office system. Tapping lightly on the desk, a holographic projection appeared above it. Logging into the Arasaka system from Saburo Arasaka's office revealed much, even allowing viewing inside the Mikashi. However, Tang Yu knew that every action in this office was covertly recorded, so he refrained from looking through information recklessly and instead pulled up content related to the cyberspace project. The holographic projection shifted, showing the relevant content. Tang Yu briefly browsed through it but didn't find anything of particular interest. It was merely about Arasaka Corporation deploying a large number of netrunners to breach into cyberspace beyond the Blackwall, in search of useful data from the old net. The old net was filled with nearly all of humanity's collective wisdom, with informational elements as broad and valuable as an infinite or mine. Technology, weapons, information, techniques, and even images and music could all be traced from beyond the Blackwall. Every major corporation had invested vast human, material, and financial resources to explore the old net, all vying for those long-buried treasures. However, the old net beyond the Blackwall was riddled with lethal dangers, malicious programs, assault software, and viruses sprawled throughout. Netrunners, if not cautious, could suffer anonymous assaults. The lucky ones might retreat in time, sustaining neural damage ending up as brain-dead or utterly insane. The less fortunate ones would have their brains fried, producing smoke from all orifices, dead beyond doubt. Not to mention the rogue AIs beyond the Blackwall, who were natural predators to the netrunners. Tang Yu continued browsing the project content, suddenly noticing some developments in the RD department. Kerry used counterintelligence agents to capture netrunners, who, contrary to agreement, were handed over to RD instead of network supervision. RD then used these netrunners for deep dives, to extract information from the cyberspace's old net. Tang Yu clicked to view the excavation content, which encompassed the development of high-end combat implants and weapons, including advanced weaponry intended for Atom Smasher. All these combat implants were in the development phase. It was evident that Tanaka had no shortage of projects, accounting for the large number of netrunners they captured. Suddenly, one of the projects caught Tang Yu's attention. Mass-produced high-end Cyberlimb development project. Clicking to view the content. Cyberlimb Oni, completed. Cyberlimb Vajra, testing. Cyberlimb Raijin, core. Seeing Cyberlimb Oni among the projects, Tang Yu immediately recalled that decades ago, when Atom Smasher was only partly cyberized, he was outfitted with the Oni exoskeleton. Perhaps due to the nuclear blast at the Night City Arasaka Tower and the resultant net crash, some Oni data was lost, necessitating its inclusion in the RD projects. The reproduction study of Cyberlimb Oni was already completed. As it was Arasaka-developed equipment, redevelopment was not too complex. However, the issue was that only Atom Smasher had successfully utilized Cyberlimb Oni. Whether others could don it and withstand it remained unknown. Listed in the mass-produced high-end Cyberlimb development project, it was clear that Arasaka's intent was to create thousands of Atom Smashers. Yet, the reality was that not everyone possessed the innate talent of Atom Smasher. Tang Yu then perused Cyberlimb Vajra and Cyberlimb Raijin. Cyberlimb Vajra had been successfully developed and was now in the testing phase. It seemed to be an upgraded and more powerful version of Oni, but with lower user requirements. The difficulty didn't lie in mass development but rather in the lack of suitable candidates. V, for one, was Tang Yu's top candidate who could match Atom Smasher in physical capabilities. He then reviewed Cyberlimb Raijin and found it was the only core project among many. From the blueprints, specs, and models, this Cyberlimb was designed to be more sophisticated and powerful, appearing to be an exoskeletal suit. From all perspectives, Cyberlimb Raijin seemed more suited for mass application. However, the real challenge lay in its intricately designed structure and powerful comprehensive functions, which demanded extremely high brain and body fitness from the user. Wearing it even once would leave anyone with the sensation of being cooked from the inside out. For Tang Yu at the moment, these intelligence reports were of temporary irrelevance. He reopened the list of hackers that Arasaka had caught, carefully comparing it to the one Carrie had given him, ensuring there were no discrepancies or deception. An anomaly often indicated something amiss. The more straightforward Carrie seemed, the more likely she was hiding something. Tang Yu suddenly noticed another database within the RD department, a list of Arasaka's in-house netrunners. Unlike the external hackers they captured, these netrunners were trained by Arasaka, with both their hacking skills and loyalty being exceptionally high. Clicking to review. Smear, deceased. Melon, deceased. Tuck, at large. Chalk, deceased. A quick glance showed that most listed netrunners were dead, some at large, and a few still worked for Arasaka. This spotlighted just how perilous the old net beyond the cyberwall really was, with survival chances slim. Tang Yu saw that there was an additional list catalogued within the directory of netrunners currently at large and active in Night City. And the hackers captured by Night City Arasaka Tower's counterintelligence were all based on this list. He clicked in and saw an unexpected name and face. Lucy, at large. Was she also an Arasaka defector? Tang Yu fell into thought, recalling various interactions with Lucy. Their first meeting was on the subway, where she was stealing chips from an Arasaka employee and even targeted him. So, her reason for stealing chips was to monitor Arasaka's moves, perhaps to find some clues about her file. Or it could be just simple revenge against Arasaka Corporation, although this seemed less likely. Tang Yu remembered the silver-haired girl showing deep wariness at the mention of Arasaka, akin to when she learned of his identity and called it extremely dangerous. Tang Yu focused on the holographic projection about Lucy's file, pondering the many questions this situation raised. Lucy's recent withdrawal from the main team and her absence from night runs were likely due to her detecting Arasaka operatives investigating her. So she chose to hide to avoid capture by Arasaka, protecting the safety of those close to her. It was then he recalled their conversation one evening, where she described the city as hell, wishing to escape it. To her, anywhere Arasaka was, constituted hell. Her choice to stay hidden in Night City could be because Arasaka's influence wasn't overwhelmingly strong here yet, still offering her some refuge. But now, with Arasaka reinitiating the cyberspace project and Lucy back on the apprehension list, escaping might not be so easy this time. How did Arasaka find Lucy? Based on her character, she ought to be quite cautious, and with years past, her appearance and biological traits had changed, yet Arasaka was still on her trail a bit too coincidental. Tang Yu searched further but found no leads. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly thought of Arasaka's office system, so he entered the counterintelligence department's information network to review Arasaka's personal database. Sure enough, a video was presented before him. Seeing this scene, a chill ran through Tang Yu's eyes. The video's main content was the subway incident where Lucy stole the Arasaka employee's chip, with every action caught on camera, including her theft of Tang Yu's portable communicator. Tang Yu watched the video coldly, noting every detail of the incident. He had been commuting via subway to work when the silver-haired girl successfully stole several Arasaka employee chips before setting her sights on him. Next, she attempted the theft, got caught, and was nearly apprehended by subway security and passengers, but eventually, Tang Yu let the silver-haired girl go. The video ended there. Based on this footage, it was simple to deduce certain things, especially with ulterior motives at play. He looked into the video's storage status and transmission records, which had been encrypted by Kate. Probably even Kate didn't expect Saburo Arasaka to review her personal database. Tang Yu tapped his index finger on the desk, considering how to handle this video. Deleting it would alert Kate and possibly even draw Saburo Arasaka's attention, thereby endangering Lucy further. Kate likely intended to use the footage as leverage against him, perhaps waiting now to ensnare Lucy and dig up information related to him. The truth, however, was Lucy didn't know much. If caught by Kate and sent to RD, not to mention extracting information about Tang Yu, just continuing to mine in the old net would equate to a death sentence. Being associated with Tang Yu meant she was inevitably entangled in these troubles. For Lucy to extricate herself from this whirlwind, running was futile. Her real way out was only through Tang Yu. As Tang Yu was contemplating his next move, a message arrived. Clicking to view. Lucy, are you free tonight? Tang Yu, meet at the No. 4 Pier in the Bay, I'll give you a ride. Lucy, thank you. Chapter 161. Dark clouds cover the night sky. In the foggy evening sea, a layer of mist emerges, shrouding the neon-lit city coastline and enveloping each street lamp on the shore in a silvery gray haze. Above the tranquil sea, the ocean breeze gently stirs the ripples, caressing wave after wave, softly lapping against the shore with nature's rhythm and cadence. Beneath the foggy lights, a figure bathed in icy blue slowly becomes visible, its childlike color revealing a sense of chill amidst the shadows. She arrives alone at Pier No. 4, hiding in the shadows, hesitating as she looks towards the luxury yacht docked by the shore. There are numerous yachts parked along the bay, but only one, steadfast at the dock, is lit. Her cybernetic eyes scan the surroundings, and after confirming there's nothing unusual, her cool gaze softens, and she clenches her fist, as if making up her mind. She steps slowly out of the shadows and heads toward the yacht. As the silver-haired girl approaches the dock, the rhythm of the tides washes over her, the sea breeze carrying with it the vague sound of music. On the deck of the white yacht, though no figures can be seen, the sounds of someone singing and playing an instrument are unmistakable, the voice gentle and the melody soft. Fly me to the moon. Amy play amours. Fill my life with song. Amy sing forevermore. The breeze passes through, playing with strands of her silvery hair, interweaving the silver white with the icy blue. She stands still, gently tucking her tousled hair behind her ears, silently listening to this strange yet familiar tune. After a long moment, the song ends. The silver-haired girl feels moved and finally steps up the ladder to the yacht's deck. The musician, comfortably seated on a leather couch at the bow, is tuning an electric guitar axe, focused, immersed in his music. You sing well. I didn't expect you to have a musical talent, she greets, watching his every move. Tang Yu looks up to see Lucy, as expected, standing on the deck, curiously surveying him. Her surprise at the company executive's musical hobby is apparent. Have a seat, he says, continuing to fine-tune his instrument. Lucy settles at the other end of the couch, looking up at the inky sky, reflecting in her cybernetic eyes, feeling a twinge of regret. It's a shame about the thick clouds. Perhaps the previous melody was related to the moon. Looking up and seeing it obscured by heavy clouds fills her with slight disappointment. Tang Yu strums the guitar after tuning, confirming the perfect pitch, and then casually plays as the yacht starts moving. Where would you like to go? He inquires, strumming the strings. Huh. Isn't this your boat? Shouldn't you be the one deciding? She looks at the man playing the guitar before her, different from any image she had before. At this moment, she feels as though they might be in the same world, under the same roof. Lucy knows Tang Yu, as a high-ranking company official, has risen above the ranks of Night City, far from her world. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. Where to go isn't important. What matters is where the heart finds peace, Tang Yu states somberly. Lucy smiles lightly, her demeanor relaxed. I don't know where I want to go, but leaving here would ease my mind a bit. Before we leave, I don't want to talk about that, he continues. As the yacht departs, heading into the open sea, the coastline grows distant behind them. Silently, the only sound is the electric guitar echoing in the wind, gradually dispersing. It's been a while since they last saw each other, and Lucy, seeking either courtesy or conversation, asks with a smile, "How have things been lately?" Tang Yu raises an eyebrow, languidly replying, "Same as always, endless work, meetings, and favors." Her eyes twinkle with humor as she quips, "With how busy you are, it's impressive your guitar skills are still this sharp." She knows Tang Yu's determined nature. Whatever decision he makes, he pursues it wholeheartedly, no matter how superfluous it might seem to others. His nonconformity sets him apart. "I learned from an old friend, who plays better than me," Tang Yu admits. "I envy him for his impressive skill." Lucy seeks confirmation for her internal guess, smilingly asking, "This old friend, is it the same one who asked for a smoke?" Tang Yu with a knowing look, confirms, "Yes, you're right." Lucy, turning towards Tang Yu, can hardly believe that such a high-ranking executive could have such friends. "You certainly have a wide circle of friends. But honestly, you seem born for corporation work." Laughter underlies Tang Yu's retort, "So you're saying I look like a corporate drone?" "I didn't say that," Lucy laughs. Tang Yu laments, "Sometimes being suitable doesn't mean it's desired. If you've dealt with them, you'd know they can harm you and then cast you aside." Lucy's gaze freezes as childhood memories resurface. "It's hard to believe you would say that. Your return to Night City was marred by an attack from the animal gang. Was that the company's doing?" She had heard rumors about Tang Yu from Maine. That attack had led to a subsequent accident and the intersection of Maine's and Tang Yu's paths. Tang Yu nods slightly. "That's very Night City, isn't it?" "You seem to take it in stride," Lucy observes, finding no disturbance in his gaze, as though accustomed to such a life. Tang Yu looks up at her, calmly stating, "Like you said before, faster is always better, danger is always one step behind." Lucy, touched by a hint of unspoken compassion, murmurs, "But Arasaka won't let go of any." She stops mid-sentence, sighing with a forced smile. "Whatever, I hope for the best." She's been running hard, fleeing the shadow of Arasaka. Yet fate plays a cruel joke, pulling her back into the maelstrom she wishes to escape. Life is often like that, unable to grasp what's desired, and unable to elude what is inevitably drawn to you. Like a bird fluttering in a cage, watching Arasaka's trap draw tighter, she feels powerless. Against a titan like Arasaka, an individual's strength seems too faint and helpless. "Have you decided where to go?" Tang Yu asks again. Lucy looks at him, her eyes faltering, but she gives up, merely replying with a resigned smile. "You can never hide anything from me. Actually, I have nowhere else to go." They lie on the couch inside the yacht's lounge with brain-dance headsets, the flickering lights before their eyes. A plastic square packet with a brain-dance chip falls beside the couch. After a piercing brightness, Tang Yu's vision returns, finding himself in a barren expanse. In the near depths of space, the azure planet that can be observed seem to be flanked by astronauts in spacesuits and mining vehicles. The moon. Tang Yu has experienced many deep sleep dreams, but this was his first one set on the lunar surface. From the rays of sunlight to the fine dust beneath his feet, everything almost perfectly recreated the moon's environment, making it feel as if he were truly standing on the moon's surface. "How does it feel?" Lucy asked with a smile, her hand on her hip. Before Tang Yu could respond, he felt a pair of hands firmly grip his lower back, followed by a forceful push that sent him into the air. He floated upwards in a peculiar pose, as though trying to grab something to stabilize himself, but flailing to no avail. Suddenly, his wrist was caught by a firm hand, steadying him in mid-air before he could descend upright onto the ground. With a light tap on the ground, Lucy pulled Tang Yu back down to a graceful landing, her movements skilled as if she frequented the moon. Seeing Tang Yu's somewhat clumsy appearance caused Lucy to laugh uncontrollably. First time?" she teased. The shift in lunar gravity can be quite challenging for first-timers. Tang Yu had indeed been caught off guard by Lucy's sneak attack. He vaguely remembered the last time he was this disheveled, when she had tucked him into a shopping cart. Thus, Lucy decided to teach him how to walk and jump on the lunar surface, the two of them strolling casually on the dusty path. "Follow me, just relax, take it slow, no rush," Lucy guided gently as she walked ahead at an even pace. Tang Yu stepped in her footprints, learning her stride, and almost stumbled, nearly falling forward, but Lucy quickly caught his wrist. She turned around to steady him and said with a playful laugh, "This isn't like night running. Moving too fast makes it easier to fall. It really takes some getting used to this feeling of having strength but being unable to apply it properly," Tang Yu admitted with a sense of helplessness. "Right, maybe you're better suited to hop, follow me." Lucy turned around, beckoning with a small hand, and then, with a grasp, leaped forward with him in tow. Tang Yu felt as if he was being flown through the air, a weightless sensation like in a dream. Their two dancing silhouettes appeared like sprites flying above the lunar soil, ascending quickly but descending languidly. Tang Yu looked at Lucy beside him, her laughter seemed joyful, as if all worries had been left behind in her very own amusement park. Her fingers gripped Tang Yu's wrist tightly, and with occasional light taps on the ground, she propelled them both forward with leaps and bounds. In mid-air, Lucy tucked her hair behind her ear and asked with intrigue, "How do you feel now?" By this point, Tang Yu could keep up with Lucy's hopping pace with far more ease than before. "It's simpler than walking, actually." "Ha! You're quite the character." Half an hour later, the activity ended, and the two sat beside a deep crater, gazing at the blue planet in deep space. Lucy swung her legs while sitting at the edge of the crater. "This is my first time bringing someone here. I've never experienced what it's like on the moon before," Tang Yu replied softly. "Ah," Lucy smiled. "But you learn quickly. I had a tough time adjusting on my first trip, but I fell in love with it at first sight." "So, when you said you wanted to soar away, did you mean the moon?" Tang Yu inquired, recalling the old lunar commercial poster in Lucy's room and her fondness for moon-themed tunes. Lucy nodded in affirmation upon hearing this. "Yeah, I hope one day I might be able to rocket to the actual moon." "Did you save up enough money?" Tang Yu asked seriously. Lucy paused, then chuckled dismissively, her tone a tad annoyed. "You sure know how to kill the mood." Tang Yu suspected she hadn't saved enough money. Her theft of Arasaka chips on the subway, for intelligence and extra cash, was not without risks, so it wasn't a reliable source of income. She had limited opportunities in Main's team, especially with Kiwi around. Kiwi, a veteran hacker with solid skills, fearlessly undertook deep dives and invasions. Lucy, hiding from Arasaka's pursuit, acted more cautiously to avoid involving others. Her activities with Main had been sparse lately, and the cost of maintaining hacker software and hardware wasn't cheap. So, Tang Yu concluded that she hadn't really earned much, and by herself, achieving the moon trip would be quite challenging. "What about you? Where do you want to go the most? Do you plan to work at the company for life?" She knew the question seemed redundant, considering Tang Yu's high ranking in Arasaka. The identity of a corporate executive was an enviable position, and for Tang Yu, it was inextricably tied to his future. Losing his executive status was a chilling thought, and Lucy shuddered at the potential fallout for him. Caught off guard by Lucy's inquiry, Tang Yu hadn't given it much thought. Should he clash again with Arasaka and other companies, or keep the vestige of warmth in this harsh, cold world? He couldn't help but remember the tarot card symbolizing the future. The moon in an upright position. Tang Yu humorously suggested, "It sounds like a nice idea to buy a place on the moon." Imagining bringing V and the others, leaving behind complications on the blue planet. Lucy, surprised by Tang Yu's answer unrelated to Arasaka, asked, "Are you serious?" Nodding affirmatively, Tang Yu added, "Of course, I'll keep a room for you." Lucy's eyes flickered with emotion as she spoke with resignation, "Well, thank you, it seems that buying property on the moon is a feat only someone in your position could achieve. I'll thank you in advance. I'd like to stay for a while, if you don't mind." "Then you better start earning, and have the rent ready in advance," Tang Yu half-joked. "Go on with you," Lucy laughed, not expecting him to consider charging her rent. Tang Yu also laughed. Watching him laugh so freely and lightly, Lucy began to understand something. She knew Tang Yu's world was never as open as it appeared, and with his ties to Arasaka, anyone close would be affected. Yet, Tang Yu had a way of narrowly averting disasters, ensuring things fell into place without too much of a scare. Be it the cooperation with Maine or the reckless burning of the corporate plaza, the burden invariably fell on him. Lucy thought it was time for change, moving away from Night City to a place further afield, possibly easing some of the load on him and giving her peace of mind. With these thoughts, Lucy's gaze deepened. She wanted to say more but held back, leaving only a simple thank you. Tang Yu turned to see Lucy, her head bowed, staring at the abyss of the crater below. "Time to go?" he asked. With a calm look, Lucy nodded and smiled slightly at Tang Yu. "I'll visit Night City again when I have the chance." As she spoke, the dim gray frame of Lucy's life simulation lit up brightly. Lucy simulate yes-no. A point of destiny's turn. Unexpectedly, a pivotal moment in the silver-haired girl's life descended. Tang Yu realized that letting her go now would be a crucial choice affecting her future. Their gazes locked, the silver-haired girl beamed. Suddenly, the world in Lucy's eyes became hazy, even Tang Yu's figure turned ethereal. She reached out, faintly sensing Tang Yu grabbing her wrist, pulling hard as if to pull her very soul along. Lucy felt herself dissociate from her body, weightless, as if entering another layer of deep sleep. Time flitted, the whirling cosmos transformed into a streak of light, engulfing her completely. When her eyes opened again, unbeknownst to her when, Lucy sat alone on an empty seat, in a cold mechanical room, peering through the electronic screen outside. Still, there was that same blue planet. Chapter 162. Tang Yu removed his DreamNet headset and gazed at the silver-haired girl beside her with closed eyes. As the life simulation system confirmed completion, Tang Yu slipped into an even deeper slumber, about to experience a simulation more real than any DreamNet fantasy. This life simulation was crucial for Lucy's future. Whether to remain in Night City or to leave at this moment was to be decided now. Perhaps the simulated life brought her to something sad. Tang Yu noticed tears glistening at the corner of the silver-haired girl's eyes. While Lucy was in the midst of the simulation, a loud commotion suddenly erupted outside the yacht. Sounds of hovercars and speedboats. Tang Yu stood up and walked towards the cabin door. At that moment, struggling with a severe headache, Lucy tried to open her eyes, dispelling the darkness before her. Where am I? In her half-closed, hazy vision, she discerned her surroundings. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself wearing a form-fitting netrunner suit, lying in a stark white laboratory surrounded by cold machinery, connected to data cables at her back. Suddenly, feeling a chilling sensation at the back of her head, she was startled and quickly reached out, only to find a biotechnological neural cable linked to her deep net interface. What was happening? With a sinking heart, Lucy quickly unplugged the connector, rolled off the experiment table, and knelt weakly on the floor, barely supporting herself with her hands. Her eyes trembled with fear, reflecting a logo all too familiar to her. A single line leading upwards before branching into three, each branch ending with three circular symbols. Arasaka. Her mind in turmoil, Lucy tightly gripped the floor in disbelief that she was actually in an Arasaka lab. What on earth was happening? Her head throbbed as fragmented memories cruelly tore through her mind, reconstructing scenes bit by bit. The intense pain almost left Lucy breathless. Her slender arms could no longer support her body as she collapsed onto the cold floor, curled up, clutching her head in painful endurance. After enduring the torment, Lucy slowly began to remember. To evade the pursuit of Arasaka's agents, she had chosen to leave Night City alone. After much struggle and saving, she finally collected enough money to travel to the moon, where she boarded the rocket and arrived. But instead of the peace and beauty she expected, a group of Arasaka agents greeted her upon stepping out of the rocket. Thereafter, Lucy was taken to this experimental base on the moon, which she recalled was named Sea of Clouds. The Sea of Clouds lunar base was an international facility, and Arasaka Corporation, after much effort, had obtained permission to build a space laboratory there. But why would Arasaka wait until now? Lucy suddenly remembered the interface at the back of her head, struggling to her feet, lying back on the experiment table, and reviewing the nearby recorders, monitors, and other equipment. The flowing data sent her into deeper panic. That's when Lucy realized Arasaka's true aim was not only herself but more importantly, Tang Yu. Suppressing her innermost panic and worry, she rotated the aperture of her cybernetic eye, accessing the sublayers of her neural network database to search for ICE infiltration records. Lucy froze, her eyes blank and soulless. Confirmed. Her ICE had been breached, and the cache from her core databases had been extracted. To her despair, the data cache contained extensive information related to Tang Yu. Lucy's panic intensified, knowing what memories she held in her mind. Tang Yu's greatest secret. If discovered by Arasaka, he would face an unprecedented catastrophe. A pure human, without any cyberware, yet able to use abilities surpassing those of a Sandevistan, would indeed draw everyone's covetous attention. With her memory returning, Lucy's headaches lessened, and her spirits somewhat lifted. She descended from the table, intending to leave the lab. Disconcertingly, she saw no one alive, not even to ask a question. Eager to know Tang Yu's fate, she staggered along the corridors, leaning on white walls for support. Fortunately, no one in the lunar base barred her path. Lucy could only roam hopelessly through Arasaka's cage-like hellish laboratory, searching for any chance of escape. But the realization that the lab lay on the lunar surface crushed her. Stepping outside without protective measures meant certain death. Finally, exhausted, Lucy collapsed in front of a gate, helplessly curling up, tightly hugging her knees. Suddenly, a mechanical voice asked, "How can I assist you?" Lucy looked up, her red cyber eye marking smeared, realizing this might be the lab's AI. She hastily asked, "Where is Tang Yu?" The AI coldly replied, "I am sorry to inform you that there is no subject with the code name, Tang Yu, in the laboratory." Heartened slightly by these words, Lucy asked, "I want to leave this place, how can I do that?" The AI responded, "I am sorry to inform you that you are not permitted to leave. If you attempt to do so forcibly, I will restrict all of your actions, executing a cleaning protocol if necessary." Lucy shuddered, believing the AI capable of fulfilling its threat. An AI like this usually controlled the entire operation system of the base. Eradicating organisms was merely a minor program command. Daring not to act rashly, be it hacking the AI or attempting escape without understanding the situation, she could face dire consequences. This is the Arasaka lunar base, isn't it? Are you aware of Arasaka's situation? The AI's cold, mechanical voice replied, this experimental base is constructed by Arasaka Corporation. It is managed by an independent subnet AI but synchronizes bottom-level databases with Arasaka Corporation for human biological research. Do you know the Tang Yu at Arasaka Tower in Night City? He is the deputy head of both the counterintelligence and special operations divisions. Please wait, retrieving relevant mission information for you, the artificial intelligence answered cooperatively. The following records have been found. Tang Yu, formerly employed by the Night City branch of Arasaka Corporation, employee ID N9, served as the deputy director of the counterintelligence department and the special operations department. 1 month ago, he was fired for violating Arasaka Corporation's regulations, and his employee ID and related job benefits were revoked. Tang Yu was fired by Arasaka Corporation. Lucy couldn't believe her ears. Could all of this be related to the memory data stolen from her mind? Yet Tang Yu was clearly a high-ranking executive with unlimited possibilities at Arasaka Tower. With his means and capabilities, how could it come to being fired? Where is Tang Yu now? The cold mechanical voice came back, currently unknown. Lucy was completely numb. The calm in her mind began to boil over again, and her heart was being fiercely tugged. Tang Yu really met with trouble, and it was serious trouble. It must have been a secret he hid that was discovered, causing Arasaka to set its sights on him. Lucy, unable to believe it, asked timidly again, how long have I been here? 30 days, the mechanical voice replied as usual. Lucy understood everything at once. The outcome matched her speculation exactly. In the end, Tang Yu couldn't escape Arasaka's clutches and fell into the trap of hell. The lunar base was used for human biological research, which couldn't be more apparent now. This isolated research facility seemed tailor-made for Tang Yu. His body was exactly what Arasaka coveted for their studies. Lucy, holding back an immense emptiness in her chest, requested, "Can I see him?" The artificial intelligence seemed puzzled. "Besides you, there is only Subject 001 here. If you wish to see him, I will grant you access." Subject 001, Lucy murmured to herself. Suddenly, the green light illuminated the lock behind her, and the steel gates slowly opened. Lucy stood up, looked behind her with a somewhat vacant look, and stepped inside. After a security scan and mist disinfection, she finally stood before Subject 001. The sight before her stopped her cold, and she could not utter a sound. The splendor of her neon-piercing eyes shone upon a colossal glass tank standing steadily in the middle, filled with an unknown blue transparent liquid. A thin male figure floated silently in the blue liquid, wearing a heavy mask with slender tubes inserted into his back, extracting various nutrients with bubbles of breath occasionally rising. Probably to prevent any accidents, even in deep slumber, his limbs were still locked by electromagnetic insulating chains, unable to move an inch. Due to constant nutrient extraction, his body had started to wither, the once clear face now pallid and haggard. But Lucy could still recognize him from those half-closed eyes. Her soul felt torn away, her mind plunged into a great void, devoid of any thought. Tears silently fell, and the world began to blur. It felt as if all strength drained from her body, and she collapsed on the floor, fainting. Her soul seemed to be pulled into a black hole, struggling against the strong, painful pull that tore her soul apart and caused her to nearly lose sensory perception. It was like floating on the cold sea, with the waves roaring and unpredictable, one higher than the next. She fought against the waves, gasping for the last bit of oxygen between the surges. Coldness, helplessness, pain, and unwillingness battered her senseless, and she began to sink into the dark, icy abyss. As the world in front of her receded and light grew distant, Lucy reached for that remaining luminance, but only the cold seawater slipped tirelessly through her fingers, leaving no trace. The light before her eyes faded, and she slowly closed them, unwillingly accepting this final arrangement as her tears floated upwards. Suddenly, she felt her wrist seized, as if violently yanked, pulling her from the weightless, icy water. Blinded by bright light, Lucy reopened her eyes. The blinding light was uncomfortable, causing her to blink and try to dispel the discomfort. Brain dance? Lucy realized the blinding white light was coming from a brain dance headset she was wearing. She took off the headset, and the world before her gradually came into focus. The soft leather sofa, the luxurious and quiet booth, another brain dance headset beside her, and a square plastic bag at her feet. She momentarily felt out of place, her gaze newly revitalized as she surveyed her surroundings. Quickly, she remembered where she was. This was Tang Yu's private yacht. As if her memory had been unlocked, Lucy immediately recalled everything that had just happened. Although it seemed nearby, it felt as if half a century had passed. She clearly remembered experiencing a lunar brain dance with Tang Yu on the yacht and then waking up in Arasaka's laboratory at the Moon Sea base. Was all that just a dream? But the dream seemed all too real. Lucy could still vividly remember the dream where she and Tang Yu were caught in another world. Tang Yu? Her eyes narrowed suddenly, noticing that Tang Yu was not in the cabin. Her anxious gaze swept around several times. Then she heard noises outside the boat, and with confusion and concern, she got up and walked out of the cabin. Upon reaching the yacht's deck, the scene in front of Lucy was unexpected, and she stood frozen in place. She was surrounded by Arasaka Corporation. An Arasaka armed aerodyne hung in the air, casting a dazzling red laser grid over the yacht. Around it, Arasaka boats patrolled the water with agents on board. On the yacht's deck stood a group of agents dressed in Arasaka tactical uniforms, weapons in hand and lined up neatly. And in front of the agents stood Tang Yu, in a smart suit. Sensing movement behind him, Tang Yu slowly turned around in the flashing lights to face an astonished and panicked Lucy. At Tang Yu's gesture, an Arasaka agent stepped forward, sternly declaring, "You have violated Arasaka Corporation's legal interests, and you are listed as a key control target for stealing core secrets of the Arasaka high-level management. Cooperating with Arasaka Corporation's investigation is a principle you must now follow. Any breach of this, and Arasaka has the right to execute special measures." Lucy let the agent handcuff her hands with electronic restraints, her gaze still fixed on Tang Yu, filled with confusion and astonishment. Chapter 163. Arasaka Tower. 33rd floor, Counterintelligence Department. Kate was sitting in her office, awaiting a report from her subordinates. Soon enough, the office door automatically opened, and Douglas, an employee of the Counterintelligence Department, walked in. Douglas had been one of her subordinates who followed her into the Counterintelligence Department and is currently a team leader. Once they met, they immediately began discussing business. In a cold tone, Kate asked, "Did you catch the person?" Hearing the question, Douglas looked somewhat grave and felt a bit nervous. He replied, "Yes, but..." Kate frowned, clearly displeased. "The target has been successfully captured, but Mr. Tang took them away," Douglas reported honestly, not daring to withhold any information. He had received frontline intelligence from subordinate agents earlier stating that the target, Lucy, had shown abnormal behavior and was heading to the Bay Marina alone, showing signs of attempting to escape. So, Douglas reported this to his direct superior, Kate, seeking her decision on whether to apprehend the target. Lucy, an Arasaka fugitive netrunner, had long been detected by them. The reason for the delay in action was Kate's orders. Douglas knew Kate was playing the long game. He also understood why Kate wasn't in a rush. For those targeted by Arasaka, escaping their grasp as long as they were alive was impossible. If the target escaped Night City tonight, it would only make the arrest a bit more troublesome. Once Douglas received Kate's unexpected approval to arrest, he led the Counterintelligence Special Task Force to the Bay Marina in Night City to capture the target. He found the target on a luxury yacht already heading out to sea. To prevent the mission from failing, Douglas unhesitatingly brought his men, using air cars and speedboats to pursue. Surrounded by the sea, the target had nowhere to escape. Just when he thought everything was going smoothly, Douglas was utterly surprised to see someone standing on the yacht deck. Tang Yu. The owner of this luxury yacht was none other than Tang Yu, who had arrived on the scene with another counterintelligence special task force ahead of them. Douglas was stunned but quickly regained his composure and reported to Tang Yu upon landing on the deck. Though his mission was arranged by Deputy Director Kate, encountering the acting director, he had to follow company protocols. Initially, Douglas suspected Tang Yu might be connected to the target. But to his surprise, Tang Yu unhesitatingly ordered the arrest, citing the theft of Arasaka's top-level secrets, and personally escorted the target back to the Counterintelligence Department. On the way, Douglas had to follow Tang Yu's arrangements and return to Arasaka Tower together. After hearing the report, Kate's frown deepened, sensing something was amiss. She had not informed anyone about Tang Yu's encounter with Lucy on the subway, intending to dig deeper along this line. To her surprise, Tang Yu had brought the person back to Arasaka Tower so openly. Could they really have no hidden connections? Kate vividly recalled Tang Yu's actions towards Lucy, suspecting there was a twist. Fortunately, the person was captured. She only needed a chance to deep dive into Lucy's mind to uncover the truth. With evidence in hand, Tang Yu would have no escape. Kate asked expressionlessly, "Where are they being held now?" Douglas sighed in relief and replied, "In the Counterintelligence Department's interrogation room." The Counterintelligence interrogation room was designed to break the target's will and neural system. No one could come out withholding the truth, willing or not. No one could withstand Arasaka's methods, given even souls could be extracted. Kate rose from her seat, coldly stating, "Let's go there now." Douglas nodded and hurriedly followed Kate out of the office, heading straight to the interrogation room. Kate walked briskly, and employees in the counterintelligence department quickly made way to avoid crossing paths with the vicious deputy director. She needed to extract information from the target quickly. If Tang Yu destroyed the brain or data first, a corpse would be useless to her. At the interrogation room entrance, the guard was seated by the gate. She ordered, "Open the door, I need to interrogate the detainee, Lucy." The guard's synthetic I-word as he searched for Lucy's location. Soon, the guard responded, "Miss Kate, I'm sorry, but you don't have permission. Mr. Tang has upgraded the security level to director level, only he can interrogate or meet the target." Kate's face turned dark. She said, "Use my deputy director privileges, I'll take full responsibility, I need to interrogate now." She had to act before Tang Yu did, or the lead might break. The guard seriously replied, "Miss Kate, I execute the highest orders, if you object, you'll have to apply to Mr. Tang." Kate held back her anger, pondering how to override Tang Yu. She decided to contact her direct superior, a hawkish member of the Arasaka board, and seek higher-level privileges. Kate knew Tang Yu had attended Saburo's banquet recently and gained his favor. This move had caught the attention of Arasaka Yoshinobu. Her digging into Tang Yu was subtly encouraged by Yoshinobu. Clearly, Tang Yu not only attracted Saburo's attention but also Yoshinobu's curiosity, who wanted to know what Tang Yu was doing for the supreme leader. Kate stood at the interrogation room door, her synthetic eye activating as she contacted the board member. The reply came quickly. "Permission denied." She read the message, hardly believing it. What was going on? Even board members couldn't get access. Kate immediately realized Tang Yu must be working directly for the top echelons in Arasaka, using Saburo as a shield to set the restrictions. In all of Night City's Arasaka Tower, no one could interfere but Tang Yu. Kate reluctantly stared at the gate, just one step away. Previously, she had assigned other forces, like the Animals Gang, to monitor and seize the target. But those incompetents failed, getting themselves killed and alerting the other side. To avoid further alerting the target, Kate had Douglas handle it, deploying more competent Arasaka agents, yet Tang Yu intercepted them. Essentially, Kate was doing Yoshinobu's private work. With Yoshinobu in Kyoto, many things couldn't be directly reported, and his influence on Night City's Arasaka Tower was limited. She could only quietly plan alone. She didn't even dare disclose the information on Lucy and Tang Yu to anyone. The depths of Arasaka Tower were too dangerous, and she didn't trust anyone fully. Even Douglas was merely an obedient subordinate, not privy to internal secrets. Failing to interrogate Lucy, Kate returned to her office to await another opportunity. If Tang Yu dealt ruthlessly with the target, she could still follow other leads. If Tang Yu released the target, it would confirm her suspicions, allowing her to continue investigating secretly. Kate left the interrogation room. Director's office. Tang Yu sat on the sofa in the reception area, holding a teacup with faint wisps of steam rising from it. It had been a long time since he'd returned to the office late at night, just after coming back from the bay. After a brief rest, he received a message from the interrogation room's guard, reporting that Lucy had awakened and that Deputy Director Kate had been there trying to interrogate her. Tang Yu set down his cup, feeling a rare surge of murderous intent. Persistent. That was his impression of Kate. When Kate transferred here from the research department, Tang Yu had rarely been in the office, seeking peace. But she came to the counterintelligence department only to dig into his background all the time. Tang Yu had deliberately visited Saburo Arasaka's office to set top-level restrictions on Lucy's interrogation access. Kate hit a wall and was likely still trying to dig deeper. This persistence and insight were commendable. In all of Arasaka Tower, only she was brave enough to hunt down Tang Yu. If so, then when darkness falls, the wolf bares its fangs. This time, Kate had to understand the single most important word in her life, death. Tang Yu put down the teacup in his hand, left the office, and headed straight towards the interrogation room. The guards opened the gate for Tang Yu and then unlocked the door to Lucy's holding room. Tang Yu walked into the small, cold interrogation room, and the gate behind him closed. He saw Lucy curled up on the cold ledge, her expression blank, her gaze hollow. The life simulation interface visible only to Tang Yu had turned gray once again. After ending her life simulation, Lucy had not fully recovered from the realistic experiences and was brought here by the Arasaka Special Task Force. Her frightened mind was blank, seeming to have forgotten fear or dread. Tang Yu had gained new talents and life points. Life points, free. Fusion ability 1, unyielding resilience rare. Fusion ability 2, bullet time rare. Fusion ability 3, weak electrical manipulation common. The weak electrical manipulation talent was obtained through Lucy's life simulation, along with 2 additional life points. He upgraded weak electrical manipulation by 1 point, improving its quality to excellent. Fusion ability, weak electrical manipulation excellent. With the increase in talent level, Tang Yu's palm emitted faint arcs of electricity, extending secret currents from his right hand, allowing him operation. This talent enabled him to invade and control electronic components within a certain range using weak electricity, or focus electricity to cause burning at a single point. As his talent level increased, the range and distance would expand, and power would gradually intensify. Noticing someone entering the room, Lucy looked up and saw Tang Yu. A glint of recognition flashed in her eyes but quickly dimmed. She rested her chin lightly on her knees without speaking. Tang Yu understood that it would be difficult for Lucy to accept her current situation. Just moments ago, she had been chatting and laughing with him. And now she was silent and desolate, lost from being brought into the interrogation room by the Arasaka Special Task Force right after her disorienting life simulation. Anyone would be bewildered. He had learned all about her life simulation and was more surprised by Lucy's attitude than the fact that he had become the No. 001 test subject. Maybe she wasn't as free-spirited and strong as he had imagined. Not like the wild silver-haired girl he remembered. Lucy didn't leave Night City of her own will. From Lucy's perspective, she was now in a dire situation, captured by Arasaka. But sometimes, the most dangerous places are the safest. In the Arasaka Tower, Tang Yu could use his various permissions and company rules to protect her. If she fled outside, even the slightest mistake could lead to capture or death by Arasaka agents. Saving her would be nearly impossible. In Arasaka Tower, Tang Yu could offer reasonable explanations for sparing Lucy on the subway and keep her under watch for future actions. As Lucy remained lost in her thoughts, a clear voice suddenly echoed in her ear, "Don't be afraid, trust me, nothing will happen." It sounded so close, as if it echoed inside her head, making her look up at Tang Yu in surprise. Tang Yu was far from her and hadn't spoken. Where did the voice come from? Was her brain implant invaded? She noticed a faint arc of electricity at Tang Yu's fingertips, barely visible unless closely observed. Just as she was about to speak, the familiar voice echoed again. "Don't speak, I will explain everything." Stunned, she couldn't fathom how the man before her did it. Through some mysterious power, he had entered her brain and conveyed information. Tang Yu's secrets were more than they seemed. Lucy resumed her hugging knees posture, but her gaze softened. Tang Yu had activated the weak electrical manipulation talent, penetrating Lucy's brain's electronic components so she could hear him speak. For a former top hacker, this talent could maximize his previous skills, though its range and power were currently limited to micro-operations. Seeing Lucy calm down, Tang Yu continued to speak in her mind. "You can't entirely escape Arasaka, no matter how far you go, it's impossible." Lucy stayed silent, knowing Tang Yu was right. Even on the moon, she couldn't escape Arasaka's reach. She was certain that Arasaka's interest wasn't just in her identity but also her association with Tang Yu. Someone at Arasaka wanted to use her to find a way to bring Tang Yu down. Tang Yu summarized, "I will find a way to clear Arasaka's records on you, but you need to do something." Lucy bit her lip, staying silent but agreeing internally. "Join Netwatch." Lucy looked puzzled. What did cleaning her records have to do with joining Netwatch? She lacked enough information to understand Tang Yu's intentions. As a netrunner, she knew Netwatch was responsible for tracking rogue hackers, combating AIs, rebuilding the net, and hunting dangerous AIs. They were tricky foes for all unregistered netrunners, forcing them to avoid detection during deep net dives. Tang Yu couldn't stay in the interrogation room too long. He quickly explained and then confirmed Lucy's stable mental state before walking out of the room. Keeping her safe under Arasaka's watch was temporary. Getting her into Netwatch would eliminate her compromised netrunner status at Arasaka. If Kate's silence could be guaranteed, no one would question their encounter on the subway again. A different perspective could turn the same story into another narrative. A cyberpunk girl steals top-secret data from Arasaka, gets caught, and is sent to Netwatch for special missions, ultimately staying. Arasaka and Netwatch had an agreement, so Lucy's records would change to a Netwatch agent. This was the safest route for Lucy. Removing her information with Saburo Arasaka's authority would force her into the shadows, likely causing more trouble. Sometimes, the more you try to hide, the harder it becomes. It's better to bring things into the open, dissuading curiosity and doubt. Tang Yu returned to the office. Many counterintel colleagues were surprised to see him working so late. Suspecting something serious, Tang Yu decided to stay in the office overnight to avoid any sudden issues and ponder over the matter between Netwatch and the Voodoo Boys. This involved not just Lucy's future but also his need to report to Saburo Arasaka. Tang Yu leaned back in his chair, feeling his brows tighten with fatigue. He unconsciously glanced at the empty deputy workstation. Sasha wasn't in the office, she should be at Gloria's place. To ensure Gloria kept her position at Lizzie's. Preventing any assassination attempts, Tang Yu had Sasha stay close to her. Tang Yu wearily closed his eyes, pinching the spot between his brows. Meanwhile, Sasha, sleeping beside Gloria, suddenly stuck her head out of the blankets and sneezed. Achoo! She rubbed her nose, found nothing strange, and snuggled back into the covers, chatting excitedly with Gloria about Tang Yu, their faces flushing, unable to feel any sleepiness. Chapter 164. Arasaka Tower. 33rd floor, Counterintelligence Department. Tang Yu lifted the blazer draped over him, got up from the sofa, walked to the water dispenser, and poured a cup of hot water. He then returned to his desk. He started his office system and pulled up the surveillance footage of the interrogation room. After a whole night, he needed to check if everything was fine on Lucy's end. On the screen, Lucy remained in a knee-hugging position, seemingly not having moved all night. The breakfast that the guards brought was still untouched at the gate. Despite Lucy's lonely curled-up state, it was better than exhibiting any aggressive behavior. As long as there was no safety issue, she'd be fine. He believed she would be released soon. Once she's out, she would have a fresh start. Tang Yu turned off the surveillance footage and began his work for the day. He instructed the front desk to cancel today's routine tasks, focusing on matters related to network oversight. He had sorted out most things the previous night, now it was just about execution. He had multiple reasons to bring Lucy into network oversight. Firstly, network oversight wasn't part of the Arasaka Corporation, it was an independent global network organization that welcomed capable deep-dive hackers. Lucy's profile fit the requirements of the network oversight. Secondly, network oversight had cooperation agreements with major companies, including Arasaka. If Lucy could get hired, Arasaka wouldn't be able to pursue her as a fugitive deep-dive hacker. Some network oversight agents were former deep-dive hackers from major companies. Extraditing deep-dive hackers was an industry norm. Arasaka wouldn't offend network oversight over a relatively unknown hacker. Lucy was targeted solely because Kate sensed a possibly secret relationship between her and Tang Yu. Once Kate was out of the picture, no one at Arasaka would bother an agent employed by network oversight. With Tang Yu covering her at Arasaka Tower, clearing her name would be easy. Thirdly, Lucy herself had no other choice, the life simulation results showed it all. Running away would be futile and she'd eventually fall into Arasaka's hands, putting Tang Yu at potential risk. Therefore, Tang Yu never intended to let her go. Live or die, she had to stay by his side. By now, the situation had evolved beyond what Lucy could control herself, let alone decide her own fate. The urgent task now was for Tang Yu to contact someone at network oversight. He had an acquaintance there. Bryce Mosley. Mosley was the regional senior director of network oversight, responsible for special actions by network oversight agents across North America. He was a top agent at the Night City network oversight branch. Years ago, Tang Yu had helped Mosley break into the Voodoo Boys and breach the Poseidon subnet system. After they eradicated the Voodoo Boys, they even collaborated to stop Alt Cunningham from breaking through the Blackwall and entering the physical world. Their stance on AI was quite similar too. Tang Yu's impressive hacking skills astonished Mosley, who had invited him to join network oversight, but Tang Yu had turned him down. Overall, Mosley left a good impression on Tang Yu, a talkative hacker agent who enjoyed westerns, far better than the unreliable Voodoo Boys. Tang Yu used the office system to pull up the contact details for network oversight's departmental heads and found Bryce Mosley's information right away. To help Lucy join network oversight, they needed a notable success. Tang Yu had prepared for this. He called the front desk, instructed them to contact Senior Director Mosley from network oversight, and invite him to his office to discuss a cooperation project regarding the Poseidon subnet. As expected, the front desk quickly informed him that Bryce Mosley was on his way. The Voodoo Boys had always been a focus for network oversight and a significant headache for Mosley. The Poseidon subnet was entirely beyond network oversight's control. Many illegal activities and Blackwall breaching attempts happened through it. This was unacceptable to network oversight. As an unregulated subnet posed massive potential risks to the already limited public network. Moreover, the Voodoo Boys were notorious for their ill intentions, constantly trying to break through the Blackwall. Years ago, Mosley had paid a steep price to breach the Poseidon subnet. Without Tang Yu's assistance, taking down the Voodoo Boys would have been anything but easy. Thus, Tang Yu was certain that the mention of Poseidon subnet would pique Mosley's interest. Network oversight collaborating with corporations wasn't unusual. Shared interests and goals created a basis for cooperation and consensus. Tang Yu waited in his office. Soon, the front desk reported that Bryce Mosley had arrived at the counterintelligence department. After the security scan at the entrance, the office gate slid open automatically, and Mosley walked in. Dressed in a striped checkered shirt, with his tie neatly knotted and sleeves rolled up, he wore a work badge on his right chest. His most striking feature was the advanced hacking implant at the back of his neck, indicating his status as a seasoned deep dive hacker. Tang Yu gestured for Mosley to take a seat. As a high-ranking member of Network Oversight, Mosley had little interaction with Arasaka Corporation and showed no fear despite Tang Yu's significant position. "Mr. Tang, hello, nice to meet you, here's my card," Mosley said, placing a black card on the table in front of Tang Yu, and then sat down calmly. Tang Yu took Mosley's card and smiled. "Didn't expect you to hand out business cards the traditional way. People tend to distrust folks like us, thinking we could fry their brains anytime, but clearly, we wouldn't. Only those cyber hackers hiding in the dark corners of Pacifica would do such things," Mosley replied with a bit of self-deprecating humor. Hearing Mosley's remark about brain frying, Tang Yu couldn't help but recall his own wild antics. Years ago, in an attempt to test the ICE strength of the trauma team, he accidentally wiped out an entire squad by implanting an electronic intrusion protocol. "Well, today, we can discuss this matter about the Poseidon subnet of the Voodoo Boys," Tang Yu said. Mosley's expression immediately turned serious. This was a major reason for his visit to Arasaka's counterintelligence department. He had previously collaborated with the department's deputy, Kate, but the deep dive hacker captured by Arasaka hadn't been turned over to Network Oversight. This time, it was Acting Director Tang Yu inviting him for a collaboration regarding the Poseidon subnet. The same company, the same department, each seeking Network Oversight for different projects. Mosley sensed something unusual. However, internal strife within Arasaka wasn't his concern. If Arasaka's support could deal with the Voodoo Boys, that would be great. "I'm willing to cooperate. What's your idea, Mr. Tang?" "It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but at the moment, Network Oversight has no leads on the actual hideout of the Voodoo Boys or the network address of the Poseidon subnet," Mosley said. Tang Yu took a sip of hot tea and said calmly, "If we can't find the Voodoo Boys, we might try luring them out." Lure them out? Mosley knew the Voodoo Boys all too well. Those sneaky rats wouldn't be contacted through regular channels. Plus, the people of Pacifica sheltered them, making them difficult to deal with. Seeing Mosley's confusion, Tang Yu continued. "The Animals gang has been eyeing Pacifica for a while. The Voodoo Boys have long coveted the Empire State Building, an unfinished project due to funding issues. With these two preconditions, it wouldn't be difficult to lure the Voodoo Boys out." Mosley quickly caught on to Tang Yu's idea. The Empire State Building project, situated at the heart of Pacifica, was surrounded by Voodoo Boys territory. Its strategic location was critical, both for Pacifica and the Voodoo Boys. Despite being an unfinished building, with some modifications, it could serve as a base of operations. For this prize location, the Voodoo Boys had long been drooling. Recently, the Animals gang had been active in southern Pacifica, also eyeing the massive building. By leveraging the fundamental conflict between these two gangs, Network Oversight could potentially capture the Voodoo Boys without lifting a finger, fitting Mosley's requirements perfectly. Network Oversight operated differently from large corporations, utilizing elite hacker agents rather than large numbers. These elite hackers were highly trained and maintained with costly implants, akin to elite special forces. A powerful cyber hacker agent in cyberspace could match an army, so the number of agents was limited. For a mission against the Voodoo Boys, Mosley alone would be insufficient. This is also why he agreed to meet Tang Yu, hoping to gain the power of Arasaka. However, after Tang Yu's guidance, Mosley realized there was a better solution. By instigating conflict between the Animals and the Voodoo Boys, Netwatch could spend a little on money and equipment to take over the Poseidon subnet and make a huge profit. Mosley agreed with the plan, but he wanted to know Tang Yu's true intentions. A favor like this wouldn't come without some personal interest. "Mr. Tang, I agree with your plan, but I'd like to know what you seek in return. After all, business is a two-way street." Tang Yu directly revealed his intention. "After taking down the Voodoo Boys, I want the Poseidon subnet database." The Poseidon subnet was his primary target, the material he needed to report back to Saburo Arasaka. Mosley pondered for a moment. While the Poseidon subnet was indeed important, he realized that Arasaka would at least follow rules better than the Voodoo Boys. "I have no objections. Once we get the Poseidon subnet, we can share the data, provided that Arasaka adheres to confidentiality and security agreements, using the data strictly for internal research and not for external use or dissemination." He knew Arasaka had been working on cyberspace projects, and the vast data from Poseidon would help them further their research. Whether it involved the old net beyond the Blackwall or building an independent subnet, these activities were not conducive to Netwatch's work. However, as long as these actions were tacitly accepted and followed the basics, Netwatch wouldn't interfere. Tang Yu agreed to Mosley's conditions. After a moment of contemplation, Mosley raised another critical issue. But even if the animals take over the Empire building and lure out the Voodoo Boys, in the vast cyberspace, we still can't track the Voodoo Boys' deep dive hackers and the Poseidon subnet's location. Netwatch is currently understaffed and struggling on the network front against the Voodoo Boys. Physical operations, like taking over the Empire building, were feasible, but in cyberspace, Netwatch had no means to deal with the Voodoo Boys. They needed someone to dive deep into cyberspace to trace the Voodoo hackers. As a Netwatch agent, it would be extremely risky for Mosley to confront the Voodoo Boys' deep dive hackers alone. One wrong move and he could be overwhelmed by the Voodoo Boys' malicious software, which was why Netwatch hadn't directly attacked the Voodoo Boys. Their elite hacker agents were few and far between. Tang Yu straightforwardly offered a solution. I recommend someone capable of helping you catch those voodoo rats. With her, it's not that difficult. Mosley's eyes lit up. Having reinforcements from Arasaka was something he hadn't anticipated. Is she an Arasaka deep dive hacker? Tang Yu nodded slightly. Yes, she is a deep dive hacker trained by Arasaka, just recently brought back to the company. Her skills are not an issue, but she has one condition: she wants to leave Arasaka and join Netwatch. Mosley understood. Tang Yu was recommending an Arasaka runaway hacker. Such individuals no longer held significant value for Arasaka and could be used to their remaining potential. Often, these runaway hackers harbored a strong animosity towards Arasaka and would go to great lengths to escape. After a brief consideration, Mosley agreed. No problem, provided her hacking skills meet our employment requirements and she can help us locate the Voodoo Boys. Tang Yu confidently finalized the matter. They then discussed further cooperation details and outlined the entire plan. Netwatch would first liaise with the animals to establish a temporary base in the Empire building, with the animals taking care of security and Arasaka's counterintelligence providing support if necessary. Once the base was set, Netwatch would deploy detectors to scan the entire Pacifica region for network signal fluctuations, forcing the Voodoo Boys to act. The deep dive hacker provided by Tang Yu would then enter cyberspace to track Voodoo members and assist Netwatch in using ICE to lock them down until the Voodoo Boys' hiding place and the Poseidon subnet server locations were identified. Afterwards, the animals would sweep the area, secure the Poseidon subnet data, and ultimately clear out the Voodoo Boys, helping the animals consolidate their hold on the Empire building and Pacifica, benefiting various factions. Compared to elusive and hard-to-control cyberspace hackers, the animals occupying Pacifica was more favorable. With the plan finalized, Mosley left the office, planning to inform Tang Yu once Netwatch was ready to act. Tang Yu, still refining the plan, considered every detail. The most crucial part was securing the Poseidon network data, their primary target. If the Voodoo Boys were attacked in cyberspace, they might destroy the servers to prevent others from getting the data. Someone needed to infiltrate the Voodoo Boys' stronghold at the Batty Hotel beforehand to copy the Poseidon data from the servers. Tang Yu pondered and decided that this task would be well suited for V. Initially, he considered Main's team due to their skills, experience, and manpower to organize effective resistance in dangerous situations. However, Main's team was too deeply intertwined with Lucy, making them more noticeable. In contrast, V, who had just returned from outside the city and knew nothing about this situation, was a better candidate. A new cyberpunk would attract less attention. Curious about V's current situation, Tang Yu noted he had received several transfers from her account recently, and the amounts were substantial. But Gloria hadn't called him, likely because V had taken jobs at Lizzie's bar without mentioning his name. Tang Yu found this quite amusing, an opportunity to mess with her while she was still inexperienced. Once she became formidable, such chances would be rare. He recalled how V had bullied him often, using her physical prowess while he, a hacker, could only follow her around and open loot boxes, taking just a small share of the spoils. Now it was time to give V a significant task. Once he had some free time, he planned to visit her and get her the implant upgrades she needed. With this in mind, Tang Yu dialed Gloria's number. Gloria, suddenly receiving his call, panicked, quickly getting out of bed while Sasha slept soundly beside her. Since moving in with Gloria, Sasha had been sleeping later each day. Mr. Tang, good morning. Tang Yu glanced outside at the panoramic window, noticing it was already late in the morning. Good morning, is this a good time to talk? Gloria nodded fervently, indicating it was a good time. Tang Yu inquired, has a mercenary named V visited Lizzie's for jobs recently? Gloria immediately recalled the distinct, stylish girl with an unbridled demeanor. Her fashion sense was unforgettable, and her attractiveness and air of heroism left a strong impression. Tang Yu's sudden mention of her made Gloria curious, but she refrained from asking too many questions. Yes, there's been a girl named V who took several contracts at Lizzie's, she completed each one as required, and she doesn't seem like a novice. Tang Yu nodded slightly, reassured that V had already visited Lizzie's. He found it surprising that V didn't choose cash payments, meaning she was sincere about repaying her loans bit by bit, true to her reputation. Tang Yu continued, I have a job for you to assign to her, increase the reward a bit, I'll send you the specifics shortly. I understand, Mr. Tang, Gloria replied earnestly. They then discussed some matters about the bar before Tang Yu was about to hang up, but Gloria hesitated and asked softly. Mr. Tang, would you have time to visit Lizzie's? Her tone was somewhat shy. Tang Yu straightforwardly declined. He had to keep an eye on Lucy and couldn't leave yet, to prevent Kate from making unauthorized decisions. Gloria felt a bit disappointed, sighing lightly. Unbeknownst to her, Sasha had crept up beside her, filled with curiosity. Was that Mr. Tang? Yes, but he said he couldn't visit Lizzie's for now. When can Sasha leap into his arms? Sasha playfully made a pouncing gesture with her hands shaped like cat claws. Gloria. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yu left the director's office and took the dedicated elevator to the top floor of the Arasaka Tower. Entering Saburo Arasaka's exclusive office. Sitting at the desk, he logged into the company's internal system and pulled up Kate's personal job profile. His eyes locked onto the red button. Terminate. Chapter 165. 5 a.m. As the alarm clock abruptly rang, V kicked off the blanket and sat up. She switched off the alarm swiftly and flipped over to the floor to start doing push-ups. After completing 100 warm-up push-ups, she slipped into her slippers and walked into the bathroom, brushing her teeth and washing her face in front of the electronic mirror. Spitting out the toothpaste foam and wiping her face with a wet towel, she quickly tidied her slightly messy hair in front of the mirror before leaving the bathroom. After changing her clothes and putting on her shoes, she walked out of her apartment, ready to begin another disciplined day. Arriving at the base of the H10 megabuilding, V glanced up and down the street. There were hardly any people around. Only a few drunk stragglers from the night before wandering aimlessly. The sky had just begun to lighten, and Night City was still asleep. V took a deep breath of the chilly air and glanced at the time, 5:15 a.m., just like every other disciplined morning. She did a few stretches to warm up and then started her run. Along the way, her eyes scanned the streets and alleys for any valuable finds. The city cleaners hadn't started their shift yet, often leaving unexpected treasures on the streets. But today was somewhat disappointing, as she found nothing interesting after running several blocks. She grabbed a Eurodollar pizza from a roadside stand and some hot water for a makeshift breakfast with her stomach slightly fuller. The sky was noticeably brighter. And the streets began to bustle with people heading to work, cars starting to create traffic jams. V checked the time and set off back home at a run. Along the street, shops started to open, and hawkers peeked out from their stalls, eyeing potential customers. Hey, bro. Want to upgrade your gear? Got a second-hand cannon here, cheap and powerful. Interested in some new Myanmars and joints? Move more freely and easily. Don't miss out. High-end combat implants at unbeatable prices. Want some juicy gossip? I have all kinds of info: corporate, gang, stock market, and even celebrity secrets. Pay enough, and I can get you some dirt on the stars. The streets of Watson were full of second-hand dealers. Almost anything could be bought. At night, the area belonged to the street girls, but during the day, it was the vendors' domain. Ignoring their enthusiastic pitches, V focused on her run. Her implants might not be top tier, but they certainly didn't require the cheap street junk. Such questionable gear could be filled with hidden programs, unreliable at crucial moments and lacking quality assurance. V continued running, prioritizing physical fitness above all. She adhered to the principle of, better none than bad. After all, her body was her capital. In the streets without it, there was no career. As she ran past a narrow alley, someone called out to her. Want to try some special brain dance? Guaranteed new and fresh. V kept running as if she hadn't heard, moving so fast she created a gust of wind. Brain dance? Something fresh and special? After a few seconds, V retraced her steps and returned to the vendor, eyeing him suspiciously. The young brain dance dealer didn't look like an old hand in the trade. Still, appearances could be deceiving. New entrants could sometimes have superior goods. You interested? The young dealer asked, seeing her interest. This brain dance is exclusive, even Lizzie doesn't have it, only I do. V was indeed curious. As a die-hard fan of braindance experiences, she naturally craved novel and unique ones. What's in it? What's it called? Why ask? Telling you would ruin the surprise, and the name doesn't matter. The novelty and quality do. Have a copy, you won't regret it. V observed the dealer closely. He seemed very confident in his product. Her curiosity piqued even further. Truth be told, she was itching to try it. The mainstream braindances had lost their appeal to her, heavily edited and lacking sensory impact. Street-bought braindances often provided surprising experiences. V hesitated for a moment and made up her mind. Okay, how much is it? Not much, just €20,000, and we also offer personalized experiences by professional editors. €20,000. V's excitement shattered. She had no money in her e-account, only a few €100 in cash, barely enough for this braindance. Thanks, but I can't afford it, she replied, disappointed. Seeing her leave, the young dealer quickly shouted, wait, I can give you a discount since you're my first customer today, how about €2,000? A 90 discount? The generous offer made V stop and contemplate. She didn't even have this much. The thought of borrowing money briefly crossed her mind, thinking of Tang Yu, who had drained her earnings to pay off her car and house loans. Every penny she earned was immediately transferred away. Despite this, she couldn't bring herself to hate Tang Yu. He hadn't charged rent for her apartment or interest on the car loan, and even paid her occasionally. The debt was indeed for her benefit. Her pride wouldn't allow her to borrow money. Then, another person came to mind, Gloria, the owner of the Lizzie's bar. They had completed several jobs together successfully. V asked the braindance dealer to wait and made a call. The dealer guessed she was looking to borrow money and patiently waited. V, I was just about to call you, are you free now? Gloria's voice answered. Yes, V replied, surprised. Great. Can you come to the bar? I have an urgent job that needs handling. V agreed, realizing she couldn't ask Gloria for money now. Hanging up the phone, the dealer noticed her disappointment and generously offered, how about this, you can pay me later, try the brain dance first. On credit? V didn't expect she could watch the brain dance first and pay later. As tempting as it sounded, something felt off. She perceived it as a potential trap. V decided she had more important matters to attend to with Gloria, and resumed her run, waving off the dealer's cries. If all else fails, I'll let you have it for free. Just this once. V didn't look back. She was thankful she had no money on her, avoiding another lesson from the streets. Arasaka Tower. Counterintelligence Department. Tang Yu had received intel that Bryce Mosley had successfully allied with the animals and occupied the Imperial Mall. The Voodoo Boys were making moves in cyberspace, attempting to break into their network and destroy newly set up servers. However, the network monitoring had robust IC protection, barely flinching at Voodoo Boys' attempts. Many Haitians were gathering around the Imperial Mall, only to be driven out by the animals. To secure the mall, the animals' leader, Sasquatch, personally led the core members to safeguard it. The Voodoo Boys were no match for the muscle-bound animals. Tang Yu decided it was time to act. He instructed the front desk to notify Douglas to prepare a special operations team for the mission. Working in his office, Douglas received Tang Yu's command to lead the team to Imperial Mall. The mission was clear: collaborate with network monitoring to tackle the Voodoo Boys. He marveled that this was Tang Yu's first time personally assigning him a task, suspecting deeper significance. Douglas began preparations, pondering whether to inform Kate. He felt it might be a trap and decided to wait for more intel. Tang Yu, on the other hand, headed to the interrogation room where Lucy was held. Lucy, he said directly upon entering. Come with me, we can leave this place now. Lucy, who had been silent all this while, finally lifted her head, a spark of light flashing in her neon eyes. Quickly. The Arasaka anti-intel field team geared up and headed towards the Imperial building in Pacifica. Inside the exclusive car, Lucy stared silently out the window, her gaze calm. Since being arrested by Tang Yu and brought to the Arasaka Tower, she hadn't said a word. Silence engulfed her. Tang Yu knew that she had many questions, but there were some things he couldn't explain to her just yet. The less people knew about the Arasaka family's affairs, the safer it was. Once this matter was settled, there would be no need to involve Lucy anymore. Once she joined the Netwatch and assumed a new identity, and Tang Yu dealt with Kate, she would no longer have to live in fear of Arasaka's pursuit. She could live openly and without worry. The car interior was quiet, with the city street scenes constantly flashing by outside the window. After a while, the Arasaka anti-intel convoy arrived at the Imperial building in Pacifica. It was occupied by the Animals gang, who allowed them entry after verifying their identities. The convoy drove into the underground parking garage. Emergency lights were on in the underground parking lot, which, though not fully renovated, had its structure securely in place. The spacious garage allowed for free parking. Tang Yu and the others got out of the car, the scent of steel and concrete thick in the air. Douglas followed Tang Yu, responsible for his safety. He knew little about the mission and remained silent, dutifully leading his team behind them. There was only one functioning elevator. Tang Yu took Lucy to the third floor of the mall to meet with Mosley, a senior agent of Netwatch. The two reached the third floor smoothly, which served as a temporary base for Netwatch and the animals. Several animals gang members gathered there, giving Arasaka's high-level personnel odd looks as they walked in. Tang Yu's face remained calm. The last time the animals gang, under the orders of Susan Abernathy, tried to ambush him on the city overpass. They probably hadn't forgotten, which explained their strange looks. Soon enough, the animals gang members made way for a sturdy, muscular woman to walk through. Her presence dominated the gang, and their eyes filled with admiration when they looked at her. Matilda, the king of the beasts, leader of the animals gang. Tang Yu remembered her well. V had fought her hand-to-hand before. Her punches were indeed hard, but her intellect barely passed. Matilda coldly eyed Tang Yu, her expression unfriendly. Douglas and the Arasaka Special Task Force, catching up from behind, went on alert, sensing the animals gang's intent to attack. Tensions rose. Just then, Netwatch agent Bryce Mosley stepped out, positioning himself between the two sides. Seeing the tension, he smiled and introduced them. "Mr. Tang, you're here, this is Matilda, the king of the beasts, leader of the animals." He then turned to Matilda, explaining, "Tang here is the one I'm cooperating with, take your men to prepare, once we locate the Voodoo Boys' hideout, it'll be your turn to act." Hearing Mosley's words, Matilda released her clenched fists, giving Tang Yu one last look before taking her men and leaving. Once Matilda was out of sight, Mosley led Tang Yu further in, continuing to explain as they walked. "I set up the temporary base's control room in the mall cinema, and I've modified a diving chamber over there, so." Mosley looked at Tang Yu, indicating that they'd need Arasaka's deep dive netrunners to track the Voodoo Boys. Tang Yu replied, "That's not a problem." Lucy, who had been following them quietly, unconsciously clenched her fists. She knew she would soon dive into the cyberspace, a place she had evaded for years. Tang Yu instructed Douglas and the Special Task Force to guard the area, prohibiting anyone from entering the cinema control room. Then he followed Mosley, bringing Lucy into the control room. Inside the control room, Mosley briefly explained the current situation to them. He had already initiated a signal fluctuation tracker. The Voodoo Boys were trying to probe for vulnerabilities to breach Netwatch's ICE. The task now required Arasaka's deep dive netrunners, using Netwatch's diving equipment, to enter cyberspace and trace the Voodoo Boys' activities. Pointing to a door not far from the projection room, Mosley said, "The diving chamber is in there, equipped with an ice bath and netrunning chair. I'll monitor the Voodoo Boys' movements from the control room to prevent any mishap. If anything goes wrong, call me." Lucy, with her fists tightly clenched, turned and walked towards the diving chamber, pushing the door open. As a former top-tier hacker, Tang Yu knew the deep dive cyberspace process very well. A hacker must always have someone monitoring the dive from outside, ready to pull them out if necessary. He briefed Mosley about some matters, emphasizing that Lucy's safety was paramount throughout the process. Mosley sensed the gravity in Tang Yu's words, understanding that unlike Netwatch, for whom breaching the Voodoo Boys would be a greater priority than Lucy's life, Tang Yu valued Lucy's safety above everything. If it weren't for helping Lucy get a new identity and a job at Netwatch, this wouldn't need to be so complicated. Tang Yu could have used Arasaka's authority to have Kate deal with the Voodoo Boys, playing a scheme of using a tiger to devour a wolf. But Tang Yu's actions had already drawn attention. He was now waiting to see if Kate would take the bait. He purposefully orchestrated this grand mission to alert Kate, prompting her to intervene. If she didn't dare to, she could only watch helplessly as Lucy joined Netwatch, while the Poseidon subnet would fall into Tang Yu's hands. Seeing the importance of the situation, Mosley had no issues with Tang Yu's instructions and assured him that they would monitor the cyberspace security issues using Netwatch's ICE. Realizing the special attention Tang Yu paid to this Arasaka deep dive netrunner, Mosley understood the stakes. Breaching the Voodoo Boys' operations was only a matter of time, and antagonizing Tang Yu was unnecessary, especially with other Arasaka personnel around. As long as the animals established a foothold in the Imperial building, the Voodoo Boys wouldn't dare hide. This win-win strategy made sense to Mosley. After clarifying the details, Tang Yu turned towards the diving chamber, opening the door and entering. Inside, Lucy was quietly undressing, seemingly resigned to the arrangement. She crouched down to remove her last piece of clothing, exposing her slim yet mature form. Standing up, her back revealed the obvious marks of cybernetic augmentation, gold cables, integrated coolers, and bioneural interfaces spread all over her back, extending to her waist and hips. The room was equipped with various deep-dive net-running devices. A high-end net-running chair stood nearby, a new netrunner suit hanging on its rack. But Lucy ignored the chair, standing by the ice-cold water-filled tub, murmuring. "Can I trust you one more time?" Her voice trembled slightly, aware of the lack of better options, yet resisting becoming a company puppet again. To return to the hellish life she once knew, she would rather die from an Arasaka bullet. Tang Yu gently replied, "I have never deceived you, and I never will." Lucy's body trembled slightly, as if touched by his words. Her left hand lifted slowly, brushing away the hair covering the back of her head. Her right hand grasped a bandage, gradually peeling it away. With a tearing sound, the deep dive interface on the back of her head was exposed. Lifting her leg, she stepped into the icy tub, the cold searing her entire body. Lucy was accustomed to such cold. Her eyes were tranquil, devoid of warmth, as she lay naked in the tub. The icy water rippled slightly, the surface ice clinking softly. Tang Yu approached and took the connector, aligning it with her socket and firmly connecting it. Click. With the sound of the mechanical interface fitting, Lucy's eyebrows slightly furrowed, indicating mild discomfort. She crossed her slim arms over her chest, steadily looking ahead. After a moment, Lucy murmured, "Tang. I'm ready." Taking a deep breath, her chest heaved, and with a long exhale, her eyes slowly closed. Tang Yu pressed the start button, guiding Lucy into the deep dive state into cyberspace. Arasaka Tower. Anti-Intel Division. Kate paced anxiously in her office, deep in thought. She had just learned that Tang Yu had taken Lucy and ordered Douglas to lead a team on a field mission to the Imperial Building, intending to ally with Netwatch against the Voodoo Boys. Such information wasn't classified within the Anti-Intel Division, and Kate didn't doubt its authenticity. What puzzled her was Tang Yu's true purpose behind this mission. Taking Arasaka's fugitive deep dive hacker Lucy, joining forces with Netwatch to break the Voodoo Boys, and personally going to the front lines, she confirmed that Tang Yu's mission wasn't board mandated. Thus, it could only be an arrangement by Saburo Arasaka himself. Targeting the Voodoo Boys, was it about obtaining the Poseidon subnet? That's the only thing Kate could think of that held value to Arasaka. Joining hands with Netwatch and taking the deep dive hacker must be all for the Poseidon subnet. Kate concluded that it must involve Saburo Arasaka and considered whether to report it to Michiko Arasaka. Finally, she decided to report immediately. Michiko Arasaka had previously instructed to monitor Tang Yu's activities, especially anything involving tasks assigned by Saburo Arasaka. Quickly, Kate compiled the information she knew and sent it through a secret channel to Michiko Arasaka in Kyoto. Before long, Kate received a reply, reading the key points emphasized in the encrypted message. Disrupt Tang Yu's operation. Obtain the Poseidon data. Atom Smasher has arrived at the Westbrook Waterfront Park and will assist in your operation. Failure is not an option. Chapter 166. Pacifica. Batty Grand Hotel by the seaside. After V stepped out of the transit station, she headed straight for the hotel. This was the location she received from Gloria, where she would complete her task for the day. Her mission was to infiltrate the Batty Grand Hotel and steal data from the Voodoo Boys server base. But the data theft wasn't going to start immediately. She was to wait for a signal indicating an all-out brawl that would cause chaos. Gloria had given very clear instructions about the job. V wasn't to act on her own and storm into the Voodoo Boys' stronghold. Now, her priority was to avoid catching the attention of any Voodoo Boys scouts, hide her presence, and wait for the right moment to sneak into the hotel. The Batty Grand Hotel was now fully occupied by Haitian locals, with their faces everywhere. A stranger from out of town showing up here would surely raise suspicions. To cover her tracks, she decided to find a nearby food stall to fill her stomach, so she'd have the energy to work later on. Arriving at a convenience store window, she saw the owner inside, another Haitian. V, calm and composed, ordered a casual meal, got her tray, sat under a street-side parasol, and started eating by herself. When V recalled the mission she took from Lizzie's bar, she thought the reward seemed disproportionate to the difficulty. Gloria had offered her €20,000, more than the combined payout of her last several jobs, yet the task was just to infiltrate the Batty Grand Hotel and steal server data. Moreover, to mask her actions, Gloria specifically emphasized waiting for the Voodoo Boys and animals to start fighting to avoid detection. V wasn't sure what kind of grievances existed between these two gangs, but being in Pacifica meant they certainly didn't get along. All she needed to do was follow Gloria's instructions and get the job done. Thinking about it made V sigh with admiration. The owner of Lizzie's was not only beautiful and kind-hearted but also generous. It was no wonder she quickly established herself in the fixer business. Cyberspace. In this blue digital ocean world, endless streams of data and symbols formed a vast networked world. The darkness before Lucy's eyes was gradually dispelled by the blue data ocean, her entire consciousness taking shape, looking just like a digital sprite. She hadn't been in this cyber world for a long time. Facing the familiar data sea, she took a deep breath, even though breathing wasn't necessary here. As her neuroconscious data stabilized, Lucy could operate normally in cyberspace. However, she still had to wait for some signals, prompts from Netwatch. Soon, a faint blue virtual outfit appeared around Lucy, a stealth program provided by Netwatch to minimize the risk of being detected by the Voodoo Boys and to shield against some degree of malicious program attacks. Raising her hand gently, the faint blue attire enveloped her body, blending her digital presence into the surrounding blue sea. With the stealth protection program loaded, Lucy could start her operations, locating the range provided by Netwatch in this vast data matrix world and searching for the Voodoo Boys' presence. Before long, a light appeared in front of Lucy, like a shining star, marking a network signal point set by Netwatch at the Arasaka tower. She raised her slender right hand, symbolically grasping at the flickering point, and her surroundings transformed rapidly like moving through a data stream tunnel. It didn't take long for Lucy to arrive near the signal point. This cyberspace matrix was built from many block programs. It felt like entering a world full of pillars, with no distinction between up and down, relying solely on consciousness to link, read, run, and invade programs. Lucy casually broke open a pillar and hid inside, blending in with the running programs, and began quietly observing the surroundings and data flow changes. She could easily hide inside the fixed programs because of the loaded Netwatch ICE. Without it, breaking the program walls would cause malfunction and trigger firewall attacks. It was much harder for the Voodoo Boys to find the signal source in this program matrix compared to Lucy. Here, it was Netwatch's home ground. Lucy watched her surroundings carefully in cyberspace. Every action must be cautious. If attacked by hostile programs, she could very likely lose. After ensuring no immediate threats, Lucy began scanning patches of the matrix area, searching for clues. The high-intensity work put her body under high-temperature stress, especially her neurons, so deep dives had to be as short and quick as possible. She moved silently like a data sprite, flitting between solid programs, scanning the matrix programs. Lucy's anxiety grew as her search yielded nothing so far. Either the Voodoo Boys hadn't approached the signal source, or their methods were so advanced that they hid their actions perfectly. This was not just a technical competition but also a race against time. The Voodoo Boys had little time left too. Failing to breach the signal source and dismantle the Netwatch base's server meant their hideout server would eventually be detected by network signal fluctuations. Then, they would face direct force, not a cyber battle. In the cyberspace realm, the Voodoo Boys had a natural advantage. In the physical world, the Voodoo Boys were definitely no match for the animals. Finally, Lucy finished scanning most areas, leaving only a few tightly secured matrix zones, where Netwatch's firewall was most formidable. Anyone trying to breach from there faced much higher difficulty. Suddenly, while hidden in a solid program, Lucy noticed something unusual. She saw small worm-like programs slipping into solid programs unnoticed. These solid programs hadn't triggered the firewall, meaning they weren't destructive viruses. More like parasitic programs, hiding inside and lying dormant, waiting for a chance. Worm viruses. What was the Voodoo Boys' plan? Did they intend to crash the entire Netwatch server in one massive attack? The more secure the firewalled areas, the greater the number of solid programs, increasing the potential number of parasitic viruses. Once the Voodoo Boys made their move, most Netwatch solid programs would crash, causing hardware failures. They would then gather forces, breach the firewall, withstand Netwatch ICE counterattacks, and destroy the signal source. This would make forcing the Voodoo Boys' hideout out nearly impossible. Lucy, realizing the gravity of the situation, halted and hid in a safer place, continuing to waiting for the mastermind to reveal themselves before deploying Netwatch ICE in retaliation. In the deep dive chamber, Tang Yu monitored various elements on the electronic display to ensure Lucy's physical safety. A deep dive was the most vulnerable time for a cyber hacker, essentially exposing all their weaknesses and being completely unaware of the outside world. Their life or death depended entirely on the person guarding outside. Thus, Tang Yu rarely performed deep dives himself, even after becoming a top-tier hacker. He checked the tank holding Lucy, seeing her steady breathing and the faint heat from her nose, indicating no abnormalities in cyberspace. Hackers in cyberspace lacked external perception, but physical symptoms appeared if attacked, ranging from body pains to severe brain damage. Netwatch Special Agent Mosley sent a message: "She's in cyberspace, has reached the signal source, and everything looks normal for now." Tang Yu figured Lucy hadn't encountered danger yet, so he asked, "Did you detect any movement from the Voodoo Boys?" Mosley checked the signal fluctuation monitoring display, seeing no abnormalities. The Voodoo Boys had hidden their activities well. Still, using special techniques, he knew the voodoo boys were active but temporarily unable to precisely track them. Lucy had to continue the cyber search to find the target and trigger Netwatch ICE. Nothing so far. The voodoo boys rely on the Poseidon system, an entirely isolated and concealed subnet, usually executing hit-and-run hacking missions, leaving no trace. Either our hackers spot them early, or we wait for their attack to devise a counter. The former put Netwatch in control, the latter gave control to the voodoo boys. Around the Arasaka tower, voodoo boys scouts were already gathering, trying unsuccessfully to disrupt Netwatch's server with jammers. Mosley added, "The voodoo boys are tough. If we don't use ICE to catch them immediately, our deep-diving hacker faces significant risks. Once Lucy finds clues, she can use ICE to retreat quickly. If the deep dive yields nothing soon, we should consider other approaches." By other approaches, Mosley meant brute force, hoping to capture a few voodoo boys and extract their hideout location through interrogation. Tang Yu agreed with Mosley's suggestion. Deep dive durations couldn't be prolonged, and since the voodoo boys were already doomed, it wasn't worth risking Lucy's safety further. Tang Yu glanced at the electronic screen, still not receiving Lucy's signal for extraction from cyberspace, indicating she was still engaged in her mission. Suddenly, Lucy's brows slightly furrowed as she seemed to feel uncomfortable. Her neural network was overloaded, causing beads of cold sweat to drip from her forehead. Even soaking in the icy water couldn't fully dissipate the heat. Tang Yu quickly squatted by the tank, checking on Lucy. From her micro-expressions, he deduced that she had suffered an unknown attack. He immediately sprang into action, one hand supporting the nape of her slender neck and the other lifting her wrist from the icy water. Activating his weak electric control ability, a small arc of electricity flowed through the bio-wire on her wrist. Tang Yu closed his eyes, trying to direct the data flow generated in his mind into Lucy's storage core and transmit it into cyberspace. In such emergencies, either the deep-diving hacker relies on their own skills to escape, or external technical support is provided, just like when Kiwi dived last time. However, the trouble Lucy faced was evidently different from Kiwi's deep dive. Attacked by the voodoo boys, her brain could be fried in a second, leaving no room for maneuver. So Tang Yu could only take a gamble, trusting that the AI deity in cyberspace would come to their aid. In cyberspace, Lucy finally encountered the neural constructs of several voodoo boys, decisively running the ICE provided by network monitoring to help lock onto the hostile targets. Strands of red code shot toward the voodoo boys like data chains, binding them. As she successfully launched her attack, preparing to escape, an unknown program suddenly restrained her, pulling her out of her solid program, revealing her hidden protocol. Lucy was ambushed by voodoo boys' hackers. Soon, several deeply concealed voodoo boys deep divers emerged from the void of data fragments, led by a figure that appeared to be a woman. The leader quickly scanned Lucy's neural construct, their eyes traversing her every digital cell like an electric current. "You're not from network monitoring." Lucy, unable to break free, did not answer. In cyberspace, nothing can be hidden. This is a world of data where even the deepest secrets of the mind become code. The opponent's hacking skillfully bypassed Lucy's personal ICE, accessing her deepest memories to avoid causing her data to fragment, which would make retrieval nearly impossible. Killing a neural construct in cyberspace is no different from killing the person themselves. "So, you're an Arasaka runaway hacker." Lucy felt her memory data being pulled out bit by bit, uncontrollably streaming out. She struggled to prevent the opponent from accessing more information because beyond lay memories involving Tang Yu's abilities. Once leaked, it would be disastrous. Suddenly, Lucy noticed a new program trying to enter her body, hearing Tang Yu's voice in her mind again. "I'll use the existing path to transport you near the Blackwall. There's support to save you there." Support outside the Blackwall. Without hesitation, Lucy stopped resisting the program, allowing it to run within her. All of a sudden, Lucy seemingly teleported to a vertically striped red and blue barrier, facing an endless black expanse. She knew this place all too well. The red-striped barrier was the Blackwall isolating the old net. Young Lucy had worked at Arasaka, tasked with traversing beyond the Blackwall to excavate data. She remembered the pathway to the Blackwall and the method to traverse it. With Tang Yu's help, she reached the Blackwall's edge, but the Voodoo Boys hackers followed closely, their program still locking onto her. Suddenly, a stream of unknown data appeared in Lucy's memory database, flashing scenes and images. Lucy was momentarily stunned. Where did these sudden memories come from? They all featured a man with a silver arm, always wearing sunglasses and fond of sarcastic remarks. "Only two people willing to spread their legs for you, that's tragic. Can't you do it? Is it really that hard? Come on, for me, just one stick. Don't joke around, I don't have time to be a guitar master, I'm busy changing the world. Alt, why do you always have that temper? Alt, wake up, damn it, what did they do to you? The Voodoo Boys hackers, detecting the sudden surge of this data in Lucy's memory, couldn't believe what they were seeing. How do you have these memories? As soon as the words were spoken, the entire cyberspace around them seemed to freeze, all data streams halted as if time itself stopped. Next, the environment within cyberspace underwent drastic changes. A giant data humanoid figure materialized, standing beyond the black wall like a towering red giant. Johnny. You bear Johnny's mark. The red giant seemed to look at Lucy, a mystical voice coming from beyond the black wall. Alt Cunningham, the Voodoo Boys hackers were equally shocked, unprepared for what had just transpired. They had no idea how Lucy got to the black wall or how she summoned Alt Cunningham from beyond. Clearly, Alt, residing beyond the black wall, had her sensory and technical prowess infiltrating within. To her, the black wall wasn't an impenetrable barrier. Alt might not be able to dismantle the black wall, but subtly planting programs inside was a breeze. Before the Voodoo Boys hackers could react, several streams of blue data lightning struck from above, hitting their heads. They collapsed in agony, clutching their heads, their neural constructs fading from cyberspace, freeing Lucy from their imprisoning programs. Who brought you here? Alt asked after dealing with the Voodoo Boys. Before Lucy could respond, she heard Tang Yu's voice in her mind once more, instructing her to relay a message to the Red Giant. He asked me to tell you, Johnny was captured by Arasaka using Soul Killer, his soul locked in a prison. Alt's ethereal voice responded, I recognized Johnny's code. She already knew this outcome. Lucy, controlling her emotions, continued, Johnny once broke into the Arasaka tower to rescue you from their subnet. Alt, I certainly don't want to be trapped in Arasaka's prison. If your goal was to clear out the Voodoo Boys hackers, that's done. Hearing Tang Yu in her mind again, Lucy hesitated, unsure whether to speak. He asked me to relay a message from Johnny. Alt, go ahead. Lucy, momentarily uneasy, spoke, Johnny says you were quite the team, since he's now a digital ghost, could you too, rekindle your connection? Alt, that's impossible, I'm not the same as before, you should leave. With a wave of her hand, Lucy was sent back to the original location near the network monitoring signal. Seeing that the remaining Voodoo Boys hackers were already frozen by network monitoring ICE, she initiated the exit protocol. In the diving chamber. Cough. Cough. Lucy gasped for air, coughing violently, her body swaying from prolonged deep dive. She opened her eyes, finding Tang Yu beside her. Struggling to sit up, but weakened by the long dive. Tang Yu, seeing her awake, unplugged her neural jack and helped her out of the tank, water dripping off her smooth skin. A clean towel was offered, which she draped over her shoulders, softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Lucy knew that it was Tang Yu who saved her in cyberspace. Without his help, she would have remained trapped like the Voodoo Boys hackers. Tang Yu said straightforwardly, no need to thank me, leave the rest to me. Seeing that Lucy's dive was safely concluded, his next task was to assault the Voodoo Boys' stronghold. Tang Yu left to strategize with Mosley. Lucy, still standing in the tank, stared blankly at his departing figure. The memory Tang Yu transmitted still lingered in her mind. It was her first glimpse into his memories. The man named Johnny, always with sunglasses, pleading for a cigarette, and strumming a guitar must be the friend Tang Yu mentioned before. Lucy couldn't imagine how a rock star like Johnny mixed with corporate elites. But from the memory, they seemed to get along quite well. Reflecting on this odd memory, she couldn't help but smile. Chapter 167. Imperial Mall. Tang Yu returned to the temporary base's control room and inquired about the situation from senior cyber surveillance agent Mosley. Mosley was intently staring at the electronic screen and tapping away on his keyboard. Trying to locate the Voodoo Boys server by tracking signal fluctuations. Several Voodoo Boys' digital consciousnesses were trapped in cyberspace, making it impossible for them to shut down their servers without causing brain death to the hackers still linked. Mosley focused on the screen and said, I've found some traces, but the Poseidon subnet's data firewall is too thick to breach, making it hard to pinpoint its exact location. I'm trying to bypass the firewall and search their BBS. The cyber surveillance versus Voodoo Boys network war had officially begun, leaving the Voodoo Boys with no choice but to confront the cyber surveillance directly. At this moment, the Barbarian King walked through the security scanner and gate recognition, entering the control room with a booming voice. Those Voodoo Boys are trying to force their way in, our brothers are already fighting them outside, when do we launch the full attack? Clearly agitated and eager to teach the Voodoo Boys a lesson, the Barbarian King couldn't wait. Mosley had to ask for patience, I'm still locating their hideout, it might take a few more minutes. Hearing this, the barbarian king's face tightened with displeasure, his powerful chest muscles bulging as he clenched his fists. You better hurry. Clearly, she was disappointed in the cyber surveillance techniques. Feeling they were not as formidable as advertised after failing to locate the Voodoo Boys' hideout quickly. The Animals gang had gone all out for this operation, intending to take down the Voodoo Boys. It would be impossible to establish a foothold in Imperial Mall if they couldn't even find the enemy's base. The Animals gang had helped cyber surveillance set up numerous servers and arranged substantial manpower to guard them. This had to succeed. Mosley noticed the barbarian king's frustration. Usually confident, he was now a bit anxious, the Poseidon subnet proving to be quite the challenge. Tang Yu, observing the tense exchange, offered, try focusing your search on the southern areas, the newer, well-built abandoned structures there should have sufficient capacity to host servers. Mosley followed Tang Yu's suggestion, adjusting his scanning focus southward to detect signal fluctuations in the building clusters. Tang Yu pointed at a specific building on the screen. Batty Hotel. Mosley quickly pulled up the Batty Hotel's digital imagery, attempting an all-round scan. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He had indeed found tiny signal fluctuations, and upon comparison with the Voodoo Boys' hacker signal types in cyberspace, he deduced a common pattern in the signal spectrum. Got it. Mosley exclaimed with a smile. Found those rats' hideout. Pointing at the digital image of Batty Hotel, he confidently told the Barbarian King. Their servers are at Batty Hotel, you can now strike the hotel and destroy the servers, effectively dismantling the Poseidon subnet, the Voodoo Boys will be left defenseless. Relieved, the Barbarian King just needed to lead her gang toward Batty Hotel and crush the Voodoo Boys with sheer force. Her gaze at Tang Yu lost its initial arrogance. His earlier guidance showed he was competent. Alright, with a target in sight, let my fists do the talking, Mosley nodded, reminding her. Don't forget our agreement, you take Imperial Mall, we need the Poseidon subnet data. The Barbarian King huffed, rest assured, as long as you're right about the location, I'll get you the servers. With that, she left to rally her men for the assault. Mosley sighed with relief once the Barbarian King left. Dealing with the Animals gang is really something. Mr. Tang, thank you for your help earlier, without your tip, finding their hideout would have been much more difficult. The Animals gang was getting impatient. Mosley hadn't expected Tang Yu, an Arasaka Corp. executive, to have such a knack for network technology. Seeing Tang Yu still in his usual demeanor, Mosley felt it was a bit of wasted talent. Tang Yu was concerned not about the Voodoo Boys but about Lucy. She had dived into cyberspace per cyber surveillance's request, frozen the Voodoo Boys hackers, and located the Poseidon subnet servers. Mosley needed to keep his promise now. You're welcome, without Lucy diving into cyberspace, we couldn't have found their location. Mosley agreed, nodding. According to our agreement, if you don't back out, cyber surveillance can proceed with hiring Lucy. Hackers with deep dive experience and systemic training like Lucy were rare. More importantly, Lucy had no allegiance to Arasaka, making it unlikely she was a spy planted by them. It made no sense for cyber surveillance not to take her in. Mosley even worried Arasaka might regret it and force Lucy back to work for them. Though Lucy was no longer loyal to Arasaka, it didn't prevent them from exploiting her remaining value. As they discussed, Lucy, who had just redressed, emerged from the dive room, looking pale. Tang Yu turned to her, saying, "Cyber surveillance agreed to hire you, what's your opinion?" Lucy glanced at Tang Yu and nodded in agreement. Joining cyber surveillance was her best option to ensure her safety. She knew too many of Tang Yu's secrets. Going anywhere else would be dangerous and pose a severe threat to him. Perhaps, the dream had already forewarned the conclusion. Leaving Night City, distancing from Tang Yu, would only bring her endless disaster. Batty Hotel. Placid. Placid. The cyber surveillance's ice has frozen our hackers, and we've lost contact with Bridget. They are searching for our server signals everywhere. If we don't shut down soon, they'll find us. Placid, an elite hacker and enforcer, was a Voodoo Boys higher-up. With Bridget diving into cyberspace to probe the cyber surveillance servers but suddenly losing contact, the Voodoo Boys' leadership fell to Placid. Placid reprimanded him sternly, "Stop panicking." The blonde-haired Voodoo Boys member, responsible for monitoring the diving hackers, urgently explained the situation's gravity. If cyber surveillance found their server, it would be all over for them. The servers cannot be shut down. We must wait for Bridget's return. Anxious, the blonde pleaded. If they waited too long, not just the divers but they themselves would be doomed. Placid frowned. If they didn't shut down the servers, they'd be risking an all-out battle with the Animals gang. He instructed the blonde to continue monitoring the situation while he went to rally their forces. Just then, another Voodoo scout quickly ran in. The scout urgently reported, "Placid, it seems the animals gang is advancing on us." "How can that be? The Poseidon subnet hasn't been breached, and the BBS isn't leaked. How did they find us?" The scout, clueless, couldn't answer. The blonde voodoo member, still there, explained, "It said cyber surveillance partnered with Arasaka, maybe they stepped in." Cursing, Placid muttered, "Damn it. Do we have any more mercenaries? They need to move now." None of the voodoo boys responded. Their reputation across Night City was so bad that almost no one took on their jobs willingly. Even those who did were referred to as disposable, used and discarded. Consequently, no fixer was willing to work with the voodoo boys, and even cyberpunks avoided them. Faced with the animals' onslaught, they couldn't find anyone to help. Placid realized this battle was for their survival. The discovery of their Poseidon subnet server meant their adversaries held a technological advantage. If the animals overran the Batty Hotel, the voodoo boys were finished. With Bridget frozen in cyberspace, likely by cyber surveillance's ICE, Placid had to lead the voodoo boys in the fight. He wasted no time in mobilizing the Haitians. Nearby, V had just finished a convenient meal and felt a bit hungry still. So she rose to get some snacks from a nearby vendor. She stood by the window, ordering 2 bags of snacks. The vendor grabbed the bags and tossed them on the counter. As V reached into her back pocket to pay, the vendor suddenly stood and dashed out the door. The convenience store owner didn't even have time to close the door. He abandoned his business and ran straight to the hotel, looking hurried as if something big had happened. This caught V's attention. She watched the man rush into the hotel and muttered, "Looks like something big is going down." No sooner had she spoken. Dozens of off-road vehicles stopped not far from the street. The cars were flamboyantly painted pink, blue, red. The entire convoy looked colorful. The only common feature was the tiger emblem on the hoods, a typical animals gang symbol. V knew the show was about to start. She crumpled an Eddie bill and tossed it into the store, landing it in a plastic jar. She couldn't help but smile proudly, then tore open a snack pack, popping a piece into her mouth. In her line of sight, a group of muscular brutes was unloading weapons from the trunks and setting them up on the street, aiming at the Batty Hotel. The animals gang was preparing their usual firepower barrage, heavy machine guns, RPGs, and incendiary bombs. To avoid getting caught in the crossfire, V moved farther away. She planned to wait until both sides engaged before taking action. The scattered pedestrians who saw this scene were sensible enough to hide. In an instant, the surrounding streets and small plaza were empty. A fierce firefight began. V stood in a safe spot, munching on snacks, watching as flames erupted everywhere, smoke billowed, and the sounds of bullets and explosions filled the air. The voodoo boys weren't just idle either. They brought out their signature weapons and started clashing with the animals. V dug at her ear with her pinky. The deafening noise made her ear canal itch. Both sides exchanged heavy fire for half an hour. The animals lost several vehicles and some men, and the fort of the Batty Hotel had its walls torn down, revealing parts of the building's structure. The hotel's main entrance was obliterated, and after the firepower was exhausted, the animals charged into the hotel. The person leading the animals' charge caught V's attention. The figure was as sturdy as a mountain of meat, intimidating, and wielding a giant hammer. Under this leader's command, the entire animals gang, as if on a berserk steroid, surged into the Batty Hotel. The battle inside became brutal. Having finished 2 bags of snacks, V saw the opportunity and found another route to enter the Batty Hotel. Inside the hotel, she saw the animals and the voodoo boys fighting to the death, every move lethal and ruthless. The leader of the animals, the Wild King, charged into the voodoo boys, smashing them into pulp with the giant hammer. Even though she was hit by bullets, the Wild King's advance seemed unstoppable. On the voodoo boys' side, a man in a cloak weaved flexibly among the animals, wielding a submachine gun. His speed was so fast that even trying to catch sight of him was difficult. Sandevistan. V recognized the cloaked man's ability. It must be a high-end Sandevistan model. She had always wanted one of these top-grade enhancements herself. There were many street vendors selling Sandevistan, but usually, they were of low quality, unworthy in her eyes. Seeing the voodoo boys engaged in a vicious battle, too occupied to notice her, V continued deeper into the hotel, looking for the entrance to the underground levels. Using various cover spots, V soon found a passageway. Seeing no one guarding it, she slipped inside. In the basement, she saw a dense array of server facilities, confirming she was in the right place. V carefully searched the basement server room to avoid detection while looking for a port to steal the Poseidon data from the servers. Moving further in, she saw several hacker chairs with a dozen voodoo boys hackers lying motionless in them. She figured they were still deep diving and wouldn't wake up anytime soon, so she stealthily approached the control desk and took out a black card from her pocket. Gloria had given her the card, saying that once inserted into the data port, the automatic copy would take care of the rest. After a quick glance around, ensuring no one was around, she inserted the card into the port. To her surprise, the card triggered a system alarm. The surrounding screens lit up with red warnings. Shit! I didn't expect an anti-theft alarm. White smoke suddenly billowed from the black card, burning it out immediately. This stumped V. Without the card, she couldn't steal the data, and this mission would be a complete failure. Wasting no time, she discarded the burnt card and directly pulled out her right wrist's data cable, plugging it into the control desk to forcibly extract the data, enduring the alarm system's attacks. V felt like her head was splitting. A torrent of data uncontrollably flooded into her brain, the pain almost making her pass out. But her tenacity allowed her to withstand it. After holding off the initial data onslaught, it became smoother, and the pain gradually lessened. Apparently, the voodoo boys were too busy fighting the animals to stop her despite the triggered alarm. V silently breathed a sigh of relief. Following Gloria's instructions strictly paid off. Had she acted recklessly, a squad of voodoo boys would have already restrained her when the alarm went off. While extracting the data, she noticed some of the hackers' heads were smoking, their bodies twitching uncontrollably, with foam bubbling from their mouths, a terrifying sight. Shit, what's happening? The gruesome deaths of the voodoo boys' hackers made V forget her own pain. Damn, I'll never be a hacker. Just lying there and this happens. You wouldn't even know how you died. As she reflected on this, someone suddenly yelled. What are you doing? Stop immediately. V turned towards the voice and saw a blond man with two others rushing over, aiming their guns at her. She glanced at the ongoing data copy, realizing it wasn't complete yet. She needed to buy some time. So, V raised her hands, indicating she was unarmed. Their deaths have nothing to do with me, I'm just here to copy some data, I didn't do anything else. Hearing the word deaths, the blond man became even more tense. He approached the hacker chairs, keeping his gun trained on her while checking their condition. Sure enough, each hacker was burnt out, bleeding from all orifices, undeniably dead, including their leader, Bridget. The blond man panicked, seeing their leader perished in cyberspace, unsure of what to do. His gun hand began trembling, eyes filled with fear, muttering, "It's over, everything's over." V knew the voodoo boys were bound to suffer a severe blow, possibly facing annihilation. But if they could retreat now and preserve some strength, they might still have a chance later. She advised. The situation is critical, take the core secrets and retreat, preserve your strength for the future. V tried to stall for time, thinking from his perspective, while continuing to copy the Poseidon subnet data. The blond man, merely a guarding member of the voodoo boys, was clueless without higher orders. His strong survival instinct kicked in after hearing V's advice. He murmured, "You're right, I must safeguard Poseidon." Suddenly, he noticed V's data cable connected to the desk. She was stealing the subnet Poseidon data. You're here to steal Poseidon. Furious, the blond man aimed his gun at V, but a deafening crash from above interrupted him. Bang! A massive steel entity crashed through the entire Batty Hotel into the basement. Strewn steel and debris fell, gray-white dust engulfing the surroundings. The battle at the Batty Hotel ceased instantly. Everyone was unsure what happened. It felt like an earthquake, with 2/3 of the building collapsing, the remaining structure teetering. Cough, cough. Choking on the dense dust, V wiped her mouth and nose, only to find her left arm gone, sensing only severe pain. Alarmed, she checked and saw her forearm and hand were missing, only half bone and flesh remained. Shit. Today is seriously screwed. Pale-faced, V endured the pain and complained. She realized she was trapped under rubble, a concrete slab pressing her down. V tried to move her right hand, glad it still had sensation. She clenched her fist, relieved her right hand was intact. Forcing a weak smile, she thought, at least I still have one. The data cable from her right wrist remained connected to the desk but no longer reading data, frustrating V. Feeling her efforts were in vain, she simmered with anger. Severely injured and weakened, she wanted to curse, but there was no target. Her surroundings fell silent. The Batty Hotel was almost leveled. As the smoke cleared, V vaguely saw a black figure nearby, standing in a crater with radiating cracks, debris scattered around. Shit! What kind of monstrosity? V couldn't make out what the shadow was, her injuries blurred her vision. Feeling dizzy, she heard someone approach and coldly say. Atom Smasher. The Poseidon data is in her head, bring her back to Takemura-sama. The mission will be complete. Atom Smasher. V etched the name in her heart. Atom Smasher. I'll remember you. Chapter 168. The dust and rubble of the hotel's ruins gradually settled. The leader of the animals' gang, the Savage King, slowly opened her eyes and found herself buried under debris, with a huge marble slab pressing on her chest. What just happened? With a bewildered look on her broad face, she squeezed her eyes shut tightly, trying to shake off the dizziness and regain clarity. It seemed like something black, the size of a large meteorite, had crashed down, toppling half of the hotel. The Savage King pushed the stone slab away with one powerful shove, and with her sturdy legs, she kicked off the rubble and stood up, letting the debris fall from her. Before she could brush the dust off her hair, a black steel figure appeared in her line of sight. Standing before her was a black mechanical warrior, towering with an air of arrogance. Around his feet was a circle of shattered ground, his entire body clad in pure black mechanical prosthetics. With a 10-barrel cannon mounted on his left shoulder, leaving almost no traces of human origins, except for half of a human brain embedded in his cybernetic body. What startled the Savage King even more was the Arasaka Corporation logo printed on his mechanical limbs. The Savage King quickly realized who it was. Atom Smasher. With his full-body high-degree cybernetic modifications and the Arasaka Corporation insignia, there was no one else in Night City it could be. She couldn't understand why Atom Smasher would be here. The Arasaka personnel she was working with hadn't mentioned this. If Atom Smasher hadn't descended from the sky, smashing the Voodoo Boys' hidden hotel, their takeover of the Batty Hotel would have been a sure thing. But now, with Atom Smasher suddenly appearing and crushing many of her comrades underfoot, the Savage King couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Sensing the movement behind him, Atom Smasher turned to see two people crawling out of the rubble, apparently knocked down by the shockwave. One was a sturdy, muscular woman who looked like she could handle herself in a fight. The other wore a cloak and jacket, with neural cables trailing from the back of his head, likely a cyber hacker. The two stood apart, eyes filled with hostility. Atom Smasher's blood-red cybernetic eye scanned them for identity information. The Arasaka personnel database quickly provided the results, the leaders of the animals and the Voodoo Boys, Savage King and Placid, respectively. Kate, seeing the tense hostility, addressed Atom Smasher to avoid further complications, capture her, and the task assigned by Mr. Yorinobu will be completed, ignore them. Kate didn't want any mishaps, especially since Tang Yu was nearby and could arrive at any moment. With Atom Smasher's abilities, he could easily leave with the target, and no one could stop him. Atom Smasher ignored Kate and faced the two, his tone chillingly indifferent. You are nothing but meat. Clearly, Atom Smasher wasn't planning to stop. He already had the target within his control. He could leave at any time, but opportunities like this were rare. The Savage King, infuriated by Atom Smasher's insult, grabbed a large iron hammer from the debris and charged at him. She moved quickly and was upon Atom Smasher in moments, swinging the hammer at his head. Atom Smasher stood still, and just as the hammer was about to land, he reached out with his mechanical hand and caught it. The force of the blow sent cracks deeper into the ground at his feet. What? The Savage King couldn't believe her eyes. It was the first time anyone had survived her hammer blow. To her shock, Atom Smasher had stopped it with sheer strength. Atom Smasher firmly held the hammer and said mechanically, I told you, you are nothing but meat. Then, his right fist turned into a steel punch and struck the Savage King's chest. Boom! With a thunderous impact, the Savage King was sent flying, crashing into the rubble, a deep indent of his fist marking her chest. Her heartbeat felt like it had stopped, the powerful blow resonating through her chest and abdomen. Her once vaunted muscles were helpless against his punch. The Savage King tried to get up and fight again, but she was utterly powerless, even dropping her hammer, her limbs twitching from heart failure. Had it not been for her thick skin, that single blow might have done more than just break a few ribs. Atom Smasher raised his arm, aiming an arm cannon at the fallen Savage King, ready to finish her off, but his peripheral vision caught movement. Turning his head, he saw Placid from the Voodoo Boys attempting to escape, teleporting to a farther spot. Atom Smasher redirected his cannon at Placid and fired. Boom! The shell flew at Placid and exploded, sending flames skyward. As the smoke cleared, there was no sign of Placid. He appeared elsewhere, continuing his difficult escape while aiming a machine gun at Atom Smasher, trying to stop the pursuit. Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. The magazine quickly emptied, leaving Atom Smasher's armor unscathed. Realizing the dire situation, Placid prepared to switch magazines but noticed another missile heading his way. He instantly activated his Sandevistan to teleport away, only to find Atom Smasher matching his speed. Placid was horrified. He had a high-end Sandevistan augment, supported by top-tier hacker cooling systems, yet Atom Smasher was effortlessly keeping up. Escape was nearly impossible. It's not easy for a rat to crawl back into its hole, taunted Atom Smasher, following Placid's steps with scorn. Placid endured the searing heat of the Sandevistan and started an intrusion protocol, attempting to hack Atom Smasher's ICE, thinking that disabling his implants might be his only chance. Atom Smasher remained unmoved, equipped with Arasaka's highest security ICE, making Placid's job near impossible. As Placid was distracted, Atom Smasher raised his machine gun and fired a salvo, shredding Placid's body in half, leaving the mutilated corpse to fall into the rubble. With Placid eliminated, Atom Smasher lowered his gun, completing the swift destruction of both the Savage King and the Voodoo Boys. Kate watched from a distance, patiently waiting for Atom Smasher to finish. She had no intentions of interfering with such a deadly figure, especially as he was Yorinobu Arasaka's bodyguard and had a penchant for killing. The priority was to get the target. Atom Smasher, the problem is solved, take the target and prepare to leave. This time, Atom Smasher agreed with Kate, walking heavily toward the unconscious target. Just as he was about to grab them, a commanding voice called out from behind. Atom Smasher, your task is complete. Atom Smasher turned to see a group led by a young man in a black suit, flanked by 2 hackers, with a squad of Arasaka Special Forces behind him. More Arasaka Company people. Atom Smasher showed no emotion but was puzzled by the situation. He had been instructed by Yorinobu Arasaka to retrieve the data from the subnet Poseidon and disrupt the site. He smashed the hotel, killed the animals and Voodoo Boys, and captured the person with the Poseidon data, job well done by Yorinobu's standards. But now, with the sudden appearance of other Arasaka executives, he paused without further action. Kate, seeing Tang Yu, cursed under her breath. Had Atom Smasher not wasted time here, they would have already left. Standing beside the immensely powerful Atom Smasher, Kate felt confident and coldly said, Tang Yu, I advise you not to steal the credit by using Mr. Saburo's name. This task was completed by Atom Smasher and me. Are you trying to take it by force? She had no fear of Tang Yu and even hoped he would make a move. If Atom Smasher stepped in, Tang Yu would be doomed. Even if it came to a review, Yorinobu Arasaka would protect Atom Smasher, ensuring no substantial punishment. Kate was gambling that Tang Yu was bluffing with the Arasaka patriarch's name. She didn't believe the Arasaka family would genuinely value Tang Yu. They were all just pieces on the Arasaka chessboard, black and white pieces eating each other being commonplace. If Atom Smasher killed Tang Yu, it wouldn't be surprising. The Arasaka family would not punish their loyal asset for an outsider. Tang Yu displayed a strange look, smiling as he asked, whose credit am I stealing? Atom Smasher's or yours, Kate? If it's the former, I'd like to know. Atom Smasher, you're not just a bodyguard for Yorinobu, but also an Arasaka employee. Performing tasks that conflict with counterintelligence means this mission was yours. Atom Smasher's cybernetic eye flashed, quickly identifying Tang Yu's credentials as the Deputy Director of Counterintelligence, the same department Kate belonged to. Although he only followed Yorinobu's orders, he was obliged to cooperate with relevant departments. Additionally, Atom Smasher knew something about Tang Yu. Bearing Saburo Arasaka's name at the company made him cautious. He finally responded mechanically. My mission is to assist Kate, retrieve the subnet Poseidon data, nothing more. Tang Yu nodded slightly, stating directly, then you can complete your mission and leave. He signaled to Lucy beside him, instructing her to copy the Poseidon data from V's brain chip and hand it over to Atom Smasher. Lucy glanced at Atom Smasher, gripped the reading chip tightly, and stepped over the rubble to V's side. Seeing that V was still unconscious, she inserted the reading chip into the bioneural slot and began copying the Poseidon data. Atom Smasher didn't make any move, allowing Lucy's actions. But Kate couldn't hold back any longer. She sensed that Tang Yu had no intention of provoking Atom Smasher and seemed willing to hand over the Poseidon data. Wasn't stealing the Poseidon data a task assigned by Saburo Arasaka himself? How dare he just sell it like that? She couldn't command Atom Smasher to kill a fellow Arasaka executive without reason. The situation was far from what she had imagined. Kate's eyes glinted with malice as she coldly stared at Lucy, who was copying the data, and angrily questioned Tang Yu, you sure have some nerve, do you really think you can keep your secrets hidden? Lucy trembled slightly upon hearing this. Tang Yu looked bewildered and retorted, shouldn't you be asking yourself that question? Lord Saburo Arasaka ordered an investigation into the Voodoo Boys in cyberspace, now you and Atom Smasher suddenly appear, interfering. The subnet Poseidon data is likely damaged, this operation hasn't been successful, and you bear part of the responsibility. Of course, if you admit you were acting under Yorinobu Arasaka's orders, and were just following commands, you might keep your position, but Yorinobu will have to explain it clearly to the chairman. Kate was stunned at Tang Yu's words. Was he trying to shove all the blame onto her? But it was clearly Tang Yu's inadequate action. She and Atom Smasher were the ones who saved the day. Noticing Atom Smasher's red cybernetic eyes locking onto her, she felt a chill down her spine. Lucy finished copying the Poseidon data, removed the chip from V's neck, and turned to Tang Yu, stating directly, "The copying is complete, but the data is indeed incomplete." V, lying in the rubble, coughed twice, blood seeping from her mouth, still unconscious. Kate's face went rigid upon hearing about the damaged Poseidon data. She couldn't bear the blame, yet she couldn't shake it off either. Atom Smasher, this madman, could have just stormed the hotel, found the server, and copied the data. Instead, he chose to wreak havoc and slaughter indiscriminately, disrupting the entire plan. She realized that if she didn't leave now, she might really get caught here. Regardless of the result, as long as she didn't expose the mastermind, a bit of punishment was bearable. "Humph, if you think I ruined Lord Saburo Arasaka's operation, it's up to him to decide, not you." Tang Yu smiled meaningfully and said, "Oh, I apologize. I forgot to tell you something. You're fired." As soon as the words fell, a series of notifications popped up in Kate's cybernetic vision. "You have violated Arasaka Company's regulations. Your position and rank at Arasaka Company are being revoked. Your access to all Arasaka Company activities and business duties are being terminated." Her position, rank, and all associated privileges were locked, rendering her unable to access any of Arasaka's business and benefits, effective immediately. Kate was completely stunned, unable to believe the notifications in her cybernetic vision, muttering to herself, "This can't be. This can't be happening. Arasaka can't fire me, I am Lord Urinobu's." Pop! A shadow flashed and Kate's head instantly disappeared, leaving behind a headless body standing stiffly. Moments later, the uncontrolled body collapsed, with a large pool of blood flowing from the neck. Atom Smasher retracted his hand, bits of flesh clinging to his mechanical arm. He couldn't kill an Arasaka executive without reason, but Kate had just been fired. She was no longer part of Arasaka, so killing her bore no repercussions. After finishing off Kate, Atom Smasher looked at Tang Yu, speaking in a mechanical voice, "Deservedly dead." Tang Yu agreed, though he felt a bit regretful that Kate wasn't crushed into smithereens. "Since you've cleaned up the trash for Arasaka, it saves us some procedural hassle. Tell Yorinobu Arasaka next time to use fewer people like Kate, who can't accomplish big things." After speaking, Tang Yu signaled Lucy to hand over the chip containing the Poseidon data, tossing it to Atom Smasher. Atom Smasher caught the chip, inserted it into a slot to verify the data, then put away his weapon, ready to leave. An Arasaka AV descended, and he boarded it. Before leaving, he looked directly at Tang Yu and said, "Interesting." Then, the AV spewed out 4 columns of blue flames, ascending into the sky and disappearing into the distance. Seeing Atom Smasher leave, Tang Yu immediately ordered Douglas to gather the Arasaka Special Task Force. Douglas, still in shock over everything that had transpired, was unable to process it all. An Arasaka executive, a deputy director of counterintelligence, fired on the spot and instantly killed by Atom Smasher. The scene etched an indelible impression on him. He shuddered, thankful that he hadn't chosen to inform Kate before the operation. Otherwise, more than one person would have died. Kate had been constantly digging up dirt on Tang Yu since she joined the counterintelligence department, and he had helped her a bit. Despite Tang Yu's numerous concessions, avoiding coming to the office for stretches of time, Kate kept prying. Susan Abernathy had him transferred from the Special Operations Department to counterintelligence to help Kate establish herself. Thinking back, Douglas felt a wave of intense regret. To him, Tang Yu now seemed like a demonic overlord. If Kate couldn't withstand him, how could a small Arasaka employee like himself? Worried about his own safety, he even forgot to respond to Tang Yu's orders. "Douglas, I don't want to repeat myself," Tang Yu said coldly, reminding him. Terrified, Douglas quickly apologized, "Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, I spaced out, it won't happen again." He then hastened to gather the Arasaka Special Task Force and leave the scene. Tang Yu spoke a few words with the network surveillance senior agent Mosley, instructing him to send a recruitment notice to Lucy for her entry paperwork, and to arrange for her hacking activities in Night City. Mosley readily agreed, having witnessed everything Tang Yu did clearly. The internal power struggles at Arasaka were far more complex and bloody than in network surveillance. As a senior hacker agent, Mosley was not well versed in such power games and did not wish to antagonize someone like Tang Yu. So, he approved of Tang Yu's requests, knowing Lucy's recruitment had been promised from the start, and her hacking skills were indeed impressive. He also understood that Lucy was Tang Yu's person, likely with another agenda. But network surveillance and major companies generally advance together, with public network security also threatening company foundations. Thus, Mosley didn't worry about Lucy's involvement. Instead, he was keen to use her to build a connection with Tang Yu. After discussing Lucy's recruitment, Mosley left for the Arasaka Tower to handle debriefing. The Voodoo Boy's mission was a significant achievement for him. After quickly dispersing the irrelevant personnel around, Tang Yu finally had time to approach V, who was lying amidst the rubble. He rushed to move the heavy rock pressing on her. Feeling tense, he saw her left forearm missing, multiple penetrating wounds bleeding profusely, her face twisted in pain, and her once sensuous lips pale and bloodless. Lucy had never seen Tang Yu so anxious, seemingly very concerned about the girl lying in the rubble. Tang Yu, not caring about anything else, decisively called a Delamain cab, then carried V over the rubble toward the street. The Delamain cab soon arrived, opening its door automatically, greeting, "Hello Mr. Tang, long time no see, Delamain is pleased to serve you." Tang Yu placed V inside the cab, then got in himself, with Lucy following hurriedly, pressing on V's most severe wound. "Old Del, head straight to the Watson Little Tang People's Cybernetics Clinic, I'll send you the exact location, get there as fast as possible." Delamain immediately closed the door, activated high-speed mode, engines roaring, tires spinning rapidly as it sped away. From the southern Pacifica of Night City, they headed north towards Watson. During the ride, Tang Yu carefully checked V's injuries. Although severe, they were not life-threatening. Given V's strong physique, she would endure. He sighed with relief. V had endured far worse injuries before and still managed to pull through. V seemed to regain some strength, squinting to look at her surroundings, noticing she was lying in Tang Yu's arms weakly, she asked, "Suit-wearing guy. I owe you a big favor." Chapter 169. Her injuries are indeed severe, but her vitality is quite strong. The wounds have mostly been treated, fortunately, none were fatal. Once the wounds are stitched up, there should be no significant issues. However, it looks like she'll need a new eating tool. V retrieved a new mechanical prosthetic arm from a storage locker, sat back down in front of the surgery table, and prepared to start the implant surgery. V was lying on the surgery table chair, unconscious, occasionally opening her eyes but unable to speak. After V's treatment, her injuries were cleaned and bandaged with anti-inflammatory dressings. "Her name is V, we were on a mission in Pacifica, and Atom Smasher appeared out of nowhere, she probably got unintentionally caught in the crossfire. When she wakes up, the medical expenses will be on my tab." Tang Yu glanced at V lying on the surgery table and briefly explained the situation to V. V hadn't grown strong enough yet to face Atom Smasher falling from the sky, almost getting knocked out on the spot. This time, V was in such a dangerous situation, running to the Batty Hotel to steal server data, mainly due to a task arranged by him. Nobody could have predicted that something that seemed so simple would become so complicated because of Atom Smasher. This indicated that Yorinobu Arasaka valued the matters concerning his father, Saburo Arasaka, highly enough to send his personal bodyguard. Tang Yu was willing to give Atom Smasher the subnet data of Poseidon not only to prepare himself with reasons to deal with Saburo Arasaka but also to shift the blame to Yorinobu Arasaka. Otherwise, screwing up the first task given by Saburo Arasaka would mean it wouldn't be easy to continue working within Arasaka. A damaged subnet Poseidon data wasn't highly significant to Tang Yu. The focus was on the shady dealings of the Voodoo Boys in cyberspace. V, wearing black-framed glasses, meticulously operated the surgical auxiliary sleeve, connecting the prosthetic arm to V's left hand. Upon hearing Tang Yu cover the cost for this girl too, V couldn't help but say, "It seems she's also a good friend of yours. What about the one smoking at the door, why didn't she come in?" V was referring to Lucy, smoking alone outside the clinic. Tang Yu glanced at the time and said, "I'll explain later, I'm in a hurry now, something came up at the company." V nodded, still focused on the surgery, carefully connecting V's arm's biological nerves to the prosthesis. Tang Yu watched for a moment and then left the clinic confidently, trusting V's assurance that V would be fine after the surgery. At the clinic's entrance, Lucy leaned against the wall, holding a half-lit cigarette. Tang Yu approached and leaned against the wall beside her. Seeing Tang Yu come out, Lucy took the cigarette from her lips with 2 fingers, exhaling a puff of white smoke from her mouth and nose. She handed the cigarette to Tang Yu, calmly asking, "How is she?" Tang Yu took the cigarette, flicked off the ash, and took a puff. The familiar yet strange pungent taste filled his lungs. Familiar because of the cigarette's taste, strange because it was his first time smoking. Not as urgently as before, he exhaled the smoke through his nose, explaining, "V's wounds are treated, and she's out of immediate danger. Once the prosthetic arm is implanted, she'll be back to full health." Lucy replied, "Seems she's lucky." Though Lucy didn't know V. It was clear from Tang Yu's actions and attitude that the two were close. The scene had been a wreck, nearly all the Animals King and Voodoo Boys were wiped out. V almost didn't make it out. If not for the fact that Atom Smasher landed some distance from the Poseidon server, V might have lost more than just an arm. In Night City, some luck is always needed. Lucy also guessed that Atom Smasher came for the subnet Poseidon data rather than randomly destroying server locations. Her memory chip still holds the subnet Poseidon data. What are you going to do with it? Tang Yu extinguished the cigarette, exhaling the last puff, murmuring, let's wait, I'll see the situation at Arasaka Tower first. Lucy nodded, understanding Tang Yu had a plan. With the Voodoo Boys decimated, the subnet Poseidon data became a coveted gem. Any ambitious person could rebuild an independent subnet, replicating Poseidon's miracles. Having an independent and hidden subnet like Poseidon is like finding an oasis in the desert. Moreover, Poseidon also held channels for crossing the Black Wall and a trove of secrets from beyond. Each byte of data is a treasure for a cyber hacker. I'll keep an eye on her, Lucy said seriously. Tang Yu nodded slightly. After this incident, Lucy had regained some freedom. Though forced to join Netwatch, it's better than being constantly hunted by Arasaka. When the Netwatch employment notice arrives, I'll take you there if I have time. You're not familiar with intercorporate affairs. Plus, there are some loose ends I need to tie up. I must return to the company. Lucy listened silently. Tang Yu was offering her protection. As long as Tang Yu worked at Arasaka, Netwatch wouldn't risk sending her on life-threatening deep dive missions. In a way, her work at Netwatch depended entirely on Tang Yu's presence. Despite the apparent freedom she now had, Lucy felt a sense of irony. From being hunted by Arasaka to being shielded by its higher-ups. Her life had never truly been her own. But now, at least, she could walk the streets of Night City without fearing the name Arasaka. Tang Yu had kept his promises, whether guiding her in cyberspace or persuading Mosley to let her join Netwatch. Each step, Tang Yu had steadfastly supported her. Lucy had more to say but hesitated. Tang Yu stood and ascended the steps, leaving a final remark. I'm off, see you later. Lucy watched his back as he climbed the steps, disappearing from view. Arasaka Tower. Michiko Arasaka stood before the panoramic windows, observing the view outside as usual. She looked down at the circular company plaza below, where the traffic flowed like tides and people moved back and forth. She had seen this scene countless times since her first day in this office. At that moment, the secretary outside the office requested an audience. Shortly after, the secretary walked in, respectfully reporting to Michiko. Director Michiko, the board members are all here, the meeting is ready to start at any time. Without turning from the window, Michiko asked, how's Tang Yu's situation? The secretary, having already contacted the counterintelligence division and communicated with Tang Yu, had gathered the related intel. Mr. Tang, in cooperation with Netwatch, successfully located the server of the Voodoo Boys subnet Poseidon. But Atom Smasher appeared suddenly, destroying the Voodoo Boys base and severely injuring the animals and the Voodoo Boys leaders. It's believed Atom Smasher was cooperating with Deputy Director Kato of the Counterintelligence Division. Kato has resigned and was killed by Atom Smasher. Surprised by these outcomes, Michiko hadn't expected Yorinobu to act. Even facing Saburo Arasaka himself, Yorinobu acted boldly and refused to show respect. Despite her dislike for Yorinobu, Michiko retained some admiration for his audacity. Though Saburo Arasaka rarely criticized Yorinobu's rebellious actions, he once again accepted Yorinobu back into Arasaka without any punishment, even allowing him to continue in Kyoto. To Yorinobu, this seemed like a form of soft imprisonment. But outsiders saw it as Saburo Arasaka's trust and nurturing, believing only blood relatives in the Kyoto estate could inherit the Arasaka legacy promptly. As an overseas Arasaka family member, Michiko knew she wasn't favored within the family. However, her surname alone held immense value. Tang Yu, being assigned by Saburo Arasaka to deal with matters in Night City, likely gained Yorinobu's attention. The crux of the matter lay not in Netwatch, the Animals vs. Voodoo Boys conflict, or Atom Smasher's involvement, but in how Tang Yu reported to Saburo Arasaka. This would affect Michiko's standing within Arasaka Tower. If Tang Yu reported truthfully, it positioned him against Yorinobu. Saburo Arasaka might not punish Yorinobu but would likely lower his chances of controlling Arasaka Tower in Night City. If Tang Yu downplayed Yorinobu's role, it would arouse Saburo Arasaka's suspicion, and Tang Yu's good days would be numbered. Michiko believed Saburo's discerning ability made it easy to detect Tang Yu's true intent. Yorinobu, safeguarding his status without penalty, had a precious surname. However, Tang Yu, dabbling in the power struggles of the mighty, faced potential ruin. Regardless of the outcome, Michiko, as an outsider, viewed it as a favorable situation. Michiko asked the secretary, is he back yet? Mr. Tang is currently on his way back to Arasaka Tower, the secretary answered promptly, respecting the timeline, as the board meeting was due. Uncertain whether Michiko planned to attend, the secretary asked for confirmation again. Michiko replied slowly, "No rush, let them wait a little longer." She continued to gaze down at the circular plaza, still waiting. A Delamain taxi stopped at Arasaka Tower's base, the car door opening automatically. Tang Yu stepped out. Entering through the main entrance, he passed the security scan. Two Arasaka security personnel approached, bowing and respectfully reporting. "Mr. Tang, greetings. The board meeting is about to begin. Director Michiko requests your attendance. Please proceed to the conference room immediately." Tang Yu ignored the two security assistants, heading straight for the secure elevator. His suit jacket still bore dried bloodstains. "I'll join the meeting later, I have more pressing matters now." Startled by Tang Yu's refusal, the security assistants had heard the counterintelligence deputy director was notoriously difficult. Today, they witnessed it firsthand. Unable to question further, knowing Tang Yu postponed even the board meeting, they stepped aside. The secure elevator, limited to top-level personnel, served as Arasaka Tower's core access, inaccessible to unauthorized individuals. Tang Yu, uninterested in attending the board meeting, aimed to promptly clarify the day's events to Saburo Arasaka. Years of corporate experience had ingrained a crucial principle in Tang Yu. Performing well isn't as crucial as reporting well isn't as crucial as reporting early. Often, the first to inform superiors claims the credit. As information's value lies in being first, reporting early demonstrates loyalty and provides vital intel. Although Tang Yu needn't constantly seek Saburo's approval, Jackie had once remarked, Arasaka's success lay in being supported by corporate workers like them. To maintain his position within Arasaka, Tang Yu knew he had to placate Saburo, at least ostensibly. The elevator ascended to Arasaka Tower's top floor, reaching Saburo Arasaka's office. Traversing security scans and barriers, Tang Yu entered the private office and seated himself, activating the office system. Via a secure comms channel, Tang Yu sent a direct message to Kyoto. Choosing this method avoided seeing Saburo's face or feigning attentiveness. Preparing his thoughts, Tang Yu meticulously documented the key points. Taking a careful 10 minutes, he reviewed and sent the report. Tang Yu's report emphasized several points. 1. During his cyberspace and Black Wall investigation, he discovered the Voodoo Boys' attempt to dismantle the wall and their collusion with rogue AIs. 2. In collaboration with Netwatch, he had neutralized the Voodoo Boys' threat. 3. The subnet Poseidon data was handed to Atom Smasher due to his sudden dominance. 4. Tang Yu independently used Saburo's authority to dismiss Kato and confirmed Kato's termination by Smasher. The conclusion pointed out Black Wall's fragile state, with long-term breaches creating numerous vulnerabilities. The risk of collapse was imminent, especially with unknown AIs infiltrating Night City. After sending the secure message, he awaited Saburo's decision. Unconcerned about the outcome. His primary concern lay in the unauthorized dismissal of Kato, a move not pre-cleared with Saburo. Though top leaders disliked taking matters into one's own hands, Tang Yu believed Saburo wasn't one to fuss over surface details if sufficient utility remained. Yorinobu's defiance had been overlooked due to his potential within Arasaka. Similarly, as long as Tang Yu held value, he wouldn't be dismissed lightly. Saburo, pragmatic in deciding whether Tang Yu remained useful, wouldn't be swayed by non-essential formalities. Tang Yu, experienced in navigating corporate dynamics, knew securing his role relied not on dramatic gestures but on consistently aligning actions with organizational goals. Despite no immediate response to his message, Tang Yu remained undisturbed, awaiting further instructions as his report traveled securely to Kyoto. Tang Yu leaned back in his chair and glanced at the time. Realizing that the board meeting had already started some time ago, he decided there was no point in waiting or attending it. He left the troublesome board matters to Michiko Arasaka. Focusing instead on Saburo Arasaka, ensuring his position in the Arasaka Tower remained unaffected. Closing his office system, he noticed some bloodstains on his clothes. Likely from when V collapsed and leaned on him. It seemed he wouldn't be able to see V for a while until she recovered. Standing up, Tang Yu decided to change into clean clothes and rest for a bit, maybe drop by Lizzie's bar later. Arasaka Tower. Executive Conference Room. 9 board members were seated, waiting for Michiko Arasaka to preside over the meeting. One board member with a Kyoto face grew impatient, checking the time, and questioned the meeting secretary. "What's going on today? The meeting was supposed to start by now, where is Director Michiko?" The secretary, standing by, quickly responded, "Director Yamamoto, Director Michiko had an emergency to handle, she'll be here shortly." Director Yamamoto frowned at the secretary's explanation, scoffed, and said, I think Director Michiko, since returning from Kyoto, values our opinions less and less. If she can remove high-ranking officers without any discussion, what's the point of these meetings? Yamamoto had recently learned about Kate's dismissal, and when Kate had asked him for help with retrieving some permissions, he couldn't access them from his board-level position. Only Michiko, the de facto head of Arasaka Tower, could have pulled that off. Tang Yu was known as Michiko's man. His status soared after returning from Saburo Arasaka's birthday party in his private float car, becoming one of the hottest figures in the Night City Arasaka Tower. Her monopolizing influence is something we cannot allow, said another board member with a samurai bun and round sunglasses, supporting Yamamoto. I agree with Yamamoto. If Michiko can do everything on her own, we might as well disband the Night City Arasaka board altogether, as it would save her the trouble. Disbanding the board is a bit much, but I support Takahashi's sentiment, Yamamoto replied, seeing support from the usually opposing faction. Among the 9 board members, 6 had Kyoto faces, each aligned with different factions within the Arasaka family. Only 2 really supported Michiko, emboldening Yamamoto. Yamamoto, having secured intel faster than others, coldly stated. In just 6 months, Deputy Director Tang Yu has managed to lose 2 vice ministers in 2 actions. He seems more competent than Jenkins, but eliminating a former Arasaka minister at the scene without inquiry. Shouldn't that warrant some scrutiny? He aimed to shift the blame to Tang Yu, thereby targeting Michiko indirectly, noting Tang Yu's conspicuous actions drawing negative attention. A black-skinned female director countered him, Director Yamamoto, you should be careful with your words. My intelligence reports that it was Adam Smasher who killed Kate. Fortunately, this isn't an official board meeting, I'll treat it as casual talk. Director Conti, care to think? If Kate wasn't fired and Tang Yu didn't intend to eliminate her, why would Adam Smasher kill her randomly? Don't forget, they were cooperating on a mission, and Kate assigned Adam Smasher there. As a member of Arasaka's faction under Reizo, he knew Adam Smasher was acting on Reizo's orders. Despite his madness, Smasher wasn't recklessly insane. He wouldn't lose control. Only those in Night City could go cyber-psycho. Director Conti, loyal to Michiko, asked, tell me, Director Yamamoto, which of Tang Yu's actions hasn't been successful? If not for Tang Yu's preparations, Arasaka would have lost 3 special units and a military-grade Sandevistan data as well. Can you definitively say whether his recent action was a success or a failure? Confident in Tang Yu's track record, Conti argued back, knowing his impeccable mission execution left no room for doubt, standing firm in support of Michiko. Yamamoto, struggling to find any fault, mused silently, Tang Yu is as solid as a rock, blocking my path without showing any cracks. Takahashi interjected, I believe there's no need to dwell on merits or demerits. The intelligence is clear. Adam Smasher eliminated the Voodoo Boys and animals and secured the Neptune data. Tang Yu's situation depends on higher-ups, not just your say. Takahashi, you claim Adam Smasher deserves the credit, and I don't disagree, but wasn't it Tang Yu who discovered the Voodoo Boys base? Without that intel, how could Adam Smasher act so precisely? You should be unbiased when judging mission merits. Takahashi sneered, it seems you know nothing, trying to grab credit for your side. The Voodoo Boys base was found via signal detection from the network surveillance, not Tang Yu. If you doubt it, we can connect Douglas for clarification. It seems pointless to discuss further since Michiko makes all decisions in Night City anyway. The other board members chuckled in agreement. You. Conti, momentarily lost for words, glared. Yamamoto chimed in, let's adjourn. I'll only attend via remote next time. Maybe Director Takahashi can cover for me. I'll vote yes on everything. Takahashi added with a laugh, it seems we're just being kept waiting today. The tyranny grows. Just then, a commanding voice came from the hallway, do you not respect the Arasaka family's authority? Michiko strode in briskly, her expression notably stern. The board members quickly masked their unease, knowing better than to provoke the Arasaka family directly. Though Michiko might be the least favored, even these powerful figures knew not to cross the family. If anyone's impatient, feel free to leave. We're not short on candidates for these seats, Michiko declared coldly. Yamamoto rubbed his nose, falling silent. Takahashi followed suit, pretending nothing had happened. Michiko explained, the meeting delay was due to receiving directives from Lord Saburo Arasaka. Directives from Saburo Arasaka? Realizing Tang Yu was indeed on a mission for Saburo, the board members reassessed their positions. Believing Tang Yu was solely Michiko's man, they now realized his assent might be due to Saburo's favor. Smelling something wrong, Yamamoto subtly glanced at Takahashi, sensing his agreement. Michiko directly addressed Yamamoto, Director Yamamoto, you had many opinions earlier, care to speak now? Unable to meet her gaze, Yamamoto replied, no, I have no comments. Michiko scoffed at their opportunistic silence. Knowing full well these individuals couldn't be swayed, her goal was to intimidate them into compliance. Since there are no objections, listen carefully, Michiko continued. I will now announce Lord Saburo's decisions and requirements for Night City's Arasaka Tower. The board members sat bolt upright, knowing Saburo's authority would deeply influence their actions. Michiko methodically outlined decisions, including Kate's dismissal, rewards for Adam Smasher, and commendations for Tang Yu, demanding the entire company to study his operation as a model for all departments. Yamamoto realized with growing concern that Kate's firing came directly from Saburo, acknowledging Tang Yu's close working relationship with Saburo, rather than merely aligning with Michiko. Understanding the ramifications, Yamamoto felt relieved the matter wouldn't implicate him, though knowing Tang Yu's ascendancy was a force to reckon with. As Michiko continued detailing Tang Yu's strategic involvement in pinpointing the Voodoo Boys' base and orchestrating the action, leveraging the internal factions, the full scope of his competence became evident. The board unanimously approved Tang Yu's commendations without dissent, underscoring his rising influence within Arasaka Tower. Standing before the board, Michiko felt immense satisfaction as they grudgingly voted in favor. Without Tang Yu, she might not have attained such a gratifying stance. A deserving reward for her diligent executor was imminent. Chapter 170. Damn. It hurts so much. V murmured in pain, eyes tightly shut. She raised her left hand to touch her forehead, feeling an unusual cold and hard sensation. Alarmed by this, she forced her eyes open to find a mechanical prosthetic hand, glimmering with a silver metallic luster under the light. Attempting to clench her fist, she found the metallic hand immediately forming into a tight iron fist, exuding powerful force, as if it were a natural extension of her arm. Despite lacking the sensation of temperature, this prosthetic hand could execute her every thought and intention. V opened the mechanical fingers again and followed the prosthetic hand with her eyes, down towards the forearm. Unbeknownst to her, her left forearm had been completely replaced by a mechanical prosthetic arm, seamlessly attached at the joints with meticulous stitching visible. Raising her right arm for comparison, she saw a stark contrast, one side mechanical, the other natural. The silver prosthetic arm was rigid and powerful, while her original arm was slender, fair, and marred with fading bruises. What happened? Her head felt hazy. V could only recall being heavily injured and falling unconscious under rubble during a mission to steal netwatch data at the Batty Hotel after an unknown object fell and caused an impact. She vaguely remembered some scenes, a black mechanical figure, called something. Hammer. Adam Smasher. With this realization, anger surged through her but was quickly overwhelmed by excruciating pain as the anesthesia wore off. Ugh. After a few moments, as her headache subsided, V looked around to find herself lying on an operating table in a dimly lit prosthetic clinic. The place was equipped with various medical devices. Not far away, at the counter, sat a middle-aged man in sunglasses, wearing light blue scrubs with a stethoscope around his neck, intently staring at a screen. V deduced he must be the clinic's doctor. Another figure, a girl with silver hair standing near the door, caught her attention. The girl had deep neon eyes, stained fingers with dried blood, and stared outside with a distant look. V didn't recognize either of them and had no memory of them. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she propped herself up on the operating table, noticing her wounds were all bandaged and the prosthetic arm surgery was complete. Although she had been unconscious the whole time and had no idea what had transpired, everything indicated that she had been rescued and treated in this clinic. Immensely grateful and confused, V observed the doctor still engrossed in the screen, and Lucy silently standing there, seemingly uninterested in engaging with her. Still unsure of what to do, V hesitated until the doctor noticed she was awake and spoke without looking up. Now is not the time to act tough, you need more rest. V forced a smile, despite the pain. Thank you, I'm feeling much better now. Good, the doctor replied curtly. Wondering why the doctor hadn't mentioned the cost of treatment, V knew from experience that after successful treatment, one usually needed to pay up, especially in urgencies like hers where over-the-top charges were typical. Surprised by the lack of such demands, V expressed her gratitude, thank you, then tentatively asked. How much does this cost? Not bothering to look up, the doctor answered, don't worry about the cost, it's already been covered by someone. Someone had paid in advance. V found this highly unusual and tried to remember the events leading up to this moment. Recalling the kidnapping, the Voodoo Boys, the building collapse, and then a black Delamain cab. Oh yes, she was lifted from the rubble by someone. She vaguely remembered resting against someone's chest, smearing blood on a black coat and white shirt. Then she remembered, it must have been the person in the suit who hauled her out. And that silver-haired girl must have stopped her bleeding. Realizing it must have been the suited man who covered her bills, V felt a wave of mixed emotions. Also remembering Adam Smasher, whose strength was unparalleled, taking down specialists like the Wild King and Voodoo Boys. I'm V, grew up in Haywood, just returned to Night City from Atlanta, thanks a ton for today, she said sincerely to both the doctor and Lucy. V's genuine nature shone through. Her philosophy was to treat people as well as they treated her. The doctor smiled appreciatively behind his sunglasses. Don't worry about it. Lucy nodded slightly and responded, no problem. Lucy decided it was time to leave, having guarded V for the whole night per Tang Yu's request. Just as she was about to head out, V asked, can you tell me what happened? Lucy turned back, ask your fixer, you'll get the answers. With that, she stepped out of the clinic. Lucy didn't want to reveal too much as it involved Tang Yu's secret. V, noticing Lucy's departure, felt a bit regretful. The silver-haired girl knew many details, but her reluctance to speak was obvious. V understood, deciding instead to consult her fixer Gloria, although dreading explaining the botched mission. Thinking about Gloria, her generous and beautiful fiery-haired fixer, whose contracts were always lucrative, V steeled herself to face the consequences. Making up her mind, V left the operating chair and approached the doctor to thank him again, noticing he was watching a boxing match. Do you like boxing? I used to box a lot in Haywood, taking down street thugs left and right. The doctor chuckled, I can see that you have a natural talent. There's a kid in Haywood who might just give you a run for your money. Really? Haywood folks are born fighters. The doctor reassured her, not a bad upgrade at all. If you ever need any enhancements, feel free to drop by. V smiled, appreciating the encouragement, and thought about her next steps in Night City. V expressed her thanks, clenched her iron fist, and quipped self-deprecatingly, maybe I could end up with the legendary title of Heartless Iron Hand. By the way, I don't know how to address you. V felt an innate sense of familiarity and warmth emanating from the man in front of her, who spoke in a calm tone and moved at an unhurried pace. He sat alone at the counter, reminiscing about past boxing matches. I'm friends with Tang Yu, they call me V, she introduced herself confidently. He enjoyed interacting with young people like Tang Yu, seeing glimpses of his past self in them. Cool name, thanks, V. V just gave a slight smile, nodding, and then said, go on, kid, when you get a chance, have Tang introduce you to that Haywood kid, Jackie, you three could get along well. Getting along with someone from Haywood was easy, but getting along with someone in a suit? That was as implausible as tomatoes and apples having anything in common besides being red. One was a corporate elite, the other a street-level cyberpunk. Worlds that didn't align. Other than debt relations, there seemed to be no other connection. V shrugged helplessly and said, alright, V, I'll come find you later, I've got a job to finish. He waved his hand, signaling her to go about her business. Take care of your injuries, the work will never end. Prioritize your health. V acknowledged earnestly and then left the clinic, bidding her goodbye one last time before leaving. She headed towards Lizzie's bar to brief Gloria on her mission. From there, Lizzie's wasn't too far, a short walk would do. Wrapped in her coat to cover her bandages, V set off swiftly. As she walked away, a stranger appeared at the spot she had vacated, silently watching her with eerie blue eyes. Lizzie's bar, VIP section on the second floor, in an exclusive private room. Tang Yu relaxed on a plush seat, a small round glass table before him holding an assortment of fine drinks and snacks. The room's temperature was just right, so he had taken off his jacket, hanging it neatly on a rack. He wore only a shirt and a tee underneath, the collar button open, in a relaxed posture. This was his first visit since Lizzie's had been revamped. Previously, he had introduced Jackie to the braindance experience here, which is when they met Evelyn and Judy in the basement server room. The private room he now occupied had been specially prepared for him by Gloria. The room wasn't spacious, seating just about 4 or 5 people, but in a place like Lizzie's, where every inch of space was precious. Having a private room was no small feat. Furthermore, it featured signal jamming, encrypted transmissions, braindance experiences, and premium services indicative of Gloria's meticulous effort. Now, Gloria had firmly established herself as the boss of the bar, while the Mocs had rebuilt themselves through struggle. Under her leadership, Lizzie's was booming. The Mocs girls occupied the surrounding alleys, and numerous street workers gathered nearby, making a modest living but with significantly improved safety, gaining substantial popularity and support. Tang Yu had initially supported Gloria with $1 million to help her quickly integrate into the Mocs, paving the way for an intelligence network. He was not there for leisure but to see Sasha and discuss serious matters with Gloria. Having sipped tea, Tang Yu realized he had been alone for a quarter of an hour without seeing either Sasha or Gloria. They had been mysterious, not showing up after guiding him to the room, for reasons unknown. However, he wasn't in a rush and continued to sip his tea and wait. Outside the room, Gloria and Sasha were quietly conversing. No, Mr. Tang would never agree to this. Mr. Tang doesn't approve of intimate mode. Sasha, you can't force this. Mr. Tang will be unhappy. Sasha was tightly wrapped in her coat, resisting Gloria's attempts to uncover her, revealing a flush of white and red at her collarbone during the struggle. Gloria relented, seeing Sasha's determined resistance, and sighed. Sasha, this isn't going to work. If we wait for Mr. Tang to give every command, we'll never get anywhere. Sasha, wrapped up tightly, still had her graceful figure showing under the long coat. She appeared somewhat aggrieved, her cheeks flushed, lips bitten stubbornly, unable to take that crucial step forward. She wasn't upset with Gloria's insistence but rather with her lack of courage. Although she had mentally prepared for a long time, when the moment came, she couldn't follow through. As Gloria mentioned, waiting for things to fall into place could mean an endless wait. The reasoning was sound, but she simply couldn't do it. Gloria critically examined Sasha, attempting to pinpoint where the training failed. Despite her thorough in-bed instructions, Sasha faltered at the critical juncture. Without understanding the issue, Gloria couldn't force Sasha, as it might backfire. Alright then, if you're worried, just go in and act normal, don't force yourself. Sasha nodded, wiping away a tear, deeply exhaling before approaching the door for identity verification. Soon, the door slid open, concealing her entry from outside view. Sasha stepped in and, upon seeing Tang Yu, felt a rush of warmth and nostalgia, almost bringing her to tears. Hello, Mr. Tang. Seeing Sasha at the door, her head lowered and seeming downcast, Tang Yu approached, patted her head tenderly, and asked softly, what's wrong? Knowing Sasha wouldn't be mistreated under Gloria's care, he guessed it might be due to her long-term separation from him. After all, Sasha's first experience upon opening her eyes was with Tang Yu, a relationship both programmed and real. Sasha shook her head, fighting back tears, and said, I'm fine, really. Feeling the warmth of Tang Yu's touch, she didn't feel as upset anymore. Recognizing Sasha's Aterian unnecessary long coat in the warm room kindly reminded her, if you're hot, feel free to hang your coat there. Ah. Sasha reacted in surprise and quickly responded. No, I'm not hot. Refusing to take it off, she tightened her belt, hiding the potentially embarrassing outfit underneath. Crucially, without intimate mode activated, she couldn't bear to strip, caught in a deep dilemma. Tang Yu, noticing her odd behavior, didn't doubt Sasha but found her unusually nervous and sensitive today. With her initial cybernetic alterations neutralizing temperature extremes, the room's perfect climate raised his curiosity. He suspected Gloria had been instructing her extensively, likely leading her to this state. Bringing her to Gloria had nearly led to her straying in just a few days. Today would be an apt time to correct this course. Sasha looked up and obediently asked, Mr. Tang, when can I return to the apartment? Tang Yu pondered for a moment before saying, it'll be a while longer, be patient. With Gloria recently taking over Lizzie's, Tang Yu needed someone trustworthy to prevent mishaps. Presently, Sasha was the only suitable choice, ensuring he stayed informed through her presence. Sasha acknowledged with a determined nod, her eyes showing resolve. She would diligently fulfill his instructions. Finally, Tang Yu patted her head again and asked her to bring Gloria in. Sasha compliantly stepped out, heaving a sigh of relief, her prior tension dissipating entirely. Indeed, this is Sasha. Gloria, donned in a red dress, waiting outside, noticed Sasha's swift exit, still clad in her long coat, implying her plan failed. Understanding that some things can't be rushed, she approached Sasha with concern. Feeling better? Sasha smiled, yes, seeing Mr. Tang made me feel much better. Good, Gloria, feeling a protective affection for the innocent girl, remarked inwardly on the rarity of such purity in Night City. Sasha then conveyed Tang Yu's instruction for Gloria to come in and discuss business matters. Business? Gloria blushed and felt somewhat anxious as she approached the door, verified her identity, and sought entry. Shortly after, the door slid open, and Gloria walked gracefully into the private room, the door closing behind her. Meanwhile, Sasha resumed her vigil outside, dedicated to ensuring their security, although her outfit hindered her movements. Tightening her belt to prevent accidents, she waited. Time ticked by, boredom slowly creeping in. Heightening her curiosity about the conversation inside. Her brief 5-minute chat starkly contrasted Gloria's extended stay. Realizing her time with Tang Yu involved fewer serious matters, she reminisced about their shared apartment days filled with songs and stories. Lost in memories, the waiting time stretched, the evening shadows growing longer. Chapter 171. V sat on the edge of the bed, tearing off the last bit of the bandage from her shoulder, discovering that her previous injury had vanished, leaving only a fine seam of a scar. She estimated that it wouldn't be long before the remaining scars would also heal. For V, her medical skills were something to be proud of. After all this time, she had fully adapted to her cybernetic arm. effortlessly controlling its weight and functions, making it as convenient as her original arm. V rotated her shoulder several times vigorously, feeling no discomfort. She hadn't exercised in the past few days and was full of energy. Having recovered, she decided to head to the Lizzie's bar to pick up some work from Gloria. She changed her clothes in the apartment, opting for her usual avant-garde fashion. However, this visit to Gloria was different from previous ones. She had specially prepared a case of bum shiz. Last time, she had messed up a data-stealing job and went to Lizzie's bar after her treatment to explain the situation to Gloria. But as she approached Lizzie's bar, she was startled. She hid from a distance and observed Gloria accompany someone out of the bar, smiling warmly and looking rather intimate. To V's surprise, the person receiving such a warm welcome from Gloria was well dressed in a suit. V was perplexed about why Tang Yu, who was both her fixer and her debtor, would be at Lizzie's bar. Seeing the two together was like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky for her. As the saying goes, a fat wallet means a strong backbone. Had she had the money from successfully completing the job, she wouldn't have hesitated to throw cash in Tang Yu's face if he were in front of her. But the reality was that she was broke, with no money to pay off her debt. And had messed up Gloria's job naturally. She felt guilty and quickly left, planning to bring some gifts next time to explain things to Gloria. She lifted the case of bum shiz, noting its substantial weight. After all, it had cost her half of the cash she had left. She believed that bum shiz would sell well at Lizzie's bar, making it a perfect gift. Even if Gloria didn't drink it, she could sell it at the bar. Carrying the case, V left the apartment and walked through the familiar streets. She noticed that many people were dressed stylishly, just like her. She always felt that this city suited her well. Everyone had the right to a unique aesthetic, and no one found her out of place. In this city, a variety of things happened every day. New and interesting events constantly emerged. V enjoyed this feeling, as if each day brought a new story. It could be a drunken night, a fight, or even a romantic encounter. Of course, young and spirited V didn't believe in love. After all, no guy had dared to pursue her since she was young. The street kids avoided her as if they had seen a ghost. V enjoyed her independence, solving some old issues in Atlanta the year before and now returning to Night City ready to make a name for herself. However, she felt conflicted. She had just returned to Night City with nothing but debts to her name. She couldn't imagine how long it would take to reclaim her freedom, considering just paying off a Rayfield car loan was enough to give her headaches. Thinking of this, she recalled Gloria's kindness, always offering generous rewards for the jobs she assigned. Without Gloria's generosity, V couldn't imagine how long she'd be working for free. To ensure she could quickly get work from Gloria, V had already turned down several jobs from other fixers, including rescuing people from SCAV territory and running special deliveries. For these small jobs, V wasn't interested, especially after her arm enhancements made her much stronger. Now, she was hoping for a couple of big gigs to earn enough money to clear her debts and make a name for herself in the mercenary world. After walking a few blocks, V arrived at Lizzie's bar. Turning a corner, she reached the front door. Mock's girl Rita Wheeler, standing guard with two other girls, recognized her. Rita, with a baseball bat slung over her shoulder, joked, "Haven't seen you around lately, spent all your money?" V bluntly replied, "I wish I had money to spend, I'm drowning in debt and haven't paid it off yet, don't ask, it's just a bunch of crap." "Oh, and is Gloria inside?" Rita pointed her thumb behind her, coolly replying, "She's inside, I'll let her know you're here, but no outside booze allowed, including the bum shiz." Rita poked the case of bum shiz with her bat. It was a rule, drinks had to be bought at the bar. Given that liquor sales were Lizzie's main source of profit, customers weren't allowed to bring their own alcohol. Besides, the bar already sold bum shiz, though it didn't sell very well. V lifted the case, its green monkey logo staring dumbly at Rita. Awkwardly, she explained, "It's not for me, it's a small token of appreciation for screwing up my last job," a gesture of apology to Gloria. Rita understood and laughed, "You're considerate, no one can guarantee a 100% success rate, go on in, and good luck next time." She stepped aside to let V through. V entered the bar, carrying the case. In the inner hall, she spotted Gloria at the bar, talking to bartender Mateo. After finishing her conversation, Gloria turned and saw V, smiling as she waved for her to come over. Seeing Gloria, V couldn't help but admire her timeless elegance. Gloria's mature beauty was enhanced by a sophisticated dark red dress showcasing her curves. With a silk belt accentuating her waist, V noticed that Gloria seemed even more vibrant and radiant than before, her natural beauty further enriched with a healthy glow. V walked to the bar and greeted Gloria. Gloria snapped her fingers, signaling Mateo to bring 2 cocktails to the bar. She pushed one towards V, smiling, "My treat." Feeling a bit embarrassed, V accepted the drink. Though she wasn't much of a drinker, she appreciated the gesture. V raised her glass with her left hand, toasting Gloria. Ting. Gloria took a sip of her drink, noticing V's cybernetic left arm. She guessed it was due to the botched Voodoo Boys data heist concerned. She asked, "How's the cybernetic arm?" V smiled, nonchalantly lifting her arm, holding the cocktail steadily. "It's great, makes the job safer." Not wanting to dwell on the subject, V placed the case of Bum Bum Shiz on the bar, feeling slightly awkward. "I brought you a case of Bum Bum Shiz, I messed up the last job." She knew that bringing such a modest gift seemed insignificant, but she was financially strained. If she had better options, she wouldn't have chosen Bum Bum Shiz. Awkwardly, she suggested, "If you don't like it, you can sell it at the bar, it has a long shelf life." To her surprise, Gloria seemed delighted by the gift. Gloria, sounding surprised, asked, "Do you like Bum Bum Shiz too?" V was taken aback. Did someone else actually enjoy the overly sweet taste of Bum Bum Shiz? Honestly, she drank it out of necessity back in the day and rarely paid for it, often getting it for free from vending machines or treasure chests. Given its long shelf life, some Bum Bum Shiz would be discarded by vendors when it stayed on the shelf too long, replaced by fresh stock. However, free drinks were rare, and she hadn't had much since leaving Night City in the past 2 years. Quickly recovering, V replied, "Yeah, the overly sweet corn flavor is unique, haven't had much in recent years." Gloria opened the case and took out 2 cans, handing one to V with a smile. "Looks like we have a lot in common." V laughed, accepting the green can. "I didn't expect that either." They opened the cans, toasting with the green cans and taking a sip, both smiling sweetly. Gloria savored the sweet corn flavor, reminiscing about when Tang Yu first introduced her to Bum Bum Shiz. If it weren't for Tang Yu, she would never have tasted it, wouldn't be where she was today, or met someone like V who shared her taste for Bum Bum Shiz. Looking at V, she couldn't help but feel that this girl was incredibly attractive. With a bit of grooming, she could be irresistible. Remembering Tang Yu's instructions to look out for this stylish girl, she wondered what Tang Yu's relationship with V was. So far, she couldn't fathom Tang Yu's intentions. Take Sasha, for instance. Despite all indications, Tang Yu never seemed interested in her, while Sasha remained as innocent as a blank slate. Feeling fortunate, Gloria considered herself to know Tang Yu deeply, at least on a physical level. V noticed Gloria's intense gaze, feeling slightly uneasy. She took another sip of Bum Bum Shiz, putting it down, and nervously explained. "About the Voodoo Boys job, there was an unexpected turn, and I couldn't retrieve the data. I'm really sorry, chalk it up to my fault." Gloria interrupted, comforting her, "No, it's not your fault, I've already understood the whole situation, you completed the task, and even though we didn't get the data, it served its purpose." V, puzzled, asked, "Please tell me the whole story, it's important to me." Gloria recalled Tang Yu's instructions. This matter should be communicated to V. She didn't know every detail herself, as she mainly followed Tang Yu's directives. So, she patiently explained the entire context, sharing everything she knew with V while omitting her personal relationship with Tang Yu. Network Monitoring and the Animals Gang have teamed up to clear out Pacifica. To ensure the success of their mission, they invited Arasaka Corporation to join them, offering Subnet Poseidon backup data as compensation. During V's coma, the network monitors copied the data from her mind and handed it over to Atom Smasher, which means Arasaka got what they wanted. The one who rescued V and took her to her body modification clinic was none other than Tang Yu, a high-ranking official from Arasaka. After listening to the explanation, V had a hard time fully understanding the dealings between corporations and gangs. However, she remembered 2 key things: Atom Smasher from Arasaka hurt her, and Tang Yu from Arasaka saved her. Both are high-ranking officials in the corporation. This made V feel that life was unpredictable. She unknowingly got entangled with Arasaka. Being someone who always repays her debts, the fact that Atom Smasher didn't even apologize after injuring her meant she had to settle the score with him eventually. Likewise, she felt the need to repay the favor to Tang Yu, even though she knew that high-ranking executives wouldn't care for personal gratitude, they'd appreciate money much more. Her greatest enemy and her biggest creditor were both from Arasaka, which truly bewildered her. After Gloria finished explaining, she adjusted her cybernetic eye aperture and transferred $20,000 to V. V was quite surprised by this transaction since she didn't feel like she had actually completed the job properly, making her feel somewhat guilty about taking the money. "This." Gloria smiled and explained, "Don't refuse. In that situation, if you hadn't initiated the data copying, it would have been nearly impossible to reproduce it if the server got damaged. Regardless, you completed the job, so this payment is well deserved." V smiled helplessly and said, "Thanks, next time, there shouldn't be any issues with the job. Speaking of jobs, I actually have an opportunity right now, are you interested?" "No problem, I've been free lately, and I plan to get back to action once I recover." Gloria handed V a job chip and explained, Sandra Dorset, an employee of Knight Corporation. From a wealthy family and a platinum trauma team member, was recently kidnapped secretly. There's intel that she was targeted by the scavengers, the address is in the chip, just rescue the target. V quickly browsed the contents of the chip. She remembered taking on several similar rescue missions recently, but Gloria's reward for this one was quite high. She readily agreed. After a brief exchange on the job details, V left Lizzie's bar and set off for the mission address. Arasaka Tower. Counterintelligence Division. In the director's office, two high-ranking officials sat in the reception area, each holding a glass of whiskey and chatting amicably. Arthur Jenkins, who hadn't been to the director's office in a long time, found that returning to familiar surroundings alleviated a lot of the stress he had been under for months. "Tang, it's been tough for you recently, I've heard about everything happening in the division, I have to say, your potential has surpassed everyone's expectations." Tang Yu, sitting across from him, looked at his old boss Arthur Jenkins, who was brimming with pride, and said calmly. "It's nothing much, we've both been holding ground here, with you as the director and me as deputy, I'm not even sure what we've been so busy with these past 6 months." Seeing his old boss return safely made Tang Yu feel relieved, as he could finally relax for a while. According to protocol, Jenkins should be due for a promotion after his mission, but there hadn't been any official word yet. Jenkins didn't bring it up, and neither would Tang Yu. Jenkins didn't entirely agree with Tang Yu's downplaying of their roles and repeatedly waved his hand. "Things aren't as simple as that," Jenkins began. "Even though we're still director and deputy, our roles have grown in significance, especially you, no one in Arasaka Tower Night City can outshine you now, it's only a matter of time before you climb higher." Getting connected with Michiko Arasaka initially seemed uncertain, but looking back, many things shouldn't be viewed in the short term, we need to look further ahead. Arthur Jenkins was clearly enthusiastic. His first priority upon returning to Arasaka Tower was a closed-door conversation with Tang Yu, not just to show his acknowledgement but also to strengthen their alliance. In Jenkins's view, Tang Yu would soon rise quickly and might even surpass him to become his superior. After all, in Night City's Arasaka Tower, the only one who had personal dealings with Saburo Arasaka was Tang Yu. Tang Yu remained silent, allowing Jenkins to speak freely. Matters concerning the Arasaka family were not to be discussed indiscriminately. If Jenkins knew the truth, he might avoid the topic altogether in the next moment. Jenkins took a hearty sip of his whiskey and sighed, "Thank goodness you are in the counterintelligence division, or else things would have gotten chaotic. We held our own against Susan Abernathy's pressure, now that she's back in her post, she doesn't dare say a word, just now, I ran into her in the elevator, guess what? She greeted me. The woman knows her place, realizing the counterintelligence division's momentum might rise, so she's adjusting her attitude. She seriously thought someone would fall for her antics." Susan Abernathy had indeed behaved more docilely since her return. The friction between the Special Operations and Counterintelligence divisions had noticeably lessened. Though Tang Yu didn't focus on her much. This didn't mean he forgot what a snake Susan Abernathy could be. The more obedient she seemed, the more likely it was that she was plotting something underhanded in secret. Jenkins continued energetically, proud of having mentored Tang Yu, thinking it was his own merit. Tang Yu's achievements, more or less, reflected on him as well. Now that we've cleared the counterintelligence division of traitors, there won't be any objections in the upper-level meetings, the division can finally settle down for a while. By the way, since you're often busy with work for Saburo Arasaka, let me know if you need anything, if the division's resources aren't enough, my connections might be of help. Tang Yu thanked him. Jenkins wasn't exaggerating, he had worked at Arasaka for many years and served as the counterintelligence division director for quite a while. As a diamond bachelor, his network in Night City was extensive, appearing in many high-end circles. In the intelligence industry, connections were crucial. Compared to his old superior Jenkins, Tang Yu fell short in this area, having little to no contact with Arasaka's upper management or executives from other corporations. Tang Yu believed in the principle of strength ruling and never thought much of connections. Furthermore, during his downfall, no one from the upper echelons had helped him. Instead, it was a poor girl, V, who accompanied him on the streets. In that world, everything revolved around interests. Friendship was never on the table. Tang Yu didn't say much, unwilling to dampen Jenkins's enthusiasm. After their chat, he intended to return to his apartment. With Jenkins back in charge of the counterintelligence division, Tang Yu could pursue his own interests more freely. Jenkins seemed to recall something important and turned serious. Speaking of which, I remembered something. In a few days, the Night Corp charity gala is happening. They've sent an invitation and specifically requested I bring you. Tang Yu vaguely remembered receiving an invitation but deleted it without much thought. So, it was for the charity gala gathering of the wealthy and influential, where they would eat, drink, and chat, then each donate a bit, symbolically supporting some philanthropic effort or establishing a charity fund. Arthur Jenkins added, this event will be a good chance to meet some of the notable figures in Night City. Night Corp is placing a lot of importance on this. Even their CEO will attend, along with Miriam Knight herself, and they've also invited Mayor Lucius Rhine. It does sound significant, with a lot of prominent figures attending. Tang Yu recalled that the Rayfield supercar was a gift from the Night Corp CEO to Jenkins. Miriam Knight is the widow of Night City's founder, Richard Knight. After her husband's death, she established the Knight Foundation, which eventually became Night Corp. Miriam had long since stepped away from the company's management, rarely appearing in public. Yet, under her leadership, Night Corp continued to thrive. Tang Yu knew quite a bit about Night Corp. During his days as a top hacker, he had crossed paths with them before. He had deeply involved himself in incidents like Prophet Gary and the Peralez couple's brainwashing. Night Corp had close ties with AI possessing self-awareness. For various reasons, Tang Yu had always focused on Arasaka, never delving into Night Corp's shady dealings. Now, free and with Saburo Arasaka's interest in cyberspace and rogue AIs, Tang Yu didn't mind heating things up. He agreed to attend the Night Corp charity gala, which pleased Jenkins. Remember, it's a ball, you should bring a female companion. You know how these events are. A good companion can make you the center of attention, helping you gain more social resources. A ball. Bringing a female companion was a bit challenging for Tang Yu. While he had many remarkable female friends, few seemed suitable for such an event. Gloria, as the owner of Lizzie's bar, was too conspicuous. Sasha, as a company assistant, could work, but it might give off the wrong impression. Such events usually called for more private acquaintances, not colleagues. As for the others, they didn't fit into this high-class circle. Finally, Tang Yu thought that V seemed the most suitable choice. Just as he considered V, he received a notification. Your contact is in a state of dangerous unconsciousness. Chapter 172. In the central northern part of Watson, old, chaotic apartment buildings stand in clusters. Some have been abandoned for a long time, overrun by weeds, while others are temporarily occupied by gang members. With the decline of the northern industrial zone, this mixed-use residential and commercial area has also gradually fallen into disrepair. The streets are mostly populated by destitute homeless wanderers, who gather in the apartment's corridors and alleyways seeking shelter from the elements. A black Delamain sedan slowly pulled up, stopping in front of one such dilapidated apartment building. Delamain taxis rarely visit this quiet neighborhood, as few people come here for business or tourism. The car's arrival caught the attention of a few frail, haggard homeless men nearby, their old cybernetics giving them a listless appearance. The Delamain taxi door automatically opened, and Tang Yu stepped out, fastening a single button on his jacket. Without wasting a moment, he proceeded directly into the old apartment building. This building was in slightly better condition, with functional water and electricity, and a working public elevator. Tang Yu walked through the dimly lit hallway and entered the elevator, selecting the 15th floor. The elevator ascended slowly, its gears and pulleys noisily creaking, with occasional shakes. Before long, it reached the 15th floor. Tang Yu continued down the corridor until he arrived at an electronic gate. With a small electrical arc flickering at his fingertip, he effortlessly bypassed the security lock and walked inside. The interior was in utter disarray, filled with surgical tables, shadowless lamps, freezers, and various medical instruments carelessly strewn about. There were even chainsaws, axes, and metal plates. Plastic sheets lined the grimy walls, splattered with fresh blood, and the entire apartment reeked of a damp, metallic odor. Tang Yu stepped over a corpse clad in green overalls, wearing a face mask and rubber gloves, looking like a butcher. There were several similar bodies inside the apartment. Each gruesomely killed, some with their necks twisted, others disfigured by sharp blades, and some riddled with gunshot wounds. Despite the variations in their deaths, one word described them all: brutal. Tang Yu continued through the apartment, focused on moving toward his goal. In the innermost room, he found his target, V. He had been closely monitoring V due to an electronic debt contract, which ensured he received immediate alerts about her status, be it escape, injury, or unconsciousness. This allowed Tang Yu to maintain control over V until her debts were repaid. Tang Yu had received an alert during a conversation with Jenkins at the Arasaka Tower, prompting him to rush over. Near a balcony door, V lay on the floor, unconscious. Tang Yu quickly stepped forward, crouching down to lift her, and performed a brief scan of her vitals. Apart from being unconscious with slight convulsions, she had no life-threatening conditions. Tang Yu suspected she had been hit by an electronic virus and then shocked by an electric gun, causing her collapse. He activated his low-voltage control, sending weak electrical arcs through the neural interface at V's neck, carefully avoiding any significant injuries during his examination of her implants. A quick check revealed slight electromagnetic malfunctions that could be fixed at V's clinic, along with a thorough virus scan. Tang Yu carried V out of the apartment and back to the Delamain taxi, heading straight to her underground implant clinic. The Delamain detected V's symptoms and enthusiastically recommended its new medical service package, developed in collaboration with Trauma Team, including rescue, first aid, and emergency services. Not long after, the taxi stopped in front of the cybernetic implant clinic. V, unconscious and seemingly asleep, was carried inside by Tang Yu. Inside, a doctor was washing his hands by the sink, having just completed a surgery. "Victor, adding to your troubles again," Tang Yu greeted. "Yes, what trouble has she gotten into this time?" "The surgical chair has just been sterilized." Tang Yu laid V on the chair and explained, "She got hit by an electronic virus on a mission at a scavenger den and was shocked by an electric gun. She hasn't fully recovered yet." The doctor finished washing his hands, dried them, and donned his assistant gloves before stepping next to the surgical chair. "Alright, let's see what knocked out our gifted fighter." Tang Yu watched as the doctor began his work, confident in his skills. Although V had no major injuries, the possibility of the virus hiding other malicious functions concerned Tang Yu. Once the doctor connected to V's neural interface, her vitals and implant data were displayed. After a thorough check, Victor addressed some electromagnetic issues and said, "The minor issues are resolved. She'll wake up soon. It'd be best to do a full virus scan to ensure she's clean." Tang Yu nodded and added, "Check her underlying database too, we might find some hints." The doctor agreed, accessing V's underlying database. Data sequences filled the electronic screen. "Her ICE protection has been compromised, probably by a massive data flood. It's a dangerous state. We should upgrade her ICE defenses and update her software for better compatibility." Tang Yu agreed. The doctor began screening V's database for anomalies, given her damaged ICE rendering her defenses almost non-existent to experienced hackers and implant doctors. Suddenly, a peculiar data string caught their attention. "This anomaly is in her memory storage. It doesn't affect any programs, so her brain functions fine for now," the doctor said. Tang Yu mused, "It's like a thief leaving fingerprints after returning what he stole." The doctor nodded, "Yes, that's a fitting analogy. Someone has taken an interest in her. After we upgrade her defenses, we'll give her some good gear. She'll need to be more cautious in the future." Tang Yu looked at the unconscious V, pondering. Someone had targeted V, likely drawn to her data on Netwatch's Neptune project. Although the data wasn't intact, it seemed like someone had manipulated her into a larger scheme. Reflecting on past missions, Tang Yu remembered rescuing Sandra Dorset from the scavenger den with V and Jackie, when V had fallen unconscious due to a virus amidst the battle. That scenario's recurrence now, particularly targeting V, suggested a more intricate plot. The key question remained about why Sandra Dorset, an employee of Knight Corporation who had discovered corporate secrets, was left unharmed by the otherwise ruthless scavengers for so long. This pointed toward a deeper agenda, possibly linked to Knight Corporation. For now, these were Tang Yu's theories, unvalidated and best kept confidential. Because no one else would be able to notice the anomaly in this job. A cyberpunk running to a scavenger's territory to save someone and then inadvertently getting hit by a virus sounded pretty normal. Tang Yu collected his thoughts and waited for Victor to finish the virus scan, ICE firewall upgrades, and software updates, then implanted new cyberware into her Kiroshi optical eye. Once everything was settled, Victor unlocked the port control, allowing herself to wake up naturally. V groggily opened one eye. The surgical light, red clinic, slightly worn blue surgical chair, everything seemed familiar, making her feel puzzled. She dazedly looked around, her vision still blurry, adjusting focus like a camera lens zooming in and out. But she could vaguely see two people in front of her, Victor, the Ripper Doc, and Tang Yu in a suit. Victor asked in a deep voice, "How do you feel, kid?" Hearing the familiar voice, V tried to control her eyes and finally adjusted her focus. The world became incredibly clear. "Well, it seems a bit different, like I can see more clearly, as if the thin mist in front of me was wiped away." She suddenly remembered the last time she woke up with high-end cyberarms. Could it be that she got another high-end implant this time? V blinked, feeling a sense of foreign object in her, a clear sign of surgery. Victor joked, "Looks like you found out. I implanted the Kiroshi optical eye for you. It's the best I have left." "Kiroshi? That's top-tier stuff." She's only been here twice and already got so much high-end equipment. Maybe so, but if you want more, I don't have any, Victor said nonchalantly, reminding her. You might feel uncomfortable at first, blurry vision, sensitivity to light, color issues, even frame drops, it will get better soon. The eye was initially prepared for Tang Yu when he returned to Night City, but after learning from Jackie that Tang Yu chose not to undergo basic cyber modifications, V made a pair of smart glasses instead. Thus, the expensive Kiroshi optical eye remained in Victor's clinic until this perfect opportunity for V. V nodded as her vision gradually became clear and rich, with almost no anomalies. Try the scanner, I've set up a character database for you, sourced from the NCPD, you need it more than Tang. V immediately activated the scan, recognizing Victor in front of her with full details displayed. Then she looked at Tang Yu, discovering no information could be scanned proving his unique identity. Tang Yu spoke, scanning others in their presence is a bit impolite. V turned off the scan, tried to act nonchalant, and concealed her nervousness, understood, it's my first time using it, and I need time to adjust, I'll be careful in the future. I owe you a big one this time, if you need anything, just ask, and I'll help without hesitation. Tang Yu teased, MSV, if you think this is just one favor, think again, besides rescuing you, there was the virus scan, ice upgrade, and Kiroshi implant, that's quite a favor. So, how much did all this cost? I'll pay you back with interest, I promise. V waved it off, don't worry about the money, keeping you alive is what's important, if you really want to repay, talk to Tang. V froze, realizing Victor meant that the bill was again on Tang Yu. But having it on Tang Yu felt the same as on her, it just added another huge debt to her already high debts. Victor, I want to pay for this myself. No problem, talk it out with Tang, how you arrange things, I'm too old to understand you youngsters, Victor said, turning to clean up the tools. As Victor prepared to leave, V felt even more nervous with only Tang Yu left in front of her. She wanted to stop Victor but held back. Feeling resigned, she looked up at Tang Yu, feeling weak and uncertain on how to thank him, she awkwardly blurted. So, what do you want? Tang Yu saw V's frustrated expression and couldn't resist teasing her. What's wrong? Are you blaming me for giving you high-end gear? Someone as kind-hearted as me is hard to find, with such good eyes, shouldn't you see more clearly? V was speechless. Tang Yu hadn't done anything outrageous, he covered all her loans, and she got the benefits without any interest. But she still felt inexplicably aggrieved, sensing that Tang Yu was full of hidden agendas. He had sold her a car forcibly and did so many things without asking. Yes. It's the lack of respect. But V wasn't the type to fuss, she handled street thugs smoothly back in the day. Yet in front of Tang Yu, she always felt suppressed, her strong fists unable to land. Regaining her sharp tone, V stated, you're a corporate guy, let's keep it business, I can't pay the debts now, but in Night City, everything can be negotiated. Whatever you need, assassination, transportation, rescue, I'll take the job to pay off the debt. Tang Yu nodded thoughtfully, agreeing, I think that's a good proposition, given your earning power, it might take over 10 years to pay the debt. Since you suggested it, don't back out later, the most important thing for a fixer is credibility, Tang Yu joked, finding V increasingly intriguing. V, feeling uneasy, avoided his direct gaze and responded seriously, don't worry, I'm always serious about business, so, what do you need me to do? I'm free now. But I remind you again, my name is V, not MSV. She didn't understand why Tang Yu liked calling her that, making it sound so familiar, as if they were close. Suddenly, V realized why she felt strange around Tang Yu. It was this familiarity. He always acted like they had a long history, though they had just met. V looked suspiciously at Tang Yu, increasingly finding his smile mischievous. No one had ever looked at her like this. Tang Yu said, if you don't like that name, fine, then our first deal is that your nickname will be MSV, and the payment €1,000. €1,000 for a nickname? V was stunned. Even if it's paying off debts, this seemed too extravagant. She thought Tang Yu must be crazy to trade such a sum for a nickname. She couldn't understand the world of the rich but was astounded and a bit contemptuous. Is money that powerful? V bluntly refused, anything else but that. Tang Yu was persistent, how about just for today? What? €1,000 just to call me MSV for a day? This man must have severe cyberpsychosis. But Tang Yu had no implants, where did the cyberpsychosis come from? V was at a loss, finding it hard to refuse. Seeing V hesitate, Tang Yu added, I'll make it exclusive to just you and me, what do you say? He had spent considerable effort getting V to accept this nickname back in the day. Now he found it more amusing to use money to tease her while she was still struggling financially. Finally, V gave in, exasperatedly saying, all right, fine, call me whatever you want, MSV. Seeing her relent, Tang Yu nodded contently and said, MSV, since your surgery is done, let's not bother V anymore, I'll take you out. He turned and headed for the clinic door, bidding V farewell, and motioned for V to follow. Where to? If there's nothing important, I need to take on some jobs. They walked up the steps to the street level. From now on, I'm renting your time for a day, €1,000, no excuses. Tang Yu looked at her calmly and had her bring her Rayfield. V was speechless, realizing he meant business. In the blink of an eye, her debt was reduced by €2,000. At this rate, she might clear her debts in half a year. She activated the Rayfield, the car arriving with its luxury high-tech interior visible inside the scissor doors. Tang Yu got into the passenger seat while V drove. Holding the wheel, she listened to the engine roar, the outside view projected inside. She took a deep breath and asked, where to? Let's go check out the Haywood district. V lightly pressed the gas, the car cruising down the wide road, drawing attention and photos. She drove for a while, pondering a question. Why are you doing this for me? The question was blunt but what she most wanted to know. Why would a corporate executive repeatedly get involved with her? It was hard to believe Tang Yu wasn't up to something. Tang Yu reminded, stay focused, if you scratch the car, today might be wasted. Chapter 173. Haywood Valley District. A sleek blue sports car cruised steadily down the street. Whenever it approached more congested areas, the blue sports car would slow down, even coming to a full stop when pedestrians crossed the road. V clutched the steering wheel tightly, her eyes laser-focused on the surroundings, driving the sports car with extreme caution. Her nerves were on edge, terrified of even a minor scratch on the expensive car that could cost her dearly, considering she was already buried in debt. Finally, they arrived at their next destination, the Jinguji store. V smoothly parked the car in a designated spot. Lights instantly surrounded the vehicle, warning people and other vehicles to keep their distance. After turning off the engine, she sighed in relief, tucking a few strands of her newly straightened black hair behind her ear, still getting used to the feel of it. V had traded her old colorful, spiky hairstyle for long, straight hair with cute, wispy bangs that added a touch of innocence and purity. Her fair, spotless face, large, beautiful eyes, and seductive lips made her look both pure and desirable. Her top-tier beauty potential had never been more fully realized. The sports car's scissor doors lifted automatically, and both of them stepped out. After locking the car, V followed closely behind Tang Yu, remaining silent, her mood seemingly low. She fiddled with her black hair, feeling its texture between her fingers repeatedly, finding it odd. V couldn't help but lament, missing her old vibrant and unique hairstyle. The change to the black, long, straight look was entirely due to Tang Yu. He had insisted on taking her to a salon, hired several stylists to consult on the design, and without asking for her opinion, made the final decision on her new look. Originally, V didn't want to change her hairstyle, having grown accustomed to it over the years. But she couldn't resist Tang Yu's financial power and reluctantly got her hair done. She couldn't bear to watch the process and kept her eyes closed the entire time. As they walked past a luxury store, V caught sight of her reflection in an electronic mirror and was suddenly startled. Damn, is that still me? She couldn't believe the image in the mirror, so different from her former self, that it sent a chill down her spine. Miss, you look absolutely stunning. I've never seen such a beautiful face before. Beautiful? That's a stretch. Lowering her head, she hurried to catch up with Tang Yu, wondering what he intended to do. Just as she started to walk again, V accidentally bumped into someone, her forehead hitting their chest already in a foul mood. She was about to swear when a familiar voice cut her off. We've arrived. Realizing she had bumped into Tang Yu, she stepped back, noticing the uniform of the saleswoman who had been talking to her. It bore the logo of Jinguji, a high-end custom clothing store frequented by the wealthy and powerful. We welcome you to browse, the saleswoman said warmly as V looked back at Tang Yu, who was already inside the store. She reluctantly followed him in. If Tang Yu was shopping, then hanging around was fine. The saleswoman stayed by V's side, patiently explaining the various styles of women's clothing available at Jinguji. Is this your first time shopping with us? We can take your measurements and keep a customer profile to help you find or custom-make suitable clothing. Feeling out of place in her current attire and without any money, V quietly declined. No, thank you, he's the one shopping, I'm just tagging along, she pointed at Tang Yu, dressed in a vintage suit that screamed wealth. The saleswoman didn't leave, merely smiled knowingly, rest assured, as our esteemed guest, you will receive first-class service and find something perfect for you. V chuckled awkwardly. Honestly, I can't afford anything here, I'm broke. She even reached into her pockets, intending to show her last few Eurodollars as proof. Inadvertently, she dropped 2 small Eurodollar bills. The saleswoman gracefully bent down to pick them up, smoothing them out before handing them back to V with an unwavering smile. V awkwardly thanked her. Unable to refuse further, V let the saleswoman accompany her as she aimlessly browsed the store. She watched as Tang Yu, led by another tailor, went inside for measurements. Bored, V became curious about the high-priced clothing, wondering why these skimpy dresses that barely covered anything cost so much and who would buy them. The saleswoman detailed the exclusive clientele of Jinguji, emphasizing their focus on high-end, affluent customers. Essentially, Jinguji only targeted the elite few. V thought cynically, only fools would buy these clothes. She asked, "Can I touch these clothes to feel the fabric?" The saleswoman nodded, even offering to let her try them on. V quickly explained she was merely curious about the material, then touched a few pieces, finding them delicate, almost paper-thin. She couldn't imagine wearing them and trying to move freely. After wandering around, V stood by the front counter, waiting for Tang Yu. Soon, he came out and asked, "Did you find any styles you like?" V was stunned. Was Tang Yu planning to buy her clothes? "No, really, I'm not interested, these clothes don't suit me," she was cut off by Tang Yu, who commanded. Everything she looked at, asked about, and touched packed them all. The saleswoman's eyes gleamed, as she had anticipated this result. Having worked in luxury sales for years, she knew that a wealthy executive bringing in a poorly dressed girl usually meant splurging. However, the girls seemed oblivious to his intentions. The saleswoman admired V's luck, meeting such a generous benefactor with her stunning looks. Completely confused by Tang Yu's lavish act, V could do nothing but stare. She didn't want these clothes, feeling it was all a game to him. Approaching him seriously, she said, "Tang Yu, stealing your car was wrong, I'm paying my debts, and I won't shirk my obligations, but what's the point of this? There's no need to mock me. If you have something to say, just say it, stop playing these games, return the clothes." She turned to leave, leaving Tang Yu calmly sipping tea on the couch and the bewildered saleswoman holding the packed clothes. She'd had enough. Everything had gone downhill: debts, losing an arm during a job, and even a recent cyber attack. The initial patience she'd extended toward Tang Yu had worn thin, and now she was genuinely pissed. She didn't need this. As she neared the exit, she suddenly noticed a figure sauntering into the store, whistling nonchalantly, yet appearing scruffy and wielding mantis blades. Clearly not here to shop, the person moved swiftly, slicing a customer in half with ease. The cyberpsycho continued to hum a tune, moving toward another victim. V's heart raced. A cyberpsycho? This kind of indiscriminate killing meant only one thing. As panic erupted among the other customers, cries of "cyberpsycho" filled the air, and chaos ensued. V didn't even have time to react before the store's gates sealed shut, trapping everyone inside. Red lights flashed, alarms blared, and she saw a service employee hiding, activating the lockdown and calling the NCPD. V cursed under her breath. Stuck with a cyberpsycho, their lives were in imminent danger until the NCPD arrived, especially Tang Yu, who couldn't defend himself. As V was caught in her thoughts, the cyberpsycho had already killed 4 people, his bloodlust seeming to grow with each kill. His target was now Tang Yu, focusing on people in suits, seemingly harboring a deep hatred for them. The cyberpsycho ignored V and lunged toward Tang Yu. Without hesitation, V clenched her left fist, timing a punch as the cyberpsycho passed her. Her iron fist connected, sending the cyberpsycho flying across the store. After the cyberpsycho fell, showing no reaction to the wound on his face, he struggled to get up and continued to move towards Tang Yu, muttering incessantly. "There's no good in the company, no good in the company, kill them all." V rushed forward without hesitation, stepping on him to the ground and throwing a flurry of heavy iron punches at his face. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. After who knows how many punches, the cyberpsycho on the ground was already unrecognizable and had completely died. But V didn't stop, continuing to punch madly. When she raised her fist again, a hand stopped her. "V," Tang Yu said firmly, gripping her wrist. V turned around, with blood splatters on her cheeks and unrest still in her eyes, looking intently at Tang Yu. She breathed heavily, staring at Tang Yu and not moving an inch. After a moment, V released her tightened fist and removed her foot from the cyberpsycho. Perhaps it was the intense emotions and the violent exertion earlier. Her chest still heaved slightly, and a fierce aura emanated from her. What felt strange to her was a phrase repeating in her mind, echoing with the cyberpsycho's last words, "There's no good in the company." It left her with a sense of unease. V took a deep breath and tried to calm herself, closing her eyes. Just as she was trying to gather her thoughts, the electronic gates of the Shinguji temple automatically opened. A squad dressed in black tactical uniforms, wearing multifunctional helmets and holding heavy machine guns, entered. Just in time. There's a cyber psycho here. Tang Yu looked up and recognized the group. They were the Anti-Terror Task Force, renowned in Night City for handling cyber psycho incidents. The task force quickly secured the area. The lead officer approached and gathered information from the servant. Noticing the dead cyber psycho, she looked at V with interest, impressed by her ability to kill a cyber psycho barehanded. The officer approached V and said coldly, "According to procedure, I need to ask you about this incident." V opened her eyes and looked at the officer. After a brief silence, she recounted the events that led to her killing the cyber psycho. The officer took notes and added, "This cyber psycho seemed to have a specific habit, targeting people in suits. The 4 victims were all in business attire." She then glanced at Tang Yu, her expression hidden behind her protective goggles. V remembered the cyber psycho's words but didn't share them with the officer. The officer continued taking notes and remarked, almost to herself, "You did well." Shinguji Temple quickly sealed the area, and you neutralized the threat without further casualties. V showed no reaction, uninterested in those details. She was more intrigued by why the cyber psycho targeted company employees. She looked at Tang Yu, her gaze filled with concern. The officer finished her notes, called her team to wrap up, and addressed V before leaving. "If you like this, you can contact me, Melissa Rory, senior operative of the Anti-Terror Task Force." With that, Melissa Rory and her team left, leaving behind a mess and bodies. After the cyber psycho incident, the Shinguji Temple customers had all fled. The temple hostess, now recovered from her fright, apologetically approached Tang Yu and V, assuring them that compensation would be provided. Tang Yu wasn't interested in the temple's compensation, mainly discount vouchers, and asked the hostess to pack their clothes. Seeing that V had calmed down, Tang Yu finally asked, "Are you mad?" The cyber psycho who attacked them wasn't too strong. He was more effective in a sneak attack but not in a direct confrontation. Tang Yu had noticed something odd in V's anger and intense reaction. V shook her head reluctantly. "No, it was my fault earlier, don't take it to heart." She realized her irritation wasn't really about Tang Yu. Although Tang Yu often teased her, he had never deceived her and had even saved her life, a debt she couldn't forget. But V felt something was affecting her, a peculiar feeling she couldn't quite place. "Do you have any plans later?" "I'm free today, we can hang out." The cyber psycho incident had left V somewhat shaken. If Tang Yu had been the one at the door, he could have been the one lying on the ground now. She never disliked Tang Yu, just found his playful, nonchalant attitude hard to accept. Everything he did was for her benefit, but his corporate demeanor made it hard to deal with him, leaving her frustrated. But now, seeing Tang Yu alive and well was the best outcome. Tang Yu, noticing her change in tone, teased, "Found a new sweetheart, so you're willing to spend time with me?" To be honest, the Anti-Terror Task Force suits you. When you're not in a good mood, killing a few people can really help. He referred to Melissa Rory's invitation to V, thinking it would benefit her. The Anti-Terror Task Force, while technically part of the NCPD, operated independently and was crucial to the city's stability. They handled cyber psychos and large-scale violent incidents, equipped with the finest gear and combat implants. Joining them would greatly enhance V's capabilities. V, catching his playful tone, retorted, "I'm not as twisted as you, needing to kill people to vent." As they chatted, the servant returned with their packed clothes. Tang Yu signaled V to take the bags and prepare to leave. "Why are you buying clothes and accessories? What's your plan? If you have too much money, why not donate it to charity? At least you'd be doing something good instead of creating problems." "You little smarty, how'd you guess we're doing charity?" "Those clothes are for tonight's charity gala. Now get in the car, we'll head out just in time." V was stunned. "Charity gala? I can't go to any gala, I've never been to one in my life," she protested. "I can't sing or dance, and I'll just embarrass you, a company executive, bringing me along, would be laughed at." Standing next to the Rayfield, Tang Yu chuckled. "You may not excel in many areas, but you have the looks for it." V was speechless. He seemed to imply she was just a pretty face, and she thought to herself. "Humph, with no decent implants you're the pitiful one. If I weren't kind-hearted, you wouldn't last the night." Despite her thoughts, she said, "No way, I haven't even changed into a dress, I can't go like this, it's embarrassing." Tang Yu sat in the driver's seat, waiting for V to get in with the bags, and said, "You can change in the car." Seeing V's face freeze, Tang Yu added, "Don't worry, I've seen it all." V grabbed his hand and bit it hard, gritting her teeth, "Don't ever mention that again." North Oak. Stone Ridge, Wood Estate. A line of luxury cars slowly entered the neatly arranged driveway, while aerial vehicles landed in the spacious and elegant estate. A blue supercar roared into the courtyard, overtaking several luxury sedans. It screeched to a halt at a red carpet, marking the destination. The gala was not only Night Corporation's annual event but also a charity gala gathering of Night City's elite. Night Corporation, founded by Miriam Knight, the widow of the city's founder Richard Knight, played a crucial role in the city's prosperity. Miriam Knight continued her late husband's vision, leading the corporation in developing Night City, striving to create their ideal city. Thus, Night Corporation held a special place in Night City, with Miriam Knight enjoying high esteem and extensive connections. This gala, with the announced attendance of the reclusive Miriam Knight, had caused a stir, and city dignitaries flocked to attend, feeling honored by the invitation. Tang Yu exited the supercar, walked over, and opened the passenger door. He offered his hand in a gentlemanly manner to his companion. V, sitting in the passenger seat, blushed and swatted his hand away. "I can manage." She carefully stepped out, holding her dress and the car roof to maintain balance, but in her first high heels, she almost stumbled. "You might want to hold on to me if you don't want to end up on crutches," Tang Yu said. V reluctantly complied, holding Tang Yu's arm as they stepped onto the red carpet. They both wore sleek black outfits, with V donning a thin black veil and crystal shoes, her slender waist accentuating her mystery and allure. V, while clinging to Tang Yu, muttered, "I told you this wouldn't work, but you insisted." Tang Yu smiled and said, "It's fine, I can pay for it." V could only sigh silently. As they walked, Tang Yu spotted an old acquaintance, his former boss Arthur Jenkins, approaching. Jenkins, holding a drink, laughed heartily. "Tang, you're late as usual. I have someone special you must meet, he's eager to finally meet you." Pointing to a bald, pot-bellied man waving at them, Jenkins said. "The current mayor of Night City, Lucius Rhine." Tang Yu nodded, escorted the unsteady V, and proceeded to greet them. Chapter 174. V, dressed in a black evening gown, tightly clung to Tang Yu's arm, not daring to relax for a moment. To avoid arousing suspicion, she tiptoed in her black crystal high heels and walked slowly. The red carpet was neatly laid out on the lawn, leading straight to the steps of the new villa. Due to their slow pace, the pathway behind them began to get congested. The manor's ceremonial attendants maintained order, ensuring only one pair of guests walked the red carpet at a time, requiring those behind to wait. V wore a half-face black butterfly mask, greatly concealing her true expression. When Tang Yu suggested taking her to the ball, she insisted on wearing a mask. Or else she wouldn't attend. She felt immensely grateful for the decision. If she made a fool of herself, at least no one would recognize her. After all, she knew nobody at the event. Such high-class soirees were utterly foreign to her, a mercenary from the streets. If not for Tang Yu, she would never set foot in such a place. At that moment, her old boss, Arthur Jenkins, stood on the nearby lawn, raising a toast with a beaming smile toward Tang Yu. Tang Yu noticed Jenkins' gesture, surrounded by numerous elegantly dressed people, all in high spirits. It seemed they were part of Jenkins' social circle. Leading V towards Jenkins, Tang Yu stepped onto the lawn and felt V's unease. The soft soil was making her unstable. V leaned heavily on Tang Yu's arm to lighten her steps in the high heels while trying to keep her balance. Seeing Tang Yu's slow pace, Jenkins took a few steps forward and warmly greeted them. V nodded in response, focusing all her energy on controlling her high heels. Jenkins noticed the unusual demeanor of Tang Yu's companion but only chuckled and continued to introduce the mayor of Night City standing nearby. Lucius Rhine, with his protruding belly, laughed heartily, seemingly pleased by the surrounding flattery. Jenkins summoned a server and handed a cocktail to Tang Yu. Then attempted to offer one to V, but Tang Yu declined, stating she didn't drink. Jenkins, shaking his head with a meaningful smile, returned the glass to the tray and said, "Tang, you might not attend these parties often, so you may not know their stories. To me, a party is like a romance film for men." "A romance film?" Tang Yu chuckled, realizing Jenkins had his unique perspective on the event. "How so?" Tang Yu asked while walking slowly to accommodate V, causing Jenkins to stroll leisurely as well. Jenkins, excited to talk about his domain, took the opportunity. "Tang, think about it, a party is like a battlefield. Before it starts, men prepare meticulously luxury suits, cars, watches, and even expensive accessories they rarely wear." V, curious about Jenkins' words, looked around to find many attendees adorned in various luxurious items, with watches being most common. As for cars, the road outside the manor was lined with high-end vehicles, including some outrageously expensive hover cars. But luxurious attire depends on the occasion, Jenkins explained confidently. At a casual gathering, they might stand out, but at an event like tonight, even the most luxurious watch or car won't make you the center of attention. These external luxuries won't make you the focus or attract more social glances. V found Jenkins' thoughts somewhat accurate. In a setting filled with upper-class elites, even the most extravagant outfit could only blend into the background. She was curious about Jenkins' next point. We use these gaudy luxuries for nothing but face. Jenkins made a pinching gesture with his fingers. In this invisible battlefield of a party, only power and status matter. Power and status? There's nothing like it. Surrounded by people, laughing and chatting, that's the way it is. He pointed to another group, smaller and less lively. That's a high-ranking city councilman, who once opposed Rein. Taking the wrong side in the corporate wars 7 years ago cost him a shot at the mayoral seat. The contrast was evident. V saw how power dictated the battlefield's tide. For the top-tier social circles, her street-level perspective couldn't resonate. She expected Jenkins to say something profound but found his insights were fundamental in Night City, where power ruled supreme. Jenkins sighed. Almost everyone here made the mistake of trading power for money. Money is an unstable mansion, while power is an ancient stone structure that stands the test of time. Few stay sober in a city like this. Tang Yu knew Jenkins implied he was a climber towards power, having moved from counterintelligence to working for Michiko Arasaka and now Saburo Arasaka. He didn't dispute Jenkins' correctness and merely smiled. Jenkins, invigorated, continued, but a party isn't just a battlefield, power isn't the only weapon, another decides your success. Both V and Tang Yu grew curious. Besides power, what else could determine success at such events? Jenkins, taking a serious tone, said, a perfect companion. A companion? V hadn't expected this. Jenkins pointed out a well-dressed couple. That's Jefferson Peralez, a city councilman running for mayor. His wife is elegant and socially adept, winning him the spotlight and opportunities. Their relationship is legendary among the elite. Tang Yu and V looked towards the couple. Mrs. Peralez, in an elegant silver dress, mirrored her husband's suit and navigated through social circles with grace, gathering attention for Jefferson, a stark contrast to Tang Yu's comfort zone. Tang Yu acknowledged her behind-the-scenes anchor role in strengthening Jefferson's influence. Remembering Mrs. Peralez's past interactions and intentions towards Jefferson, Tang Yu remained reflective. V, seeing Mrs. Peralez's finesse, felt out of her depth. She felt her presence was a mistake, offering no real support to Tang Yu, who was well respected in this sphere. Jenkins, without a filter, suggested, if you don't find a better one, I can introduce you to a couple. They could highlight your sense of style and accompany you to the next battlefield after the party, thus making it a man's romance film. When he finished speaking, Jenkins gave Tang Yu a meaningful look. He had made himself very clear there was no way Tang Yu wouldn't understand. The implication was obvious. The female companion Tang Yu had brought tonight was completely inexperienced and of no help to him. In Jenkins' eyes, V's performance was abysmal. She didn't know anyone, couldn't walk properly in her crystal high heels, and hadn't spoken a single coherent sentence from the beginning until now. Because of the thick night and the mask V wore, no one could see what she looked like. Though V had an excellent figure, she huddled beside Tang Yu with her head down, exuding no charisma whatsoever. Jenkins could basically determine that Tang Yu's companion was not from a high-class background, making him less polite in his speech. V was almost ready to throw a couple of punches at Jenkins upon hearing his words. She couldn't stand his nonsensical talk. And now it was infuriating her even more that he was indirectly belittling her, suggesting that Tang Yu should find another companion. From the start, V had felt completely out of place there. She wasn't comfortable in the black dress, couldn't walk properly in the black crystal high heels, and despised the hypocritical upper-class conversations full of sarcasm and mockery. If not for Tang Yu, she would rather starve on the streets than seek pity from these people. She had never suffered such indignation, feeling her efforts were entirely wasted. The Wood Manor, as a gathering place for the Night City's elite, had incredibly tight security, making it unnecessary for her to worry about Tang Yu's safety. Tang Yu, though he liked to tease her a bit, was generally good to her. V trusted her instincts. The reason she was willing to stick with Tang Yu, aside from owing him a heap of debts and favors, was that she believed Tang Yu was different from the other suit-wearing people. Feeling increasingly out of place, V's mood became gloomy, and even the initial novelty now disappeared. Jenkins' laughter and the laughter of the surrounding high-ranking people felt grating to her ears. Suddenly, she heard Tang Yu's familiar voice, calm and steady. No need, she is the most perfect companion in my heart. Saying this, V felt Tang Yu's right hand interlocked tightly with her fingers, not letting go. Damn, V thought. What perfect companion. How could he say such nonsense? She felt an urge to punch Tang Yu right there, but her face blushed slightly. It was the first time she had heard such heart-melting words. And she felt so embarrassed that she could almost curl her toes in discomfort. How could Tang Yu say such things so seriously and firmly, making it sound like there was really something going on between them? Heck! Wasn't it indeed a solid relationship, given they were bound by debts? No matter where she fled, Tang Yu would always find her to collect his debts. V vowed never to come to such a dreadful place with Tang Yu ever again. But before she could continue to wallow in her embarrassment, more noise reached her ears. She heard Jenkins warmly introduce, "Mayor Lucius Rhine, allow me to formally introduce Tang Yu, whom you've long wanted to meet, today you finally have the chance." Mayor Lucius Rhine, with his big belly, slowly turned around, leaving his conversation circle to look at Jenkins and Tang Yu. His chubby face beamed with wrinkles as he praised. "Truly, never judge a book by its cover. I didn't expect Mr. Tang of Arasaka Corporation, the first dual deputy director, to be so young. Your future is bound to be limitless." Lucius Rhine had done his research on Tang Yu. He knew Tang was the first and only dual deputy director in Arasaka Tower in Night City. Besides, with the backing of Michiko Arasaka and connections to Saburo Arasaka, Tang Yu had made significant marks in the recent operation against the Voodoo Boys in Pacifica. Tang Yu politely responded with a few courteous words, knowing that it was unnecessary to converse much with someone as good as dead. However, many things had changed recently, and Lucius Rhine might not die from the Blackwell virus incident anymore. His fate now depended on whether the puppet master behind the scenes continued their secret machinations. Due to Lucius Rhine's attention, the focus of the surrounding circle soon fell on Tang Yu and himself. Jenkins then proactively steered the conversation, providing Tang Yu with better networking opportunities. Everyone present held high positions in the city's government or major corporations, making it beneficial for Tang Yu's development in Night City. Another reason Jenkins fervently invited him to the party. "I've been away for months, and the counterintelligence department has thrived thanks to Tang. It's almost ridiculous. During my absence, the counterintelligence department achieved more than when I was there. I think it's high time I stepped down in favor of Tang." Jenkins' self-deprecation quickly resonated with those around, elevating Tang Yu further in their eyes. If Tang Yu indeed succeeded Jenkins as the head of the counterintelligence department, his power and status would spike, making him a key connection to establish early. Lucius Rhine chimed in, "Jenkins, I feel exactly the same way. Pacifica has always been a thorn in my side, sucking in resources yet worsening insecurity day by day. Thanks to Mr. Tang's decisive action against the Voodoo Boys, he has alleviated a significant burden on our municipal administration. His efforts have even boosted our approval rating by 2 percentage points. And let's not forget, Mr. Tang has not undergone any cybernetic modifications yet. If Arasaka Corporation is willing to let him go, our municipality would welcome him wholeheartedly. If he's interested, even the deputy mayor's office could be open for him." As soon as Lucius finished, the group erupted in enthusiastic applause for Tang Yu. The deputy mayor was an appointment rather than an elected position. Lucius Rhine, as mayor of Night City, had the authority to nominate a deputy mayor, which would be ratified by council votes. Tang Yu remained calm and composed despite their flattering remarks. He knew that what truly captured these people's admiration was not his ability or charm but the position he held and the Arasaka family backing him. Without Arasaka, Tang Yu's talents would go unnoticed by these dignitaries. Understanding this clearly, Tang Yu only cared about the people around him. Jenkins, upon hearing the approval rating, thought of the new mayoral race and glanced at Jefferson, who wasn't far away, then asked Lucius, "How are things recently? Judging by the approval rating, you still have the upper hand." Lucius was relaxed, seemingly unbothered by his competitor, replying, "The foundation is stable, though that guy is gaining momentum. Many opportunists hope to profit from him. They think they can break into the municipal circle with a few slogans but don't realize how deeply entrenched it is. Tonight is crucial. The Knight Corporation intends to unveil a new infrastructure plan, which Jefferson has been eyeing for a long time. If we can municipalize this project and bring it under my control, it will essentially mean his withdrawal from the race." Jenkins knew a bit about Knight Corporation's new infrastructure plan, aiming to create an independent network data pool and citywide network nodes for Night City, strengthening its public smart transportation network. This initiative was aimed at transforming Night City into an independent kingdom, both geographically and in cyberspace. Since the net collapse, most networks and servers had been contaminated by viruses, with public and subnetworks being monitored. Establishing a separate network and servers in Night City could potentially make it a global hub for new network development. "How's the progress on this plan?" "It's been proposed for years without any tangible results." Lucius, with a dismissive shrug, replied, "Who knows what progress they've made? They're always digging under Night City, but the new comprehensive underground transport network is taking shape. In terms of public infrastructure, Knight Corporation is indeed doing a fine job. Jenkins nodded, understanding that more details would be revealed after the party commenced. Suddenly, Tang Yu felt a tight grip on his elbow. He glanced sideways to see V trembling with her head down. Guessing the cause, he immediately bade farewell to Jenkins and the others before leading V away. Lucius frowned as he watched Tang Yu leave and asked Jenkins, "Is Mr. Tang always this arrogant at Arasaka?" Jenkins sighed, "Yes, that's just how he is. I wanted to help him integrate into the circle, but he's just as stubborn as ever." Both men sipped their drinks in silence. Tang Yu led V to a quiet spot and asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" V brushed aside her hair, suddenly grabbed Tang Yu's hand, and bit down hard, leaving teeth marks. Feeling a bit better, she sighed, "That's much better. Oh, add this bite to my tab. I'll repay you by taking on extra work later." Tang Yu. Chapter 175. As the melodious sound of the piano gradually began, the party commenced. The guests outside the lawn started to disperse, pairing up and heading towards the opulent reception hall of Wood Mansion. Attendants in uniform were stationed strategically, one every 5 steps, with posts every 10 steps, courteously ushering the guests inside. Trained in standardized procedures, the attendants welcomed guests with synchronized movements, almost as if they were clones. Even their smiles were meticulously crafted to reveal exactly 8 teeth. The male guests, each accompanied by elegantly dressed female partners, slowly walked into the flower-adorned classical hall. Seeing that it was time to enter the party, Tang Yu stood up from the lawn and casually brushed the dust off his pants. He squatted next to V, preparing to help her put on her untamed black crystal high heels. As soon as Tang Yu's fingers touched V's calf, she quickly recoiled as if shocked. V tightly clutched her skirt, drawing her knees up and looking at Tang Yu with a wary expression. "What are you doing?" Earlier, they had left the noisy crowd to find a secluded, quiet corner where they sat and chatted. V had taken off her troublesome heels to walk barefoot on the lawn, feeling there was no need to put on airs in front of Tang Yu. He already knew what she was like. Even though she had put on a black dress and stepped into a high-end estate, it didn't change her essence as someone from the streets, who thrived there. V was used to living freely, and if she hadn't owed Tang Yu money and built up a significant debt, she wouldn't have come to this place at all. To be honest, she appreciated Tang Yu's help. Though she wasn't fond of his excessive demands, she generally agreed to them in the end. V could play along with Tang Yu at the dance party, but that didn't mean she was willing to enter the next battleground. Tang Yu's touch on her ankle broke her relaxed state of mind. After all, being around people like Jenkins could inevitably taint someone's thoughts. Tang Yu looked at V's wary face and chuckled, "The party has started, are you planning to go in barefoot?" With the party about to begin, he guessed that V would fumble not only in walking but also in putting on the shoes. The most distinctive feature of the black crystal heels was the lace ribbon that required a special knot. Without it, the appearance and uniqueness would significantly diminish. The complicated tying process was something V would surely forget, so Tang Yu intended to help her with the shoes. Ignoring Tang Yu's good intentions, V picked up the high heels and turned her back on him to try and figure them out herself. Tang Yu shook his head helplessly, standing aside to wait. After a while, V admitted defeat. The once beautiful, elegant black crystal heels looked neither graceful nor stylish on her feet. More importantly, V, who already had trouble walking, couldn't even stand properly. Reluctantly, she awkwardly asked Tang Yu for help with the ribbon. Tang Yu squatted down, untangled the messy ribbons, and retied them beautifully and securely. As he tied the delicate silk ribbons around her heel, V watched Tang Yu, who looked serious and composed, and felt an unusual sensation. This was not the Tang Yu she knew. Initially, V thought Tang Yu must be crazy, with too much money and time, coming up with ways to mess with her. Now, however, she began to think that maybe Tang Yu wasn't so bad after all. That night, Tang Yu not only declined opportunities to join high-level networking conversations but also stayed with her on the lawn, chatting aimlessly. V knew the importance of the party to the Night City's elite and understood Tang Yu's significant standing among them. This gathering was crucial for everyone present, with men hoping to forge connections and advance their positions, and women aiming to align with powerful allies. Fancy cars and watches were just decorations for the men, and even the women served merely as tools in their power play. V sensed that Tang Yu was different from them. Perhaps not even the same kind of person. She couldn't precisely describe the feeling but knew it stemmed from Tang Yu's unique aura and attitude. He had a touch of mischief yet was gentle, somewhat domineering yet respectful of her feelings and thoughts. In his eyes, she didn't see greed or ambition for power, only a carefree, nonchalant attitude towards life. After finishing the ribbons, Tang Yu found V staring at him, dazed. "What's wrong? Falling for me?" V's thoughts vanished, and feeling embarrassed and annoyed, she raised her fist, ready to give him a good knock. But Tang Yu quickly grabbed her iron fist and said, "The party has started, you definitely don't want to be the last pair with me, let's make a grand entrance." V suddenly didn't want to punch Tang Yu anymore. She just wanted to quietly slip into the party and wait for it to end so she could go home. She swiftly lifted her dress and sped up, following behind Tang Yu towards the banquet hall. The two quickly slipped into the hall, blending into the party atmosphere. As the lights brightened, the sound of violins filled the air. The opulent ballroom gleamed with shifting lights, and the stage's holographic projections radiated a neon glow, showcasing advanced technology. Holographic dancers moved gracefully, colorful signs flashed, elegant songs from wooden instruments echoed, and chandelier lamps adorned with numerous crystals sparkled above. The blend of technology and classical beauty was so evident in this hall. They chose a less crowded buffet station and each picked some snacks, observing the ambience with interest. V tossed a peeled fruit into her mouth, tasting its odd flavor. Unsure of its origin. Fruits were rare in Night City, and she was still not used to the taste of natural fruit, having grown accustomed to synthetic foods. The guests mingled, drinking and chatting, their attention not on them, making it easy for V and Tang Yu to eat without being noticed. Occasionally, a waiter would approach, politely asking if they needed premium liquor. V specifically asked if they had bee-bum monkey, but got a negative reply. While they were eating, the lights on the stage suddenly dimmed, and the hall's noise gradually faded. A rain-like matrix of blue light converged from all directions onto the stage, forming a blue figure. A holographic host officially appeared. Tang Yu looked at the blue figure on the stage. The figure resembled an elegant lady with wavy long hair and a tall, curvy figure. Her eyes sparkled like bright blue diamonds, strange and mesmerizing. This familiar appearance reminded Tang Yu of his old friend, Alt Cunningham. However, this hologram had nothing to do with Alt, it was merely an AI used for hosting events. The blue holographic host hovered midair, like a spirit drifting in the hall, enthusiastically giving the opening speech. It grandly introduced the charity events theme and informed the distinguished guests about the charitable plan Backstop Safety Net promoted by Night Corp to ensure human security in Night City. The plan mainly targeted the poor groups, low-income, and no-income people in Night City, offering them assistance. Night Corp would provide free training and necessary cybernetic modifications to help them regain a foothold in society until they secured a job to sustain themselves. This charity plan had multiple benefits, significantly improving Night City's public security, reducing the risk of poverty due to illness, and adding valuable human resources, benefiting both the city and major corporations. The societal elites present applauded and praised Night Corp's grand vision upon hearing the host's introduction. Night Corp highlighted many successful examples to demonstrate the plan's efficacy. Many homeless individuals had received Night Corp's aid, got trained, and were employed in construction, operating industrial machinery. Even some of the event's waitstaff were beneficiaries of this charity plan, perfectly trained for high-end event services. The meticulous content and clear examples left V stunned. She held a fruit near her mouth, forgetting to eat for a moment. Does the company really have such a conscience? V wondered aloud, hearing the host's lofty and grandiose speech, with impressive video displays depicting a bright future for Night City. You believe the company's words? The real purpose behind this charity plan could be entirely different from what they say. V knew that no company was genuinely good, but she didn't understand why such a powerful company would go to such lengths for seemingly thankless tasks. She questioned. If they wanted people for cybernetic experiments, they could just get gangs to do the dirty work, more efficient and less costly, without worrying about reputation issues. It would be more worthwhile. Tang Yu popped a piece of fruit into his mouth and bluntly said, that just shows you haven't guessed their real purpose yet. The deeper it's hidden, the bigger their ambition. Night Corp's strength doesn't lie in cybernetic modifications or the engineering projects everyone thinks of. Tang Yu poked V's forehead with a finger, speaking in a low voice. It's here. The mind? V was puzzled. She didn't know much about the internal workings of big corporations. In any case, no matter how good the company makes things sound or how well they perform, never trust them, Tang Yu advised while chewing. V then turned her head, gazing at Tang Yu, murmuring, "So can I trust you?" Chapter 176. With the holographic host high-profilely announcing the final corporate donation, the charity segment of the gala came to an end. I see people here have more or less donated something, why didn't you? Doesn't that mean you're just freeloading at the party? Tang Yu, looking quite composed, took a bite of fruit, sipped some warm tea to moisten his throat, and then spoke. It depends on how you see it. Personally, I didn't come here sincerely. Then why put yourself through it? Night Corp wouldn't care if you didn't come. Tang Yu replied leisurely, I wanted to show you the world. Who knew you would be so unappreciative? V thought to herself in exasperation, well, thank you so much. Tang Yu wasn't deceiving her. Besides investigating Night Corp and holding an extra card in his hand, he mainly wanted to let V experience the scene, compensating for the time he lost his chance to shine after being fired by Arasaka. Suddenly, the guests began to pair up, holding hands and walking from their seats towards the dance floor. The elegantly dressed female companions entered the spacious dance floor at the invitation of their partners and began to dance gracefully to the melodious music. Before long, all the guests stepped onto the dance floor, leaving only Tang Yu and V still seated in the buffet area, attracting quite a few curious glances. A sensible waiter walked up and reminded them that the dance segment had begun. V was bewildered. Sitting comfortably, why the sudden dance segment? Tang Yu stood up and extended his hand to V, gesturing for her to join him in the dance. Feeling increasingly awkward, didn't know whether she should join him. She didn't know how to dance ballroom style and feared making a fool of herself. But sitting here was also not a solution. They were the only ones left at the table, making it quite conspicuous. Miss V, can't you do me this favor? Do we always have to add money to get things done? V hurriedly stood up, trying to silence Tang Yu's nonsense with her hand. Mind your manners a bit, if you keep this up, we won't be able to talk. Tang Yu grabbed her delicate hand, feigning reluctant compromise. Alright, you say so, but sitting here is ruining my face. Once the first dance ends, there's free dance time. If you don't want to be disturbed, you might as well dance a few dances with me. V scrutinized Tang Yu's expression, trying to discern if he was tricking her again. But soon she saw a few pairs exiting the dance floor after the first dance, and several single ladies began approaching, eyeing Tang Yu with smiles. Without further ado, V stood up hurriedly, urging, okay, let's blend into the crowd, it's better than sitting here conspicuously. She felt that compared to the numerous noblemen present, Tang Yu was indeed the most pleasing one. Dancing with him wasn't too uncomfortable. Tang Yu took V's hand, leading her into the dance floor, barely avoiding the incoming people. The women who'd been eyeing Tang Yu could only watch him and V walk onto the stage, their smiles turning awkward. They had noticed V was an absolute novice at the gala, incapable of dancing and barely managing high heels. A catch like Tang Yu was a dream partner for countless women, young, high-ranking, wealthy, with a promising future career. If V performed excellently, they wouldn't consider this opportunity. However, seeing how weak Tang Yu's partner was, they sensed an opportunity. As a result, many women, having separated from their original partners, sat in the guest area waiting for the perfect moment. Once Tang Yu finished his dance, they would seize the chance to invite him. Their confident smiles suggested they were eager to see how V would handle the situation. But the expected embarrassing scene didn't happen. Tang Yu, leading V onto the dance floor, firmly held her hand with one hand and gently placed the other hand around her waist, lifting her slightly with a sudden push. V gasped in surprise. Huh? Her high-heel toes landed on Tang Yu's shoe tips as she leaned against his chest, feeling his warm breath. The unexpected lift left the women outside the dance floor dumbfounded. It was evident that Tang Yu intended to teach V to dance, allowing her to step on his toes. V's body tensed. Tang Yu's bold move, which made her already stepping onto the dance floor close to her bottom line, infuriated her. She looked at Tang Yu, who was explaining casually, "Don't overthink it, I'm teaching you to dance, this is normal." V no longer believed Tang Yu's nonsense and looked up, barely managing a smile. "Should I also pay you tuition, then?" Tang Yu generously replied, "No need, considering you might not even learn it well." The two moved gracefully within the limited space, their dance steps matching the rhythm of the music. V couldn't comprehend the appeal of such a boring social dance. However, when she caught a glimpse of several couples in a dance floor engaging passionately, she realized they were acting shamelessly in such a high-end, dignified setting. She had seen such scenarios before, but in this distinguished setting, it was slightly disgraceful. She also noticed the greasy Jenkins, entering the dance floor with several different fiery ladies, collecting unknown cards. She had to remind Tang Yu to stay away from that man next time. One song followed another, and V gradually relaxed, quickly adapting to the simple cross steps. For her, it was nothing more than stepping back and forth in place, extremely easy. Yet, Tang Yu, who had been dancing with her for a while, showed no intention of letting her go. Just as V was about to look up and reprimand him, she noticed Tang Yu staring intently to his right. Looking somewhat grave, she turned her head to follow his gaze and saw a man in a high-end suit with slicked back hair, holding a glass and watching them. What surprised her was the man's eyes, which glowed with an eerie blue light, giving off an inexplicable sense of dread. As their eyes met, the blue-eyed man turned and left, disappearing from sight. V felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Suddenly, she noticed a waiter in formal attire slowly approaching from behind Tang Yu, holding a set of cutlery and seemingly whistling. The on-site music drowned out the sound, making it hard for her to hear clearly. Ignoring the dancing guests, the waiter stepped directly into the dance floor, weaving through pairs of dancers with a clear target Tang Yu. What alerted V even more was that the waiter's eyes also glowed with that eerie blue light. Simultaneously, 2 other waiters infiltrated the dance floor from different directions, forming a pincer movement around Tang Yu. Some guests expressed their displeasure at the waiter's odd behavior, yelling at them to leave, but the waiters paid no attention and continued marching towards Tang Yu. V tightened her grip on Tang Yu's shoulder, putting her weight on him, and shouted, "There's trouble behind us." Just as the 3 waiters were about to attack, V lifted her leg and kicked towards the approaching waiter, hitting them squarely in the head. Tang Yu used the momentum to hold V's waist, allowing her to kick the other 2 waiters. Bang! 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 In quick succession, the 3 waiters were knocked to the ground, crashing into several guests. The commotion immediately drew the attention of on-site security, who rapidly restrained the 3 waiters and confiscated their cutlery. V keenly noticed that the blue glow in the waiter's eyes instantly vanished. Looking up at Tang Yu with a serious and puzzled expression, Tang Yu signaled her to keep quiet and wait. The small chaos was quickly brought under control. The fallen guests were guided away by other waiters, some cursing their misfortune. Many people hadn't even realized what had happened when a representative of Night Corporation appeared to explain the situation. They attributed it to the waiters not yet adapting to their new implants, causing involuntary actions. These waiters were specially trained and modified for the service industry, with no aggressive implants. The guests accepted the explanation and didn't dwell on the matter. With such a strong security presence, there was no concern for their safety. Soon, the party resumed its lively atmosphere. Just as V was pondering the connection between the blue-eyed man and the 3 waiters, a special secretary approached them, inviting them to the reception room on behalf of Miriam Knight, Night Corporation's ruling figure. Tang Yu and V exchanged a glance and agreed to the invitation. Upon reaching the reception room on the 2nd floor, they walked into a world of shimmering lights. An elderly man, with meticulously arranged silver hair in a bun, sat with his back to them. "Mr. Tang and Miss V, please have a seat," the elderly man said as he slowly turned around, his expression gentle. "Thank you for handling the situation earlier. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Miriam Knight." V was seeing this legendary figure, the widow of Night City founder Richard Knight, for the first time. She inherited her late husband's legacy, using his reputation and assets to establish the Knight Foundation, which later grew into the Night Corporation, making significant contributions to Night City. Under her leadership, the company undertook numerous large-scale infrastructure projects, from real estate to transportation, utilities, and foundational network facilities. There were many rumors about her, but seeing her in person seemed surreal. Tang Yu, unimpressed by the elderly lady, said bluntly, "Your company should not have made such a mistake at a party like this. This was due to our poor arrangements. We will compensate accordingly, but Mr. Tang, you are quite a remarkable person." Miriam Knight deftly changed the subject. Her raspy voice continued. "Among the Arasaka Tower elites or the Night City corporate elites, you are the only one who has kept their original body." Tang Yu couldn't quite discern her intentions mentioning his original body so openly. Was curious, was it a threat or mere curiosity? Given the company's methods, it was likely the former. He recalled their so-called charitable projects and wondered if the homeless man Prophet Gary's transformation was due to their modifications. Gary's erratic behavior and rambling were likely due to his brain implant picking up unknown signals, which Tang Yu's analysis suggested were communications between the higher-ups of Night Corporation, perhaps even involving rogue AI. Tang Yu straightforwardly said, "It's nothing special, after all, no one is born with implants." Miriam Knight smiled and moved on, then asked, "Miss V, would you be interested in working for Night Corporation?" V had no interest in any company, let alone the enigmatic Night Corporation, nor the eerie old lady in front of her. Tang Yu answered for her, "We appreciate the offer, but she has better opportunities ahead." "Oh. And where might that be?" "Max Tac," Tang Yu answered confidently. Chapter 177. The party was in full swing. After the minor incident earlier, the guests continued to raise their glasses, chatting and drinking leisurely. Arthur Jenkins finished a dance, releasing the beautiful lady in his arms, and contentedly left the dance floor to sit next to Lucius Rhine, the mayor of Night City. "What's the matter, not in the mood today?" He knew the bald, pot-bellied mayor well. In private, Lucius was wilder than anyone else. Given his status as a highly scrutinized public figure, it was probably not convenient for him to indulge in flirting here, as he was always mindful of his image. Lucius Rhine responded with a cold smile, "Indeed, I'm not very interested. After all, what's fun isn't here." With that, Lucius Rhine's gaze fell on the dance floor, staring intently at a couple. Both were dressed in luxurious silver attire, making them a perfect match. His focus lingered on the woman's curves, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Arthur Jenkins followed his gaze and quickly understood the mayor's intention, giving a knowing smile. The Peralez couple is known for their strong relationship. Jefferson is considered lucky to have married such a woman. He's already won half the battle. Arthur Jenkins wasn't exaggerating. The couple's story began during their student days. Supported by Night Corp's scholarship fund, they successfully completed their education and began careers as lawyers and prosecutors, and eventually transitioned into politics to join Night City's elite. Their mutual support and companionship had earned them a reputation as a model couple. In comparison, Elizabeth Peralez was not only mature and beautiful, but also adept in social skills, seemingly possessing more charisma. Sometimes things aren't what they seem. The more loving they appear on the surface, the more likely it is that there's trouble beneath. Jefferson can't handle a woman like that. I bet he's even submissive in the bedroom. Arthur Jenkins just smiled. Having worked in the counterintelligence department for many years, he had developed a keen ability to read people. He agreed with Lucius Rhine's perspective. Jefferson appeared to be a wealthy, dynamic, and determined man on the surface, but his experiences indicated otherwise. Earlier in life, Jefferson's education depended entirely on Night Corp sponsorship. Even though he now loudly proclaimed his independence from corporate coercion, he was still dependent on Night Corp's resources to stay competitive. Moreover, his profound reliance on Elizabeth Peralez entangled both their personal and professional lives. Such a model couple might be acceptable in other circles but not in the political arena of Night City. In this cesspool of ambition, every individual's will was their territory's lord. From her actions, it was apparent that Elizabeth held the dominant position in their relationship. It seems we agree, however, the fact that Jefferson managed to captivate such a woman is a commendable success, Jenkins remarked with a light chuckle, a tinge of pity in his voice. Captivate? I bet Jefferson himself doesn't even know who's in control. Suddenly reminded of something amusing, Lucius' smile deepened, the folds of his face more pronounced. If I must say, in this room, only two people could truly capture Elizabeth Peralez and play the power game, myself and someone else. Arthur Jenkins looked at Lucius Rhine with newfound seriousness, knowing the mayor's self-praise was seldom just talk. Years ago, Lucius had become mayor by leveraging his sharp insight and unyielding tactics, defending Night City against Militeca's pressure and securing Arasaka's return. This move, against considerable odds, had brought the current prosperity to Night City and demonstrated Lucius' remarkable leadership and resilience. Lucius Rhine's assessments were not to be taken lightly, making Jenkins curious about who Lucius was referring to. After some thought, he realized there weren't many individuals capable enough to earn such high regard. One name struck him, a subordinate he was particularly proud of, someone whose rise within the Arasaka Tower had been meteoric, a person of true strength and determination. He softly uttered the name, seeking confirmation from Lucius Rhine. Tang Yu. Correct, Lucius Rhine nodded, his neck fat forming folds. Jenkins probed further, curious about why Lucius held such a view. Although Tang Yu's abilities were well known, Lucius hadn't interacted much with him. Lucius confidently explained, an original body without any implants, a newcomer with zero experience in high society events, who deliberately distances himself from networking circles. All these indicate he's a unique individual. Such lone wolves either perish due to their pride or thrive through their cunning and ruthlessness. Mr. Tang is clearly the latter. Miriam Knight's private secretary just invited them to the back room. I bet the old man's fuming by now. Anyone who tries to tame a lone wolf should beware of having a chunk of flesh bitten off. Jenkins's expression turned heavy, realizing that the three waiters might have been deliberately placed by Night Corp. But why target Tang Yu? There isn't much conflict between Arasaka's counterintelligence division and Night Corporation. If it were Militech doing this, he could understand, but the reason for Night Corporation doing this? Collaboration? Jenkins suddenly thought of Tang Yu's current role, serving Lord Saburo Arasaka. Could this involve conflicts at a higher level, just beyond his ministerial rank? Jenkins kept these thoughts to himself and didn't disclose them to Lucius Rhine. In the intelligence business, there are some things you can't say out loud. He guessed Lucius Rhine likely thought Night Corporation saw something in Tang Yu and wanted to find a way to approach him. As the two continued their discussion, the entire hall quieted down. The music faded, and the guests left the dance floor, returning to their seats. All eyes were on the main stage. An elderly man with silver hair, seated in a magnetic hover chair, slowly approached everyone. Everyone, I am Miriam Knight. Tang Yu and V also returned to the hall from another passage, watching the performance of this centenarian. V had some understanding of the founder of Night City and was curious and somewhat fond of Richard Knight's wife. After all, the couple had personally established this city of dreams and laid its foundation, with Night Corporation contributing significantly to its development. However, after the previous conversation and Tang Yu's explanation, her impression of Night Corporation wasn't good. Whether it was their hypocritical charity bailout plan or the strange, eerie atmosphere, her intuition told her something was off with these guys. On the main stage, Miriam Knight's voice was old and hoarse, making it sound like talking was challenging for him. Yet he was still striving to illustrate his beautiful vision for the future of Night City, resembling a yearning for the world in his twilight years. Finally, a blue holographic host floated in mid-air, continuing Miriam Knight's speech with enthusiasm. Night Corporation will inject new extreme momentum into the future development of Night City. The new infrastructure plan welcoming all companies to actively collaborate and participate in the construction. Immediately after, a holographic projection of the entire Night City appeared in mid-air. A blue bright spot illuminated the city center beneath the company plaza and then spread like a network throughout the entire city. With a grand gesture, the holographic host expanded the blue spot beneath the company plaza, revealing what looked more like a large base, with various tunnels, pipelines, and network cables extending in all directions. We will strive to construct a unique network data pool for Night City. By setting up a matrix of servers capable of carrying global network data, we aim to link every electronic device in Night City, creating a clean, smooth, safe, and shared Internet of Everything. This core facility will act as the final bastion of human network security. We have named it Matrix Space. Hearing the host's introduction, the audience was astonished, marveling at the scale of this project. What surprised them even more was that Night Corporation had been constructing this underground network matrix for years under the guise of various infrastructure projects. The matrix space was now taking shape, implying that a technological palace existed beneath the company plaza. Now, with Night Corporation inviting major companies to join, exposing the matrix space was like dropping a bombshell into the crowd, leaving them bewildered and unsure of their next steps. Lucius Rhine couldn't help but sneer at the so-called matrix space and the highly praised new infrastructure plan. It seems Night Corporation hasn't stopped using public funds for their own projects all these years. He knew Night Corporation had been digging underground under the pretext of building transportation tunnels and urban infrastructure, using public investment funds for their secret activities. He didn't expect them to create such a huge underground hole. But the actual situation was surely not as perfect as Night Corporation was boasting. The project likely consisted of only a few main tunnels and a matrix space beneath the company plaza. City officials hadn't approved more development for Night Corporation. If there were significant movements, he would have noticed. Most importantly, Lucius Rhine wanted to get his hands on the new infrastructure plan. If major companies could get involved and muddle the waters, he could profit from it. In any case, he couldn't let Night Corporation make this plan a stepping stone for Jefferson. Jenkins was shocked upon seeing such a large new infrastructure plan, and realizing there was an underground facility beneath the Arasaka Tower. This was definitely not good news for Arasaka Corporation, but the existence of the matrix space wasn't something he could decide on as a minister. At this moment, Tang Yu also became serious, carefully examining the matrix space projection. He hadn't expected Night Corporation to dig such a large pit underground. Why had he never heard of it before? But there were indeed large tunnels beneath the company plaza. He had even dug through the tunnels to reach the lower levels of Arasaka Tower before. However, he never explored further inside the tunnels, thinking they were incomplete, not expecting that secret operations were ongoing inside. The Internet of Everything, Blue-Eyed Man, mind control experiments. These clues were already obvious. The matrix space was like a parasitic hive beneath Night City, incubating a black hole from another dimension to enter the human world. Tang Yu leaned back in his seat, his expression slightly relaxed, and murmured, "Saburo, this time I can only borrow your cane again." Chapter 178. Good morning, and here is your morning news update. Today, Mayor Lucius Rhine held a municipal press conference, focusing on announcing the new annual urban infrastructure development plan. It is reported that this round of municipal planning involves the basic project construction of Night City for the next 10 years, including plans for network services, rail transit, signal transmission, and water and power supply. The most notable aspect of the new infrastructure plan is the city's intention to refinance tenders, aiming for more companies to participate significantly in Night City's construction projects. Mayor Lucius Rhine stated that the city's infrastructure projects were often awarded to one or a few companies in the past, which was not conducive to achieving economies of scale. More capable companies should participate in the construction of Night City. This resolution is currently being reviewed by the council. According to an interview with Councillor Jefferson Peralez, involving more companies in infrastructure projects may not benefit the city's rapid development. On the contrary, it could weaken the city's authority in infrastructure matters. The city government should hold the city's development firmly in its hands, rather than entrusting it to any company. Tang Yu noticed the morning news while having breakfast. He saw that Mayor Lucius Rhine was making moves to use his power to put pressure on Night Corporation. Traditionally, Night City's infrastructure projects were monopolized by Night Corporation. Now, Rhine aimed to induce competition among more companies, allowing him to reap the benefits. The recent event hosted by Night Corporation was intended to connect major companies to the so-called Internet of Everything, using Matrix Space Network services. However, no company with common sense would build their database on someone else's turf unless they could claim a portion of the Matrix space as their own territory. Night Corporation seemed to anticipate this, promising to provide relevant facilities and technical support for regional network services. Additionally, the vast network infrastructure required couldn't be completed by Night Corporation alone in a short span. Large-scale development was vital, necessitating municipal support and investment from other companies. The slogan of Night Corporation was to transform Night City into a global urban pinnacle, an independent city in both real and cyberspaces. To Tang Yu, this was all a bunch of lies. He suspected that Night Corporation's grand plan was actually for the rogue AI lurking in the background. Once connected to the Matrix space, everything and everyone would undergo mechanical ascension in an instant. The vision was indeed science fiction-like but equally dark. Moreover, Night Corporation's increasing restlessness, including revealing some of its secrets for support, showed it was getting desperate. Tang Yu's primary concern was still V. On the same day, she suffered several targeted attacks, seemingly linked to her. If they were after the synaptic neuroinhibitor in V's mind, obtaining such data wouldn't be difficult. They could have copied her data directly during the Sandra Dorset incident, but they didn't. The irregularity caught Tang Yu's attention. After the event, Tang Yu and V had a deep conversation in the car. He proposed that she join the anti-terror assault unit. Surprisingly, V said her dream of becoming a peace officer was from when she was 7. Now she was over 17. V was adamant she loathed feeling trapped. She was used to the unrestrained street life. And being a cyberpunk suited her fine. Given how much she owed Tang Yu, she brushed it off, saying debtors were kings these days. She would repay it slowly and wasn't worried about taking anything to the grave. Tang Yu couldn't force V to do anything, considering her sharp-tongued nature. The suggestion was mainly because of the unique role of the anti-terror assault unit. A team dedicated to dealing with rogue cyber psychos, recognized as completely neutral by all major corporations. Even Night Corporation would think twice before meddling with them. Before Tang Yu could solve the Night Corporation issue, V was at considerable risk. After breakfast, Tang Yu put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and pulled up his contact list. He selected Lucy's contact, showing her role as network surveillance. He dialed her number and waited a moment before the call connected. Lucy, what is it? Tang Yu, are you free now? Lucy, come to the safe house, address. Receiving the address sent by Lucy, Tang Yu assumed she was still working. He quickly got ready and left, hailing a Delamain cab to the destination. The address was in an old commercial building in Westbrook, a suitable hiding spot with more reliable power supplies than apartment buildings, ideal for operating power-hungry hacker equipment. The network inspection team had chosen these locations to serve as safe houses for conducting covert network activities. Tang Yu walked into an old shopping mall, climbed to the 4th floor, passed through 2 security gates, and finally entered the network inspection team's safe house, where he saw Lucy working. She stood at her workstation, monitoring multiple data streams on various screens, her cybernetic eyes quickly analyzing and recording information. Upon hearing Tang Yu's arrival, she said indifferently, "You're here, good timing, help me with a deep dive into the net. I'm keeping an eye on a cyber hacker trying to communicate with a rogue AI beyond the Blackwall." Tang Yu sensed something was off. Lucy seemed much colder than he remembered. He couldn't quite understand why. He had previously promised Lucy to help her join the network inspection team. But various circumstances had caused delays. It hadn't been more than a couple of days, yet Lucy had already completed her induction. However, Tang Yu felt that Lucy wouldn't intentionally act so cold just because of that. The network inspection work might be making her uneasy since she hadn't done a deep dive in a long time. Lucy turned her attention away from the screens and walked towards the adjacent deep dive room. As Tang Yu followed her, he casually asked, "Where did Mosley go?" Lucy responded coldly, "Back to the European Network Inspection Headquarters." This surprised Tang Yu. He didn't expect Mosley to leave Night City in Lucy's hands so soon. He wondered if Mosley had a lot of trust in her. "Are you getting used to the job?" Tang Yu asked, changing the subject. Lucy stopped, looked back at Tang Yu with her cold, neon eyes, and both of them fell silent. The small safe house grew quiet, with only the hum of the computer fans in the background. Moments later, Lucy unlocked the door to the deep dive room, walked in, and stood by a white bathtub filled with cold water and ice. She spoke softly, "We don't have a choice, do we?" With that, Lucy began undressing, her snow-white shoulders exposed before Tang Yu. Her clothes slowly slid down her tall figure, revealing her back covered in metal panels and slots. She lay down adeptly in the bathtub, the freezing water enveloping her instantly. Lucy tore off the bandage covering the deep dive interface on the back of her head, rested her neck on the tub's edge, and the water rippled gently. Tang Yu stepped forward, picked up a cable connector, and with a click, securely plugged it into her interface. Lucy, her face calm, said, "I'm ready." She then closed her eyes and dove deep into cyberspace. Tang Yu stood at the workstation, closely monitoring Lucy's deep dive. The process seemed smooth this time. Just over 10 minutes later, Lucy emerged from her dive. Unplugging the cable from the back of her head, she stepped out of the tub and took a clean towel, thanking Tang Yu. "How was the dive? Did you catch the target?" "Some trouble, but it's resolved. What about you?" Lucy answered, drying her silver hair and looking at Tang Yu. "Same as you, ran into some issues," Tang Yu explained. "Oh. Issues? Let's hear about them." After a while, they both exited the deep dive room and returned to the workstation. Lucy, focusing on the screens, said seriously, "This sounds significant. If there's really a matrix space beneath the company plaza, network inspection's oversight would be quite alarming." Tang Yu replied, "It might be that Mosley was overwhelmed, just dealing with the voodoo boys is more than enough for him." Now that someone has taken over, he was eager to report back to headquarters, Tang Yu added. "That's why we need to use network inspection's signal fluctuation detection technology to investigate the matrix space," Tang Yu said. "Worried? That doesn't seem like you." Perhaps due to the success of the deep dive mission, Lucy's tone was no longer as cold. Tang Yu, somewhat helplessly, said, "I'm not worried, but someone higher up is." As she adjusted the program, Lucy calmly said, "AI problems are becoming more rampant. Just in a few days since I took over, there have already been several related incidents. A matrix space outside network inspection's control is a ticking time bomb for everyone." Tang Yu nodded slightly, agreeing with her assessment. Lucy might not have joined network inspection wholeheartedly, but at least her competence wasn't an issue. As the network signal fluctuation program started, focusing on the company plaza, moments later, Lucy stared at the screen's display and said seriously, "No detection results. To further investigate, we'll need to get closer to the site. It seems it's well hidden." Tang Yu fell into deep thought. Chapter 179. V felt a bit off today, mostly in her head. To be precise, she kept seeing afterimages that flashed like lightning before disappearing again. This symptom had worsened over the past 2 days. Though she didn't experience headaches or vision problems, it still worried her. In her bedroom, V changed into clean clothes, with her sweat-soaked running gear piled at her feet. Just as she pulled on her hoodie, she saw a shadowy figure seemingly flash past behind her. Damn. It must be psychological. Resisting the urge to glance back, V continued dressing and then headed out of her room. That day, she had declined Tang Yu's suggestion to join the so-called anti-terror mobile unit. Life in uniform, conducting justice everywhere, didn't appeal to her. Tang Yu had painstakingly listed the benefits: more powerful combat implants, high salary, and benefits, team protection, all hitting V's pain points. But V just wasn't interested. Especially after seeing the hypocritical faces of the elite at the gala, she lost any good feelings she had for similar organizations. V preferred the unrestrained street life. She felt she was born on the streets and would probably die on the streets. Hoping to become a legend in Night City one day. If she could get through the days of scavenging for treasures, having a car and an apartment now even with some loan payments didn't feel too bad. However, V was realistic. Since she didn't join the anti-terror mobile unit, she needed to find some gigs. Over the past few days, it seemed like Gloria was avoiding her, only assigning trivial tasks instead of good jobs. Today, V was determined to land a big gig. V recalled that fixers typically looked for mercenaries to handle jobs, so maybe Gloria had no trouble finding cyberpunks to do the gigs. Standing at the base of her apartment building, V called Gloria and directly stated she wanted a job. On the other end, Gloria hesitated. She hadn't given V any jobs recently because V seemed to have some bad luck. With every job ending up in unexpected situations: a lost arm in Pacifica one time, brain damage in Watson the next. Though V always completed the tasks, the number of accidents worried Gloria. Truthfully, Gloria wasn't concerned about V's ability to finish jobs but about her safety. Earlier, Tang Yu had requested Gloria to assign V high-paying jobs. Although Tang Yu never explicitly said it, Gloria knew V mattered to Tang Yu, and V couldn't afford to get hurt. But the accidents from the last 2 jobs had made Gloria cautious. She hoped V would take on simpler tasks for now. But V, obviously not understanding the intricacies, only wanted bigger, higher-paying jobs to pay off her debts sooner. After some thought, Gloria decided to give V a slightly challenging job and planned to keep Tang Yu updated. Dragging this out might force V to find another fixer, making it harder for Gloria to control the situation. V, I don't have any big jobs recently, but there's something you might need to look into, Gloria began. Finally, something worthwhile, what is it? Just leave it to me. Familiar with Gloria now, V appreciated this kind and beautiful fixer, finding her cooperation invaluable in Night City. Gloria sent the mission details via message, emphasizing V should just investigate and avoid conflict. After hanging up, V checked the message, investigate cyberpsychos in the Maelstrom gang's territory in Watson, with several addresses provided. After getting the addresses, V set out. The points were relatively close to each other, so she expected to finish by noon. Not long after, she reached the first destination, a construction site. High walls blocked her view, but from outside, she spotted heavy machinery at work, digging underground. The site's signs indicated it was a Night Corp infrastructure project. Approaching the gate and seeing a guard on duty, V inquired, "Hey, can I ask you something?" The Night Corp guard replied stiffly, "No comment." Realizing the guard wasn't chasing her off, V discreetly handed over 2 bills. The guard collected the money without showing much emotion but still asked, "Anything in particular?" "Buddy, has anyone here been acting crazy lately? What's going on?" Despite knowing about the incidents from the mission details, V wanted to confirm firsthand. The guard stiffly turned his neck, producing creaking sounds in his throat as he struggled to speak, occasionally managing halting words. "No, crazy." He raised his hand to point at his head. Suddenly, his cybernetic eyes flashed blue, as if controlled by some strange force, and he lunged at V. Reacting swiftly, V's mantis blade shot out from her left hand, slicing off his arm before she turned and fled. Night Corp's site had Militech's defenses, and lingering would make her a drone target. After evading through several alleyways and confirming no pursuers, V finally relaxed. What was that just now? Blue eyes? It quickly reminded her of incidents at the Arasaka Palace and the gala all potentially linked to Night Corp. Could these people have been similarly controlled? The idea of such control was terrifying. But V doubted such a pervasive power, otherwise, Night City would be in chaos. Calming herself, she recalled the man pointing to his head. These controlled individuals likely had some brain issues, possibly from unknown modifications. Night Corp's shady charity plan came to mind. What were they turning those people into? V steadied herself and moved on to the remaining sites. Apart from the Night Corp site, nothing noteworthy came up. Only one location remained, a small plaza near the Maelstrom gang's core territory. Hurrying to the final destination, she soon arrived and spotted odd movements in the distance. Finding a corner, she slipped into stealth mode. The small plaza area had a few Maelstrom members aimlessly monitoring the surroundings, chatting absent-mindedly. What's the boss up to with all this, drawing blueprints and chanting nonsense? One grumbled. Who knows, it's those damn companies with their code names, Wolf Father, Blood Moon, Divine Descendant getting second-hand embarrassment, another complained. Whatever, let's talk about our new projects. The company sent us new goods, heard there's even a monk, got ideas? A third asked. Full metal conversion sounds fun. While they chatted, V found a concealed path and slipped unnoticed into the plaza. Ignoring their nonsense, she focused on investigating. A freezer stood at the center, door ajar, filled with ice water and a person connected via a neural jack. The ground was marked with eerie red symbols. Around the freezer, Maelstrom members pranced, chanting as if invoking some entity. Sensing danger, V prepared her mantis blade, ready to strike. These lunatics were up to something bizarre. Unclear about their intentions, V opted to observe further for any clues. As the Maelstrom members' dance neared its peak, movement inside the freezer halted them. They stared expectantly at the freezer, anticipating a rousing. The plaza fell silent. Their eyes, betraying surprise and hope, focused on the freezer. A hand reached out from the freezer, unhooking the neural jack. The Maelstrom members radiated joy at their expected success. The person in the freezer, naked and disoriented, looked around. A Maelstrom member tentatively called out, "Lilith." The person's eyes snapped to him, then nodded. The members relaxed, pleased with the outcome. The Divine Descent plan worked, time for negotiations. No way they're getting this without paying up, one said, as the group started to pack up. A member approached Lilith with a tablet to verify code alignment with Night Corp, telling her, you'll need to stay here for a few days. Before he finished, a mantis blade pierced his abdomen, extinguishing his red cybernetic eye with a flicker. Lilith vaulted out of the freezer, swiftly slaying 2 more Maelstrom members. The Maelstrom gang members were taken aback and quickly drew their guns to fight back, but bullets had no effect on the cyber psycho. Who the heck implanted subdermal armor in her? Call for backup. She's not Lilith. Kill her, quick. A barrage of gunfire erupted at the scene. Lilith, with ruthless ferocity and combat implants all over her body, was crazily reaping the lives of the Maelstrom gang members. Her newly implanted combat augmentation still had unhealed wounds, showing where flesh met machinery. V, hiding to the side, observed with a frown. This Lilith did not seem to belong with the Maelstrom gang at all. Could something have gone wrong with this ritual? Was the entity they summoned not the Lilith now wreaking havoc before her? Unable to comprehend the situation, V immediately accessed her contact list and sent a message to the high-ranking officer from Max TAC. A rampaging cyber psycho like this was definitely their jurisdiction. It wasn't long before Melissa Rory replied to V's message, stating that she was on her way and hoping V could contain the cyber psycho's rampage. Shit, if I could handle this, what would we need you for? V cursed. Knowing this Lilith wasn't easy to deal with, V prepared herself. A few rounds later, the reinforcements from the Maelstrom gang were reduced to chunks of flesh. Lilith's crimson eyes turned towards V, hidden in the corner, and she gave a disturbingly wicked smile. Hello there, human. V felt herself seeing double and quickly blinked. Before she could react, Lilith charged at her. Forced into action. V engaged, and the two began a brutal fight in the small plaza. V first fired rounds at Lilith's head, then unsheathed her mantis blades to dodge attacks and counter with deadly strikes. Despite Lilith's extensive combat implants, she didn't seem skilled in battle. Soon, she was defeated, her limbs severed, and fell to the ground. Seemingly unfazed by pain, she continued to mutter. You are all desecrators, everyone must die. With a swift motion, V decapitated her, sparks flying from her neck's modified circuits. Just then, an AV hovered overhead and issued a warning. Of course, V sighed, frustrated that Max TAC always arrived just after the action was over. V sheathed her mantis blades and moved to a visible spot to comply with Max TAC's orders. Melissa, accompanied by 2 team members, jumped down from the AV, instructed them to investigate the scene, and walked straight to V. V provided a procedural explanation of the situation but omitted any corporate intel she had overheard from the Maelstrom gang. After recording the details, Melissa glanced back at the carnage and said calmly, It seems you have potential to join us, have you thought about it? We could be friends, but joining Max TAC? Not interested for now. Melissa didn't push further and explained, the reasons people become cyber psychos vary, but they all inevitably spiral out of control. There are many factors that lead to this: psychological pressure, emotional instability, cybernetic imbalances, chronic pain, and even past and present experiences can be triggers. To avoid losing control, join Max TAC, we can give you the answers. Even cyber psychos can be rehabilitated to join Max TAC. V was somewhat taken aback by her words, feeling like Melissa was confident she would eventually join Max TAC. For now, she assisted Melissa in wrapping up the scene and planned to head back to Lizzie's bar to report to Gloria. Once Max TAC completed their mission and withdrew, V walked alone through the streets, pondering the intel she had gathered today. The Maelstrom gang had organized a bloody ritual to summon an unknown entity and had ties with a corporation. The controlled person she encountered seemed connected to the corporation as well. All clues pointed to one place. Night Corp. V sensed that this corporation was plotting something. As she delved deeper into thought, her vision went black, and a message flashed before her. Your existence is unique, we know what you seek, and soon you will understand. The message ended. V felt a heavy blow to her head, and she collapsed to the ground, dazed. At the company plaza, Tang Yu was driving his Rayfield supercar with Lucy around the area. Lucy's cybernetic eyes scanned their surroundings, manipulating a device in her hands as if searching for something. After a while, her gaze returned to normal, and she said calmly, No signal. For now, it seems that the so-called matrix space hasn't been activated. But even if it starts, given its confidentiality level, it's likely we wouldn't receive any wave frequencies from outside. Tang Yu, hands on the steering wheel, drove casually down the street. So, we have to wait for the matrix space to activate to have a chance to find their signal source. Lucy nodded slightly, isn't that always how the company operates? Night Corp would never leave any loose ends until the very last moment. She continued to analyze, if it's true what they say and the matrix space is an isolated service network, then the threat is minimal. But if the matrix space has secret channels connecting to the public network or even interfacing with cyberspace, the consequences would be dire. Tang Yu didn't believe Night Corp was genuinely benign. The more they seemed transparent, the more they had to hide. To cut out this tumor, we need to force it into action first. Lucy chuckled, that's a good analogy, but when a tumor acts up, it can be fatal. Tang Yu glanced at Lucy in the passenger seat, hesitating whether to involve her in this. Now that Lucy had joined NCPD Netwatch and cleared her name, there were no internal threats from Arasaka. Involving her in this could cause new trouble. Noticing Tang Yu's expression out of the corner of her eye, Lucy said softly, since we're staying in this city, I want to stick around for a while. I've been to many places, and none compare to here. After all, the matrix space issue also falls under Netwatch's jurisdiction. Helping Night City stay peaceful a few more days is worth it, don't you think? Lucy turned slightly to look at Tang Yu, her neon irises reflecting his delicate features. Tang Yu was surprised by Lucy's decision. She could have easily stayed with Netwatch, taken a chance to leave, and lived freely. But she chose to remain and continue her life in this city. So, how much does Netwatch pay you per year? Could you share? Lucy didn't bother to respond properly, casually replying, not as much as you, without performance bonuses, it's about 20,000 eddies a month, it'll increase once I get a permanent position. Tang Yu nodded, thoughtfully stating, then you better work hard, you're still a long way from a ticket to the moon. Lucy laughed, yeah, right, save up enough to buy a house on the moon before talking about others. Since Lucy decided to help, Tang Yu didn't hold back and began planning details. Tang Yu said seriously, to confirm the matrix space situation, Night Corp must activate the matrix, this is a prerequisite for detecting network signal frequencies from the outside. Lucy agreed, considering how long Night Corp has prepared, signal jamming won't be easy, we need backup plans. Tang Yu then thought of a good idea, thanks to his past assault on Arasaka Tower's foundations, where a tunnel leads to the matrix core. If we install a program chip in the server interface before the matrix activates, we could get the data stream. I know a tunnel in the suburbs that goes directly to the company's plaza underground. Lucy pondered for a moment and deemed it feasible. But Tang Yu noted, the matrix server will generate massive data once activated, no program chip can identify or extract that much data. Also, the matrix's powerful processing can easily detect such actions, making success difficult. Lucy had an idea, our chosen program chip doesn't have to be invasive, we could use a functional one to locate the matrix space signal source. I could then deep dive into cyberspace to check if the matrix connects. If something's off, Netwatch must intervene and oversee the matrix. Tang Yu liked Lucy's idea. The plan involved two teams. One team would sneak into the company's plaza via the suburban tunnel, breach physical barriers, find the server interface, and install the chip. The timing had to be just before the matrix activated. The other team would dive into cyberspace upon signal activation, find the matrix link, and investigate for abnormalities. Without the signal source, locating the matrix in the vast digital ocean would be impossible. Once confirmed, Netwatch could intervene, and companies could hold Night Corp accountable. With a plan set, Tang Yu intended to return to Arasaka Tower to trigger this tumor. Just as he was about to drive back, he received a notification. Your monitored individual is in a dangerous unconscious state. Tang Yu.